Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 74. Made in Heaven, Sailing in the Sky. Great! This is a sky restaurant, right? A luxurious long table lies across the vast deck. Several white chairs made of white clouds stand beside the table. Parasols are also lined up in a row. There are various delicacies piled on the table, and a group of beautiful figures are separated. On both sides, you are enjoying ultimate food and ultimate scenery. The sea breeze blew by, and Hina and Tashiji feasted regardless of their appearance. A woman's heart is like a needle under the sea. In Hina's heart, she felt that she really owed her a lot. It was precisely because of Xia Ya's appearance that she and Tashiji were expelled from Marine and faced this downturn. Marine will never go back. Now that they have boarded the ship Made in Heaven, they plan to first come on. She doesn't care about the rest. Seeing food. Even if he holds himself to death, he still wants to make you feel physical pain. Only severe revenge can express the resentment in Hina's heart. Xia Ya didn't care about the little thoughts of the backup mount. Although the shipbuilding cost nearly 800 million belly, there is still a cash flow of 500 million. Even if 100 more mounts are uploaded, Xia Ya can easily afford them, and she is not afraid of the mounts eating too much. I'm just afraid that there are too few mounts. After finishing the meal, Nami habitually came to the bow of the boat and felt the sea breeze. There was a trace of indifference written on her face. The weather is good today, there won't be any storms at 77. By the way, Xia Ya, do you think those ships below belong to the group of celestial dragons? Look at the sign. Yes. There are 5 big ships in total, and 2 of them are marine warships. I wonder what the celestial dragons are doing with such a big fanfare? No way. It's not really that we met the celestial dragons and collected the gold from the sky, right? Nami had a flash of inspiration and suddenly thought of it like a money addict. At this time, on the sea below Made in Heaven, 5 large ships with the celestial dragons logo were sailing. The 5 ships were arranged in a triangular formation and were quickly leaving the 7 waters capital. In addition to the luxurious ship with the celestial dragons logo in the front, the 2 ships in the middle are designed to be used for cargo, and the 2 ships at the back are naval headquarters warships. Nami. You might have guessed right. Above the sea, on the deck of the celestial dragons fleet. Bang bang bang. 6 celestial dragons wearing glass covers on their heads and beanie shoes on their feet kept stepping on the deck. Fury was written on their faces, and saliva kept spraying from their mouths, even on the glass cover. The muskets in the hands of the 6 celestial dragons continued to spray flames, and the slaves fell down one by one. You bastards! Go to hell! Throw these slaves into the sea and feed them to the fish. Deck wiped clean. What happened? Is Saint Roswad Perminger really dead? UBD. Where's the Marine Admiral? Why didn't those losers come? Follow me back to the 7 waters capital. I want to avenge Saint Roswad Perminger and execute that lowly pirate myself. His name is Xia Ya, right? I remember it. As for the celestial dragons of the Roswald family, the CPO agent was trying to persuade them, Lords of Roswald, all the slaves on the ship are dead. Please put away your guns. Var. A hole, I'm going to take revenge on Xia Ya. Lord Roswald Tiger Saint, now is not the time. The ship has already set off back to Marie Joyce. We will definitely send people over to catch that evil thief Xia Ya and deliver it to your house personally. For now, we still have to go back to Marie Joyce. Go back to Marie Joyce. The named member of the Rothswald family, this time responsible for collecting the heavenly gold from several countries in West Blue. There must also be a special escort arranged by Marie Joyce on the road. The main task of these CP0 agents is to protect the heavenly gold. When Saint Perminger capriciously proposed to go to the Water City to maintain the ship, these agents did not follow Saint Roswald Perminger ashore. It's in this process. An accident happened. And when it was learned that Saint Roswood Pulminger had been killed by Xia Ya, the agents immediately called Marie Joyce. 5 elders were consulted. Because the water capital is far away from the naval headquarters, and the combat effectiveness of the nearby marine branch is not strong, it is unrealistic to dispatch Admiral immediately. In addition, the fleet contains heavenly gold collected by 5 kingdoms. It would be unwise to make a big statement. Even the 5 elders couldn't bear this tone and temporarily planned to take back the heavenly gold first. Yes, yes. UBD, your suggestion is really good. I want Xia Ya, this slave. But I can't wait, I want it now. Saying this, Roswood Tiger Saint aimed his gun at the helmsman with excitement. Servant, I order you to turn the bow of the ship immediately. I will return to the water city to capture the slaves now. This is an order. Those who disobey the order will die. Lord Rosewald Tiger, please don't shoot. The CPO immediately dodged, and his palm was already on the barrel of Rosewade Tiger Saint. He suddenly said in a serious tone, Lord Rosewald Tiger Saint, please calm down and return to Marie Joyce first, which is the House of Power. It means 5. Ah! The House of Power. As soon as Saint Rosewald Tiger heard that it was the order from the 5 elders, he immediately became scared. He could only ask with snot in his eyes, is that so? You should have said it earlier, then forget it. You say. Was Rosewald Pulminger really reduced to a pulp? Was he really left with only one beanie shoe? Really? Agent CP0 said seriously. Rosewald Tiger Saint, left beanie or right beanie? Right foot. The CPO agent said seriously. Roswood Tiger Saint's fat body immediately stood up straight, stretched out his left foot, and said, kneel down and take off my left shoe. Okay. The agent took off his shoes and handed them to Roswood Tiger. Damn it, you go to the kitchen and burn my beanie shoes for Roswood Pulminger Saint so that he can have a pair of shoes to walk in. Damn it. Roswood, why did Lord Pulminger leave me? Woo. Okay, I'll burn it right now. The CPO agent was about to take over the beanie shoes that exuded a faint green smell. Boom. But at this moment, the golden coffin of the human world fell from the sky, and a loud noise was heard. The giant golden coffin smashed onto the deck of the ship's hull. There was no sign of Rosewald Tiger Saint on the deck. On sight, there was only one beanie shoe spinning back and forth on the broken deck. Oh no! Rosewald Tiger Saint! It's an enemy attack! That guy Xia Ya is catching up! CP0 jumped away in shock and immediately defended, Iron Body. He. It's just juggling. Commanding the dragon and horse, Xia Ya killed everyone in a short time. Flying out with the slash. The upper half of the cargo ship's hull was chopped off. A row of neatly arranged treasure boxes appeared in front of him. After an hour. Blue sky, made in heaven. There are dozens of treasure chests stacked on the deck. There are seals on the treasure chests. It says, Heavenly Gold. There is also a signature from the kingdom. Carina shuttled among the many treasure boxes and opened them one by one. The golden light on the Made in Heaven deck immediately flashed. Nami, little thief cat, come and take a look. These treasures are so messy. Why do they have everything? There is Bailey's cash, gold and silverware, and all kinds of jewelry. How much is this worth? Nami's eyes sparkled, and her beautiful orange eyes turned into the shape of Bailey Zero. Shining brighter than gold. 50 treasure chests, each worth 200 million Baileys, of course 10 billion Baileys. Vivi was immediately shocked when she heard Nami's offer. When Vivi was young, Alabasta had not yet encountered a crisis, and it was still the most powerful country in the first half of the Grand Line. Even during Alabasta's strongest period, there had never been so many treasures in the treasury. Incredible! That little transport ship actually contained so many Baileys. Xia Ya explained, Marie Joyce has 170 franchised countries around the world. Every year, the franchised countries hand over their treasures to Marie Joyce. The treasure in front of them is heavenly gold. Each kingdom only has 2 billion belly. It's a bit surprising. Maybe it's from a kingdom in West Blue, which is more remote and has a relatively poor economy. It will pay less. Hear the words. Vivi was obviously taken aback. Is the remote kingdom of West Blue also so rich? Xia Ya, there is a Woka kingdom in the New World. They need to wage war against other kingdoms and sacrifice human lives in exchange for the opportunity to make war fortune. Only then can they collect enough heavenly gold and give it to Marie Joyce in exchange for joining the alliance. Identity. Vivi, we have reached the point of launching a war. Is it really necessary to just be a member country? Xia Ya, compared to the already cruel war, Marie Joyce may be more frightening to those kingdoms. Vivi, gold in the sky is really a world where life is worse than death. Nefertari is one of the 20 ancient kingdoms. Although it did not choose to become celestial dragons and did not move the whole family to the Holy Land, it still has the status of a Marie Joyce franchise. Of course, Alabasta is the only exception in this world. The Nefertari royal family does not need to pay tribute to the celestial dragons in heavenly gold. Therefore, Vivi knows very little about being a princess. After recovering from the joy of harvest, Carina immediately pulled Nami, Robin and others aside. There is a super big swimming pool under the deck of Made in Heaven. Let's go to the room. Let's change our swimsuits and swim. Ahihihi, 4.4. Perona was immediately surprised. I just bought it in the Water City, I want to wear the one with stripes. Nami frowned. No matter where she is, Carina's first hobby is swimming. Fortunately, the swimming pool is full of fresh water. Otherwise, the ability of this boat will be useless no matter how luxurious the swimming pool is. Nami said, the weather is good. I confirm that there are no extreme places. Made in Heaven can sail at will. However, I have to ask Xia Ya first where to go next. I had heard before that the next stop would be New World. As far as Nami knows, if the pirate forces want to go to the New World, they need to dive to the Fishmen Island. Otherwise, they have to use Heaven to make a leap to the Red Line. But the New World is so big, there must be a destination. This is crucial for navigators. Xia Ya glanced at Robin. Now that the conditions have been met, she naturally wanted to go to Sleeping Ancient Town to get the Zoan Bat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Vampire Form Devil Fruit. As for other places, you can postpone going there for a while. This time when we go to New World, we are going to find a place called Sleeping Ancient Town. I have no idea where it is exactly, but we first go to Sabayati Island to find out the information about Sleeping Ancient Town. Nami nodded and said, okay. I will adjust the course now. Chapter 75. What? 7 celestial dragons of House Roswald died. More than 10 billion baileys of heavenly gold were robbed. Red Line, Holy Land Marie Joyce. The House of Power. The atmosphere at the moment was terrifyingly gloomy. Jago Lucia Sarton was so angry that his nose would have popped out. If the floor had not been of good quality, he would have been pierced by his crutch. In the capital of the 7 waters, Marie Joyce's 10 billion belly heavenly gold was hijacked and committed. With this kind of bad incident, Xia Ya is openly making enemies of Marie Joyce. Saint Isan Balan Vinaz Thurang held the knife tightly in his hand. Not only that, the Roswald family sent a total of 7 celestial dragons on this trip. We also arranged 6 CP0s and 2 Marines. Vice Admiral escorted us, but in the end, no one survived. Topman Wucholashang crossed his hands on his chin, with equally fierce eyes. Xia Ya caused trouble in Alabasta before, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, and is severely disabled and is still lying in the hospital bed. Shepherd Ten Pit Saint said angrily, this is provoking the authority of our Marie Joyce. This new pirate is simply lawless, but he is definitely not a restrained person like the kid from the Dongquixote family. We can only destroy him as soon as possible. Get rid of this flame. Marcus Maz's voice became even more gloomy. Don't forget, our CP9 agents lurking in Carrera Company also disappeared with the Sky Gold incident. Their mission was to seize the blueprint of ancient weapon Pluton. And according to the information, Xia Ya and this group of pirates are building a pirate ship in Carrera Company, maybe. Perhaps, the thing that worries us most has happened. 09. Nico Robin, the only person who can read the text of history, is also in the hands of Xia Ya. As the holy words of Marcus Maz fell, the House of Power suddenly fell into silence. This series of events is enough to sentence Xia Ya to death 10,000 times. Celestial dragons slain. If this news spreads, it will discredit all celestial dragons. For Marie Joyce, the loss of face will be even more serious than Marine Admiral being killed by pirates. What's more, the heavenly gold that represents Marie Joyce's absolute rule has also been hijacked. Marie Joyce has lost face. Although there has been an incident where heavenly gold was hijacked, Doflamingo only used this to blackmail Marie Joyce into joining the 7 warlords of the sea. The guy from the Dong Quixote family simply didn't dare to spend the money, but 5 elders all know, Xia Ya is so brave. The scariest thing is the drawing of ancient weapon Pluton. Now all members of CP9 lurking in the water capital have disappeared, and not even a single punctuation mark of information has been transmitted back. This is enough to illustrate some problems. Even if it is an unconfirmed sign, it must be absolutely strangled in the cradle. A big killer like Pluton. O'Hara survivors who can read historical text. It must not fall into the hands of a pirate. Jago Lucia Sartan's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, Sengoku must come to report the work. Facing such a troublesome pirate, I would like to ask him why he didn't turn the Xia Ya sign into reality earlier. Shishibukai. With that said, Jago Lucia Sartan directly threw away Xia Ya's 3 wanted posters, which were the bounty of 20 million Baileys during the East Blue period, the bounty of 7,300 after the Logue Town smoker was beaten, and then it's the 1 billion bounty after Kuzan was deposed. With such frequent bounty changes, guys like Xia Ya must have caused a lot of trouble. As a result, why didn't this loser Sengoku come to report? We could have regarded Xia Ya as the biggest threat today in advance. Trash Sengoku, you must give me an explanation. An hour later, Sengoku arrived at a palace in Marie Joyce. Silence, silence. The 5 elders are completely silent at this moment. Sengoku naturally knew about the killing of the celestial dragons in the water city and the robbery of the gold in the sky. His forehead was sweating crazily. He didn't know where to start. Anyway, it felt overwhelming. I think. It took a long time before Sengoku was ready to speak. But before he started to speak, he was interrupted by Asanbalon v Nazthursheng, UBD, such a vicious pirate appeared on the sea, why didn't you come and report it? Marine Admiral was defeated at the hands of Xia Ya, as Marine Marshal, don't you have any countermeasures? Sengoku took a deep breath, Xia Ya's fruit ability is very special. Special. Jago Lucia Sartan, a Paramecia Riding Fruit, you tell me it's special. You know, Marie Joyce has gotten this devil fruit many times in the past 800 years. Now you tell me special? Are you questioning the abilities of our Marie Joyce? Sengoku wiped his sweat. I mean, Xia Ya may have a special physique, so the riding fruit is special. Anyway, according to the information given by Aokiji, Xia Ya can achieve great fusion with the mount. His fruit ability is no longer single. At the same time, when he is riding, he and the mount form a whole, like a copper wall. It is an impeccable state. Xia Ya has no weaknesses. At least we can't see any weaknesses yet. Saint Topman Wuchulai snorted coldly, there is no weakness. Marine 3 Admiral's Logia Devil Fruit also has no weaknesses. There is no need to find reasons for your waste. We just look at the results. Marcus Mazisheng added, raise Xia Ya's danger level to the highest level, and at the same time enter the naval headquarters must-kill list. At the same time, if you can recruit her under your command, for what we Marijoy's use is another matter. Recruit. Sengoku shook his head and denied, if the plan is done well, it may be possible to kill, but recruitment? I have already tried it. Xia Ya refuses to take hard and soft measures. It is already certain that she is Marine's mortal enemy. When he was in Alabasta, Sengoku had already proposed various conditions to Xia Ya, but was rejected by Xia Ya cynically. Judging from his actions of crippling Aokiji Kyuzan, there is no possibility of Xia Ya being recruited. Not even under any conditions. Isan Balan v Nashu Langshen lowered his head and wiped his beloved sword. He no longer looked at Sengoku, but his voice passed over, in this case, we will see how you perform next. If this cannot be done well, it can only be said to be the failure of naval headquarters. Sengoku, I try my best. In the air, made in heaven. Blah blah blah. Come on. Come on. Xia Ya, jump down quickly. Accompanied by pleasant sounds. Xia Ya jumped into the swimming pool. A long time passed. Nami screamed, ah! Your head is so hard, it's pushing against me. Robin screamed, ah! You actually pulled my tail, please be gentle. Vivi screamed, ah! I was sucked up by the suction cup. Perona screamed, stop, don't try to make a soft landing here. Carina screamed, if you dare to drill there, be careful I pinch you, idiot. Whether it is sailing or aerospace, you need wonderful games to relax. This is what heaven-made existence means. This is also the reason why Xia Ya is willing to spend a lot of money for this. For example, now. It's impossible to hide the full beauty. You can be thousands of meters in the air and play in a luxurious swimming pool with your female companions. No matter how much money you spend, it is worth it. Khalifa was wearing a decent swimsuit, and her ultimate figure was clearly on display. Although she had been in contact with the Xia Ya pirates for 3 months, she was a former agent after all, and she felt that she had not yet integrated into the group. So she just sat on the edge of the swimming pool, only daring to put her 2 little feet in the water. Ah! Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed her feet. Wow! With the sound of falling into the water, Khalifa sank into the water. When she emerged, she saw Xia Ya, with wet hair, looking at her. She could almost feel her breathing. Have you figured it out? Once you have figured it out, let's sign a riding contract as soon as possible. Khalifa lowered his head, not daring to look at Xia Ya. Before this, Khalifa had already known that signing a riding contract was almost like being enslaved. This is better than joining the CP9 agent organization, and the conditions are not harsh. After all, when he became Xia Ya's mount, Khalifa's wealth and life were completely out of his hands. Although Khalifa is a bit charming, she is still an innocent woman in essence. Although she often uses her beauty to achieve her goals, she has never done anything that goes too far. After all, she is as sensitive as Robin. But now, if a riding contract is concluded, it is almost certain. Xia Ya can do whatever she wants. But, is this man trustworthy? At this time, Perona swam over holding an inflatable duck. You won't regret it. How about I use negative ghost to let you express your current feelings? Perona's proposal greatly interested Nami and others. Okay. This is great. I do. When Khalifa heard this, he immediately thought of the confessions of Keiku, Bluno, and Bing Shan. That was called depression, that was called shame, that was called social death. He immediately became unwilling and gritted his teeth. He might as well sign the contract directly. Open your hands. Soon, in the middle of the swimming pool, Xia Ya and Khalifa put their hands together, and Khalifa hummed softly. The riding contract was concluded successfully. Chapter 76. With the successful conclusion of the riding contract with Khalifa. With expectation in Xia Ya's eyes, a line of small words appeared. +1 buff. Buff usage time limit, permanent. Source, Reigns of Calipha. Ability, regardless of the type of any mount, the number of mounts the rider can ride at the same time is permanently +1. Seeing the explanation here, Xia Ya also understood. This +1 buff is equivalent to the permanent version of the dual cavalry buff. When he was in Coco West Village, Xia Ya got a double riding buff. At that time, he rode Nami and Carina at the same time. However, the double riding buff was temporary and was useless once the time limit expired. And when the temporary buff is not refreshed, this dual rider buff is very powerful. At least, now Xia Ya can ride both Majin Ounce and Shimotsuki Ryoma at the same time. I wonder if Ryoma's swordsmanship skills, Majin Ounce's huge strange power, and the combined slash of the two can destroy the world. Land. After figuring out the ability of this buff, Xia Ya did not continue to struggle. After all, it's happy time now. In an instant, Xia Ya dragged Calipha into the water. Blue blue blue. Hina and Tashiji, who were watching this scene, could only shed tears of envy, because they were given charity by Xia Ya to board the boat, so how could they have the right to participate in the swimming pool while the owner was enjoying it? At the same time, there were sweet sounds in the swimming pool from time to time. Obviously these beauties have been taken advantage of by Xia Ya. Hina and Tashiji will not go into the water and be taken advantage of by Xia Ya. I can only watch with envy on the deck. At the same time, there is an island of red-hair pirates in the new world. Ding 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 ding. Two figures kept colliding on an island. The powerful slash tore apart everything in its path. Earth. Ocean. Sky. The terrifying momentum caused some stagnation in the airflow. At this time, a man with a rifle on his waist, wearing a V-shaped black t-shirt, a cigarette in his mouth, and his hair tied up came to this battlefield. Those falling slashes were at his feet. There were explosions, but he ignored them all. The man raised his head, looked at the red-haired Shanks and shouted, "Captain, you can stop." This man's real name is Beckman, and he is the vice-captain of the red-hair pirates. He is known as the man with the highest IQ on the sea. The person who can make him stop it personally is the boss of the red-hair pirates, the red-haired Shanks. "It's you, Beckman, still fighting." After saying that, two extremely fast figures collided fiercely in the air. The ground was shaking constantly, and the sea was trembling. As this move ended, two bodies fell in front of Beckman. A man with short black hair and sharp eyes like an eagle shook his head in disappointment. "Red-haired Shanks, you really let me down. I am no longer interested in you with a broken arm." This person is none other than my Hawk, the #1 swordsman in the world today. Shanks didn't mind, and was even a little proud. He laughed and said, "This arm is a bet on the new era." The two of them just competed with each other in swordsmanship and got addicted to it. If there really is a duel, it's not certain who will win if they use their trump cards. But if Hawkeye can say something like this, the competition just now may have come to an end. The red-haired Shanks inserted the griffin into the scabbard and asked, "By the way, Beckman, why are you here in such a hurry?" Beckman took out a newspaper and said directly, "The newcomer committed another crime. This time in the capital of 7 waters, he robbed the celestial dragons of 10 billion bellies heavenly gold. Even the underground intelligence station has spread that there are several celestial dragons were killed by Xia Ya. This is really a headache." Red-haired Shanks complained. Since the last time Marine Admiral was defeated by Xia Ya, the red-haired Shanks began to tell Beckman to pay attention to Xia Ya. It's not that the red hair admires Xia Ya, but the red-haired Shanks is lying in the new world like a giant dragon, with his own strong purpose. It can even be said that he chose to become the 4 emperors of the new world in order to fulfill the legacy of Roger, the Pirate King. The red-haired Shanks doesn't want the sea to be too chaotic. And those newcomers who make a splash in the world when they are young and have uncontrollable potential have become the targets of red hair. Now, only a few months later, Xia Ya did something earth-shattering again. Naturally, it attracted Beckman's attention. My hawk was obviously taken aback. You are a redhead, would you pay attention to a new person? Shanks looked serious. Yes, the newcomer is called Xia Ya, haven't you heard of it? During this period, my hawk was sitting on the coffin boat and drifting casually on the sea every day. The coffin bed was too small, and even Newsbird was too lazy to come over to sell newspapers. This resulted in my hawk not knowing about Xia Ya. Information. From the red-haired mouth, Tuan heard this name for the first time. Oh! Taking the newspaper provided by Beckman, my hawk shrank his eyes and exclaimed. This Xia Ya actually has such strength. Crocodile, Marine Admiral Aokiji, also from 7 warlords of the sea. They were all defeated by a newcomer. And it happened on the same day. First, he slashed Crocodile in half, and then defeated Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji Kyuzan. Such a thing. It really happened. My hawk's attention was completely attracted by the description of Ryoma in the newspaper. His eyes immediately burst into golden light, and a sharp aura was revealed. Hundreds of years ago, Wanakuni's sword god, Shimatsuki Ryoma. The path to becoming the world's greatest swordsman is a very special path in the world of pirates. Others choose to fight for their own benefit. The road to become a great swordsman is full of challenges along the way. Hawkeye my hawk challenged stronger swordsmen all the way until he became the world's greatest swordsman. Since becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk has also encountered many swordsmen coming to challenge him. But the swordsmanship level of those so-called great swordsmen, you can't even see it here at Eagle Eye. In terms of swordsmanship, the only one who is infinitely close to my hawk is the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors. Therefore, my hawk and the red-haired Shanks have always had a good relationship, and they often meet up to learn swordsmanship, but see it now too. After this duel, Hawkeye obviously found that his swordsmanship had become more refined, while the red-haired Shanks had fallen behind in swordsmanship due to his broken arm in East Blue. My hawk could tell that the red-haired swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck. After all, if a major arm is broken, the impact will not be great. Certainly. This is not to say that the red-haired Shanks is not strong enough. The two of them are just competing in swordsmanship, not a life-and-death battle. Therefore, my hawk came to this conclusion. He has lost interest in fighting the red-haired Shanks. And now, through Beckman, my hawk learns that Xia Ya actually possesses a zombie from the ancient Wano Kuni sword god who can even cut the natural crocodile in half with sword skills. Does it mean that a rival has finally appeared to compete with him for the throne of the world's #1 swordsman? Seeing my hawk's eyes blazed with light. The Shimatsuki Ryoma behind this guy is the opponent I want to fight. Wanakuni's sword god, the world's greatest swordsman a few hundred years ago. Thinking of this name, my hawk couldn't help but feel crazy in his heart. Beckman also knows it very well. As a man with extremely high IQ, he is the brains of the Red Hair Pirates. This time, Beckman came here ostensibly to inform the red-haired Shanks about the news about Xia Ya, but in fact, he was one of the great swordsmen who aroused my hawk's eyes from the side. Heart. If my hawk takes action, he may be able to beat Xia Ya in advance. At least it can save Xia Ya from causing trouble in Grand Line. The sea under checks and balances. That's what Red Hair Pirates wants to see. Shanks glanced at my hawk and found that his body was already full of fighting spirit. My hawk, are you serious? Shanks said, Xia Ya is just a young man who has emerged. An admiral has been injured in naval headquarters. He will not let him go. Are you sure you want to go find him? You are the world's #1 swordsman. Aren't you waiting for someone new to challenge you? My hawk just said calmly, because you disappointed me, that's why I plan to go find my opponent. Shanks said helplessly, your aloof character is still so easy to dislike. Chapter 77. 8 days of sailing, on a sunny noon. The red line, which symbolizes the end of the park in the first half of the Grand Line, finally caught the eyes of Xia Ya and others. It was a huge red earth wall, a straight cliff as high as 10,000 feet. The top of the red line is Marijois, the central city of the world's most powerful force that has ruled the world for 800 years and has more than 170 franchised countries. It is also the center and holy land of the entire Red Line. 10,000 meters below the seabed below the Red Line is the place where pirates and poor people must pass to reach the New World. The Fishmen Island. If you want to reach the New World through the Fishmen Island, you must have your own ship coded. On the sea between Marijois and the Fishmen Island, there are islands with extremely distinctive characteristics, the Sabayati Archipelago. Sabayati Island has the largest mangrove in the world, the Yar County mangrove. Because the roots of the trees have always been exposed above the sea, and their almost endless vitality, new tree species have taken root again. As time goes by, the Sabayati Archipelago, where trees are islands, has been formed. At the same time, due to the crazy photosynthesis of the Sabayati Archipelago, the roots of the tree will breathe out special natural resin. When the resin encounters air, it will expand into bubbles and then fly into the sky. Therefore, the Sabayati Archipelago is also called soap bubble islands. This feature let Sabayati Archipelago have the unique ultimate scenery in the world. In addition, the Sabayati Archipelago is backed by the Red Line and cannot be reached in all kinds of bad weather, making it the most natural haven. Its geographical location is so close to the holy land of Marijois, and it also makes this island the back garden of the celestial dragons and a slave trading market. Zone. Sabayati Island has finally arrived. The trees here are so tall. The girls were amazed. Xia Ya rode made in heaven and circled in the sky, then pointed to the island below and said, "Just stop on that tree. This should be Area 50. 863. Because she wanted to take the girls to visit the Sabayati Archipelago, Heaven made another skyship that could levitate. Therefore, a seaport in the traditional sense was meaningless. Xia Ya anchored Heaven made at the top of an archai mangrove tree. Then I took the girl for a stroll. On the Sabayati Archipelago, each Alcian mangrove has its own number. A large tree will form an island, and a small tree will gather together, and several trees will form an island. These days, Nami and others are also very curious about the world-famous Sabayati Archipelago. They want to see what this archipelago composed of huge mangroves looks like. Only by seeing it with her own eyes can she know how to draw the Sabayati Archipelago into her own sea. In the picture. At the same time, Nami also learned about Sabayati Archipelago through various channels. In general, the entire island is composed of 79 mangroves, with towns and facilities on each tree. The regional divisions are also very clear, based on the numbers on the tree. From 1st to 29th, there are mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, and illegal zones. From 30th to 39th, there are soap bubble parks, etc. From 40th to 49th, there are mainly tourist areas, specialty shops, etc. From 50th to 59th, there are mainly shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. NOS 60 to 69 are the marine garrison and the government entrance and exit, and NOS 70 to 79 are mainly hotel streets. This time Xia Ya and others came to Sabayati Archipelago. All they wanted to do was buy a sea map and find information about the ancient town of New World. So, there will be no problem if you give priority to islands 50 to 59. After the group landed, Xia Ya rode Nami and used her heart network ability. Sure enough, many conversations appeared in his ears. I also heard a lot of dirty conversations in some corners. There is no doubt that, with the appearance of Xia Ya and others, their location information has been obtained by the pirates and marines on the island, and those people are very nervous. Various phone bugs are ringing, which means that someone will come forward to cause trouble. But Xia Ya doesn't care about this, Achsib. If someone takes action, he naturally doesn't mind sending them to another world. Soon, Xia Ya took the girls into the largest map store in the area. At the same time, Su Qi knocked on Zuchan Bar. In the lawless area of Sabayati Archipelago, the fact that this tavern has occupied a place for a long time without running into trouble is enough to prove that it is extraordinary. The owner of the tavern is Shuki, the previous empress of Amazon Lily. When he was young, Shuki followed Grandma Nu and played in Rock's Pirate. After retiring, he came to the Sabayati Archipelago to live in seclusion. Moreover, Shuki also partners with Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy of Roger the Pirate King, and lives together. At this moment, Shuki's figure appeared at the door, hung up the suspension sign, returned to the bar, mixed a glass of spirits himself, and pushed it to a silver-haired man sitting in front of the bar. That guy showed up. Have you decided to go see him? The information is correct. It was indeed him who killed everyone in the Dragon Pirates, including Hachi. Shuki lit up a cigarette. Exhaled a long breath. The man in front of her was none other than Silver Rayleigh. Ah, he is such a sharp-edged kid. He has done so many things in a short period of time, and even implicated our friend Zioba. Now that we have come to Sabayati Archipelago, we will definitely go and meet him. Rayleigh took a sip of strong wine, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened. Months ago, the news that Xia Ya emerged from nowhere, killed Shishibukai crocodile, and defeated Marine Admiral Aokiji shocked the entire sea. Shuki is an informant, so he naturally noticed Xia Ya, a super newcomer. Due to her sensitivity to intelligence, the origin of Xia Ya's bounty came from East Blue. The reason was that she killed the dragon pirates and also took care of a marine branch colonel named Mouse. The emergence of this piece of information made Shuki worried. Octopus Zioba once saved Rayleigh's life, and the two became good friends after that. Zioba once called Rayleigh from East Blue and told him to become the subordinate of the evil dragon. As for what Zioba was doing, Zioba didn't say anything. Since Xia Ya was offered a reward, BA went to the doctor to find out the news. Shuki is under a powerful intelligence network. I soon learned the complete story. Rayleigh drank the wine in one gulp and said with emotion, I never thought that Zioba would brutally oppress Coco West Village under the evil dragon. Now that he is dead, it seems to be in line with the common sense of the sea. Since he chose to go to sea to do business, thieves must be prepared to die at any time. Revenge is everywhere. Roger, actually this is how I came here. 11. But I will meet with him and the League will make a decision. A pirate doesn't need any reason to take revenge, but the problem is, I am no longer that pirate. Rayleigh fiddled with the wine glass, her expression seemed a little hesitant. But he still stood up and walked towards the outside of the tavern. Shuki reminded, that man is not simple, you must be careful before doing anything. Rayleigh waved her hand. I know that a young and strong marine admiral fell into his hands. A new pirate with such methods is indeed extremely dangerous, but this is not the reason for me to avoid it. Sabayati Archipelago, a certain seaport. There were huge ships parked everywhere, and there were also ships passing by with their sails up. On the shore, coding craftsmen gathered together and were coding various pirate ships. Just above the sea beneath these huge ships, a man wearing a hat, gorgeous clothes, and carrying a black sword behind his back was lowering his head as the coffin-like boat passed by. He was still holding a newspaper in his hand. The most prominent position in the newspaper is a photo. In the picture is the ferocious face of a zombie warrior. Shimotsuki Ryoma, it seems to be getting closer. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. In the marshal's office, Sengoku sat on the boss's chair with a gloomy look on his face. The sheep next to him were still eating waste paper. Garp next to him was chewing senbei, making a crunching sound. Sengoku slammed the table and said fiercely, "A whole Garp, why are you acting like a mouse? You are so noisy." Hey, Sengoku, you have been like this for a week since you came back from the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Why? I knew you were scolded by those old men again. I originally planned to comfort you with 2 pieces of senbei. What about you? Forget it. Creak, creak. Garp tore open the package and poured all the senbei into his mouth. A hole. Sengoku got angry thinking about it. The gold in the sky was robbed by Xia Ya, and the celestial dragons were killed by Xia Ya. What does Sengoku have to do with him? Simply. The dignified Supreme Marshal of Naval Headquarters was actually scolded by 5 old men for 2 hours, and was forced to give Sengoku a plan to pursue Xia Ya. Sengoku was really convinced, and Xia Ya could defeat Marine Admiral. Such a person is it that easy to catch? Now I don't know how much the bounty will be, I don't have a clue. There is no clue where the Xia Ya people are. The intelligence agents of the Seven Waters capital even investigated that Xia Ya had built a flying spaceship. Isn't this just another golden lion? As long as this kind of person doesn't seek death and come to Marineford to cause trouble, I'm afraid Marine will never be able to catch him. Instead of lion fruit, there is actually an air fleet. Who believes it? Sengoku said he couldn't accept it, he had a headache. At this time, the phone on Sengoku's desk rang. Blue blue blue. What's up? Over there, Marshal Sengoku, we have just received reliable news that the Xia Ya pirates have landed in the Sabayati archipelago and are brazenly wandering around number 50 Mangrove City. And Xia Ya showed up? What more? And the intelligence officers over there also saw Hina Rear Admiral and recruit Tashiji following Xia Ya. What? After hanging up the phone, Sengoku held his head, feeling a headache. A few months ago, after exchanging Aokiji from Xia Ya, Sengoku made a special call to Hina. During the phone call, Hina made it clear that Xia Ya did not embarrass them on the banks of the Sentala River. When you return to the Marine branch, you will rejoin Marine. After all, it was for the mission to save Kuzan that Hina and Tashiji were forced to accept being kicked out of Marine. They still cherish their positions at Marine. Since then, Hina and Tashiji disappeared, and Sengoku was so busy with Kuzan's affairs that he didn't care. I thought I would come back one day. But what Sengoku didn't expect was to learn that Tsutsumi and Tashiji were already on Xia Ya's boat. Became a pirate? How can it be? He coughed and covered his forehead and said, Sengoku, your order to kick Hina and Tashiji out of Marine was found out by your subordinates. Why? In order to comply with your order, the subordinate took the initiative and cancelled Hina and Tashiji's file numbers and all bank card information. So, Hina and Tashiji. I guess this is the reason for leaving. He also had a headache. She only found out the news through investigation after Hina and Tashiji lost contact. At the same time, he was quite speechless towards people like Naval Headquarters. Marine is really a mess inside, and subordinates can only flatter themselves, so they must be brave enough to help leaders solve problems. But this time, it was obviously the subordinates who made things worse, causing Hina and Tashiji went directly to Xia Ya's boat. 1. Who is claiming without permission? The people in Sengoku were numb and kept hammering on the table. The goat next to them was frightened for a moment. Let's talk about Xia Ya. At this time, Sakazuki's cold voice sounded at the scene. Chapter 78. Let's talk about Xia Ya and how we should deal with it. Sakazuki couldn't bear it and said coldly. Of course Sengoku has to come up with a plan. He was scolded by the 5 elders in Marie Joyce, and one of the promises he made was to solve the problem of Xia Ya, but considering that Xia Ya already had the combat power to defeat Marine Admiral Aokiji, it was not that easy. If you send a cat or a dog randomly, it is no different from delivering food. Sengoku glanced at Sakazuki, and then at Porisalino, Naval Headquarters 3rd Admiral. Kuzan is still recovering in the hospital. According to his current injury, the headquarters will probably rarely send him out in the future, but you, as Marine the highest combat power, can be even better. Sakazuki, Porisalano, please go to Sabayati Archipelago together. Where there are many celestial dragons, I'm worried that Xia Ya will cause some trouble. Sengoku is also helpless. He prefers Aokiji's character and hopes that one day he will quit the position of Marine Marshal and let Kyuzan take over. But now, it is almost impossible, because Kyuzan can no longer represent Marine. The only ones left are Sakazuki and Porisalano. If Xia Ya's problem can be solved this time, especially in Sabayati Archipelago, a place so close to the holy land of Marie Joyce, being able to seize this credit will definitely be valued by the 5 elders. The future position of Marine Marshal will almost be born in the hands of these 2 people. And the reason why Sengoku reminds me. I just hope that the 2 of them can give their best performance in this operation. By the way, there are many celestial dragons in the Sabayati Archipelago. Protecting the celestial dragons is the responsibility of the Marine Admiral and is a rule written in the Naval Headquarters regulations. Tat. Whoever performs well is most likely to be valued by his superiors. In a few words, Sengoku had already given Sakazuki and Porisalano an offer they couldn't refuse. What a scary newcomer! Porisalano said leisurely that he was not that eager for power, but Sengoku had already said that, and he could only act with Sakazuki. The most he could do was touch fish and make people invisible. I'll go there. Let's go. There was no emotion in Sakazuki's tone. Sengoku ordered, prepare a warship for the 2 admirals. Land at the Sabayati Archipelago at the same time. Sabayati Archipelago, Japanese-French zone. Bang 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 bang. In the alley, a series of punches and kicks sounded. Hand over the pele you have on you, Ling. Xia Ya said impatiently while riding on Robin. Yes, yes, sir, we know we were wrong. We will never dare again. Several blind bastards took out their bailies, knelt down and worshipped Xia Ya and others, and then rolled away in a panic. In a chaotic world, robbery is a very common thing, and bullying is a major theme of the world. When Xia Ya and others came out of Duniang map store, they encountered several groups of thieves who came to interrupt them. But because she got the geographical location information of Sugu town, Xia Ya was in a good mood. He just gave these gangsters a lesson and let them go. After all, except for the celestial dragons, there is not much living space for ordinary people on Sabayati Island. The only way they survive is to do some illegal things. These gangsters are too weak and do not even have the most basic strength. They are also the most pathetic people at the bottom. But since you have grabbed the head, naturally you have to give a lesson. Finance Nami held the bailey he had just snatched and shook his hand. We have obtained the information about Sleeping Ancient Town. Let's have fun next. I heard there is an amusement park nearby. How about we go and play first? Xia Ya smiled and said, it seems that someone is waiting for us. Hearing what Xia Ya said, the girls didn't know why. They looked up and saw an old man with white hair, wearing a grey cloak and leaning on the wall, looking at everyone. This man is a living legend. Pluton Rayleigh. Seeing the face of the person in front of him, Robin's pupils shrank and his face was shocked. Why do legendary figures appear here? Nami looked at Robin with a puzzled look on his face, and said with some confusion, Pluton Rayleigh? A legendary figure. Robin nodded and explained, he is Silver Rayleigh, nicknamed Pluton, the deputy of Pirate King Roger. Nami and others did not expect to meet Pirate King Roger's deputy on Sabayati Island, and they all took a breath, this Rayleigh is here to find us? Otherwise, why would he block our way? And when I saw Xia Ya, she continued walking like nothing happened. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh, it seems that East Blue has produced another great person. Get out of the way. Xia Ya had no interaction with Rayleigh, and he would not think that Rayleigh would come to him for no reason, so he quickly thought of Xiao Ba, the fish man killed by Coco West Village in East Blue. After all, this fish man seemed to be Rayleigh's friend. And looking at Rayleigh's posture, Do you need an explanation? In the original work, the Straw Hat crew stopped worrying about the sins Xiaoba committed in Kokozia village because Xiaoba was Rayleigh's friend, and finally forgave the fishman, but in Xia Ya's case, Xiao Ba has been made into a meat pie by Momo and sent to be used as fertilizer under the orange tree. Rayleigh's eyes were fixed on Xia Ya. Are you Xia Ya? I'm here to verify something. In East Blue, I have a fishman friend named Xiaoba. I heard that he died at your hands. As soon as the words fell, Nami's eyes immediately flashed with nervousness. First of all, Pluton Rayleigh has a great background. He is the deputy of Roger, the pirate king, and a legendary pirate who is still alive. Secondly, Hachi, the fishman pirate who dominates Coco West village, has a deep hatred for Nami. He is also one of Nami's most annoying fishmen besides the dragon, and he has already been killed by Nami. So, when Rayleigh mentioned that Xiaoba was her friend, Nami felt something was wrong. I have no obligation to tell you anything. If you want to trouble us, you don't need any reason, just come. Xia Ya said bluntly, if it's okay, just go. Rayleigh's body is no longer leaning on the wall, and her hand has been placed on a western knife. After all, he is the superstar who killed Shishibukai and defeated everyone in Marine. He has a really bad temper. Xia Ya chuckled, you're a pirate. Isn't that how you came here? Almost at the same moment, momentum burst out from both of them. And at this time, the two confronting each other finally attracted the attention of some pirates from the Sabayati archipelago. Hey, 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 the old and the young are here to have a fight. Although this is an illegal zone, there are patrolling Marines, right? Aren't you afraid of being sent to impel down? It's funny this combination. A fight between a 7-year-old old man and a 14 or 15-year-old brat would be quite boring. What nonsense are you talking about? A pirate leader nearby slapped the other pirate in the face who was speaking. He had a gloomy face and scolded, this guy. This guy is the coded guy in the dock area. Old man, my true identity is Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy of Roger, the pirate king. Because he retired, Marine did not go to Leahy to cause trouble. And after all, Marine doesn't want to mess with Pluton Rayleigh, because there's nothing he can do to him. Rayleigh has been staying in the Sabayati archipelago since he retired. It would be too abnormal if Marine didn't have information about him. However, seeing Rayleigh retreating, Sengoku didn't come to cause trouble anymore. Because Sengoku knows that this guy Tomokazu can't be caught at all. 0, please give me flowers. If you tear your face apart, there might be some big fuss. Since everyone has a tacit understanding that they have nothing to do with each other, Sengoku also chose to block Rayleigh's information on Sabayati archipelago. Act as if nothing happened. The pirate leader looked at Rayleigh tremblingly, and found that Pluton Rayleigh's attention was only on Xia Ya, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. One Piece, Deputy Roger. The legendary pirate. Whitebeard is no less famous than the strongest man in the world today. After all, One Piece Roger's deputy is too polite. Hiss. The surrounding pirates took in a breath of cold air, their hearts contracted and they felt a little scared. If someone hadn't reminded him that he had offended the legendary figure, it was very likely that the other person would have confessed here with just one look. Only after being curious about Rayleigh's identity. These melon-eating pirates are also curious about Xia Ya's identity. After all, if he can confront Pluton Rayleigh, what is the identity of a 14-year-old or 15-year-old kid? How dare you face Pluton Rayleigh, who is that brat? You talk so arrogantly, I'm so arrogant. How dare you say that to Pluton Rayleigh, you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. At this time, a pirate who lowered the brim of his hat said tremblingly, you all shut up. Haven't you seen the recent news reports? That's Xia Ya. A man who dared to kill the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, defeated the Marine Admiral Aokiji head-on, killed the celestial dragons in the capital of 7 waters, and robbed Marie Joyce of the heavenly gold. The super rookie pirate whose head is worth 1 billion belly. The only super rookie pirate in this era, Xia Ya. Silence, stillness. As the pirate's words fell, people on both sides of the street were completely silent. Although they had not seen Xia Ya's wanted notice and did not know his appearance, Xia Ya's previous deeds had been spread throughout the sea, and they had more or less heard of it, but now, that man actually appeared in front of them. Even this fledgling newcomer has already faced off against the legendary pirate Pluton Rayleigh. If this news is spread, it will not shock the world. Defeat Marine Admiral Aokiji. A supernova actually has this kind of energy. Then now isn't it? The confrontation between the legendary pirates and the legendary pirates of the future. While being hotly discussed by many pirates, a tense atmosphere began to pervade the entire place. Rayleigh took the initiative to come to the door, just wanting to ask Xia Ya about Xiao Ba. If Xia Ya could make it clear that killing Xiao was actually to save the name of Kakeishi village, this matter would be forgotten. After all, every pirate who hangs out on the sea has a human life on his back. Even a careless 7th-degree man like Roger will choose to destroy a country because his friends are bullied. Seeking revenge is the main theme of the sea, and it will never be cut off. But now, Rayleigh has changed his mind after meeting Xia Ya, because Xia Ya is quite rude. I don't even know who my senior is. Naturally, Xia Ya will not give Rayleigh face because he is the Pirate King's deputy. Since the other party is here to cause trouble, then deal with it the pirate way. It's useless to say more. Ding dong. To deal with a 70 or 80-year-old legendary pirate, Xia Ya naturally did not need to use all her trump cards. She immediately got off Robin and rode on Shimotsuki Ryoma. As the black sword Chu Shui was unsheathed, the murderous aura on Xia Ya's body became more solid. I'm afraid that's far away. Rayleigh could feel a biting chill blowing past her. The next moment, the dragon and horse burst out. Young people are too sharp. Sooner or later the sea will teach them a lesson. This is not something that a retired person like you should worry about. Chapter 79. Riding a zombie, what is your ability? Rayleigh looked at the zombie dragon horse under Xia Ya's crotch and asked curiously. Do not talk nonsense. Ryoma pulled out the black sword Kyushui, wrapped it around armament haki, and with a deep voice, shot out towards Sherry. He 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 he. Not bad. This scene once again surprised Rayleigh. I have seen many ability users, but you are the first to rely on external forces like this. This guy has reached the pinnacle of armament haki, which is rare in the entire world. After all, Rayleigh is an old man in the world, and has had direct contact with Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others. These are the pinnacle of demon fruit power. But they use their own abilities, and the starting point is their own physical strength. At the same time, Rayleigh is also an outstanding swordsman. The moment he saw the black sword Chu Shui, he knew that this black sword was not simple. It should have been brought by this ancient warrior zombie. To his surprise, Xia Ya just seems to use the riding ability to fully stimulate the zombie's force value. The explosive power comes entirely from the zombie itself. This kind of weird fruit ability is almost 080 unheard of. 2. The kid in front of him was riding Roger, and Rayleigh couldn't imagine what it was like. You are so arrogant, then let me teach you a lesson first. Rayleigh pulled out the western sword from his waist and faced the zombie dragon horse. Dang dang! The two knives wrapped around armament haki collided together. The air wave immediately erupted. At this moment, even the soap bubbles floating in the sky flew higher into the sky. What is strange is that the soap bubbles did not break under such a fierce air wave. It can only show that the power of the two people was used on the blade, and there was not too much spillage. What a powerful swordsmanship! The numbness coming from Rayleigh's tiger's mouth made his expression change. In this collision, he was obviously at a disadvantage. He originally wanted to test Xia Ya's strength, but after a fight, Rayleigh had learned that the zombie in front of him, or Xia Ya's ability, had reached the level of a high-level swordsman. Zilla. Rayleigh didn't expect that. Such a skinny zombie can actually possess such huge strange power. In fact, although Longma is a zombie that has dried up for hundreds of years, his strength is that of the peak dragon slaying period. It cannot be measured by appearance. Rayleigh already knew this when he fought against Xia Ya for the first time. Jinya is a difficult person to deal with. He is strong. Without any hesitation, Rayleigh immediately swung his sword. As soon as Xia Ya mentioned Xia Shui, she resisted it accurately. Looking at the whole world, the black sword Chu Shui may be the hardest knife. Even if a dinosaur steps on it, the blade of Chu Shui will not be completely intact by 1 millimeter. If Rayleigh wants to get some bargains on this knife, he must make armament haki played to ultimate. You are really strong. I haven't seen a newcomer like you on the sea for a long time. Once upon a time, a young boy named Douglas Bullitt boarded the Oral Jackson. He was a genius boy with a naturally strong physique. At that time, Roger even became interested in talents. Now, Rayleigh believes that Xia Ya seems to have such a talent. At this moment, Rayleigh was no longer naive. He suddenly understood that although Xia Ya had such talent because she was riding a zombie warrior, the reins in Xia Ya's hands said everything. He was the one controlling everything. Without Xia Ya, the zombie would be just a dead body. In other words, it was Xia Ya who gave this corpse powerful abilities. As an ability user, he is the one who dominates the mount. Another person may not be able to achieve such an effect if riding with another person. Back, back, back. Ryoma raised it with one hand, and black sword Chu Shui launched a top-down slash at extremely high speed. The slash flew tightly against the ground, and when it arrived, it suddenly turned upward and hit the front door of the carriage directly. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, observation haki was fully opened, and he fell back to easily avoid it. The cold breath flew past his cheeks. It seems as if the person's blood will be frozen in the next second. What a sharp move! It's a sword style that is completely different from the domineering one. This is swordsmanship tempered to the ultimate level. Perhaps it was because he hadn't made a move for a long time, Rayleigh sighed sincerely, because his heart actually aroused endless fighting spirit. Rayleigh was also a top-notch swordsman when he was young, but at that time, demons were everywhere and there were countless strong swordsmen. Roger was also a top-notch swordsman, but his style was completely opposite to Ryoma's. Roger has a carefree personality and is also very domineering in his swordsmanship. Ding 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 ding. The two fought again for several rounds, but Rayleigh was suppressed in every round. Even Rayleigh, who has experienced many battles, can't find any flaws in Xia Ya and Long Ma. Is it true that I am too old? Rayleigh's eyes shrank and he used armament haki without hesitation to predict Xia Ya's next move. At the same time, Rayleigh's other hand suddenly stretched out an index finger. I don't know when. A ball of flowing golden haki has been wrapped around the index finger. I'm afraid this is the move Rayleigh used to resist Marco's kick. Xia Ya was slightly startled when she saw the haki flowing on Rayleigh's fingertips. It's not that he was lamenting Rayleigh's power. But Xia Ya could clearly feel herself and actually understood this move. Soon, Xia Ya understood that he had learned. Emission is a high-level application of armament haki. When used properly, it can destroy the opponent's defense and penetrate inside to cause huge damage. This is specifically reflected in the combat methods of each user. Some are violent, some are gentle, and each has its own characteristics. Shimatsuki Ryoma armament haki is the pinnacle, and the flow is also compulsory. But Ryoma's emission is only limited to the black sword Shusui. It can be imagined that Ryoma is really a stubborn swordsman. Apart from swordsmanship, he hardly develops his own abilities and physical skills. Even if his armament haki has reached its peak, he is too lazy to develop his physical skills. Developed on one sword is enough to defeat all magic. This resulted in Xia Ya being able to only use emission on the famous sword before. And now, at the moment of fighting Rayleigh, through the 10 times comprehension buff, Rayleigh's moves were completely absorbed. Knew it. Officially certified, Rayleigh is a good teacher. Xia Ya originally thought this battle was of little value, but now it seems she was wrong. You are so old, just use whatever tricks you have. Immediately, Xia Ya's sight and smell filled the air. Xia Ya accurately predicted where Rayleigh was going to attack, and he immediately wrapped the golden emission around his fingertips. During the gap between sword fights, he had a head-on collision with Rayleigh's fingers. Zi la la la. Boom la la la. Immediately, golden thunder and lightning exploded in the center where the two people's fingers collided, like tiny thunder snakes, scurrying around. And the amazing thing is, if you look carefully, you can find that the fingers of the two people are actually a small distance apart. This effect, almost identical to Conqueror's wrap and collide. Well, I see. After realizing this, Xia Ya felt like she had discovered a new world. It turns out that when the weapon color reaches a certain level, it can also produce a Conqueror's entwining effect. Realize the distance fighting method. Are you so strong in physical skills? The moves you use don't look like those of a great swordsman. Rayleigh frowned when he saw Xia Ya making a move. He was very sure that Xia Ya's move did not come from the zombie warrior, because the zombie's moves had a strong killing aura, and this move was softer. It's more like coming from myself. Yes, exactly the same. The strong man's moves have a unique aura, and Rayleigh can clearly distinguish them. Hey, you little brat, you deliberately provoked me before and wanted to secretly learn my moves. Xia Ya's brows twitched. This old guy really makes a show of himself. You are obviously here to cause trouble, but you still want people to give 5.0 a good look? What are you thinking? Don't get me wrong. Anyone who stands in front of me will only be killed. If you don't show your true strength, I'm afraid you won't be safe in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Ya became angry again. He controlled the dragon and horse to kill Rayleigh again. Seeing Xia Ya take action again, Rayleigh also brought a western sword to collide with her. The clanging sound echoed throughout the audience again. Swallow-tailed thorn. Swish. Ryoma held Xia Shui in his hand and made a V-shaped stab, and several purple-black rays of light stabbed towards the Rayleigh shop. The speed was so fast that it seemed like 100 knives had been stabbed in this second. Rayleigh was shocked. If he was holding a toy knife, he would have chosen to deliver such a fast thrust, but through the fight, Rayleigh could clearly feel that the black sword Chu Shui was much heavier than ordinary swords, and the blade was also longer. And a big guy like Chu Shui was actually played like an embroidery needle by Xia Ya in front of him. Flexible. Agile. Fast. Trash. In just an instant, a streak of scarlet turned into dots and floated in the air. Chapter 80. The terrifying newcomer monster. This guy has a killer move. I really misunderstood him before. Blood flowers bloomed in the air like exploding arrows. A clear bloodstain ran from his face to his ears, and bursts of burning pain came from the left side of Fu Lai's face. Facing the sharp-edged Xia Ya, he could only choose to jump back to avoid it. He was already sure. In terms of swordsmanship and physical strength, Rayleigh is no match for Xia Ya. Thinking of my friend Zioba. Rayleigh ignored the left side of her face that was stained red, and there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Time is not forgiving. Nowadays, it is no longer the era when he was rampant. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he would be unable to do so, and he would even be damaged here. Seeing Xia Ya carrying the black knife Chu Shui again, rushing towards him, Rayleigh carefully assessed again. Immediately showed great strength for confrontation. As the clanging sound rang out, Rayleigh was once again forced back dozens of meters by the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago. Tick-tat-tat-tat. Several sword energy shot out like bullets. Rayleigh's figure flickered, hiding in the smoke and dodging back and forth. However, the bullets of light fired from the tip of Chu Shui's knife still pursued him and fired at his figure. The profound observation Haki seemed to have foreseen something, and Li sighed again. Although the two of them didn't make too much noise. But the scene of Rayleigh being repelled one after another by Xia Ya still shocked the surrounding pirates. This is the peak strength of Dahai. The man who defeated Marine Admiral has now injured the legendary pirate Rayleigh and suppressed him throughout the entire process. The world has changed. The waves of the times are all driven by monsters. At this moment, everyone's hearts tightened and they all thought about it. What a terrifying power! This rare monster will definitely cause a huge sensation even if it enters the 09 strongest sea areas. The new world pattern occupied by the four emperors will probably enter into great turmoil in advance. Hey, etc. It's dangerous to go, BD, you can't go. Among the crowd, a man with short black hair, a short beard, wearing a black coat, a black trench coat and white trousers, with a cross knife hanging on his chest, and a black broadsword on his back, with sharp eyes like an eagle, was standing there. Walked forward calmly. This action immediately aroused the anger and dissatisfaction of the surrounding pirates. After all, Xia Ya and Rayleigh are still fighting. If this man with an aristocratic aura comes to disturb such an important battlefield, both Xia Ya and Pluton Rayleigh will turn their attention in this direction. In this way, it will be tantamount to directing the trouble to their side. Immediately, some pirates spoke up to stop him. Hey, if you want to die, you can die on your own, don't drag us into the water. Hurry up and stop this uncle, you fool. You. The people around him immediately covered the mouth of the person who spoke arrogantly, and reprimanded nervously, if you are not afraid of death, go and stop this man. This man is 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula my hawk, the man nicknamed Hawkeye. The man who firmly holds the throne as the world's greatest swordsman. Hearing this, the pirate who just spoke was immediately sweating profusely, and his panicked eyes were filled with gratitude. What the hell is going on? A super rookie who defeated Marine Admiral, a living pirate king's deputy Pluton Rayleigh, a man who firmly holds the top spot as the world's greatest swordsman. Did Sabayati Archipelago stoke a hornet's nest today? Past, present, future. Big figures from 3 eras are actually gathered here. Hiss. The sound of gasping for air continued to spread around. Every pirate couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, there are still knowledgeable pirates around, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Just a little bit. Someone is going to stop that man. By the time the opponent pulled out the world's most powerful black sword and slashed at will. It is estimated that everyone present will die here. Involuntarily, the pirates watching around broke into a cold sweat. Only after the pirates were shocked by Hawkeye's identity. These pirates were curious about why Hawkeye came here. The world's greatest swordsman knows that Pluton Rayleigh is here, so he comes to challenge. It is said that every great swordsman will regard other great swordsmen as opponents. Only by defeating all the named great swordsmen in the world can he ascend to the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Therefore, since ancient times, the relationship between swordsmen, the duel between them has never ended. Aren't you talking nonsense? Hawkeye my hawk is the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world. The only ones he is interested in are those legendary pirates. Are you sure Hawkeye isn't here for Xia Ya? After all, Rayleigh is the one being suppressed by Xia Ya now. No matter how you look at it, today is the home court for this super rookie monster. Wait a minute, that man took action. In full view of everyone, my hawk has drawn out the world's most powerful black sword on his back. Hawkeye felt that the opponent in front of him was worthy of him pulling out the black sword. With just one glance, the blazing fighting spirit in Eagle Eye's heart was completely mobilized. The black knife roared slightly in his hand. It was as if he was excited to meet a well-matched opponent. When he saw the newspaper before, Ryoma's figure only made him feel a strong interest in Xia Ya. But the moment he saw Shimotsuki Ryoma making a move, Hawkeye's interest turned into real excitement and fighting spirit. Hawkeye is sure at this moment. Shimotsuki Ryoma is a great swordsman whose swordsmanship has been refined to the ultimate level. TRR. A figure holding a big knife entered the battlefield between Xia Ya and Rayleigh. Dang dang dang. The sound of three swords clashing spread. The three-legged pattern unfolded on the field. The three knives collided together, black thunder flashed, and air waves flew. The three figures seemed to freeze at this moment. Xia Ya and Rayleigh both frowned, feeling unhappy that the battle was interrupted. After seeing clearly who was coming, the people immediately separated. Presenting a triangular posture, they both stood 10 meters away from each other. It seems like another rude boy has arrived. Rayleigh saw that the person coming was Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. He simply inserted the sword into the scabbard, then patted the dust on his body, and started fighting with Xia Ya. He often ate ashes in the explosion of sword energy. Xia Ya's moves made him tired of dealing with them. If he continued, failure would be a foregone conclusion. Although Rayleigh's face was full of glory, her face was really lost. But if you continue to struggle, I'm afraid it's really not guaranteed. Seeing Mihawk appear at the right time, Rayleigh immediately thought of quitting. Mihawk's eyes were fixed on Xia Ya and the Shimotsuki Ryoma under him. Finally, his eyes moved to a black sword like Yoryuki above the black sword Kyushui. He could even feel the roar of the Kyushui. Then, Hawkeye glanced at Rayleigh meaningfully. Sorry, I want to form a team. Rayleigh didn't hesitate. He said along the way, it seems that I, an old man, have indeed fallen behind the times. In this case, the stage will be left to you young people. Rayleigh actually knew in his heart that Hawkeye had already seen that he was defeated, so he proposed to fight on his behalf in the name of challenge, which was a step down for the old man himself. Very good. I've been looking for you for a long time. Hawkeye came to Sabayati Archipelago from New World just to fight Xia Ya. And Xia Ya has always disliked people challenging such troublesome things. He felt that fighting in vain would get almost nothing except the name of the winner. Xia Ya doesn't like doing things with low returns. But when he saw the supreme sharp knife in Mihawk's hand, the Black Knife Knight, he couldn't help but have some thoughts. Nowadays, one of Xia Ya's mounts is Shimotsuki Ryoma. At the same time, strictly speaking, Ryoma is also his swordsmanship teacher. Xia Ya, who has 10 times the comprehension power, will sooner or later learn the swordsmanship from Ryoma, and even learn other great skills. The swordsmanship of a swordsman. Something that is better than the old is about to happen. Rot. When the time comes, you will have a handy weapon. And look at the whole world. Only 4 of the top-grade supreme sharp knives can be confirmed. According to legend, the first generation Kaititsu is in the hands of the 5 elders Izambaran Vinasu Shiro, the supreme sword ace who disappeared after the death of One Piece Roger, and the Naginata gun in the hands of the world's strongest man, Newgate, who is afraid of work. Cut. And currently, the black sword in the hands of Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, is Knight. And looking at the current situation, Hawkeye is eyeing him. The world's greatest swordsman did not wait for people to challenge him, but came to Sabayati Archipelago to find himself. It can be seen that Hawkeye is eager and imperative for this battle. It is estimated that the appearance of the sword god Ryoma hundreds of years ago aroused the fighting spirit of Mihawk 47. Seeing that there is no way to avoid it. Under such circumstances, only by defeating the Hawkeye in front of you can you pass this level. However, Xia Ya smiled and said, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman actually came to fight with me? Do you know that I am not a pure swordsman and my swordsmanship is only part of my devil fruit ability? Xia Ya is not a fool. Although Shimotsuki Ryoma is very strong, he was the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago. But Hawkeye is not weak either. In the original work, the marine hunter has never been a good person. He is a pirate group alone and can make all marines fearful. He is the most powerful among the 7 warlords of the sea, even if he is like Doflamingo. The madman is quite loyal to Mihawk. After the collapse of the Shishibukai system, Dracula Mihawk's bounty was as high as a terrifying 3.59 billion berry. Oda just made it clear that Hawkeye is a being on the level of the 4 emperors. So, to be on the safe side, Xia Ya must alert Eagle Eye. Xia Ya is not only a swordsman, but also a rider who relies on the fruit's ability. Xia Ya's strongest ability is the combination of riding and riding. He. Ultimate. In the empty eyes of Shimotsuki Ryoma, the golden light became more intense. The withered hand holding the black sword Kyushui also made a creaking sound. As a rider, Xia Ya naturally knew that the appearance of the eagle eye made the dry hand a zombie for hundreds of years is excited. Hawkeye stared at Xia Ya with cold eyes. Is this important? I don't care. What I call it? Xia Ya smiled. I'm not interested in the title of the world's greatest swordsman, but I am a little interested in the sword in your hand. Ha 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 ha. Xia Ya's words directly made Mihawk laugh out loud. Funny kid. You can try it. Black Knife Knight is one of the only 12 largest properties in the world and is the strongest black sword in the world. It makes sense for a sword to be paired with the world's greatest swordsman. Just kidding, would someone who can defeat Hawkeye not have the title of the world's greatest swordsman? After seizing the title, I still want the supreme sharp knife. Eagle Eye thinks that this guy Xia Ya is interesting. I want to see who will fight between the world's best swordsman for hundreds of years and the current world's best swordsman. Chapter 81. Seeing the appearance of Eagle Eye, Xia Ya's female companions all felt tense. Naturally, they also know the name of the world's greatest swordsman. And it was different from the shock that Marine Admiral gave them. After all, there are 3 Marine Admirals, but there are only a few men with the strongest title in the whole world. It does not mean that the man with the strongest title will definitely be stronger than the Marine Admiral. But psychologically speaking, the female companions all care about Xia Ya and naturally don't want him to get into any trouble. Carina and Nami were already ready to take action, and even prepared to be ridden by Xia Ya. After all, in their impression, Logia is still very invincible. The most surprising person is Hina. Hina was originally the Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Hawkeye almost roamed the sea during the Marine Hunter period. In Marine's eyes, Hawkeye is even more troublesome than New World. The 4 Emperors. This man is so lawless. He rarely takes anyone seriously, especially Marine. If you were to find someone in history to rival Hawkeye, it would probably be Red Earl Redfield from the legendary pirate era. After Hawkeye joined Shishibukai, caution became the main theme in Marine's senior management's attitude towards Hawkeye. Generally, they would not call Hawkeye when discussing things in meetings, because even if they did, Hawkeye would definitely not come. Compared with treating other Shishibukai, it can be said that there are 2 ways to treat it. It is proved from the side that the existence of Hawkeye really gives Marine executives a headache. The reason is precisely Hawkeye's terrifying strength. Xia Ya is such a fool. She chose to take on this battle, and even said she wanted to steal the supreme sword Black Blade Knight from the world's greatest swordsman. Hina doesn't understand. Hina muttered with confusion on her face. On the other side, Tashigi just stood there stupidly, her beautiful eyes under the lenses only dared to stare forward. As a swordsman, she knew what the title of the world's greatest swordsman meant. The enemy of the greatest swordsman in the world. The top existence that all swordsmen want to defeat but cannot defeat. Moreover, no matter who is the world's greatest swordsman, he is bound to accept the challenge of all swordsmen by default. Just like the title of One Piece, all pirates will chase and rob him. Only, if you don't have the strength, don't join in the fun. Tashigi didn't expect that. I can actually see the world's greatest swordsman taking action here. Unconsciously, Xia was held tighter in Tashiji's hand. At this time, Xia Ya's black sword Chu Shui was unsheathed, and her murderous aura became even more intense and cold. The strongest black sword from hundreds of years ago faced off against the strongest black sword in today's era. Such a collision also made his blood boil. But so far, he has no plans to use ounce's power. After all, now Xia Ya's strength equals Xia Ya herself plus peak dragon horse. Moreover, Xia Ya also has 10 times the blessing of comprehension. As long as she keeps fighting, she will become stronger and stronger. She can gain some swordsmanship experience points from Hawkeye in advance, and even bring out the unparalleled sharp sword Black Blade Knight. This makes fighting more interesting. The murderous intention is getting stronger. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, the pirates on this island felt a biting cold blowing past them. This chill is like the underworld wind coming from the underworld. Everyone's hands and feet were cold when it passed by. Goosebumps appeared. They could only watch the two terrifying entities in the distance. Moment. Xia Ya burst out riding a dragon horse. Come on. Let me see the true strength of the legendary sword god. My hawk, who has always been known for his coldness, saw Xia Ya taking the initiative, and the excitement in his heart suddenly appeared on his face. Even the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Very good. Such a feeling of fighting spirit. Even the red-haired Shanks, who had good hands back then, never brought Hawkeye. Ding! Without any hesitation, Hawkeye held the black sword Ya with both hands and slashed it out instantly. Boom! Several meters high green sword energy surged out crazily from under the blade of Black Knife Knight. As the distance increased, the green slashes expanded more and more. In just a short moment, a terrifying crescent formed, cutting through the air spreads over the earth. Buzz buzz! The dazzling light and the infinite power slashed hard at the oncoming Xia Ya. Facing the sudden huge dark green slash that was more than 10 meters high, Xia Ya turned into an afterimage, leaving only the sound of the clogs of the dragon and horse stepping on the ground. Slash! Howl! Carrying a huge amount of broken stones and soil, it crossed across the ground. Boom! Before some of the pirates watching the show could react, the building around them was cut in two by the slash. When they came to their senses, they found that a deep ravine had appeared on the ground of Sabayati Island. Then, countless air waves spewed out from the ground. At this moment, the hair of almost everyone watching was blown straight. There was only fear in his eyes. This is the slash of the world's greatest swordsman. Rumble. The momentum is like a rainbow, accompanied by the aftermath of the slash. Xia Ya has arrived in front of Eagle Eye. Facing Hawkeye, he didn't hesitate and slashed hard with his sword. Dang, dang, dang! Eagle Eye's sharp eyes were full of fighting intent, but the huge force coming from the tiger's mouth also told him. The opponent in front of him is absolutely extraordinary. The dragon and horse hold the black sword and autumn water in their hands, as if the universe is flowing, and they are at ease. In the blink of an eye. Except for one slash. What followed was a fierce offensive like a torrential rain. Eagle Eye's pupils shrank sharply, and he gave up the offensive immediately, holding the black knife and hugging his legs at night. Ryoma's superb swordsmanship also attracted Hawkeye's attention. Controlling the distance, Hawkeye held the sword with both hands and swung out a very fast blow with all his strength. The wide blade of the black sword was like a black moonlight, cutting off the space in front of him directly, and even the air was filled with violent sharpness. Xia Ya also struck decisively, and her slashes penetrated. A huge collision sounded between the swords, and the air seemed to be stagnant at this moment. Only a series of amplitude ripples were transmitted in the air. When the blades completely collided together, the sword energy was like an exploding laser, shooting towards them. Dispersed in all directions. The terrifying sword energy swept across. Every collision of swords will bring about an explosion of air waves. The collision of slashes is not over yet. The two great swordsmen have once again collided for hundreds of rounds at the speed of afterimages. Smoke and dust filled the ground thickly. Soon, two afterimages rushed out of the smoke, dragging the afterimages with them, followed by a series of sparks. Hawkeye stepped on the ground, and ripples exploded on the ground. Then get close to Xia Ya again. Ding ding ding. This time, the two great swordsmen did not choose to chop. Instead, he uses a straight stabbing move. Such a picture. It's like a mirror image. All one could see was that the two great swordsmen were both using the swords in their hands to stab each other straight away. Due to their precise control of the distance, the only chance for the two of them to touch each other was not with the blades. Above them were the tips of two black knives that looked like needles. The sound is no longer dang dang, but ding ding. Two figures, two strongest black knives. One after the other, or one after the other. Alternate with each other. With the power of such a close combat, even the ground began to sink beneath the feet of the two of them. Layers of waves of soil swept towards both sides, surging incessantly. Every collision is bound to have huge consequences. The black thunder also flashed wildly at this moment. The sound of thunder made the air hot. The surrounding pirates quickly looked for bunkers, fearing that they would be affected by the aftermath of the battle. How scary! What kind of song is this Huanja who can face the world's greatest swordsman head-on? He's really just a newbie. He's such a newbie. He's only been at sea for a few months. Such a monster can actually escape from that place in East Blue. I'm afraid only Roger, the original Pirate King, could achieve this kind of fighting momentum. It's so scary. Kong Gai will definitely become a big man who stirs up troubles in the sea. Suddenly, the two changed their attack methods again and had a head-on confrontation. The shock wave flew straight into the sky. Even thousands of soap bubbles thousands of meters above the ground burst at this moment. Not good. Again. Ugh. I'm so dizzy. The surrounding pirates hurriedly ran away with their heads in their hands, no longer thinking about eating the melon. In fact, these people are all pirates who have crossed the first half of the Grand Line and arrived at the terminal station Sabayati Archipelago. Their pirate ships are being coated in the dock at the moment, and if they die here just to watch the excitement, then what? How to get to New World? They have never seen the scenery of the New World. Toh. The strength of the pirates who can reach the Sabayati Archipelago has been tested in the first half of the Grand Line. Whether it is bad weather or pirate fights along the way, it is a real test. This is the foundation of strength. After encountering the collision between Xia Ya and Eagle Eye, even if it was just the aftermath from afar, the body could not bear it. Are you sure you're really not joking? How can any pirate get dizzy or even vomit while watching a battle? This is too scary. And if they stay where they are, I'm afraid the full force of the battle will shock them to death. Far away, Rayleigh, who had left the fighting circle, was also looking at the center of the battle in shock. These two guys are both monsters. He has the momentum of a strong man of that era. The scene is just like yesterday. Rayleigh is not exaggerating. He has personally experienced the Rox era and the Roger era, which pass through each era, and he is still at the forefront of the times when he is still with Roger in one piece. Rayleigh has seen and experienced battles that are truly the pinnacle of the sea. Rayleigh had to admit that these two guys were truly the pinnacle of strength. I'm an old man, so it's right not to get involved. /v/. Let's forget it. The really scary thing is that a kid of 14 or 15 years old has actually reached this level. On the battlefield, Xia Ya rode a dragon horse and launched a violent attack on Eagle Eye again. He has clearly felt it. Although I can't 100% defeat my hawk, there is absolutely no problem in remaining undefeated. After all, Ryoma is just a zombie with peak swordsman strength. All kinds of moves are actually not so much worries. And if Gaia summons the Devil Ounce again at this moment, It will be the key turning point to crush Hawkeye. When masters compete with each other, they can often understand the distance between each other within one round. But not yet. Because of Hawkeye's move, Ya also had some enlightenment. In fact, the core of Shimotsuki Ryoma's swordsmanship is kill with one strike. Everywhere is a combination of killing moves that can cut off all things. This is the ultimate that simplifies the complex killing moves. Tempered. My Hawk's moves are both strong and soft, especially his sharp eyes like an eagle, which are extremely insightful. He seems to be able to observe the fundamental movements that dominate this space. What is tempered is the ultimate swordsmanship that combines strength and softness. Ding 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 ding. Dang 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 dang. The two of them attacked at the same time, and the changes were completely integrated into the swordsmanship, making it hard to guard against. Although Hawkeye was not injured by such an attack, a gash appeared on the brim of his hat. Only a little bit, the autumn water can cut through his scalp. With his sharp eyes and the observation haki bursting out all over his body, he could safely inflict fatal injuries and defend cleanly during Xia, Ma Wangzhao, Ya's attacks again and again. Come down. The ultimate swordsmanship. Chu Shui, the black sword, is worthy of being the strongest black sword hundreds of years ago. Hawkeye has always believed that the strongest black sword in the world is the black sword in his hand, Knight, and it is the only one. But after today, he thought he could add another one, which was the black sword Chu Shui from hundreds of years ago. Despite the slender blade of Chu Shui, the shape of the blade is not large, but the blade is a few inches longer than an ordinary knife. But in terms of weight, it is very close to Black Blade Knight. Although Xia Ya's offensive continues. But for a strong man like Hawkeye, such an attack, as long as he concentrates his attention, will basically not cause any substantial damage to him. At the same time, the opponent's dragon and horse will also attack Hawkeye. So true. Whether it's today's world or the world hundreds of years ago. The greatest swordsman in the world has no water at all. It's the real deal. It's not a waste of fame. At this moment, the two figures collided again, and the blades of the two black knives made a buzzing sound at this moment. Even several nearby mangrove islands began to tremble crazily. At this moment, it is thousands of meters high in the sky. Tens of thousands of soap bubbles were all broken, and a large amount of water containing resin was brought out after the breakage, which gathered together and was mixed in the air. Under the refraction of the sun, Sabayati Archipelago. There were dozens of brilliant rainbows hanging in the sky. However, this beautiful natural scene did not last for a few seconds. People will see. The rainbows all broke, and the clouds in the sky began to roll. A huge black gap spanned the entire sky. Too horrible. Countless people raised their heads, their pupils kept shrinking, and the muscles on their cheeks kept trembling at this moment. It's scary. The sky actually split open. Chapter 82. Like, subscribe, and share. If you don't send a super chat, you'll get a Thailand girlfriend. And later you'll find out she has a bigger plot twist than any anime character. Chapter 83. Is this even a human being? The collision between two great swordsmen actually caused the sky to split. Gulu, gulu, bubbling, bubbling. Countless pirates had waterfalls of sweat dripping from their foreheads, while the weaker ones had already rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth and fainted. Rayleigh looked silent. This scene undoubtedly touched some people. Only then did he realize that his identity had been transformed. He used to be a participant in this kind of battle, but now he can only become a spectator. Certainly. If he really wants to take action, Rayleigh still has two options. But objectively speaking, Rayleigh is no longer the long-lasting man, and his secret may be revealed if he moves too much. Oh! How could the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye? Tashiji's hair was blown wildly by the air waves, and he was about to go crazy. He quickly covered his mouth with his hands and his eyes widened, is this the strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Why can Xia Ya be able to face Hawkeye head-on? Knife to knife. Perona curled her hair with her slender fingers, raised her index finger and pointed at the sky, and explained proudly, "There is nothing wrong with my hawk being the greatest swordsman in the contemporary world. He has never been defeated in his life, and there is nothing wrong with him. But what Xia Ya is riding is the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago, and the undefeated Wano Kuni sword god, Shimotsuki Ryo-Masama. The level of the two of them has always been the same. In other words, this is the strongest collision in the field of swordsmanship across history. The world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago. The greatest swordsman in the world today." After Perona finished speaking, Tashiji's hand covering his mouth was shaking, and his eyes were a little moist. The field of swordsmanship is the strongest collision that spans hundreds of years of history. I can actually witness it with my own eyes. I am so honored. Cough cough cough. Hina lit a high-end cigarette and took a deep breath to hide her shock. She originally didn't believe that Xia Ya could compete with Hawkeye, but the current situation was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Xia Ya not only got started with 807 with Eagle Eye. The abilities used were even the best in the world hundreds of years ago. How pervert is this riding ability? After seeing and hearing all this, Rayleigh felt a little relieved, but also took a few steps back. It seems that this battlefield is still a little narrower. And at the same time, on the sea in the distance of Sabayati Archipelago, a huge warship rides the wind and waves. This is the #1 battleship belonging to naval headquarters. The warship came from the naval headquarters, and at this moment there were two tall men standing on the deck with their arms in their arms. Marine Admiral, Saskatchewan. Marine Admiral, Porisalano. Yo yo yo. It's so scary. The battle is so fierce. The sky in the distance has cracked. According to the information that was just passed on, this time Xia Ya not only faced Pluton Rayleigh, now I am fighting against Hawkeye. Xia Ya is really a pirate that makes people worry. Otherwise, God will do it. Slow. It's too slow. For the sparkling man who ate the Logia sparkling fruit, the speed of the warship was too slow. Although Porisalano was also thinking about how to fish, Xia Ya made a fuss in the Sabayati archipelago, and he felt a little anxious. It should be. As a marine admiral, he does not seek merit, but does nothing wrong. Porisalano was worried that something might happen to the celestial dragons of the Sabayati archipelago. After all, the celestial dragons on the island are even more troublesome. Whenever something exciting happens, the ones who want to stand out the most are the celestial dragons. And at this moment, there's no telling how many celestial dragons there are in the Sabayati archipelago. Sakazuki crossed his hands, the cloak of justice behind him rustled. He stared ahead sternly and said, "What if Xia Ya sees Marine Admiral dispatch and escapes early? Why not let her fight to the death with Hawkeye, and we will pick her up later. Ready-made is better." That's right. Thunder flashed wildly, and when Xia Ya looked at the hawk's eyes full of fighting spirit, he thought he had recognized the wrong person. In the original work, Hawkeye has always been a man with a serious expression and a calm expression. And now, Xia Ya could clearly feel the excitement on Hawkeye's face, and Kakuzu smiled crookedly. Maybe this is the performance of seeking defeat alone. Hawkeye has been sitting on the position of the world's greatest swordsman for too long, and people are probably numb, so after he takes the top position, he will choose to cultivate a Zoro as his opponent. Zai la la. Under Xia Ya's control, the black sword Chu Shui in her hand was once again entangled with the deep purple and blue thunder. Immediately afterwards, Xia Ya rode a dragon horse and shot out towards the eagle eye like a cannonball. And the route he jumped over. The soil on the ground was trampled and shattered by powerful force. Clang! Hawkeye held up the black knife and resisted this attack. But he could clearly feel that Xia Ya was a little stronger and seemed to be more serious. And because the distance is too close, Eagle Eyes can feel the golden fighting spirit bursting out of Ryoma's hollow eyes. Eagle Eye smiled, this is not enough. The already dark blade was once again attached to armament haki. At this moment, the night was like an endless abyss. He flipped his wrist and swung the sword towards Xia Ya. However, Xia Ya also smiled after resisting, of course it's not enough. This is only one half of my strength. I have never been a pure swordsman. Hearing this, Eagle Eye was immediately startled, and took advantage of the force transmitted by Chu Shui to take advantage of the inertia and take a few steps back. His eyes flickered, and he seemed to already have the answer in his heart. When Xia Ya entered Hawkeye's field of vision, Hawkeye had investigated Xia Ya, and he knew that Xia Ya killed Shishibukai crocodile by riding Shimatsuki Ryoma's zombie, and defeated Marine Admiral Aokiji by using Demon Liuzi. Before the battle, Xia Ya said that swordsmanship was only part of his ability. Are there any fresh trump cards? In the eyes of an eagle. If Xia Ya summons that demon, it might become a flaw. The ultimate secret of swordsmanship is to keep subtracting. Everything must be reversed. So does Hawkeye himself. He specially prepared a cross knife for some swordsmen who were frustrated and wanted to challenge, and part of Hawkeye's sword skills had been reduced to a short inch to the blade. So, when Xia Ya said she still had a trump card, Hawkeye's curiosity was piqued. The fighting spirit in those, eagle-like eyes is even stronger. You can use whatever means you have. I'm very curious. Xia Ya formed a seal with one hand, that's as you wish. As he shouted loudly, the ground still turned into nothingness, and a golden coffin dozens of meters high rose from the ground. And Xia Ya, riding a dragon horse, is at the bottom of the golden coffin. When the demon ounce walked out of it, Ryoma had already jumped down and ran quickly along Ounce's arm to the back of Ounce's hand. No matter what angle it was from, Ryoma's figure stood upright. The great swordsman, the momentum is undoubtedly revealed. And Xia Ya has even integrated into Ounce's arm and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already above the head of the devil Ounce. After signing a riding contract with Khalifa, Xia Ya is no longer limited to riding a special mount. And this state. It is the total strength of Ounce and Ryoma and Xia Ya. From then on, Xia Ya can mobilize Ounce's strange power and Ryoma's sword skills to perform super slashes that surpass the world's greatest swordsman. Interesting ability. Hawkeye sneered, not seeing anything special. But the next second, Ounce stepped on the ground with both feet, and his huge body was already shooting towards Hawkeye. Just when he was about to get close to Hawkeye, Ounce punched his arm. On top of his fist, Ryoma clenched the black sword Kyushui with both hands. As the farthest attacking end, will face my hawk. Clang! When the knife struck, Hawkeye's arm holding the black knife was completely numb, and his legs were embedded in the ground, sliding backwards. And Xia Ya slashed with several knives. Every time, he attacked Black Blade Knight with huge force and crazy force. How come? Hawkeye became completely vigilant, and his arms clearly felt another level of power. Such a domineering sword collision no longer needs Haki's blessing to cause devastating damage. Even Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, didn't dare to cut hard. The Demon Ounce is a special race, a natural berserker. His power level can be imagined. F. Eagle Eye's pupils shrank sharply, and he suddenly raised the black knife and blocked it in front of him. And at this moment, a black light flashed in front of his eyes, and the next moment it lay across the Black Blade Knight's evidence. Hawkeye's feet left the ground and flew straight out. Dash! And almost in an instant, on another island thousands of meters away, the trunk of an Archai mangrove tree suddenly exploded. The huge trunk of 20 to 30 meters in diameter actually exploded at this moment, trapping slag. Dance wildly with sweat Lan. The entire Yarkman mangrove tree fell down at this moment. Rayleigh's pupils suddenly shrank as she watched Hawkeye's figure pass by. Hawkeye was actually chopped away with a knife. A drop of sweat slid from his forehead across the wound on Rayleigh's face. The salt stimulated the wound on his cheek, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. What happened in front of him was too shocking, even for the well-informed Rayleigh. At this moment some were shocked and stunned. Not to mention the rest of the cats and dogs pirates. They stood there staring at the island 1,000 meters away. The huge smoke and dust caused by the falling mangroves were so frightening that they dared not breathe. How could this happen? The greatest swordsman in the world was actually blown away by violence. The other side. Hawkeye stood up from inside the tree trunk, his face extremely serious. As a great swordsman with the highest attainments, his force-relieving skills are also top-notch, but even when he tried his best to relieve his force, Eagle Eye can clearly feel the terror of the 10 blows just now. Fortunately, I did not choose to resist forcefully, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The eagle eyes were fixed on the huge figure 1,000 meters away and the warrior figure standing on Ounce's arm. Suddenly, Eagle Eye's eyes narrowed, and Ren suddenly felt pain. Ping! Heidei pulled it out from the ground, turned his hands and waved upwards, and suddenly danced downwards. Pong! In front of Hawkeye's figure, Black Dao Ye had already pointed his knife tip down. The air was twisted crazily at this moment. The next second, the surrounding light suddenly became dim. The whole space is filled with green. Buzz buzz! A shocking slash completely erupted from the tip of Heidei's sword. Chapter 84. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed and he mobilized all his strength. Black Blade Ye issued a powerful slash. Buzz buzz! Accompanied by the piercing sound of the sword, the green slash, and the forest white sword light, the air was easily torn, and the October vacuum zone was directly cut out. The slashing attack carries the momentum of swallowing up the world. Slash towards the huge figure 1,000 meters away. At the same time, on another mangrove island, the demon Ounce stretched out his hand forward, flipped the huge demon palm, and the figure of the dragon and horse appeared on one of Ounce's fingertips. The black sword was unsheathed, and the wooden clogs were stepping on it. On Ounce's iron-hard skin, the samurai uniform made a hunting sound. Xia Ya stared at the distance and saw the huge slash coming. Take control immediately. Concentrate your strength on the blade. Ounce's body also became an energy conductor like the earth at this moment. In the riding state, the power of all riding objects and Xia Ya are shared, and can also be gathered on Xia Ya. At this moment Xia Ya focused all her power on Long Ma. Sizzle! Dark blue Rumo's domineering slash was swiped away by Xia Ya in this second. A roaring sound sounded. The land of the Sabayati archipelago was immediately torn in half. The slash was like a flattened turtle Qigong bomb, spinning and continuing forward. The island where Xia Ya is located and the island where Eagle Eye was shot are several kilometers apart. Not only is there land on their respective islands, there is also a large sea area in between. And 2 slashes were issued. Divide the earth. They collided wildly on the sea between the islands and strangled them. The violent breath made the entire body of water tremble. The sword light and sword energy shattered everything it touched. Boom boom boom. Visible to the naked eye, a huge deep pit was dented on the sea surface, like a huge translucent balloon with complex colors, which was forced into the water, violently pushing the sea water away, and the sea level rose at this moment. Many islands in Sabayati were submerged. At the collision point of the slash, water mist rose, and it suddenly became colorful. This time, the 2 slashes did not disappear at the same time. Instead, he vigorously competed in the sea water. But very quickly, deep blue Rumo's slash quickly tore apart the dark green slash, and then continued to rush towards the direction of my hawk. Although it had been offset and weakened by the slash, deep blue Rumo's slash was still up to 100 meters high. And broke through the sea, still moving straight forward. I would like to use a hieroglyph to describe such a scene. That's the word. Buzz buzz. The piercing sound of swords made all the watching pirates run away, and the shaking ground caused countless people to fall to the ground and lose consciousness. Some were foaming at the mouth, their eyes turned white, and some had twitching feet. He was frightened to the point of peeing, but the conscious person had already covered his ears and blindfolded his eyes, not daring to continue watching. Very scary. The world's greatest swordsman Mihawk's slash was shattered from the front. It was shattered by another more powerful slash. Anyone who is a swordsman will want to fight with the man who is said to be the strongest. This is the instinct of every swordsman. But at this moment, the slash from the world's strongest swordsman was actually shattered. It's dangerous. Coming. What kind of terrifying power is it? The island was split in half, and a huge hole was shaken out of the sea. The scary thing is, the slashing attack didn't end at all. Mihawk took a deep breath. The eagle-like eyes were solemn again. He gritted his teeth and held the black knife yet. Strike again. Together. 2 ways. 3 ways. The dark blue and ink slashes coming from the opposite side seemed to be getting more and more fierce. Hawkeye has already struck 3 times in succession but cannot stop it. And Hawkeye can guarantee that in order to stop the advance of this slashing attack, he has devoted all his skills that he has cultivated for decades. However, what he didn't expect was, these slashes were actually knocked away by the slashes containing extremely domineering and strange power. This moment, Hawkeye had a lot going on in his mind. He thought about how to improve his swordsmanship in order to deliver such a terrifying blow. I also thought about how many years it would take to achieve this feat. Certainly. He also thought about whether he should eat a devil fruit from a fantasy beast species in order to improve his physical strength. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The moment Hawkeye had these thoughts, his head shook unconsciously. Moment. The world's greatest swordsman once again corrected his mentality. He held the world's strongest black sword, yet, in both hands, and his muscle strength was stimulated to its peak. Armament haki. Conqueror's haki. All wrapped around the Black Knife Knight. At this moment, the Black Knife Knight is in his hands, and it is the most powerful weapon in the world. Buzz buzz. Facing the incoming huge slash, waves of air suddenly erupted from under Hawkeye's feet in all directions, and the earth shattered inch by inch. The moment the slash passed by, Hawkeye suddenly dived down and waved the black knife from bottom to top. Buzz buzz. The sound of collision like dragon roars exploded in front of Hawkeye's figure, and the dark blue ink-like slash was pulled by the force of Black Blade Knight at this moment, and finally broke away from the original route, like a flying dragon, soaring directly into the sky. May say am I. The sky that had been cut before, and the rolling clouds suddenly froze, and a huge circular explosion directly shook all the clouds away, and the sky at this moment became extremely clean. Only a piece of blue remains. It's like a painter's pen passing over the canvas, leaving only a layer of blue background. Not a trace of impurities. Countless pirates were suppressed at this moment and did not dare to move. The falling sun made them unable to open their eyes. Even looking at Rayleigh from a distance, he felt the pressure doubled. Fortunately, it was not him who took the blow. Now, Hawkeye's arms hurt, and the flesh all over his body seemed to be torn apart. Just use Ultimate's unloading force to pull the slash. It's already hurt him. If you mobilize your strength, you can really feel the bone-piercing pain. Moreover, there are already several scars on the body. This is the first time that Hawkeye has been slashed by a sword. This moment. Even if he didn't see what Xia Ya would do next. Hawkeye Mihawk has already admitted it in his heart. The other party has surpassed him in strength. Because at this moment, he couldn't suppress Xia Ya's power at all. Xia Ya's strength has reached another level with just one simple ride. One slash can make Hawkeye go all out. If Xia Ya develops the fruit ability again in the future, her strength will probably make a huge leap forward. What's even more terrifying is, Xia Ya is just a newcomer who has just gone to sea. If you experience the baptism of the sea again, I am afraid it will grow even more terrifying. Hawkeye knew it very well. Perhaps the two of them were comparable in terms of swordsmanship, but their overall combat prowess was very different. Just like Whitebeard on the world's most powerful throne, Hawkeye also has a certain distance from that man. This distance. It is the actual difference caused by the overall strength. The strongest swordsmanship and the strongest strength are two different things. Run quickly, if you don't run, there is really no chance. The pirates were frightened on the spot, and countless pirates ran away frantically at this moment. Some of them had been blown away by the sword energy and died, and some had already dived into the bottom of the sea, just not wanting to see the devastation of this land. It's so scary. On the earth, a huge slash ravine was embedded in the ground. Only the tree roots of Sabayati archipelago are deeply rooted in the seabed, while the fields above are suspended on the sea surface. And when the ground is cut, countless sea water surged up, like a straight river. Islands further away. A Marine Vice Admiral climbed high on a building, and the building he was in had been attacked and divided into several sections. He held the telescope with trembling hands, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Why is this happening? Impossible, has Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, been defeated by Xia Ya? When will our Admiral of Headquarters arrive? Another Marine's hands couldn't stop shaking. Behind the two of them, a Marine branch stronghold had been destroyed by the battle between Xia Ya and Hawkeye. Dozens of soldiers were killed or injured. But Marine didn't dare to go to trouble Xia Ya because they were no match at all. Kizaru Admiral, Akainu Admiral is almost here. Maybe a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes. I really hope my hawk can hold on for a little longer. If Xia Ya discovers our existence, it will be completely over. Damn it! Why does Xia Ya appear here? We are so unlucky. Wait, what is that? The Marine Vice Admiral's fingers immediately trembled as he held the telescope. In the telescope screen, he found that a large group of people were rushing to the island where Xia Ya was located. And look at this group of people with a bunch of slaves and the only clothing in the world. None other than the celestial dragons of the world's nobility. Why do celestial dragons run to such dangerous places? Xia Ya has already killed several celestial dragons in the water capital. How dare they appear in front of Xia Ya? Ahole, are you looking for death? Why are you bringing us with you if you are looking for death? If the celestial dragons take damage, the Marine Admiral will step in to clear up the trouble. If the celestial dragons are in trouble, all Marines are obliged to provide support. Originally, everyone in the Marine branch wanted to wait for the arrival of the two Marine Admirals before taking the next step. But at this moment, as the celestial dragons lead their team to the island where Xia Ya is located, the situation is changing rapidly. Stop Tianlong quickly. Call Admiral quickly and report. Hurry up. Marine Vice Admiral Franklin immediately jumped from the tall building and ran towards the celestial dragon's route with some of his men. On the ground of the island in the distance, a group of people were slowly advancing. This is a member of the Marie Joyce Griswold family in the Holy Land. They came to Sabayati archipelago this time purely to raid the slaves in the population auction house. After spending thousands of dollars to buy enough slaves, they also felt the relationship between Xia Ya and Eagle Eye. Battle fluctuations. After asking about this being Xia Ya, several celestial dragons of the Griswold family were completely excited. 0*. Immediately head towards the island where Xia Ya is located. Because in the capital of Seven Waters, Xia Ya killed several celestial dragons of the Griswold family, this incident spread within Griswold, and all the Griswold celestial dragons were filled with indignation. When I heard the news about Xia Ya, I rushed over immediately. They want to avenge the dead Griswold people. And the reason why they are not afraid. Mainly here is the Sabayati archipelago. The location of Sabayati archipelago is very special. Not only is it directly below the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, but not far away is the world's strongest military fortress, Naval Headquarters Marine Fort. Sabayati Island is known as the back garden of celestial dragons and the legal population auction site. Not unreasonable. Are you afraid of a little pirate Xia Ya at your doorstep? Saint Riswald Tidrison took a sip of the special ice cream sprinkled with gold foil, his expression showing great enjoyment. Fill my golden musket with bullets. All the guns of our tribe must be filled with bullets. In the last hunting competition, my golden musket killed a rare rabbit. Saying this, Saint Riswald Tidrison felt very happy. It is obvious that Xia Ya is regarded as the target of hunting. Moreover, it is also a super rare rabbit. The other celestial dragons of Riswald did the same, punching and kicking their men and telling them to load bullets. The men under him quickly checked the gold-made special guns. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Roswood. In fact, these people under Saint Riswald Tidrison are also numb. They already know that the other party is Xia Ya. This man has killed several celestial dragons of the Riswald family and is currently fighting with the world's greatest sword. How Hawkeye fights? 0. How could a little person like me go to such a battlefield? You Riswald Tidrison the past. Do you think the Riswald family is too talkative? But there is no way. If you disobey Saint Riswald Tidrison's orders, you will be killed on the spot with a headshot. Hurry up! Reload the bullets for Lord Tidrison. Hey! Saint Roswald Tidrison frowned. Then I saw Marine's figure in the distance. Soon, Marine Vice Admiral Franklin came to Saint Riswald Tidrison and stopped the team. Sir, there are evil pirates gathering ahead, which is very dangerous. For your safety, please don't go there. Seeing that his way was blocked, Saint Roswood Tidrison's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Are the bullets loaded? Kill him for Laozi. Saint Riswald Tidrison's attitude was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take a small Marine Vice Admiral seriously at all. Not to mention a small Vice Admiral, even the arrival of Marine Admiral. Celestial dragons followed suit. Franklin also knew this, so he just lowered his head and pretended not to hear, but his body still blocked the way. The branch has just called Kizaru Admiral and Akainu Admiral, and the reply they got was that the celestial dragons must be stopped. The 2 Marine Admirals will be arriving soon, so at this moment, Franklin must stop the celestial dragons no matter what the cost. Trash! Are you deaf? Roswood Tidrison's holy face was green, and he decisively took off the glass hood. Bah! A mouthful of decades-old phlegm was sprayed directly on Franklin's face. The rest of the Marine soldiers were livid. Franklin was their direct superior, and he was usually very dignified, but when he encountered the unreasonable celestial dragons, he was spat on. Marine's dignity was completely trampled to the ground. B. Franklin Vice Admiral was silent at the moment and did not wipe the dirt from his face. As if nothing happened. Seeing this, the Marine soldiers were hit again. No, Vice Admiral, are you unwilling to even protest? In fact, there is no way. Franklin was promoted to the rank of Marine Vice Admiral just this year, but he is not a core figure in the naval headquarters. His strength is average and inferior, and there is no one behind him. If the celestial dragons kill him, no one will stand up for him. Franklin could hang his head. Endured Tianlong's insult. You despicable waste! Lift your head. Show Laozi where he just vomited. Did you hit the target? Riswald Tidrison's gun was aimed at Franklin. Hey, you can't do anything. At this moment, behind Riswald Tidrison, golden light particles were gathering. The flash could blind people's eyes, and soon a tall figure emerged. Kizaru Admiral. Seeing the person coming, the surrounding Marine soldiers were completely excited. However, Riswald Tidrison looked dissatisfied. Marine Admiral? Kizaru, Porisalino. Hey, why didn't you come to the capital of 7 waters? What do you think of your responsibilities? All my people died because of your absence. We need to take revenge now. Now, immediately, hurry up. Go and execute that lowly pirate Xia Ya. Chapter 85. The members of the Griswold family complained wildly to Kizaru, but poor Asalino ignored them. Hey, where is Xia Ya? We can't let him escape. As a marine admiral, you don't act quickly. The Griswold family members continued to accuse. And at this time, Sakazuki's figure appeared and gave orders to the marine soldiers who came with a cold face. In the next battle, you are not at a high level, so there is no need to die. Yes. Akainu Admiral. Report everything that happened here to Marshal Sengoku, and we will go to the scene to sort things out. Hearing this, the marine soldiers ran away quickly as if they were being amnesty. When Franklin saw that the two admirals were not paying attention to him, he immediately wiped the thick phlegm from his face and walked towards the branch in embarrassment. Akainu. Ah ha ha ha. Seeing that Akainu had also arrived, the celestial dragons of Griswold could not wait. Hey, let's go. Go get Xia Ya now and prepare the chains. I want this slave. Revenge is important. Saint Roswald Tidrison. I want Xia Ya's head. Punch that guy 003 through, Akainu. Sakazuki's face was cold and he said, I told you, you are not at a high level, so there is no need to die. This time, Sakazuki was speaking to the celestial dragons of the Griswold family. A hole. What kind of look are you looking at? Saint Griswold Tidrison took a step back and shouted angrily. Sakazuki didn't bother to pay attention to these celestial dragons. I won't say it a second time. Hey. Forget it, Saint Griswold Tidrison, as long as we get the result. We can absolutely whip the corpse, right? Take off the human skin, frame it in a gold frame, and hang it on the wall. Let's go, it's so boring. Knowing that Akainu had a bad temper, several Griswold heavenly dragons took him away, and soon the scene became peaceful. And just after Akainu and Kizaru left, several celestial dragons in Griswold turned back immediately. What a waste, Marine Admiral, as stupid as a pig. That guy Akainu, stop being so self-righteous. Does he think he can stop the vengeful fury of our celestial dragons? Let's go. On the other side, the battlefield atmosphere gradually calmed down, and the clouds in the sky completely disappeared. The sun is shining on the earth, but the sea water is still surging. Today's Sabayati Island has no longer looked like it did in the past. It has long been ruined and the land is devastated. Talks. It's just the change brought about by Xia Ya's sword. Could that slash have surpassed the world's greatest swordsman? Everyone sees it. In order to resist this slashing attack, Hawkeye had already launched 4 slashing attacks, but in the end they were all deflected by Xia Ya's powerful slashing attack. Many people were also affected and split into countless pieces. Finally, Hawkeye, still choosing to be cunning, he changed the path of the slashing attack to the sky. That is to say, even though he was as strong as my hawk, he couldn't take Xia Ya's slash. Fortunately, the target this time is not these little pirates. Otherwise, I have already reported to hell. Wait until the dust and smoke clears. The figure of Hawkeye was revealed. It's unbelievable that the world's greatest swordsman looks so embarrassed. Xia Ya is the strongest newcomer in history. It's so terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was true. Is the title of the world's greatest swordsman really going to change hands? Hiss, it's so terrifying. No, I believe Hawkeye is still capable of fighting. Although Hawkeye did not completely collapse, his condition was obviously not as good as before. There were many injuries on the body, and some blood came out from everywhere. Even that gorgeous outfit was a little dirty at the moment. Have to say, this is the most embarrassing time for Hawkeye in many years. Even though he had played against the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors before, his clothes were only slightly dirty. But now, it is a real injury. I finally saw a higher realm. Although this is not what I want to pursue. But being strong is enough. Xia Ya was able to gain an advantage over Hawkeye not only by relying on the superb swordsmanship of Ryoma, the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago, but also by relying on the terrifying power of the demon ounce. Although there are elements of trickery, it can be said bluntly that any mount is part of Xia Ya's strength. As the rider, he is the one who truly dominates all of this. And at this time, Xia Ya rode ounce to My Hawk's Island. Facing such a huge body, everyone can only look up. Xia Ya, you are really amazing. Hawkeye straightened his clothes and looked up at the figure above ounce. I really came at the right time today. Because of your existence, I can see clearly. I have a new pursuit, which I have been pursuing for many years. Things that didn't work out. From now on you will be the world's greatest swordsman. But I believe you won't be able to stay in this position for long, because I will personally continue to challenge. Eagle Eye looked serious and shouted toward the sky. There was an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Dugu had been defeated for too long and he felt that his swordsmanship had not improved. However, with the appearance of Xia Ya, Hawkeye also gained some understanding through this battle. And leaving the title of the world's greatest swordsman to Xia Ya was also to give himself a new goal. He wants to take back his name with his own hands. Hawkeye believes this process will not take long. Now, he has indeed failed. Although Hawkeye still has the power to fight, masters can see the result in advance. If they continue to struggle, the result may be even more embarrassing. Now that we know where the gap is, going back to recover the gap, or even surpass it, is what Hawkeye will do in the future. Things to do. Hawkeye's face was very calm, as if he had returned to the state of a lone ranger. He said coldly, "You said you want to take away this black knife, yet, from me." Xia Ya smiled, "If you don't want to, I will take away the knife that fell next to your body." "I see, I have never seen an opponent like you, and I lost." Base. Black Knife Knight was thrown from Hawkeye's position while spinning. Xia Ya caught it easily and waved it gently. Buzz buzz. The layers of thunder on the blade began to flow, making a buzzing sound. "It's really a good knife. Does the title of world's greatest swordsman belong to me too? But I really don't care." At this moment, all the pirates who saw this scene could not calm down. "What? Is there a winner?" Hawkeye My Hawk actually handed over his saber, the world's most powerful black sword, Knight. Really lost. The throne of My Hawk, the world's greatest swordsman, has changed hands. Deuterium. Although Hawkeye was only slightly injured, judging from his action of handing over the knife, he undoubtedly recognized this failure. Hina's eyes widened and she was completely dumbfounded. How could it be? Hina doesn't believe it. Tashiji covered her mouth tightly, her eyes full of horror. The previous battle between Xia Ya and Hawkeye had shocked her enough, and it was still buzzing in her mind, and now the result shocked her even more. She is a swordsman. If there was any news on the sea that concerned her more, it must be about the great swordsman. My Hawk has been challenging all the way to the Grand Line since his debut. In just a few years, he has challenged the swordsman masters of the entire Grand Line. It can be said that he has traveled the entire route without losing. Hawkeye ascended to the throne of the world's greatest swordsman early on, and has maintained it to this moment. But now, defeated. He was defeated by Xia Ya who only took a few shots. This man's strength is like an abyss, the bottom of which cannot be seen. Starting from log 0.7, defeating Marine Colonel Smoker was already amazing, and then he defeated Crocodile and Alabasta, and even defeated Marine Admiral Qing. And now, the strongest black sword from hundreds of years ago has been used to defeat the strongest black sword in today's era. After the battle, Hawkeye is even willing to hand over Black Knife Knight, which proves that Hawkeye truly accepts the result of failure in his heart. Impossible, but it really happened. Tashiji was completely stunned. Carina smiled and said, "He, it ended smoothly." Nami's brows were a bit uneasy, and she reminded aloud, "There are two strong guys coming. Maybe, we have to join the battle." "Two strong guys? Work hard to become stronger. I'll be waiting for you in the strongest position, Dracula my hawk." Between words, Xia Ya's eyes flashed, and she had already lifted up Haidai and wrapped it around Black Thunder and Lightning. The next moment, a lewd voice came from behind him. "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light?" Chapter 86. Light Speed Kick. Dark Hound. Two loud shouts came from far and near. A golden flash of light passed by, and a kick composed of golden light particles gathered instantly and appeared behind Xia Ya. The hot magma suddenly fell from the sky, and the fist made of magma struck directly in front of Xia Ya. "I noticed you already." Black thunder flashed. Xia Ya held the black sword knight, and slashed directly to chop off the dog's head with the giant lava mouth. At the same time, Xia Ya moved her fingers, and the figure of Shimatsuki Ryoma had appeared behind Xia Ya. The black sword Chu Shui's horizontal sword steadily blocked the light speed kick. Ounce's body was shaken slightly by two huge forces at this moment. Rumble. A fist made of magma. A kick composed of light particles. At this moment, they all exploded. The lava all over the sky fell to the ground like raindrops, making a sizzling sound of burning, almost burning through the earth. The surrounding ground was covered with golden light beams. In the next moment, the golden beams exploded with lasers. Gilyalu. Boom boom boom. The two admirals joined forces to attack, and it happened in a flash of lightning. But in the same instant, they were all defended by Xia Ya. Today, on the ground of Sabayati Island, two figures composed of clouds gathered together. In one of them, a man wearing a red suit, a Marine Admiral cloak of justice, a Marine special peaked cap, and black gloves on his hands stood on the ground. Next to him stood a man wearing a yellow striped suit and brown glasses with a somewhat vulgar expression. They all looked up and looked at Xia Ya. These two people are the two admirals of headquarters. Sakazuki. Polisalino. With the addition of two top Logia ability users, the environment of the Sabayati archipelago has changed again. It's really scary. You actually defended against Sakazuki and I's joint attack at the same time. Xia Ya, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. Kizaru's obscene voice came, but his eyes under the brown lenses looked very careful. Kizaru looked up at Xia Ya, who was more than 70 meters above. "The world's black knife, knight, is actually in your hand, doesn't it mean?" Carina turned his head and gave my hawk a cold look. "Surprisingly, you lost Black Blade Knight." Hawkeye turned around and squeaked coldly, "I'm willing to admit defeat." Seeing that Marine Admiral was already attacking, Hawkeye had no intention of staying here any longer. The next thing he has to do, being aloof, is to improve himself, and then continue to come to Xia Ya to wash away the shame of grabbing the sword today. But now this battlefield no longer belongs to him. Without staying, Hawkeye's figure had already appeared next to Rayleigh. He planned to take a closer look to see if the two Marine Admirals could cause trouble for Xia Ya and expose even one weakness of Xia Ya. These will become valuable experiences for Hawkeye to challenge Xia Ya. An unexpected monster. Rayleigh sighed solemnly, but that kid really can't sit still. First it was Rayleigh himself, then Hawkeye, who was once the greatest swordsman in the world, and now it is Marine Admiral 3. So many masters have come out together and have already fought against Xia Ya. If Xia Ya could survive a wheel battle of this magnitude, it would probably completely shock the world. Even the protagonists of New World in today's era, the 4 Sea Emperors. It may not be possible, right? Marine Admiral. And there are 2 of them. Oh my god! The surrounding pirates had not yet recovered from the shock of Hawkeye's failure. At this moment, they saw something amazing. The 2 Admiral of Headquarters were all dispatched at this moment. As we all know, Admiral is the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters. Each of them is the top existence in the entire sea, and is the face of marine, a super powerful force. According to legend, if 2 marine admirals are dispatched at the same time, even if the 4 emperors attack together with the 2 admirals, they will only end up defeated. What the hell is going on? Both marine admirals were dispatched at the same time. How terrifying is this man Xia Ya, so that marine can make the decision to dispatch 2 marine admirals at the same time? It's so scary. Naval headquarters is treating Xia Ya as the 4 emperors. The pirates were all frightened, dumbfounded, and swallowing wildly. Akainu's face was gloomy, hot lava was rolling crazily on his arm, and he said with a cold face, "Xia Ya, I finally found you. What you did has damaged the face of naval headquarters. Be prepared to pay. Pay the price. Justice will punish you." Paramecia clasped his chin and looked at Xia Ya. "Can you escape the pursuit of light? Anyway, I don't believe it. Locked by 2 admiral of headquarters using observation haki." Xia Ya also looked at the 2 of them. "I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Today is a stab at Trouble's nest. Trouble is dead." For Akainu and Kizaru, Xia Ya also met for the first time. But he is very familiar with their fruit abilities. One of them is Logia Lava Fruit, and the other is Logia Sparkling Fruit. They are both the top abilities in Logia, and each has its own characteristics. And that's nothing. The important thing is that the ability of Pervert is placed on the 2 naval headquarters monsters, which will also bring out the peak level combat effectiveness of the sea. But Xia Ya also has a lot of trump cards. He has 3 Logia Devil Fruits to mobilize, as well as 3 Paramecia Devil Fruit abilities to mobilize, and even the power of Shimatsuki Ryoma and Majin Ounce. As long as he operates well, even if he faces the siege of 2 marine admirals at the same time, he can also have the confidence to cope with it. Ounce stepped on the ground, and a huge figure appeared behind Carina and others. "Ladies, it's time to get in the car. We can't neglect these 2 marine admirals." Ounce stretched out his arms and placed Carina and others in the body room. Hey! Don't act rashly. Hina and Tashiji are from our naval headquarters. Parameicia's golden light gathered, he came over and pointed at Xia Ya. "You tied someone up in front of me, you don't take our admiral of headquarters seriously. Hina, long time no see. This time not only will I kill Xia Ya, but I will also take you back to the marine." Kizaru. Originally, Hina wanted to say hello when she saw Kizaru, but as soon as she heard what Kizaru said, she became angry. "What does it mean to take me back to marine?" When the marine establishment was cancelled, no one came forward to give an explanation. Now that I mention it, are you mocking me for not taking the initiative, marine? Take him back for your trial? I'll FK you. Tell that old guy Sengoku that I'm not done with him about cancelling my military registration number and bank card. One day I will step into Marineford and slap him in the face myself." After saying that, Hina slipped into the room inside Ounce without looking back. "Sister Hina, wait for me." Tashiji was confused and could only keep up. After doing all this, Xia Ya, Ryoma, Carina, and Nami appeared above Ounce. Now Ryoma and Carina Nami are both target mounts for Xia Ya to ride. Xia Ya has a permanent double riding buff, so she can ride up to 2 people at the same time. Of course, if Xia Ya is riding Robin, who has the flower fruit ability, she can use the various mounts to grow fancy arms, and Xia Ya can instantly switch between various mounts, allowing her to ride multiple people. Effect. But he had no intention of doing so at the moment. The Paramecia fruit and thunder fruit used by Xia Ya are 10 times stronger, and they are not bad in terms of temperature and speed. It just depends on how Xia Ya plays. As for Vivi's sand fruit and Robin flower fruit, they are supplementary backup ability options, used to surprise. Xia Ya. Die here. Hot magma gurgled out from Akainu's face and fell on the ground, quickly burning holes in the ground. The next second, the lava completely covered both of Akainu's arms, and black smoke billowed out. The terrifying high temperature makes the surrounding air extremely hot, with a strong pungent smell. This is still a delicious devil fruit. Akainu suddenly burst into flames and transformed into lava. Suddenly, Akainu turned his arm into lava to form a huge lava fist, and then like a volcano erupting, he erupted his fist, and circles of lava stacked up, making the great eruption's fist bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was already on par with Ounce's fist. Great eruption! Under justice, everything is ashes. Akainu shouted loudly, and the great eruption spurted towards Xia Ya. Justice! Ridiculous! Xia Ya sneered, don't give any nonsense reasons when you come to trouble. Ounce clenched his left fist, and an explosive flame immediately burned on his boulder-like fist. Fire punch! The orange fire fist was like a shock wave, immediately covering Akainu's great eruption. The flames were overwhelming, forcing the great eruption back. The powerful fire power gave Akainu great vigilance. Akainu, as a Logia magma man, was sweating drop by drop at this moment. He could clearly feel the heat on his skin. How could? The temperature is so high. Is this really Paramecia fruit temperature? The core power of lava fruit is the flowing lava liquid, which has the characteristics of high temperature and viscosity, so Akainu's move is to gather high temperature and explode instantly. But the flames of Paramecia fruit are overwhelming, like wildfire. Now, the flames coming from the pavement had a hotter smell than magma. Exploding flames covered Akainu's whole body, roaring in his ears, and the incarnated magma was about to be washed away. Damn it! The next second, Akainu's pupils shrank sharply. Is this thunder fruit? A blue thunder dragon roared through the orange flames and passed through Akainu's body, sizzling la la la. The paralysis brought by the thunder stung even the elemental Akainu. You can only withdraw the elementalization and break out armament haki to resist. As Akainu retreated, streams of lava spewed out from under his feet from time to time. Laser. Several golden lasers shot at extremely high speed from a distance, aiming at the joints of Ounce's hands and feet. Ouch! Destroy them! Soon, 4 laser beams passed through the body, leaving 4 small holes in Ounce's body that overflowed with golden light. The laser passed through the building behind Ounce and exploded immediately. It was obviously avoided by the elemental words. Logia versus Logia, the talented man takes advantage of his fruitful abilities. Next. Second. In a flash, a huge thunder exploded next to Kizaru, and Ounce's huge body came behind Kizaru and punched him. When the golden light gathered together, Kizaru's figure appeared again. The speed is as rumored, so fast, so scary. As expected of a man who can defeat Aokiji head-on, these are your double fruits, no, to be precise, the free use of the 3 fruits? What a terrifying control power! Kizaru T. Under the colored glasses, the crow's feet at the corners of the eyes are even more profound. Bang 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 bang! Bang 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 bang! Not far from the battlefield, Saint Riswald Tidrison and 6 celestial dragons from his family raised their muskets and sprayed fiercely at Ounce's huge figure. 10 bullets passed through Ounce's elemental body and disappeared instantly like a sea of mud cows. Hey hey hey! Kizaru, Akainu! Your work efficiency is too low. Saint Riswald Tidrison carried a golden sniper and complained, aren't you the strongest in this department? It's been so long and you still haven't taken down this pirate? It's up to us. Take action yourself. The arrogant words made Kizaru and Akainu frown at the same time. Troublemaker! Don't you know whether to live or die? Through the confrontation of Logia's ability just now, Akainu and Kizaru both verified the information Aokiji said in Marineford Hospital. Xia Ya's devil fruit ability is very buggy. For Paramecia fruit, thunder fruit has also been used to perfection. If Ounce is allowed to launch an offensive, Logia devil fruit's ability will gain a huge bonus. There is no error in the information. 613. In other words, it is almost impossible for the two marine admirals to use the power of devil fruit to kill Xia Ya. They can only consider coordinated operations and use ultimate taijutsu to gradually disintegrate Xia Ya's abilities one by one. But at this time, with the sudden intervention of the desperate celestial dragons, it is obvious that Akainu and Kizaru will be restrained. They are the top Logia ability users. The battlefield will be filled with various natural elements, and the weak physique of celestial dragons will be affected far away. Don't get in the way, Akainu said with dissatisfaction in his tone. Kizaru turned into golden light particles and gathered in front of the celestial dragons. He tilted his mouth and said, "The battle will affect everyone. Don't embarrass me." Saint Roswood Tidrison shrugged his nose. A hole Akainu, what's your tone? How are you talking to us? What's your attitude? Do you think you are Cone? Roswold Tidrison Saint, this is not the point. I want this big monster, and I will train this big monster to be my mount. It will be very cool to ride him to Marie Joyce. Right. Much better than that 7 warlords of the sea. As one of them finished speaking, the rest of the Tianlongs seemed to have discovered a new continent, with golden light shining in their eyes. Demon Ounce. The huge and muscular body of the demon race, the flesh is still zombie style. Unique features make Ounce the devil a supercar among mounts. Look at the whole Marie Joyce. No other family has such a huge, luxurious, and majestic mount. Originally, the most proud mount of the Riswald family was Bartholomew Big Bear, a super slave of the Bacania tribe. He had been huge and powerful since he was a child. But with the outbreak of the Valley of the Gods incident more than 30 years ago, the slave Bartholomew Bear disappeared. And when Bartholomew Bear appeared again in the sight of the Riswald family, Bartholomew Big Bear has become a Shishibukai. The Rosewald family was heartbroken and vowed to find an opportunity to take back the Shishibukai bear and ride on its crotch again. Now, seeing the demon Ounce, the Riswald family seemed to have discovered a new world. Compared with Ounce, the difference between a bear and a phoenix is simply that of a sparrow and a phoenix. I want it. I want it. This huge red mount is awesome. Akainu, Kizaru, you cannot attack this mount, it is my toy and will be damaged. The celestial dragons of the Riswald family were completely excited. Countless Baileys and gold coins were thrown out of their hands, as if they had encountered a huge happy event. You have to throw money to release the joy in your heart. Pleasurable emotions. It's really troublesome. Are you all crazy? Kizaru held his chin and was considering whether to knock these celestial dragons unconscious and throw them out of the battlefield. These guys are really in the way. At this time, Xia Ya on the other side had already got off Nami. The black knife knight in his hand roared, and his sharp eyes stared at the several celestial dragons in the distance, as well as the ones standing behind them. The corners of Kizaru's mouth curled up unconsciously. Chapter 87. Hee. Xia Ya had already seen the celestial dragons coming with great fanfare. And looking at the logo on that outfit, it seems to be the same family as the group of celestial dragons he met in the capital of 7 Waters. I haven't thanked them before for sending tens of billions of heavenly gold subsidies. Now the target is sent up again, if you don't hit it, it will be in vain. Present. Ounce slapped his big hand on the ground, and the real figure came to the nail of Ounce's middle finger. He suddenly raised the black sword, "Ya," and struck out. In front of Xia Ya. The space is distorted and humming. A burst of light spread to the ground, and a slash was fired towards the location of the celestial dragons. Oops! The character of this BD Xia Ya is simply cruel. Terrorist! The slashes came in a buzzing manner, and this time Xia Ya sent out the same shock wave as the slash she had dealt with Hawkeye before. Kizaru's brown glasses were instantly filled with white light. He was shocked and sweating profusely. He has sparkling fruit ability and can be avoided at any time. But these celestial dragons would be shattered into pieces if they were even slightly affected. Even Marine Admiral. If celestial dragons die in front of you, you will also be blamed for poor protection. Although the 5 elders may give them a little face, their positions and lives are not a big problem. But face is equally important. Celestial dragons died, Admiral was not well protected, and was about to be stabbed in the spine. Snort! The slash approached extremely quickly, and Kizaru immediately turned into a flash of light. He slapped celestial dragons on the neck with his fastest palm, causing him to faint, and then began to transfer medical attention. While rescuing Kizaru, he complained, "What do these people eat? They are so fat." On the other side, Hawkeye and Rayleigh saw the slashing attack coming, and they dodged at the same time, successfully dodging the slashing attack. They never thought that they could be affected even if they were just watching a show. No way! Who called the celestial dragons directly in front of them? Haha! Kizaru finally rescued the person, his forehead was covered with sweat. He glanced back. The pupils of the brown sunglasses shrank sharply. Boom! Because this time there was no resistance from Hawkeye, the powerful shock wave instantly cut the island into 2 pieces. Until it stretches for hundreds of kilometers on the sea. The sea surface now seemed to be separated by a huge wall of air. The exposed seabed at the bottom of the sea was split into 2 at this moment. Xia Ya put away the knife. He attacked the celestial dragons mercilessly, and Xi on the other side was extremely angry. This guy! Do you really not take Marine Admiral seriously? Fortunately, Kizaru rescued all the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons were really damaged in front of him, I am afraid that he will never be the Marine Marshal, and he can't stand Sengoku's hometown whispering in his ears. Lava instantly covered Akainu's arm. The terrifying high temperature filled the space around him with a scorching aura. Akainu suddenly rose up. Transform into lava. Just rush out. Carrying the terrifyingly high temperature of the magma arm, Akainu leaped high into the sky with the shaver step and turned into a ferocious dog head. In the next moment, it turned into a lava fire claw, and then the fire claw turned into a rock fist. The changes of these 3 movements can use the power of volcanic eruption to continuously accelerate the lava fist. Dark Hound. In the room inside ounce that Akainu couldn't see, a strip of flesh stretched out from the wall and wrapped around Vivi. Time. Vivi's power is controlled by Xia Ya. Then, the ground beneath Ounce's feet began to turn into sand. A yellow sand dragon snakes underground. Akainu approached, his palm was like a volcano erupting, and the lava claws shot directly towards Xia Ya. Dark Hound. The jet black fist was surging with magma and burning with flames. Ah! 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 Da-da-da! 3 glass-covered helmets rolled to the ground. It was spinning on the ground. 3 different screams resounded throughout the island. Kizaru stood in the distance and his whole body was trembling. His pupils were widened and shrinking continuously. On his brown lenses, Akainu launched a straight lava fist attack on Xia Ya, but in front of Xia Ya, 3 celestial dragons of House Roswald lined up. Striding on horseback. The crimson fist of lava penetrated the chest of Saint Roswald Tadrison at the front. The blood had been dried up, and only the magma was dripping at the top of the fist. The 3 celestial dragons spit out blood and trembled. Keep wailing. But at this moment, their bodies were like a bunch of candied haws, being pierced hard by a magma bamboo stick. Absolutely, tight. Stick them together. Can't move at all. Behind the 3 celestial dragons, red lava billowed into the sky with billowing black smoke. After that, Akainu, who was wearing a peaked cap, had darkness in his eye sockets. Only the cloak of justice behind him was still flapping. Gilu gilu. Puff, puff, puff. B. At this moment, this scene seems to be frozen, with the guards of the Roswald family in the distance, Rayleigh and Hawkeye on the other side, scattered marine soldiers further away, and some unknown pirates. His eyes widened unconsciously, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Celestial Dragons was stabbed in the chest like a candied hawse of sugar. It's still Admiral of Headquarters Akainu who did it. FK, this is crazy, this world is really going crazy. The pirates were shocked, kneeling on the ground and holding their heads, shouting. Run! Celestial Dragons are dead, Naval Headquarters is going to dispatch Marine Admiral. Idiot, haven't the two remaining admirals from Naval Headquarters been here long ago? The Celestial Dragons were killed by Marine Admiral Akainu. Admiral. I saw Akainu shoot a lava punch and pierce 3 Celestial Dragons at once. The pirates were completely numb. There is some confusion in thinking. Kaka. Some reporters who came over took pictures of this scene, and even the hand holding down the shutter couldn't stop shaking. No less than a dozen pieces of film were wasted just for one picture. No doubt. Akainu 3 Celestial Dragons, will be another big news in the sea. Akainu took a step back. The lava fist was pulled out from the chests of the 3 Celestial Dragons, and countless lava sprayed out. The drops fell to the ground and made a sizzling sound. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 Celestial Dragons spurted blood from their mouths and knelt on the ground neatly in a row. Xia Ya in front of Celestial Dragons quickly dodged. No. You are Celestial Dragons. I can't bear this kind of gift. Xia Ya moved his fingers. There was thin yellow sand flying on his arm at the moment. Just now, he turned all the locations where the Celestial Dragons of the Griswold family were into sand, and used the power of the yellow sand to kill people directly. Tie over. This move uses sand as a grip. In other words, it is the move developed by Xia Ya based on the Jinkriki Gara of Sand Shikaku in Hokage Ninja. Gara will use the sand to turn into something called the Sand Monster, grab the enemy, and then use the sand coffin to crush the person. To know. In Devil Fruit, most Logia is a natural element. And sand fruit is very special, every grain of yellow sand produced is solid. As long as you control the sand well, you can use the yellow sand as arms or weapons. Just like Crocodile's Desert Diamond Sword, the sand is condensed together to serve as a sharp sword. And Xia Ya used sand to make an arm and kidnapped the Celestial Dragons who were as stupid as pigs and had no ability at all. It's simply not too simple. No, as Akainu came to attack, Xia Ya directly used the Celestial Dragons as human shields. Anyway, Akainu has already made a move and there is no way he can take it back. He could only watch helplessly as his fist melted the chests of the 3 Celestial Dragons as easily as if he were picking something out of a bag. Snap, snap, snap. This time, the 3 Celestial Dragons all fell down on their stomachs. If someone looks down from the sky, they will see that these 3 Celestial Dragons are like 3 dead white frogs, except that there is a big black hole above the frog's belly. Rosward Tadrisan Saint. Rosward Cullinan Saint. Risward Gavai Saint. The 3 remaining Celestial Dragons of the Griswold family were completely confused at this moment. They were constantly holding their noses and yelling with sausage mouths. They did not realize that their feet had fallen into the sand and that 3 hands had climbed up on them. Ankle. The Celestial Dragons are really dead. The guard knelt on the ground, despair covering his face. Tot. Akainu didn't know what he was thinking. He just pulled his fist out of Celestial Dragons' chest, Kienos, and then lowered the brim of his hat, and his eyes were completely black. On the other hand, Kizaru was sweating on his forehead and no longer as high-spirited as when he first arrived. This moment, the 2 admirals of headquarters joined forces with Shilazi. In the distance, the corners of the eagle's mouth were curved, and those sharp eyes like an eagle looked towards Xia Ya, shining with golden light. This man really dares to do anything. This scene. Hawkeye couldn't help but think of some of his experiences when he didn't join the 7 warlords of the sea. Only. At that time, Hawkeye was targeting Marine and had no scruples about anyone. However, Hawkeye also had to admit. He actually couldn't attack the celestial dragons. Maybe they are afraid of getting into trouble, or maybe they think celestial dragons are as humble as pigs. Anyway, Hawkeye can't target celestial dragons like Xia Ya. Amazing. So silky. As expected of the man who defeated me. Rayleigh patted his forehead. Something big has happened. Under Xia Ya's design, Marine Admiral Akainu killed 3 celestial dragons in person. The news cannot be stopped from spreading across the sea. That guy Sengoku won't be able to do anything if he finds out. Jump up. It's chaos, the sea is completely in chaos. Do you want to continue reading, Hawkeye kid? Rayleigh turned around and asked. Being called a brat by Rayleigh, Hawkeye didn't seem to mind. Ah. Of course, such a good show, Xian. Chapter 88. At this moment, the yellow sand on the ground turned into a strange arm, winding up. The yellow sand is like a prison, tightly wrapping the 3 celestial dragons. Sand-bound coffin. Sand waterfall funeral. Then the infinite compression crushed the 3 celestial dragons. The yellow sand was dyed reddish-brown by blood. Blood fell like a heavy rain. Akainu stood under the rain of blood, his white marine hat and white cloak of justice now stained with scarlet, as if dyed. Much cleaner. Xia Ya held up a sand umbrella with a look of disgust on her face and complained in a hermetic way. Thank you for taking down the celestial dragons. Do you still want to continue lighting candles? Number T. For these people in naval headquarters, they are also convinced by celestial dragons. I'm obviously getting a good salary, but isn't it good to just sit in the office, drink tea, and eat senbei? You have to go through all the trouble to come and cause trouble for yourself. This is just great. Xia Ya was no longer in the mood to go to the amusement park with her girlfriends. This is disappointing. Xia Ya naturally blamed the 2 marine admirals present. The tone was full of ridicule. If you want to kill him, you need to send at least 3 admirals. By the way, are the Aokiji people okay? I still have to keep an eye on his growth. Akainu's eyes glowed scarlet and he stared at Xia Ya. Ahole, stop using your words. I should have told you when I came here that you can't escape today. Justice will punish you. It seems that Akainu has recovered from the emotion of just punching 3 celestial dragons. At this moment, Akainu only has Xia Ya in his eyes. Who are the celestial dragons? It has nothing to do with Akainu. The celestial dragons are seeking their own death, not 640 to come to a place like this. They want to die, who can stop them? It's all fate, no wonder. Akainu's arms were surging lava crazily, and his whole body had turned into a magma man. The bursting heat had already burned the blood stains on his hat and cloak to ashes. It's better to suffer death, idiot. Kizaru on the other side had a headache. He had noticed that the ability of the previous 7 warlords of the sea crocodile had somehow come to Xia Ya. This BD, when did he get the sand fruit again, After all, the sand fruit ability user was in the room inside ounce at this moment, and Saifu was not exposed. And Xia Ya just used her riding ability to temporarily borrow Vivi's ability. But in the face of this distressing problem, Kizaru did not continue to struggle. He was more concerned about the fact that the 3 celestial dragons died in front of him, and they would inevitably be implicated, and the remaining 3 celestial dragons. Not good. Kizaru's pupils immediately shrank, and in the next moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw 3 other celestial dragons of the Riswald family having been uprooted by the monster's arm of the sand. The 3 of them were like swings, spinning back and forth in the sky. Tian Kong Yun sword. Kizaru made a prompt decision, gathered strong light in his palm, and pulled out a golden sword. In an instant, he ducked to the connection point of the strange sand arm. Raised Tian Kong Yun sword to cut off the strange sand arm. He. A beat slower. Shimotsuki Ryoma's eerie voice came first. Then in the yellow sand of the strange sand wrist. The black knife Xia Shui stabbed out from it. Clang! When Ryoma's figure was completely gathered and, Ajf, appeared on the sand monster's wrist, he blocked Kizaru's slash. What is this? Kizaru turned into a flash of light and jumped back with a look of disbelief. When? Can the zombies of Sword God Ryoma merge with the yellow sand again? Strange rider ability. What other secrets are there? This is naturally the basic operation of Xia Ya. Except for Xia Ya, no one knows that he actually only has a permanent double riding buff, and he can currently ride at most 2 people at the same time. In other words, the demon ounce is not riding at the moment. Although it is standing on the battlefield, he is like a god of war, but he is a real dead thing. And Xia Ya rides. Vivi and Ryoma. Naturally, Xia Ya, Vivi, and Long Ma all possess the power of sand fruit. All 3 of them are large deserts. But soon, after Ryoma withstood the blow, he merged into the monster arm of sand again. Then he appeared on Ounce's shoulder, standing still. Xia Ya changed her tactics again. This time the riders are Vivi and Ounce the demon. Ounce's huge figure stood up again. Regardless of whether it is Kizaru or Akainu, they know very little about Xia Ya's moves and have no idea what exactly happened. Kizaru was shocked and looked at Xia Ya in shock. What happened? Even if Crocodile's ability was obtained by Xia Ya, why can a zombie be transformed into a desert element? Do you still sound good? Wait, the other 3 celestial dragons are also controlled by Zhen. Saint Roswood Zelons was lifted up by the strange arm of the sand, hung upside down in the air, and shouted angrily, "Ahole! I am the sacred celestial dragons, don't grab my beanie shoes, you dirty thing!" The other saint, Rose Waiter, had already peed his pants after being thrown by the sand monster. He cursed angrily in a somewhat demented manner, "Turn me over, I'm about to vomit, and the urine is going to flow into my mouth." 08- Xia Ya controlled 2 sand monsters and slapped her wrists, instantly causing the 2 celestial dragons to collide. Limbs, blood, broken bones. Suddenly, it exploded in mid-air, like fireworks blooming. "There's only one left, how about you come, Kizaru? Now!" The remaining Saint Roswood Macron has been held in front of Xia Ya by the monster's wrist. Xia Ya also manipulated and shook Kizaru and Akainu. No doubt. Regardless of whether it's Kizaru or Akainu, next time they attack, this human shield will be exploded by their own hands. Hateful. This is my first time seeing such an arrogant pirate. Kizaru's eyes were fierce, but his actions stopped, and there was a trace of anxiety in the corners of his eyes. He would rather do nothing than make a mistake. He originally planned to come here to fish, but ended up getting into this mess, which immediately gave him a big headache. There is no doubt that Xia Ya's strength is far beyond Kizaru's expectations, and her combat IQ is also extremely high. Damn Xia Ya! Bow to justice! In the black smoke, the elemental Akainu rushed out, and his right hand turned into a magma fist, burning the surrounding air. At this moment, Akainu didn't care anymore and was about to hit Kong Gaia hard with his fist. He knew that these celestial dragons would become a drag on him when they came to this battlefield. He wished that these people would die early. But now, 3 celestial dragons have died in his own hands. What difference does it make if there is one more? Great eruption. The huge volcanic fist struck again, but he ignored it. He just wants to use the power of ultimate to burn away all obstacles in front of him. Seeing Akainu already fighting for his life, Xia Ya will naturally help him. The strange arm of sand violently moved, like throwing a baseball, and threw the last celestial dragons into the huge fist of Great Eruption. For a moment, the surface of Great Eruption's fist was like a cauldron of steak, roasting the small celestial dragons. The whole body was on fire and sizzling. "Ahole Akainu, I want you to die! You killed me, you killed me!" The screams of celestial dragons became smaller and smaller, and soon turned into a black meat pie. With the sound of sizzling barbecue, the celestial dragon pie slipped from Great Eruption's fist to the ground, and suddenly fell into pieces. Pieces of crushed charcoal particles. The Great Eruption has not stopped. Burning the surrounding air, it fell hard towards Xia Ya. However, faced with Akainu's terrorist attack, Xia Ya remained unmoved. Shikaku's shield. Ounce put his hands together, and a huge 30-meter-tall Shikaku statue made of yellow sand gathered in front of Xia Ya. It wore a hat of sand, opened its arms, and exposed its belly to the Great Eruption. Among the Hokage, Shikaku's shield is known as the strongest shield. It is an extremely tough defense method condensed by exerting pressure on sand with different densities. Very few people can penetrate it. After Xia Ya's development, it also became one of his defense methods. Shikaku's shield is not as hard as steel plate, but it has stronger toughness. It's perfect for defeating Akainu's moves. Dash. The scorching hot magma of the Great Eruption attacked Shikaku's shield. The lava kept emerging, melting the yellow sand. At this moment, a large pit was formed in the belly of Shikaku's shield. The yellow sand had turned into glass. Even obsidian. However, Shikaku's shield showed no signs of being burned through. However, the Great Eruption can no longer advance even half a step forward. Akainu gritted his teeth and felt the huge resistance from his arm, giving him a headache. He had never met anyone who could confront the Great Eruption head-on. And Xia Ya did it. In terms of devil fruit abilities, Xia Ya has already achieved a downgrade attack on Marine Admiral through flexible use. You Aokiji want to play with ice, then I'll play with fire. You Akainu want to play with fire, then I'll play with sand. End. The Fire Protection Popularization booklet also clearly states that sand and soil are good fire-extinguishing materials. This moment, Shikaku's shield suddenly turned into a ball of loose sand and overturned completely. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered the Great Eruption's fist, and then only thick black smoke continued to emerge from the gaps in the sand like a hill. Zi la la la. The fine sand is melting, and a sizzling sound can be heard. It's like the helpless sigh when the lava goes out. What is this called? This is called an insult. Xia Ya said boringly, Akainu, it's destroyed, can you use a fresh move? Chapter 89. You are such an old person, you are really making things difficult for me, Xia Ya. Seeing that the last celestial dragons on the field were killed by the industry benchmark Akainu, Kizaru let out a breath and felt a little more relaxed. Clearing the field also meant that he could join the battlefield unscrupulously. After complaining, Kizaru immediately transformed into an element, reaching ultimate speed. The golden light came to the sky in the blink of an eye. Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo. In the extremely fast action of turning into a flash of light, Kizaru attacks with his fingers. Laser beams shot towards Ya and the huge businessman ounce at a desperate speed. With such a big target, you can't trace the edges, right? Boom 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 boom. Several explosions sounded on the field one after another, and the entire area was filled with dust and smoke. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. Kizaru did not stop, and crossed his hands with two OK signs. Endless dazzling light flashed between his fingers. The golden light surged out and bombarded Ounce's huge figure like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. Light materializes. Waves of invisible energy waves swept around. Boom 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 boom. In the center of the violent explosion, golden light came instantly, and one of Kizaru's legs turned into golden light particles. Flash kick. Kizaru has always been a ruthless person. If necessary, he will personally terminate even those close to him. However, just as Kizaru was about to lift his foot and use flash kick, he was surprised to find that there was only a huge golden coffin in the smoke-filled battlefield. Ounce's figure is long gone. The huge golden coffin was engraved with strange runes, and a minister of Shura Tao was engraved on it. Kizaru immediately put his feet back and shrank back to the ground. Gold is not hard, and even biting it with teeth can leave tooth marks, but the Six Paths Golden Coffin is the embodiment of the upgraded space condensed from the Chi fruit. It can be said to be the strongest defense in the world. These defense methods, Xia Ya must take advantage of it. And at this time, the huge figure of Ounce stepped out from behind the coffin of Hungry Kid. Kizaru had a headache. This guy, he has so many weird tricks and it's scary. He knew that he and Akainu had entered Aokiji's original vicious circle. Devil fruit had almost no effect on Xia Ya. If he wanted to defeat Xia Ya, he would have to fight hand to hand, which meant there was a huge risk of injury. Meanwhile, the Holy Land rejoiced, the House of Power. 5 pairs of gloomy and terrifying eyes stared at the projected surveillance screen. Saint Jegalusha Satan held his crutch tightly in his palm and said in a deep voice, 6 celestial dragons died, 4 of them were killed by Marine Admiral Akainu, and the location was on Sabayati Island under the Holy Land, and what's going on? The appearance of Xia Ya has discredited all celestial dragons. The stupid Marine has also discredited the celestial dragons. The assassin in the name of the Creator has been severely trampled. Damn waste, why don't you deal with everything cleanly? Isan Balan v Nashao Langsheng gritted his teeth and said. Stupid Sengoku! Why don't you do a good job in security before launching an operation? Marcus Mazisheng continued to shout angrily, what is certain is that until Xia Ya dies, Marie Joyce will never have peace. He is more powerful than the D family. Hateful! Topman Wuchelai crossed his fingers, lowered his head and said coldly, Send Sengoku, I want him to explain it himself. Even if that piece of trash comes, will it really be useful? When Shepherd Ten Peter heard Sengoku's name, he immediately had a look on his face. Saint Jegaluja Satan said, let Sengoku come to see us as quickly as possible. If the death of the celestial dragons in the Water City was caused by insufficient security, then there are 2 Marine Admirals on Sabayati Island now, and Marine cannot escape joint responsibility. Akainu became the culprit in killing the celestial dragons. This kind of fault the accounting must be done on Marine. On the other side, Marine Ford, Park Office. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku could only feel uncontrollable anger. He learned about Akainu's killing of the celestial dragons through the phone bug. Although Sengoku could also analyze it, the reason was that Xia Ya was too cunning and treacherous, which led to Yan Leidao accidentally killing the celestial dragons. But Sengoku still had a headache. Damn Sakazuki! Why are you so reckless? Even if Xia Ya kills the celestial dragons, the consequences will not be so serious. The duty of the Admiral of Headquarters is to protect the celestial dragons, and now it's better. He personally take action and kill. It's chaos. The news that Marine Admiral killed the celestial dragons is going to spread all over the world. Sengoku's hair turned a few grey inexplicably. He never imagined that the myth of the descendants of the celestial dragon's creator would be destroyed in the hands of a Marine Admiral. How would the world view Marie Joya's authority? What makes Sengoku even more upset is the man Xia Ya. Ever since Xia Ya won the first bounty in East Blue, Marine has never stopped. From Smoker to Aokiji, and then to Akainu, they all suffered big losses at the hands of Xia Ya. The whole sea is going to be messed up by this guy. Marine's face was damaged several times by Xia Ya's hands. Damn it! Although the 5 elders have explicitly ordered Sengoku to take Akainu to the Holy Land, Marie Joyce to apologize. But Sengoku could only pretend to be dumbfounded at the moment. At this moment, not only did he not want to leave for the Holy Land, he also didn't want to contact Qi Yan. Now there is only one way left. Only by letting Akainu and Kizaru kill Xia Ya can this matter be negotiated. Otherwise, there will be big changes within Marine soon. Sengoku said with an ugly face, how many people are deployed in the 3 marine branches of Sabayati Island? We must add more troops to Akainu and Kizaru. Even if we can contribute a little bit of strength, we will strive to win the battle quickly. He made some statistics. There are still 1,243 people, including 4 Marine Vice Admirals. Sengoku immediately slapped the table and decided, all marine soldiers from the Sabayati Islands will be transferred to support. No. Crane retorted, calm down, Sengoku. If all marines are mobilized, who will maintain the order of Sabayati Archipelago? Sabayati Archipelago has multiple illegal zones, where dragons are mixed. If we know that we have lost the garrison of soldiers, I am afraid that the entire archipelago will be in civil strife. Don't forget, there are not only a large number of pirates there, but also many slaves of the celestial dragons. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, no. Looking at the scene of the two Marine Admiral and Xia Ya fighting on the surveillance screen, Sengoku showed a helpless look. Compared to the civil strife on Sabayati Island, Xia Ya is our biggest threat, even if it is completely chaotic. Sabayati Archipelago. After Akainu and Kizaru made moves one after another, Xia Ya officially entered the counterattack. Ounce carried a 6-paths coffin board, jumped directly into the sky, and smashed it down towards the two admirals crazily. Boom! Buzz! The ground instantly sunk and shattered, and the entire island trembled. Layers of ripples were randomly stirred up. The sea water around the island is surging. Figures of scorching red and golden glitter intertwined with each other, working together to deal with the huge demon body. Every collision between the three people will cause huge consequences. Crazy thunder and lightning bombarded every corner of the island. At this moment, there is no complete building in the surrounding area. Even the sea monsters on the bottom of the sea kings, have shrunk into the deep sea and do not dare to go out of the water for fear of encountering an unforeseen disaster. The pirates fled while wailing, what a terrifying force, is this the most peak collision on the sea? One person faced two marine admirals, and he didn't lose at all. He even killed the celestial dragons in front of them. Marine's face was gone, and the marine admiral was going crazy. Oh no, the marine branch in the distance has come to support us. So many troops. Have all the marines on Sabayati Island been dispatched? Wait a minute, this is our opportunity. The pirates of the Sabayati Archipelago are all desperados. Most of their goals are to go to the New World. If you want to sail, you need money to support it. Therefore, ordinary pirates rob wherever they go, carrying countless bad things with them. Deeds. Taking advantage of the free time when the pirate ship was being coated, these pirates also thought of many ways to make money. But because Marine has established 3 branches nearby, with thousands of troops stationed all year round, such a large number of troops is not something that some small pirate groups can compete with. Therefore, the pirates have never found a chance, and their life in Sabayati Archipelago is a bit suffocating. Shoo! At this time, as Xia and Marine Admiral fought, the rest of the Marine branch came to support. Some shrewd pirates kept calculating in their minds, and the result was that Marine actually dispatched all its troops. And the target is Xia Ya. Doesn't that mean that your opportunity has come? Bank, kids, come on, go directly to the bank. Go and grab the guns and ammunition from the 3 Marine branches, then go to the auction house to rob those auction items, and then go to the slave yard to rescue all the slaves and sell them again. Hurry up, brother Lao Zi has been captured by the celestial dragons as a slave, go and save him now. The pirates swarmed towards the outside of the battlefield. Clang, clang, clang. King king king. Accompanied by a heavy collision, the huge weapon made of sand has collided with the lava flash dozens of times. Although I knew Xia Ya's ability was very difficult, I only realized how difficult it is after trying it myself. At this moment, Ounce's arms were completely covered by yellow sand. Moreover, his left arm turned into a shield of sand, and his right hand held a giant hammer of sand. Both his defense and attack power were at a loss. The operation is pulled down to the maximum. It's really tricky. However, if you just use the fruit ability, it is just the lowest level application, if only to this extent. Xia Ya, you will definitely lose today. After the words fell, Akainu's breath sank, and his arms melted into magma again, and the place where his feet stepped on was already rolling with lava. Unknowingly, the entire battlefield had been melted and changed by Logia lava fruit. But in terms of fruit strength, lava fruit is better than sand fruit. The fact that the battlefield environment favors lava is enough to explain the problem. Unknowingly, the cause of distress has taken the lead. Kizaru stood on a small isolated island on one side, surrounded by lava rolling. It's terrible, I almost have no place to stand, let everything end quickly. Both of their faces were more or less stained, but they were only minor injuries. In the distance Rayleigh and Hawkeye saw changes in the battlefield. Lava has the characteristics of continuous high temperature burning. Over time, it can melt the earth into an active volcano. In that case, all the lands are Akainu's main battlefields, and Xia Ya's movements will be severely restricted. 0. Please give me flowers. Humph. Hawkeye reminded, that man has more than one ability. Eagle Eye immediately frowned, is there another troublesome person coming? Marine reinforcements in the distance have arrived, holding muskets and swords, and some even brought cannons. Let's all aim at that big guy. Xia Ya gives up riding Wei, instead rides Ounce and Nami, and her heart opens. Oh? Are there so many disturbing bugs? Compared to Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru are really difficult to deal with. That's not to say Aokiji is weaker than the two. But Devil Fruit's ability does have some restraint. Frozen Fruit does not have an absolute advantage in attack power over Paramecia Fruit. The ice will melt as soon as it is burned. It can be said that there is a relationship of mutual restraint. In front of Thunder Fruit, not to mention Frozen Fruit, the conductivity is restrained, the temperature is restrained, and the speed is crushed. Frozen Fruit is on the weak side. In front of me, Akainu's lava fruit is unique in terms of attack power. Even Ounce's Majin skin will be burned by lava. Kizaru is as cunning as a mouse, his sparkling fruit also has piercing and explosive properties, and his speed can also cause him trouble. After all, the two Admiral of Headquarters came out of the same training camp and were graduates of the same batch, so it was really difficult to work together. Xia Ya couldn't take down the two of them for a while. Seeing the increase in marine soldiers around him, Xia decisively prepared to bomb with Thunder Fruit. Let you see what is the most invincible Logia. At this moment, two lines of small words popped up in front of Xia Ya's eyes. Hey, the temporary buff has actually been refreshed. Your first two cheats were upgraded. Cheat, your fingers can turn into gold, and you can summon the emotional prop tail. Cheat clicks on a certain part of the mount's body to make a random pattern grow on that part. Furry tail. Each mount can have at most one tail, and its validity is 1 year. At the same time, the effect is, when the mount has a tail, its physique will be improved and it will automatically grow to or return to the most suitable age for pregnancy. At the same time, if the mount gives birth to an heir while the tail is growing, you will receive an upgraded version of the permanent buff. Tip: the effect is limited to the first 2 times you use cheat. Ah, my cheat tail has turned into a fruitful and blessed one. Although there are only 2 opportunities, among the mounts, Robin, Perona, and Khalifa are all of the right age for pregnancy, while Carina, Nami, and Vivi are a little bit younger, but their tails. It can be directly changed to the age suitable for pregnancy. Xia Ya? Stunned. Carina crooked her elbow. Nami also raised his head and asked, we are surrounded by at least thousands of people. It is better to use God's judgment and God's justice to directly send a wave of thunder from the sky and give it to them. Ahem, I was just thinking about trying to get you 2 pregnant. Ha! Carina and Nami were stunned at the same time. Since the creation of Made in Heaven, the living environment of Xia Ya and her mounts has been completely changed, and they can enjoy life. Of course, every aspect has been put on the agenda, but this period. At that time, Carina was the most excited one, Xia Ya also doted on her, and Nami couldn't even find a chance. Now hearing Xia Ya take the initiative to mention it, Nami's face instantly turned red. But, although that can be. But is it too early to get pregnant? Nami was confused, isn't that a little earlier? Carina touched her belly, I can. Bobo. Xia Ya flicked their foreheads twice, I'm just giving you a heads up. Perhaps because of getting the new buff, Xia Ya couldn't wait. He has made a judgment. Now that Akainu and Kizaru are united, although they can be undefeated, it is not that easy to win. Moreover, Sabayati Archipelago is far away from naval headquarters and Holy Land Mary Jo. Yadu is very close, and Marine's support can be said to be endless. If Akainu and Kizaru cannot be defeated in a short period of time, there is no point in continuing to fight. Wait until you go to Sleeping Ancient Town, get Zoan Bat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Vampire Form, and then get the 2 permanent buffs of having many children and many blessings, and even get the Hina Factory. With Woski underneath. Have at least 4 permanent buffs. A top-notch Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Go back to Marine to settle the accounts. Moreover, Akainu has now killed 4 celestial dragons, and Xia Ya is also waiting to see his show. However, the lessons must be given. Xia Ya's heart network radio waves radiated out, Ounce's right arm burst out with thunder, and shot a bolt of thunder towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, black clouds pressed down on the land, lightning and thunder thundered, and the huge demon body. At this moment, he was completely surrounded by thunder, and his entire figure turned into a deep blue color. Thor. 7. Chapter 90. Ounce's whole body turned into thunder, his huge body, and the thunder turned into several giant pythons wrapped around Ounce's arms. Full of majesty, like a god. Xia Ya stood on top of Ounce, looking down at Marine and Akainu Kizaru who were catching up around them. It's just a toy. In front of Ounce in thunder god form, Akainu and Kizaru's eyes were particularly solemn. Akainu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his whole body regained its sharp look. His arms turned into lava and he shouted. Meteor Volcano Punch. Unlike the popular volcanoes released from the sky, Akainu's arms turned into afterimages at this moment. Countless lava fists were like cannonballs, rushing towards Xia Ya's location and bombarding them. In their path, the space was burned and distorted. Kizaru's eyes flashed with golden light, and 10 shining clones stood on both sides of his body. The 10 Kizaru raised their fingers and also fired lasers at Songgai's location. Faced with the bombardment of Logia elements, Xia Ya has no intention of getting entangled. His tone was endlessly entangled with these 2 rough men. Why not consider going back to the big room made in heaven and making little people? Ounce in the form of the god of thunder suddenly opened his mouth and roared, Destroy, destroy, destroy them all. In an instant, Ounce turned into thunder and disappeared in a flash. Turn your guns and aim them. Be careful to stay out of the way of the 2 admirals. The marine soldiers were following the orders and operating nervously, and suddenly behind them, 147 thunder flashed, a huge figure gathered, and thunder from the thunder god Ounce rolled over, and dozens of marines had not yet raised their heads. Turning around, his whole body was instantly paralyzed and burned. How weak! Thunder judgment! Ounce smashed his hands down, and thunder pillars with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell from the sky and bombarded the ground in the distance. Hundreds of marines were blown away by the thunder. They were pierced by the thunder in mid-air. They trembled and fell to the ground with billowing black smoke. To generate interest, thousands of marine soldiers died suddenly without playing any role. Just because the speed of thunder is too fast, the weak cannot defend at all. In an instant, several Archiman mangroves were split open by thunder and turned into lightning-struck trees that burned. The ground of the island was devastated, with huge potholes emitting black smoke. On the sea, because the pillar of thunder penetrated the island and blasted into the seabed, a large area of sea beasts, including several sea kings, were affected and floated on the sea with their white bellies exposed as if they were dead. It's so scary, it's actually a targeted attack. Kizaru only had one lens left in his brown glasses. He looked at the scene in front of him carefully and came to a conclusion. Whether it's 8-footed Megatama or meteor volcano, such a skill will cover a wide area. At the same time, because there are too many natural elements, it is full of chance, which means that the fatal hit rate is very uncontrollable. It is impossible to target and strike at all, it is completely within the scope of fire coverage. However, Xia Ya sent her own thunder to the clouds in the sky to make it more agitated, and used her heart network to lock the target, and then controlled and guided the thunder to fall as a thunder person, completing a precise strike. This kind of operation is not available in other logia. Large range, precision, extreme speed, all weather, every characteristic can determine. Thunder Fruit is destined to be one of Logia's most invincible abilities. Far away. Hawkeye shook hands subconsciously and prepared to insert the black sword knight into the scabbard on his back. But he found that his hands were empty at this time. It's boring. The eagle's eyes turned cold, and after speaking, he strode toward the coffin boat in the harbor. Through the battle between Xia Ya and Akainu Kizaru just now, he has clearly seen the gap between himself and Xia Ya. If we just talk about strength, he is not Xia Ya's opponent at all. Because the fruit power level, quantity, and proficiency possessed by Xia Ya are the most exaggerated in the sea. And if we just look at it from the perspective of swordsmanship, Hawkeye decided that what he lacked was his strong physique. In terms of swordsmanship, he is actually not inferior to Ryoma. Therefore, the next thing Hawkeye needs to do is to improve his physical fitness. But this is easier said than done. It is not easy to become a great swordsman in the world. While you are physically strong, you must not be too tall, otherwise a weak or bulky body will not support the training of the ultimate swordsman. The reason why Xia Ya was able to defeat the world's greatest swordsman was ultimately because his riding ability was too buggy. Just riding. Ryoma gave him the ultimate swordsmanship. Ounce gave him strange powers like a titan. As a rider, Xia Ya combined the advantages of the two into one, and then launched an ultimate slash that even the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, could not resist. Hawkeye thinks at this moment. Only by achieving a breakthrough with strength can he enter the next level. TB. Is Xia Ya and Ounce and Ryoma the complete form of the great swordsman? Actually Hawkeye doesn't think so. The power of Xia Ya's slash was greater than her skill. The slashing technique was not fully integrated with the powerful power. The slash was a symbol of violence, but it was not perfect. This is the flaw in Xia Ya that my hawk saw. Otherwise, he would not be able to think of any way to defeat the man who took over his position as the world's greatest swordsman. Yet, what a terrifying newcomer! I guess he will be more high profile next time he appears. This era is much crazier than Roger's time. The blood on Rayleigh's face had dried up and the wounds were scabbed, and she soon followed Hawkeye's footsteps and left. The appearance of Xia Ya reminded him of many past events. However, Rayleigh couldn't find a monster like Xia Ya who was more talented than Roger and more high profile than Rox after looking through history. Could such a person really exist? From the perspective of Hawkeye and Rayleigh, the outcome of this battle cannot be determined. At least Xia Ya already has the intention to leave. There is no point in reading anymore. They have good abilities but are too timid. They just commit a small crime and then run away with their tail between their legs. What a bunch of cowards! The riding pirates are just another cowardly deserter on the sea at best. If human beings don't follow the right path, there will be no value in survival. There is no place in this world for UBD pirates to survive. They are just a group of survivors, abandoned by the sea. Akainu styled his hair short and put on a marine hat with a contemptuous expression. Just an eternal loser. In previous battles, Akainu has already established his character as a pirate. As long as the cynicism is in place, the pirates will be as determined to fight you as if you had the revenge of killing your father. Seeing that Xia Ya wanted to leave, Akainu taunted loudly again. Compared to the original pirate King Roger, your brat's courage is really far behind. He will never back down, rookie brat. Xia Ya. Hearing this, Xia Ya immediately laughed, haha, interesting, you think I am ace. Immediately a thunder flashed. Ounce's huge figure came up behind Akainu. Facing Akainu, who was looking down and smiling evilly. Xia Ya said calmly, Akainu, are you so free? Why don't you think about your future? As a running dog raised by the celestial dragons, you have to obey the orders of Master Tianlong. It's a pity that you killed 4 celestial dragons today. I'm afraid you won't even be able to be dogs in the future. Dogs that eat shit are common, and they eat shit and eat their masters. The dogs are rare species in the entire Grand Line. Didn't I hear that you didn't practice swordsmanship before? Now it seems that your practice with lava fruit is nothing more than this, you only use it to spray lava and make mouth cannons. I wonder if it will burn your mouth. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I will personally contact the newspaper and spend a lot of money to write a special book about you. These are all first-hand information. After Xia Ya said and waved, Carina obediently hung the high-definition camera she bought on Gaia Island on her chest. A handful of photos were scattered on Akainu's head. Wow! The photos fell one by one. Akainu looked at the 3 celestial dragons skewered into candied haws and the celestial dragon's meatloaf cooked by the great eruption. His face became more and more gloomy, and the lava on his arms burst out like an explosion. Oh! By the way, the 4 emperors have been in New World for several years, right? Why didn't Marine say anything? Is it because he didn't like it? Tisk, tisk, tisk. The pressure from the 4 emperors is really great. Naval headquarters can only hide in the front half of the Grand Line. I suggest you go back and give Sengoku some advice, and simply change the name of Naval Headquarters to Turtle Headquarters. Well, I believe your dog owners will agree after this time. I hope that next time I come to settle accounts with you, there will be a few Marines standing behind you, otherwise you won't even have anyone to be buried with you. This bone is a reward for you, see you later. After Xia Ya finished speaking, Ounce rubbed his fingers together until his fingers were pinched, revealing a huge white finger bone. Pull it off and throw it to Akainu. Anyway, the 6 paths golden coffin will repair all the wounds on the mount. The huge white bone slowly sank into the magma and turned into billowing smoke. The pungent roasted smell filled Akainu's nostrils. He couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately turned his head angrily and shouted, "Great eruption!" But the huge lava fist was swung empty. Xia Ya turned into thunder and disappeared long ago. Now, thunder was rolling in the sky in front of Akainu. 3 huge black thunderballs squeezed through the clouds, showing a triangular shape, and slowly fell towards the ground. The target is the location of 3 marine branches. Boom, boom, boom. As a wail resounded throughout the world, Marine's deployment in the Sabayati archipelago came to nothing. Damn it! Blue blue blue. At this time, a Marine tiptoed around a lava field and reported with sweat on his face, Akainu. Admiral, Marshal Sengoku's call, I want you to answer. Akainu clenched his fists tightly and walked away without looking back. Only one sentence with a sinister tone was left. I will return to headquarters myself. Kizaru looked at Akainu's retreating figure in 2.7, took off his brown glasses, and couldn't help but mutter, it's a mess, I'd better not get involved in this matter. The Science Corps is where I should be, compared to Naval Headquarters. Punk hazard is heaven. Immediately, Kizaru turned into a stream of light. Marine Ford, Marshal's office. Sengoku's phone kept ringing. He knew it was the 5 elders, but he didn't choose to answer it. Sengoku listened to his subordinate's report with a gloomy face. 3 naval headquarters were smashed into the ground by thunder black balls. More than 1,000 marine soldiers were killed or injured. The Sabayati archipelago was still in civil strife. A large number of pirates went crazy. Even the industries controlled by Marie-Joyce were looted by pirates. The economic losses exceeded 4 billion Bei. Profit. None of this matters. What's important is that there were 6 celestial dragons who lost their lives in front of 2 marine admirals. What's worse is that Xia Ya and others all ran away. Sengoku has a headache. At this time, the seagull decoration on his head was wilted and limp. A hole. You are just a marine marshal, how dare you not answer our calls? In the marshal's office, black thunder suddenly flashed, and a circular frame suddenly appeared. Within the 5-pointed star within the circular frame, a figure of a monster with a twisted head rose slowly. It was leaning on a cane, with a flame band wrapped around its body, and its face was covered with scolded angrily. Sengoku was immediately frightened by the sudden appearance of the monster. Jegalusha Sartan Saint. Chapter 91. This guy Sengoku is getting more and more arrogant. Who do you think he is? Will the general be subject to military orders abroad? He actually didn't even answer the call from the 5 elders, the world's supreme power, nor did he take Sakazuki to the Holy Land Marie-Joyce to apologize. This kind of contempt for the world's top power made the 5 elders far away in the Holy Land Marie-Joyce feel offended, and they were collectively angry. Saint Jegalusha Satan used his power to come to Marineford in person to question him. The huge 6-clawed bull-headed monster felt the pressure, and Sengoku also broke into a cold sweat. Now that the incident in Sabayati Archipelago has ended, it is confirmed that Akainu and Kizaru failed to intercept Xia Ya, and the death of 6 celestial dragons in front of Marine Admiral has become a fact, which is about to shock the world. Sabayati Archipelago was invaded by Marine and turned into chaos again. In such a chaotic situation, Sengoku didn't even know what to say. Also at this time, 2 tall figures appeared in the marshal's office. Marine Admiral is back. Seeing Akainu come back, Jegalusha Satan Sheng immediately cast a fierce look. Kizaru's neck shrank and he muttered inwardly, "Okay, it seems I'm fine." Jegalusha Satan Saint is the god of scientific defense, and Kizaru commands Marine's scientific troops. The two have the most direct superior-subordinate relationship. They have frequent contact with each other on weekdays. When he saw that the person coming was Satan Saint, Kizaru immediately felt relaxed. Akainu on the side had a gloomy face, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, Made in Paradise gradually moves away from the outline of Red Line. Xia Ya did not let Nami control the ship to the New World. He was going to Marineford to say hello to Sengoku. From East Blue to Grand Line, Marine had come to trouble Xia Ya several times. This time, Xia Ya decided to take the initiative to trouble Marine to make them remember. Marineford in Naval Headquarters is the best place for revenge. A deck made in heaven. Xia Ya lay on the rocking chair and took the drink from Perona. At the same time, he is also thinking about the meaning of having many children and many blessings. Having 2 babies will give you 2 more buffs. No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal. Put it on the schedule quickly. Of course, it would be very simple if you just have a baby. After all, as long as you work hard, you have a high chance of winning the bid. What Xia Ya is thinking about is how to use this time to make the team stronger. No doubt. Xia Ya faces 09 many choices. First, Sleeping Ancient Town is his priority to go to. The Phantom Beast and Vampire form must be mastered as soon as possible, and then given to Khalifa to eat. In this way, there is another pervert ability in the team. The core ability of the vampire form is that it can absorb the blood of others to achieve the purpose of absorbing the lifespan of others. At the same time, it can make the person with the ability return to his youthful appearance, and even his strength can be restored to its peak. It can also create darkness and hide other people's lifespan. Minister 2. For example, Nami is only 15 years old now. If it were more precise, only a little bit of her blood would be sucked. Is it possible to control Nami to be 20, 25, or 3 years old? Although it is Xia Ya's guess, it is worth a try. After all, those with vampire form can give their lifespan back. It costs next to nothing. Moreover, vampire ability is definitely the strongest type of control skill. No matter how powerful a person is, even if Akainu in his prime comes to him, as long as his blood is sucked dry, Akainu will become an old man and his strength will decline. When you reach your old age, you are left to your own devices. If this fruit exists, Xia Ya is sure to kill anyone in the world. Secondly, New World has Punk Hazard. Xia Ya is not sure if Vegapunk has conquered the artificial zoanfish fruit phantom beast species pink dragon form devil fruit. But according to the original work, Kaido was captured and studied by Vegapunk in his early years. Although Kaido took Yin away in the end, the blood factor with the blue dragon form had long been preserved. Maybe artificial devil fruit is already being studied in this era. This artificial fruit of a fantasy beast type was defined as a failure by Vegapunk, but it is just that the color is not cyan. The strength contained in the artificial fruit in the form of a pink dragon is the strongest creature like Four Emperors Kaido, and it definitely belongs to the third among devil fruits. One echelon. Xia Ya has no reason to refuse to ride the pink and tender pink dragon. Wouldn't that thing be wasted by Momonosuke? Momonosuke must die. Even more exaggeratedly, the pink dragon form can also create flame clouds and lift the island into the sky like a lion fruit. When Xia Ya is strong enough, she can find a beautiful island to ride on and build a kingdom. It can also be included in the plan. At present, Sky Island is too big, otherwise Xia Ya would have tried riding Sky Island long ago. So, Punk Hazard is also listed as a part of Xia Ya's project. At last, it is also worth going to the Entertainment City Golden City to grab Paramecia Lucky Fruit Power user Bakura. With his 10 times lucky buff, I am afraid he will be directly promoted to the Super Luck Child. At this time, Carina knelt down in front of Xia Ya, bit his ear, and hummed, "Idiot, is what you said before true? It's like a joke. Give birth to a baby. It's impossible even if you think about it. Let Robin and the others come." Ah! Robin didn't hear clearly and immediately asked, "Carina, are you talking about me?" Carina raised an index finger, "It's Xia Ya who said she wants me and Nami to have a baby." The surrounding Robin, Perona, Vivi, Hina, and Tashiji were completely shocked. He looked at Xia Ya with his mouth open and a look of astonishment on his face. "No way! Nami? Carina? You guys have babies?" Hearing this, the female companions went crazy. Hina and Tashiji, two marginal characters, were still in shock when Xia Ya fought against the two marine admirals. "It seemed like I heard something extraordinary this time. Totally numb. What kind of pirate group is this?" Xia Ya coughed slightly and explained, "Ahem, it's like this. My riding ability is the strangest ability in the world. Every time it reaches a stage of development, there will be something like a seal that hinders the progress of my strength. The obstacle I want to break through this time is that you two little babies need me to live with you. The matter of fruit upgrade is too complicated, Xia Ya can only explain it in an easy-to-understand way. How can there be such a strange fruit ability? Obviously it's you who is the pervert." Robin immediately looked suspicious. "If you want to have a baby, why don't you? What if the baby doesn't have milk?" She couldn't help but glance at Carina and Nami. "You are only 15 years old. Some functions are not fully developed yet." Xia Ya smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about it. You can maintain the next state for a year." After saying that, Xia Ya's cheat swept past Carina and Nami. Suddenly, a furry tail appeared behind them. At the same time, Nami and Carina's bodies were growing wildly at an exaggerated speed. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Carina transforms into a 25-year-old. Nami also changed and turned into a 28-year-old. At this moment, Carina and Nami are at their peak, both in figure and appearance, and are very eye-catching. The other female companions were either surprised or envious. Vivi and Perona were so envious that they almost cried. Xia Ya knows. This is all cheat varies from person to person specifying each other's best childbearing age. And Carina and Nami will remain in this state for a year. Poll. It is said that pregnancy lasts for 10 months, which means a year is only 12 months. Will the time be a little shorter? Xia Ya's scalp suddenly felt numb. Because he found a huge bug. This buff only lasts for 1 year. After Carina and Nami give birth to little Bibi, their ages will return to the present. By then, maybe there is really a lack of milk. Xia Ya has a headache. He could only set his sights on Robin, Perona, Khalifa, Hina. How about training a few more wet nurses? What if the child has no milk to eat? After all, the buff has been given to Carina and Nami, and only their children will get the super permanent buff. It would be a shame not to let them give birth. Seeing the strange look from Xia Ya, the 4 girls all shrank their necks. They knew that giving birth was very painful, so they waved their hands quickly. Ha 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 ha, it turns out that Carina and Nami have changed their ages. It's good, Carina, Nami, you have to work hard. Carina and Nami have had their ages changed before, so this physical change is not much of a surprise. But Carina can't wait anymore. In her opinion, nothing is more fulfilling than Xia Ya's first child. Humph. Then you will know the advantages of the first child. Nami has no experience in this area yet. But she was the first crew member to board the ship after Carina. The relationship with Xia Ya is quite deep. At this moment, my physical condition is already 28 years old. It is the age when a wolf is like a tiger. Nami has no reason not to look forward to it. Perona covered her little mouth, her round eyes were very curious. Ha 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 ha, that's it, you guys go to the room and make it. I will guard the door for you and let you know, so no one will peek. Xia Ya glanced at Perona. This little princess is a user with the Riding Fruit ability. The ghosts she releases can pass through walls, and they all have noses and eyes. The ghost's perspective is shared by Perona. Isn't this just for peeping? Obviously I don't work hard, but I still want benefits. Perona made this calculation. Simply. At this time, Carina was suddenly stunned, and she seemed to have discovered a bug. She quickly said, Xia Ya, don't you think there are 12 months? You know, those newlyweds all enjoy the world of 2 people at first and choose not to have children. We can also postpone the time a little bit. Immediately. Carina felt it was not enough. He took out a handful of exquisitely packaged small umbrellas from his arms. Dude is protected by everyone in the audience and runs for love. Ha! As soon as Carina's came out, all the female companions in the audience felt like they were struck by lightning. Only Vivi said faintly at the side, it turns out to be Dudu, this is our Alabasta brand. Our Alabasta, the Speedy Duck Rally Finals in the Desert Summoner Grand Canyon, are all sponsored by the brand provided by Dudu's little umbrella. Nami held her forehead, Carina. I'm convinced you have been eating secretly. Carina stuck out her tongue, a bunch of little idiots who don't know how to enjoy themselves. Robin, Perona, Khalifa, you can actually do it. Also, Hina, you have already. The people named by Carina are all adults, and Robin is 24 years old. And Hina just lay innocently. At this time, Hina was already 28 years old. He is the oldest person in the world made in heaven. Hina was speechless. At this time, the internal affairs of your pirate group are none of my business as an outsider. By the way, Hina, Tashiji, I just wanted to tell you about this. Xia Ya reminded, you two are indeed outsiders, just find a place to disembark in New World. Hearing this, Hina and Tashiji were shocked. Hina already hates what Marine does, and she clearly ridiculed Marine Admiral in the previous Sabayati archipelago, so she is ready to have nothing to do with naval headquarters. But she doesn't know where to go. How wonderful it is to be made in heaven. Have whatever you want. Except this group of people are not very serious, but life on Made in Heaven is really fun. It's better than living homeless in a bridge. However, at this moment, Hina has no plans to join Xia Ya's pirate group. 2. Look at Xia Ya's tone. Are you preparing to evict people? For a moment, Hina was confused. Tashiji, on the other hand, mustered up the courage at this moment and said directly, I have no place to go, please accept me. I want to join you, Captain Xia Ya. Just kidding, Xia Ya is now a man who has defeated Hawkeye. He is truly the greatest swordsman in the world. As a swordsman, Tashiji has nowhere to go. Being by the side of the world's greatest swordsman has become her best choice. Is that so? That's good. Base. Xia Ya handed the black sword knight into Tashiji's hand, then, you should start with me as the maid holding the sword. The reason why Xia Ya wanted to drive people away was because of the psychology of Hina and Tashiji. The two of them had fallen out with Marine, and the sea was cruel, so they had to find an opportunity for them to make a choice. However, you can take your time before concluding the riding ceremony, as you will have plenty of time in New World. Tashiji's hands suddenly felt heavy. She was completely stunned, because her heart was so shocked. What I have in my hand is the strongest black sword yet. The ultimate sharp knife. Hina lowered her head, she could understand Tashiji. After all, Tashiji was just a marine trainee, she was stabbed in the back by Marine, and she loved swordsmanship so much. The world's greatest swordsman could be said to have unlimited attraction to her. At this moment, Tashiji already has a kind of admiration for Xia Ya in his heart. But Hina herself. Troubles filled her. Xia Ya smiled and said, Hina, it doesn't matter. It's up to you whether you want to go or stay. Anyway, it will take some time to arrive in New World. You can think about it carefully. No matter what it is, it's up to you. Carina came over and held Xia Ya's arm, then shall we, he. It's still daytime. Xia Ya turned around and tapped Nami on the forehead and said, Marine Ford is coming soon. Since Marine likes to cause trouble for us so much, let's give them a meeting gift this time. Understood. Nami nodded, moved his palm across the air, and sniffed, southeast wind, humidity 37.9%. A few seconds later, Nami creates several small thunderballs with one palm. Let them float to various locations in the clouds in the sky. Time. The white clouds seem to be dyed with ink. Slowly, it becomes deeper. At the same time, Marine Ford, Park Office. Because Sengoku is about to face the curse of 5 elders Jaegolucia Satan Saint. He didn't want the smell of being scolded to spread. FFLX. He asked his subordinates to close the doors and windows tightly and tightly. At this moment Sengoku is already standing aside. Sitting on the marshal's throne was Saint Jaegolucia Satan, who had returned to human form. Who will explain? Let's start with you. Sengoku. Chapter 92. Marine Ford, Marshal's Office. Seeing that Sengoku didn't speak for a long time, Saint Jaegolucia Satan stamped his cane so hard that the floor shattered. Sengoku stood hesitantly and said, Everything. Everything is because Xia Ya's power is too weird. He can use the strength and special abilities of all mounts. There are too many demon fruit power in his team, and they are all it's concentrated on one person, that's why it's tricky. So. Jaegolucia Sartan-san. Sengoku immediately said, so. I suggest increasing military spending and immediately expanding the Marine Army. And recruiting troops from all over the world. When the pirate power expands rapidly, Naval Headquarters has an option to recruit troops from around the world. They will spend a lot of money to hire sea masters to join Marine. For such people hired, Naval Headquarters will promise to give them high-level positions, high-standard treatment, and even privileges. Hearing this, Saint Jigolo Saisakan was immediately angry. He came to listen to Sengoku's explanation, not to make demands. Humph! Isn't your Marine's military expenditure of 20 billion baileys every year not enough? You can't catch even a small pirate, so why not just put a bounty of 20 billion baileys directly on Xia Ya's head and let the madmen on the sea take action? Are more efficient than your Marine. Sengoku nodded quickly. Kide, everything you said is right. Jagaluja Sartan Saint. Sengoku explained patiently, because Xia Ya has many, complex, and strong abilities, I couldn't take her down even if I sent 2 Marine admirals. But this is the strongest combat force that Naval Headquarters can send. Well, it's not that Marine is inefficient, it's just that the cards in her hand are really not enough. Xia Ya's potential is more powerful than the New World 4 emperors. If we don't investigate every one of his abilities and accurately lay out a capture net, almost no one will keep him. Now we can only rely on various combinations of abilities. Form a counterattack. World conscription is very necessary. Sengoku can't face the problem of Jagolucia Satan directly, and even he currently has no way to arrest Xia Ya. He can only talk about this, try to make Jagolucia Satan calm down, and put the "it's better for the old man to become confused." But Sengoku was telling the truth. Now Aokiji is still recuperating in the headquarters hospital. The rest of his subordinates are either semi-retired old men like Zephyr or Garp. The most powerful of the younger generation are Akainu and Kizaru. This time, both of them were sent out to deal with Xia Ya, but what happened? I can't keep it at all. If there are 10 Akainu, 10 Kizaru level experts. If Marine has enough demon fruit power in hand as a counter. If you set a hunting trap for Xia Ya, the results may be different. Saint Igalusha Satan said with a dark face, incompetent. You actually called incompetence so magnificently. Marine is the largest violent organization in the world and has been running for hundreds of years. The lack of combat power reserve is an internal problem of Marine. All I can say is that you are incompetent, Sengoku. Akainu, tell me about you killing the celestial dragons. Sakazuki had a deep look on his face and took out a recording phone bug from his arms. This is recorded by Sabayati Archipelago, Franklin Vice Admiral of the G31 branch. It has shown that I expelled 6 Tian long before taking action. Expulsion. Saint Igalusha Sartan stamped his staff, UBD. Watch your words. Sakazuki lowered his head and gritted his teeth and said, we have asked the celestial dragons to leave the danger zone, but they turned back inexplicably. In a battle of that level, it is inevitable that there will be damage. Everything I do is for the justice in your heart. Seeing the records of the phone bug, Saint Igalusha naturally knew that the fault lay with the celestial dragons. But celestial dragons are descendants of the Creator and have all the privileges in the world. Only the Order of God has the authority to judge the celestial dragons. Akainu is just a Marine admiral who rose from the ranks of civilians. In essence, he is just a loyal dog that the celestial dragons admire. There is no right to take away the noble lives of celestial dragons. Not even if it's a manslaughter. Justice. Marie Joyce's justice. Celestial dragons' nobility is justice. This is the justice you Marines want to uphold. Sengoku, Akainu, you two go to the Marie Joyce Roswald family immediately. Also, Akainu will be dismissed from his post after he comes back, and we will see how he performs in the future. Hearing this, Sengoku and Akainu's faces suddenly darkened. But at the same time, the marshal's office was knocked open. Oops! Marshal Sengoku, Xia Ya and the pirates are coming to Marineford. What? Above Marineford Square, countless Marine soldiers looked fearful. Run! I don't know who shouted tremblingly. The Marine soldiers began to run for their lives. Although they are elites trained by Naval Headquarters, their strength is also very good. B.A. A huge black thunderball overhead. Are you sure you're not kidding? It's so scary. If they were unfortunately hit by lightning, the killing wave alone would be enough to burn them to ashes. This is the ability of Logia Thunder Fruit. It is indeed that guy from Xia Ya. Akainu and others came to the square and looked up at the black thunderball approaching, their expressions became even more gloomy. Xia Ya bullied others too much and actually came to Marineford to make trouble. Is this going to destroy the entire Marineford? The pirate attack on Marineford is a trampling on the dignity of the naval headquarters. He thinks this is somewhere. Kizaru felt a headache. Both marine admirals are Logia demon fruit power, and their knowledge of fruit development is also profound enough. They know how terrible damage Logia can cause, and one look at the thunderball in front of them shows that it is quite destructive. Sengoku turned into a golden Buddha at this moment, staring at Ying who was smashed down. Damn Xia Ya, where are the others? Why didn't you see them? But except for Lei Ying, Sengoku didn't see any pirate ships in the sky. This kind of person is so hateful and shameless. More than 10 years ago, the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki also made such a big fuss in the naval headquarters. That time, half of Marineford was destroyed. It was Golden Lion Shiki who deliberately sought death, so Sengoku and Garp teamed up to send him into Impel Down. As for Xia Ya, her style of doing things is unpredictable. This kind of person is not only crazy, but also has no principles at all. He is the most difficult to deal with. How can any pirate run away after a fight? At this time, Saint Jagalusha Satan watched the Lei Ying coming down. With a move of his hand, he immediately summoned the teleportation array and angrily shouted, "Look at what you trashes have left behind." Such hidden dangers, Sengoku, Akainu, after dealing with Marineford's matter, immediately go to the Holy Land Marijois to kneel down and apologize. Remember, we will not give you a second chance. After saying that, Igolo Sisa frankly ran away. It wasn't that he was afraid of Lei Ying's terrifying power. But taking action here will make Saint Jagalusha Satan feel that he has degraded his status. When did a master have the obligation to protect a group of slaves? Damn BD! Sengoku shouted angrily, Vice Admiral and above are all at my disposal. At this moment, Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akainu all took action, and golden light, lava, lasers, and countless shock waves were emitted from the ground of Marineford. They all fired towards the thunder in the sky. Buddha's impact. Meteor volcano. Jur. But soon, Lei Ying still fell down. Boom, boom, boom. A huge shock wave rippled through Marineford like a nuclear explosion. 3 days later, the events of the Sabayati archipelago came to an end. The bounty on Xia Ya has been updated again. If Xia Ya's victory over Aokiji last time had already hurt the face of naval headquarters, and then the incident of hijacking Tianshangjian in the capital of Seven Waters hurt Marie Joy face, it was enough to cause shock in the sea. So this time, Xia Ya seizes the title of the world's greatest swordsman, and designs Marine Admiral Akainu to kill the celestial dragons with his own hands, and escapes safely from the encirclement of 2 marine admirals, while destroying most of Marineford as revenge. Xia Ya's reputation turned the ocean upside down. Xia Ya, the bounty reaches 3.6 billion belly, which is close to 4 emperors. Moreover, this bounty was obtained in the first half of the Grand Line. Not New World. That's it. Some people on the sea are already calling him the 5th emperor of the entire Grand Line. New World, Whitebeard territory, and sea. The Moby DK was parked on the sea, and Ace was holding a newspaper purchased from Newsbird. The rich humor was a bit pungent. The handwriting on the newspaper was still a little wet, and it looked like it had been temporarily reprinted. Ace is reading the newspaper to his dad, Whitebeard. Goo la 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 la. What a terrifying rookie brat. Hawkeye was actually defeated by him. His title as the world's greatest swordsman was taken away from him. He even lost his sword. 2 marine admirals were defeated in his hands. Marineford destroyed most of it, a feat not even done by the Rocks pirate back then. I'm actually alone. I wonder if he can be my Whitebeard's son. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard Newgate smiled heartily. Originally, on this sea, except for the family members of the pirate group, there was nothing that could move him. But now that such a new person appeared on the Grand Line, the strongest man in the world couldn't help but be shocked. A bounty of more than 3 billion. It was also obtained after Whitebeard obtained the title of 4 emperors. Unexpectedly, a teenage rookie pirate would make such an incredible achievement. Goo la 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 la, it seems that this Xia Ya is really extraordinary. Except for the Whitebeard pirates. Xia Ya's bounty order has also been put on the table by most pirates, including 4 emperors Kaido and 4 emperors Linlin. After all, Xia Ya's bounty has increased so rapidly that it surpasses everyone's expectations. Cognition. The man who defeated the world's greatest swordsman. The man who ruined Marineford. Let the naval headquarters dispatch 2 admiral men who failed. The man who challenged Marie Joya's authority. The man who makes the Grand Line tremble. One news headline after another caught everyone's attention instantly. If one edition of World Economic News is not enough, it will publish another edition. Although the content is the same, each edition has a new description, and it becomes more and more exaggerated. New World, on an island. This is Red Hair Pirates territory. When they saw the newspaper, the red-haired Shanks and Beckman looked confused. Shanks frowned with one hand, and the sea breeze puffed up his empty sleeves. Hawkeye actually lost. It's incredible. Even Mr. Rayleigh was injured in the conflict with Xia Ya. This newcomer is actually so scary. Rayleigh was red-haired Shanks' former vice-captain and his first teacher. Shanks knew best what kind of strength Rayleigh was. Although he was old now, his strength was still real. Seeing Xia Ya hurt Rayleigh at this moment, Shanks' expression was as serious as ever. At the same time, Hawkeye actually lost the title of the world's greatest swordsman in this duel, and even his most powerful black sword was lost. If Rayleigh is already old, Hawkeye is still in his prime. Shanks naturally knows the terror of Hawkeye. But under such circumstances, lose together. Beckman held a cigarette in his mouth, and his expression was more serious than ever. Ah, this is indeed something I didn't expect. Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Akainu, Kizaru, these strong men did not leave Xia Ya behind. The strength of that man, maybe it's beyond everyone's knowledge. This sea is getting more and more turbulent. Beckman looked at the blue sea in front of him. This is the New World, the territory of the 4 emperors of the sea. As Xia Ya's bounty has increased to the level of the 4 emperors, if he comes to the New World, the waves will inevitably be rough. The relatively peaceful era has to be perverted. Marineford, inpatient hospital. 2 men with bandages all over their bodies were being carried to the open space by nurses. The thunderous impact 3 days ago also affected Marineford's hospital, and many patients recuperating here suffered secondary injuries. Among them are Smoker and Aokiji Kyuzan. They were lying on makeshift beds, and the bandages were stained red by fresh blood again. Even Akainu Admiral and Kizaru Admiral couldn't stop that guy Xia Ya. Ahem. Smoker's lungs hurt and he felt very complicated. He did not expect that Xia Ya, who was still able to survive a few moves in East Blue Log Town, was now facing 2 disadvantaged admiral tribes at the same time. Her strength had improved too quickly. His knowledge was refreshed again and again. Certainly. After knowing Xia Ya's true power, Smoker was a little scared. Even Hawkeye and Marine Admiral can't defeat this guy. It's a miracle that Smoker survived. As for Aokiji, who had a broken leg on one side, only 2 eyes were exposed due to the bandage. Although his expression could not be seen, the emotions revealed in his pupils were quite complex. I'm afraid, Wang does, thunderous greeting is also a warning to himself. Holy Land Marie Joyce, House of Power. Jegalusha Satan threw the newspaper on the coffee table, anger written on his face. the photos of the tragic death of celestial dragons have been spread all over the world. The whole world is watching our Marie Joy's joke, this damn Morgans. Actually he wrote 5 editions of the newspaper in a row. Doesn't he think the sea is not chaotic enough? Topman Wuchulai tapped his fingers on the armrest of the seat. Xia Ya, this matter has too much impact, we still need the power of marine. Since Sengoku and Akainu have apologized in front of the celestial dragons, we should let them continue to stay. Naval Headquarters. The matter of world conscription is also worth considering. It is said that that guy Xia Ya went to the New World, and we need more calendar areas. Saint Isanbalon V Nashauro sneered, I don't think Sengoku and Akainu are sincere in their apology. They just need power and need to use the power of marine to avenge Xia Ya. Actually, everyone knows in their hearts that since they knelt down to apologize, I am willing to turn a blind eye. Shepherd 10 Peter crossed his hands on his chin and said. Saint Marcus Maz nodded and said, well, the world conscription has been settled today. Saint Nasu Lang will also give some financial support to naval headquarters. We still need servants to do the work. Saint Isanbalon V Nazthurang wiped his sword, his fierce eyes reflected on the blade. Xia Ya. Xia Ya. You really deserve to die. At the same time, the New World waters. A pirate ship pulled by 2 snakes is sailing on the sea. This is the ship of the Emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom from the Com Belt in the first half of the Grand Line. The perfume of the Kyuji pirates. The owner of the perfume serpent is the pirate empress who is rated as the most beautiful woman in the world because of her peerless appearance. She is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock. Report. Empress. We have collected another Xia Ya's latest bounty. Come on. Chapter 93. We have collected another Xia Ya's latest reward. On the perfume serpent, a woman with a strong figure and very little fabric ran towards the main hall of the ship holding a wanted notice. Amazon Lily is also known as the Land of Daughters, and there is only one gender in the entire country. The 9 snakes pirates led by the Empress are all composed of women. It is worth mentioning that Amazon Lily has a distinct personality worship sentiment throughout the country, and the target figure of national worship is none other than the current Empress Hancock. At the same time, because Hancock is a person with paramecia sweetness, Lian, fruit ability. So no matter what she does, she will show herself to the fullest. When he encounters poor kittens and puppies, Hancock will kick them away with arrogance and narcissism. But as long as she performs the action, it will arouse national admiration. And what no one knows is, Hancock is considered the most beloved monarch among all the kingdoms in this world. Everything she did was to maintain her authoritarian rule. No way. Amazon lilies need this for a monarch to exist. No. Because Amazon Lily is located in the Com Belt in the first half of the Grand Line, there are no other countries around it. The lack of commercial exchanges and goods circulation has resulted in this small island being extremely short of supplies. After Boa Hancock became a Shishibukai, she used the fame of this title to go to the New World every year, bringing back a large amount of goods from various kingdoms on established routes to meet the needs of the people. This time, the Kuja pirates collected enough goods and prepared to return to Amazon Lily via the Fishmen Island. Xia Ya, 3.6 billion bounty. Did this man kill 6 more celestial dragons? It's that sinful family again. Hancock held the newspaper tightly. It reported the death of celestial dragons. The logo of the Riswald family was clearly marked in the most conspicuous position. That group made her feel a biting chill. Because the Riswald family was the culprit who enslaved the 3 Boya sisters 10 years ago. The experience of becoming slaves left a serious psychological shadow on all 3 Boya sisters. And Xia Ya killed the celestial dragons of the Riswald family. The news was like sunshine, giving Hancock a sense of relief. There is actually a man in this world who can resist the celestial dragons. Even Rayleigh, Hawkeye, and Marine Admiral were all defeated by this man. Hancock composed himself. He soon regained his proud attitude. How is the replenishment of supplies? Do you need to go to Nuxus Island to replenish fresh water? Due to transportation problems in the pirate world, the flow of goods between kingdoms is not frequent. Therefore, the Nine Snakes pirates spent a huge effort to open up a specific route from the Amazon to several kingdoms in the New World, which became the golden lifeline of the Amazon Lily. Because he travels several times a year, Hancock knows exactly what supply points are on the route. The minister on the side reminded, "Your Majesty, the food and fresh water this time are sufficient, enough for us to return to Amazon Lily without going to New Zai's Island for supplies." Hancock put away the newspaper. "Well, cross Nuxus and return." "Yes. Your Majesty the Empress." At the same time, New Zai's Island. Made in Paradise landed in the crescent-shaped lake in the center of the island, and Xia Ya and others got off the boat. Nami put away the chart and her feet were already on the sky and the earth. "We're finally here." Nami looked surprised. "I didn't expect that an island with such rich freshwater resources and such precious natural conditions would be uninhabited. If this island were in East Blue, I'm afraid it could feed a lot of people." Robin walked around the island. "Actually, there are still some human traces. It is estimated that some fleets will come here to make some supplies. However, this situation is rare. We can live here safely." "A period of time." Nami nodded and shouted loudly, "Yes. Everyone, let's get ready." Soon, some supplies and furniture from Made in Paradise were moved down. Vivi used sand fruit to make yellow sand and built a platform and several temporary small house buildings. After burning Carina Paramecia fruit, the brick walls made of yellow sand became hard, making an uninhabited island more beautiful. "It's getting more and more lifelike." While at Sabayati Archipelago, Xia Ya had already done enough research and preparation. 280 nautical miles east of New York, there is a small kingdom of Charles, which can provide everyone with shopping convenience. 180 nautical miles to the west is Sleeping Ancient Town. There you can find Zoan bat fruit phantom beast species vampire form. Now, Carina and Nami are about to enter the pregnancy preparation process, so they need a stable environment. In addition, the current timeline is destined to have no major events, and almost all the resources on the sea have been captured by Xia Ya. You can take this opportunity to relax for a while. Made in Paradise is a luxurious ship that can definitely meet the needs of living, and Nuxus Island provides everyone with a place to stand. After the Kingdom of Charles made enough supplies, Xia Ya's team is preparing to live on Nuxus Island for a period of time. Until he and Carina Nami's 2 children were born. Just one day later, Xia Ya took everyone to Sugu Town. Sleeping Ancient Town, also known as Torrance Town, is located on an ancient island. There are some mysterious relics and treasures on the island, but after a long time they have become undiscoverable. Just like some ancient countries were destroyed, only the history of Sugu Town is left to be excavated. Originally, Sugu Town was abandoned for a long time. It was not until residents came to settle on the island in recent years that the place regained its vitality. In the fiercely fought New World, the town of Torrance is able to survive by relying on various garbage and materials floating from the sea. Looking for a devil fruit on such an abandoned island full of ancient ruins is generally a very difficult task, but with Robin deciphering the textual information in the ruins, Xia Ya quickly got the results she wanted. In just one day, everyone returned to Nuxus Island. In the camp, Xia Ya placed a purple-red devil fruit on the table. Hina, Tashiji, and Khalifa were a little shocked at the same time. What a gorgeous purple! This devil fruit is very powerful just by looking at it. Only now did the newly joined Khalifa and Tashiji know the fundamental reason for the strength of the Xia Ya pirates. It only took him one day to find the legendary secret treasure of the sea from a huge ruin. Moreover, it is through Robin's interpretation of ancient texts. At this time, everyone also understood that since Robin got on the ship, this purple-red devil fruit was the target that Xia Ya was looking for. This man's mobility and intelligence capabilities reached an outrageous level the next day. The reason why this team is strong is entirely because of the step-by-step planning of Captain Xia Ya. This man is extremely terrifying. Xia Ya looked at everyone and explained, "This is Zoan bat fruit phantom beast species vampire form." What? It's actually a phantom beast species. In the devil fruit system, Paramecia and Zoan are relatively common, most of them have weak abilities, while Logias is very rare, and devil fruit, a species of phantom beast that is even rarer than Logia, represents the mythical phantom beast. The ultimate power king of living things. The phantom beast not only represents a powerful physique, but also various special abilities. It can be said that it is the combined ability of Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. It has a great reputation and is the ultimate power that everyone desires. The phantom beast devil fruit is the most precious treasure among the secret treasures of the sea. As long as you eat it, the noodle user's strength will achieve a qualitative leap. What kind of team is this? 3 Logia ability users, comparable to Marine's 3 Admiral. Now there is another phantom beast species. Isn't he moving closer to Marine Marshal Sengoku? Hina was shocked and numb, and seemed to have a new seriousness about Marine's failure. There is no way, Xia Ya is too powerful. Xia Ya smiled, handed the vampire form devil fruit to Khalifa next to her, and said, "Eat it, and you will have the power of a vampire." "Khalifa, this devil fruit is specially prepared for you." "For me?" Khalifa was stunned for a moment, such a precious devil fruit is still the most powerful species of phantom beast. "I think it hasn't been long since Khalifa joined the team." Xia Ya had hardly done anything that contributed to the team, so Xia Ya immediately gave her a devil fruit of a fantasy beast type. No one dared to accept it easily. "Well, let's forget it. I'm not confident I can harness the power of a vampire." Seeing Khalifa's expression, I really couldn't help but want to laugh. He directly pulled Khalifa to his side, "Since you have become my mount, how could I treat you badly? Moreover, there is no need to worry about fruit development. After all, as long as you are ridden by me, you will definitely become an important member of the team." Component of combat power. That's right. Xia Ya has many tricks up her sleeve. Nami encouraged, "Don't worry, just eat it quickly." Khalifa nodded heavily, feeling valued. For such an important moment, I hope there will be a sense of ceremony. Soon a plate was placed on the table, and the vampire-shaped fruit was peeled off. With a slight scratch of the knife, Khalifa picked up a piece of fruit pulp with a knife and fork. She took several deep breaths before closing her eyes and picking up a piece of purple-red pulp. "Put it in your mouth." "Gudong." Khalifa's face instantly turned purple, but she still swallowed it gracefully under pressure. "Ah, ah." Khalifa took a few deep breaths and swallowed the entire glass of juice. "It's really as unpalatable as the rumors say." "This is..." Khalifa was stunned for a moment, subconsciously feeling the changes in her body. "Zi la la la." The next moment, Khalifa has barbs growing out of her elbows, and her purple-red bat wings stretch and expand like wings. Her face also becomes alluring and three-dimensional, with a hint of exotic charm, and her forehead is covered with purple-red fluff. Her teeth extended a little from her red lips, her fingers became slender, and her purple-red sharp nails were like spikes. Khalifa looked at her hands and said with some surprise, "I have completely changed. The phantom beast species is so amazing." Xia Ya nodded, very satisfied with Khalifa's current posture. "I have to say that the female vampire is really beautiful, especially with Khalifa's Western beauty temperament and her outfit with black fishnets all over her body." He couldn't help but comment, "Yes, this is the vampire form, which is very suitable for your abilities." Seeing Xia Ya looking at herself, Khalifa blushed immediately. "Now that I have to stay on Nuxus Island for a long time, wouldn't it be possible to consider dedicating myself to Xia Ya in such a wonderful environment? This. Such a good man, Khalifa has no reason to refuse." Carina on the other side saw the ability user of the phantom beast species for the first time. She immediately squeezed and hugged Khalifa. Can these wings fly? The teeth are so cute, and the soft hair can touch it. So comfortable, just like Sky Island's cloud quilt and silky smooth. Ha, of course you can. The moment he gained power, Khalifa knew the basic uses of some abilities. She clenched her fists, and the spikes on her elbows instantly extended. The purple-red bat wings became thinner and more transparent. When I use the bat wings, my body becomes very light, and I can fly with a slight incitement. Moreover, the movements are very fast and accurate. I am already a master of flying. Besides, my physical fitness has also been greatly improved. I can create darkness and completely hide in it. My eyesight can penetrate the darkness. With the addition of ultrasound, I can already hear the island. The sound of coconuts falling from the sea on the other side of the island. Vivi said in surprise, hiss. The radius of this island is at least several kilometers. You can even hear such a small movement. No, not only can it be heard, but the entire island has been scanned through the ultrasonic echo. It can be said that it can be seen. Ultrasonic scan. You can see and hear clearly. When Khalifa said this, all the girls looked surprised. They had no idea that the power increase of the phantom beast species would be so comprehensive and powerful. Khalifa cast a grateful look at Xia Ya and continued to explain, I can also take away the lifespan of others by sucking blood. I can even permanently maintain the peak body function. Look! Khalifa moved her fingers, and her sharp nails were wrapped with traces of scarlet. As she waved, there seemed to be a red ribbon flowing. This is the unique blood power of vampires. The scarlet ribbon fluctuates, and power flows in Khalifa's hands. So powerful! The devil fruit of the phantom beast species is so powerful! The girls exclaimed again, and their world view was refreshed. Tashiji is envious. She is a famous swordsman, but due to gender restrictions, her swordsmanship will not be very high. If there is a way to save it, it must be to improve her physical fitness. The best. The way is the devil fruit of the phantom beast species. Xia Ya saw Tashiji's greed and immediately smiled and said, Come on, Tashiji, sign a riding contract now, I will give you a tail, and your physique will also improve. Wait. If I have a chance, I'll also find you a devil fruit of the phantom beast variety. Ah! With everyone watching, Tashiji let out a soft groan. Successfully became Xia Ya's mount. Physical bond. Buff usage time limit, permanent. Source, Reigns of Tashiji. Ability, every time the mount comes into close contact with the mount can gain a spring of inspiration from the rider. Through this, the rider's combat experience can be properly passed on to the mount. Well, it turns out that Dudu is removed and the guilt is directly. We have to ripen all the mounts quickly. Xia Ya couldn't help but smile when she saw this. Before, she could use explanations to improve her understanding. Now she can also achieve more direct education through physical contact. Effect. Maiden Paradise is like a luxurious palace, and the scenery of New Zai's island is also beautiful and picturesque. Xia Ya immediately decided to settle down temporarily. Khalifa, during this time, you can develop your abilities more and try to see if you can control the amount of blood sucking and adjust the age structure of others. What I want is, Tashiji, Vivi. They have all entered adulthood. Xia Ya said directly. Khalifa nodded heavily. Now that the vampire devil fruit has been found, Xia Ya decided to live on Nuxus Island for a while, and in the process, he would explore the Golden City, Punk Hassan, Germany's intelligence information, and then consider whether to take action personally. After everything was settled, a big bonfire was lit in the camp. The aroma of food surrounded everyone. When the moon rises above the treetops, Xia Ya can also be in a room made in heaven. The lighting is warm at the moment. Carina and Nami, in their prime years, sat on the bedside waiting. Xia Ya stepped forward with a smile. Chapter 94. A month later, the sun was shining, under the coconut trees. Xia Ya was lying on the sun lounger wearing sunglasses, and Princess Vivi was sitting behind him, holding his shoulders. Perona floated over with a drink. The morning sun is the most comfortable. I just went to your room. Carina and Nami are still sleeping. Xia Ya, why are you still so energetic? They all said. Xia Ya didn't know either, so she could only explain, maybe I'm too strong or too big. And at this time, two pieces of information flashed before Xia Ya's eyes. Cheat tip: Carina's cheat buff takes effect, offspring +1, obtains permanent buff, succubus physique. Duration of use, permanent. Succubus physique, chivalry +99,999, heroic attributes +99,999, masculine charm +99,999. Tip: this buff only applies to high-quality mounts of the opposite S**X, and is invalid for any inferior mounts. Cheat tip: Nami's cheat buff takes effect, heirs +1, obtains permanent buffs, and picks up items. Duration of use, permanent. Pick up items: if you attack any character, you may be able to extract the target's traits, devil fruit abilities, special physiques, special talents, and special skills. Tip: the collision with the mount is also included in the attack range. Seeing this, Xia Ya was ecstatic, and the sweetness of the juice in her mouth increased by at least 10,000 times. First, the succubus physique is easy to understand. It used to be that Xia Ya needed to do a lot of work to capture some mounts, but now, although the explanation doesn't tell how powerful this succubus is, the role of the capturer has actually been interchanged. As long as it is a high-quality mount, you may even take the initiative to attack Xia Ya. Well, it's like asking to become Xia Ya's mount. What a treasure, I was given such a powerful permanent buff. Xia Ya continued to look at the second ability. This ability may be even more amazing. Although just looking at the description, it seems to be similar to comprehension skills. But in fact the difference is thousands of miles. The buff is enhanced more than a little. If understanding the buff is a kind of learning ability, then the buff of picking up objects is a bug-level copy. It can even extract the opponent's special talent and even devil fruit ability during the battle. For example, Charlotte Linland's steel balloon, Oldfield's reading people's hearts, red-haired Shank's killing by wisdom, etc. What's more important is that you can also target your own mount by picking up objects. When you are exercising, you can copy the devil fruit power. Almost all of Xia Ya's team are demon fruit power. As long as they work together, those accumulated devil fruit ability will sooner or later become Xia Ya's own mobilizable power. At this time, Vivi, who was lifting the patient's shoulders, was suddenly startled. She seemed to have been stimulated by something, her hands were trembling a little, and Vivi could even feel that her bones were softening inexplicably, and her whole body suddenly leaned forward and fell on Xia Ya's face. Ah! I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. Xia Ya lay on the sun lounger and said generously, it's okay, I just can't breathe. Sorry. Vivi was embarrassed, but she really didn't know what was going on. She suspected there might be something wrong with her body. And when Vivi stepped back for a few minutes, the look in her eyes towards Xia Ya began to change. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but something will happen if you look at it. With just a quick glance, Vivi seemed to have seen something extremely shocking. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Xia Ya and she no longer wanted to leave. Yes, Vivi was completely attracted and fascinated by Xia Ya. It was as if there was some mysterious power in Xia Ya that attracted her. And if she leaves Xia Ya right now, she feels like she will die. Just like a couple who fall in love and are madly in love, they are determined to be private for life after just one glance. They will stay together forever, and the sea will dry up and the stone will rot, because the wasteland will grow old. With this emotion, Vivi was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. At this moment, Hina emerged from the moon lake and was suddenly startled when she saw Xia Ya. At this moment, she was sinking slowly and feebly. What happened? Why has Xia Ya changed so much? Although she still has the same handsome face, her temperament is secretly exuding, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Could it be? He has grown into a father, is that why he has changed so much? Since arriving in New World, Xia Ya's team has come to New Zai's island, and Hina has not expressed whether she wants to stay or not. Xia Ya and her female companion have no intention of driving them away, so Hina is confused. I understood and stayed, planning to think about it later. And at this time, Hina seemed to have an answer in her heart instantly. Gulu gulu. Hina sank to the bottom of the water, bubbles rising from her mouth. Oops! Damn charm, it actually made me lose my strength. Am I going to drown and die? This is not the sea. At this time, a figure left the sun chair, jumped into the water, and carried Hina back to the sun chair. What's wrong? Are you okay? TB. Are you okay? Are you okay? The echo of Xia Ya keeps echoing in Hina's mind. I'm fine, can I still join your team? Some kind of mysterious aura came over, and Hina's brain was paralyzed. Perhaps it was an instinctive command that made her take the initiative to let go. Obviously, Hina was hesitant before and didn't really want to join this team. Of course. Xia Ya said cheerfully. Hearing the answer, Hina let out a long sigh of relief. I do. And also at this time, a woman with blood wings on her back fell from the sky, falling in front of Xia Ya and the others. Khalifa naturally felt something was wrong with Xia Ya. This man seems different. But because I have something important to say to Xia Ya. So this strange feeling was suppressed. Khalifa returned to human form. Xia Ya, I have developed the ability to adjust my age. Oh! Hearing this, Xia Ya was completely surprised. Try it quickly. Khalifa nodded, then held one of Xia Ya's arms, and then a sharp purple-red nail on her index finger pierced Xia Ya's blood vessel, like a syringe injection, and then a circle of blush flashed on Khalifa's fingertips. Obviously, Xia Ya's body is growing like crazy. Soon, a man in his 20s appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, Khalifa lowered his head and explained with a blush, my control is not precise enough, and I don't know exactly how much lifespan I have extracted. It is only within the range of 10 years. Is this okay? Of course. Xia Ya nodded and rubbed Khalifa's head in praise. The Khalifa fruit has been well developed, and this phantom beast species is considered a joke. Within this team, the youngest Vivi is only 14 years old, so if you take 10 years of her lifespan, it's totally fine. Carina continued to explain, this extracted lifespan will either be digested by me and become my energy, or it will exceed the time limit and then return to the original owner's body. The preservation time limit is about 8 hours. But within these 8 hours, as a vampire, I need to exert physical strength to preserve this blood life. Xia Ya understands. The ability of vampires to steal life is actually similar to the pop-up damage ability of Paramecia meatball fruit. When it is extracted, someone must bear it. And even for a person with the meatball fruit ability, the damage caused by this pop-up is the result of serious injury. If no one takes it, the damage will return to the original owner's body. However, phantom beast species are always phantom beast species. People with abilities in vampire form absorb the lifespan of others, which is beneficial after digestion. They can also choose not to return it, allowing the person whose lifespan has been taken away to completely enter an aging state until the lifespan is completely gone. As expected of a phantom beast, it's really quite powerful. Hearing Khalifa describe it like this, I couldn't help but feel excited about the vampire's ability. Xia Ya groped her chin and said thoughtfully, now in the team, there are only me, Vivi, Tashiji. Khalifa, can you do it so that we are all in our 20s at the same time? Khalifa nodded, I'm sure, it's not difficult. Marvelous. Xia Ya was excited. At this time, Khalifa seemed to have finished his report, and then he was able to take stock of Xia Ya now. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. If you beat the emperor every day, you will be heavy. Immediately. Khalifa blushed a little. Among this team, Khalifa's energy is second only to Carina. Although she is very conservative, her personality is very enthusiastic. At this moment, she is a little submissive, that. Xia Ya, let me discuss something with you. Ah? You said. Khalifa took a deep breath to muster up the courage and said, that's it. Xia Ya hit Khalifa 3 times on the head. This means that it can be done in the middle of the night. Turned out to be. Your wishes can really be fulfilled. When Vivi and Hina heard this, their little fists turned red. But not before that. Xia Ya also had important things to do. He stood up and said to Hina, now? Or wait a little longer? Now. Hina said with certainty as if she had changed into a different person. Soon, a message flashed before Xia Ya's eyes. Flying Thunder God Coordinate Buff. Duration of use, permanent. Flying Thunder God Coordinates, you can place a Flying Thunder God coordinate on your mount. With just a thought, no matter where your mount is in the world, you can teleport over and enter the riding center instantly. 0. Please give me flowers. Tip: to defeat the Flying Thunder God, you need to use a tool, a small flying stick. Here comes the little flying stick, a very powerful ability. Seeing the Flying Thunder God buff, Xia Ya was immediately overjoyed. The function is actually similar to the Flying Thunder God in Hokage, but the way of laying down the coordinates is different. The original riding form required Xia Ya to ride up in person, or find various ways to ride up, but now with this Flying Thunder God buff, there is no longer a distance requirement. As long as the thought is in place, Xia Ya can turn the mount into a teleporting coordinate. The whole person is straight. Receive transfer. Not only can he reach any mount at any time. At the same time, the protection of the mount was also maximized. After all, Xia Ya is a rider, and she is at her strongest when riding. If any mount is in danger, Xia Ya can immediately rush over and ride it. This Flying Thunder God buff only applies to contracted mounts. Characters like Zombie Majin Ounce, Zombie Shimatsuki Ryoma, and others are not included in the calculation. Certainly. Xia Ya didn't plan to use flying sticks to critically hit the 2 zombie gentlemen. After figuring everything out, the happy life belonging to Xia Ya's team has completely begun. He has a deep relationship with his mounts, and now he has a succubus physique. It would be a sin for the mounts to look at him in front of him. However, there is no ability to resist at all. Wow 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 wow! Whoa whoa whoa! 10 months later, the cries of babies were heard on Nuxus Island. Carina and Nami didn't think about it. Giving birth is so easy. It's as simple as not feeling anything at all. Both babies are blessed by the buff, which will not cause any harm to the mother's body or the baby's body. Basically, they can complete the process safely without suffering. Anyway, Carina and Nami seemed to have had a good sleep without even a drop of sweat. And even more exaggerated. These 2 little babies, as long as Xia Ya holds them, they will replenish their energy and sleep. Grow up healthily and happily. Ahahaha. Holding one in each hand, Xia Ya officially entered the ranks of a full-time baby daddy. What are your names for these 2 little guys? Time flies and 1 year passes. This day, a huge dining table was placed on the campground in the middle of the lake, filled with delicious food, and the dinner began. And 2 pink and tender little girls sat on the dining table and ate happily. One of the girls with colored hair is the daughter of Xia Ya and Carina, named Xia Yu, who is noisily saying, "Juice, juice, Mixue Bingcheng. The other one with orange hair is the little daughter born to Xia Ya and Nami, named Xia Shuet, who is also noisy. Gold coins, my toys. The adults are also sitting around the dining table at the moment, making new plans. After all, after staying in New York City for almost 2 years, it was time to start again. Khalifa was making cocktails for Xia Ya while saying, "We have found out the situation at Punk Hazard. The genius scientist Vegapunk's artificial devil fruit project. It has just started and there is no finished product yet, so, we don't have to go there for the time being." Xia Ya nodded. In the original work, it was 2 years after the Summit War that Momonosuke ate the artificial blue dragon form devil fruit, and then met Luffy and others, so now it is time to leave the Summit War. Gendu still has a year to go, so it's completely normal that it hasn't been produced yet. Punk Hazard was eliminated as a stop. Robin held Xia Yu in his arms and teased, "Over there in the Golden City, according to their route, they will pass through the kingdom of Curacao for supplies in 3 months. Xia Ya nodded and said, "Okay, we will go to Curacao in 3 months to wait. But before that, let's settle these 2 little guys if any of us want to visit from time to time. After all, he is a child with buff blessing, so he is not so pretentious." Nami originally planned to go back to Coco West Village, but considering that she has now returned to her original appearance, if she had a daughter, she would scare Nakajayo crazy. Therefore excluded. "You are the god of Sky Island. How about placing the child in Sky Island?" Nami's suggestion made Xia Ya think deeply. Sky Island is a good choice. Or can it be sent directly to the Alabasta royal family? Anyway, the Princess Vivi belongs to Xia Ya, and Alabasta is actually Xia Ya's territory. If you send your children to the royal family, they might get a good education. And also at this time. Nami and Khalifa said at the same time, "Xia Ya, a large group of women have come to the island." Mouth. Chapter 95. A pirate ship pulled by a snake, with a red hull and a flag with 9 snake heads spinning on the sail. It is now docked on the shore of Nuxus Island. On the beach, dozens of women carrying barrels jumped out of the boat and walked towards the lake in the center of the island. The person taking the lead was a woman with outstanding temperament. Number A. It is 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. This time Hancock led the fleet from Amazon Lily, passing through the Fishmen Island, and once again came to the New World's trade routes to bring back some goods for the people. No way! Amazon Lily is in the most special calm belt, and almost no one can pull in the supplies outside except their own ship. When everyone came to Nook's West Island, they were ready to come to the island to replenish some fresh water. The green-haired boy Sanders Sonia walked to the left of Hancock. "Sister, there has been no news from Xia Ya for 2 years. Has he been secretly erased by Marie Joyce? Sailing is a very dangerous thing, and many pirates are swallowed up by the sea inexplicably. Especially for those targeted by Marie Joyce, disappearance seems to be an inevitable outcome. Because Xia Ya 410 was busy raising her children, she lived in seclusion on New Zai's Island. Therefore, he did not appear in front of the world, which caused all kinds of speculation in the sea. When passing the Fishmen Island, Hancock also deliberately inquired about the information. As a result, Xia Ya seemed to have disappeared. As a 7 warlords of the sea, Hancock must understand the situation of the sea. Certainly. Because Xia Ya killed the celestial dragons of the Griswold family. Hancock became a little more concerned. To the right of Hancock, the orange-haired boy Marigold added, "This year, several potential supernovas have emerged in the sea. I heard that Gecko Moria has been eyeing Shishibukai and is preparing to unseat him. I'm afraid except for Shishibukai, and in the 4 Emperors group, the best person that the pirates most want to step on to get the upper hand is Xia Ya." Hancock left a line of footprints on the beach and just whispered, "It's impossible." Even Marine Admiral was humbled in front of Xia Ya. Most people wouldn't dare to offend. However, the 4 emperors of New World didn't make any move. It's strange that Xia Ya disappeared. And just when Hancock and others were preparing to head to the depths of the jungle. Boom boom. Bang bang. Bursts of gunfire were heard on the sea near the perfume serpent. Amazon Lily's female warrior immediately came to report, "Your Majesty, we were attacked by a pirate group." Hancock looked back. "I saw a warship flying the pirate flag, with flames constantly spraying from the side of the ship." Boom boom. Seeing the pirate logo and the huge elephant head logo on the bow of the ship, Hancock immediately frowned. "Jack the Drow under the Kaido of the Beast's pirate group. The big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Stop supplying fresh water, all crew members ready to fight." Although Amazon Lily is isolated from the outside world, the previous King Gloriosa joined the Rocks Pirate in the early years in order to strengthen the country's power, and successfully brought back Haki's cultivation method, and has allowed all citizens to practice it for more than 10 years. So, even though Amazon Lily are all women, many people are using Grandmaster Haki. She is a true female warrior. While 2 pirate ships were fighting, an 830 cm tall man with ivory decoration and a steel mask arrived on the beach with a few jumps. "Yo ho ho, who did I think it was? It turns out to be the pirate empress, Hancock. Are you the rumored most beautiful woman in the world? You're so petite, you're a bit unmotivated," Jack said with a wicked smile on his face while making grasping movements. And when the pirate boys brought by Jack saw that the 9 Snakes pirates were all women, their eyes were filled with tears. After all, Kaido's stronghold is Wano Kuni, where people live in poverty every day, and women rarely have money to buy rouge and gouache to dress up. Most women on the streets of Wano Kuni are so grey that they can hardly look at them. As for those Warrens who are performing arts, they are a sign of their growth. After all, they need to spend a lot of money to sleep. Therefore, Jack often takes his little brother to snatch women on the sea and have a tooth-slapping ceremony. At this moment, seeing the female warrior coming out of Amazon Lily, she seemed a little different. After all, she is from the calm belt and has not experienced too much damage from the sea breeze. The face of the Amazon woman looks a bit delicate. Seeing this, the pirate on the mammoth string was completely excited. Seeing how excited his brothers were, Jack immediately laughed and said, "Take them all so that Lao Zi can also enjoy the joy of being an emperor." "Brother Jack, follow your orders. Brothers, you are blessed today." Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, on the beach, the 2 groups entered a shopping state. In the first half of the Grand Line, almost no one dared to mess with the ships of the 7 warlords of the sea, except for the pirates from the New World 4 Emperors group, especially the Beast's pirates. Perhaps it was because there were many Zoan ability users inside, so the pirates all are full of bestiality. It is also because of worries about accidents. Therefore, every time he replenished goods for the people, the Emperor Hancock had to personally take action. But this was the first time I met a pirate like Jack. In the blink of an eye, many pirates jumped off Jack's big ship to look at guns and swords, and densely occupied the beach. Hancock never expected it. The mammoth can actually hold hundreds of people. And she had only 100 people with her. The difference in the number of people is at least 6 to 7 times. If the number of people is the same, or the difference in the number of people is not big, Hancock will naturally not worry. With his own strength and the application of Haki by the Amazon Lily female warriors, he can face any enemy. But the size of the Jack pirates. If you fight, the damage will be great. After all, the people are still waiting for their supplies. If the supplies are damaged, the Empress's prestige will also be lost. You have to find an opportunity to clear out a wave of miscellaneous soldiers before you can escape. Trouble. Hancock's eyes narrowed and he tapped his lips with his finger. Immediately, a huge pink heart appeared in front of his eyes. Then, like a bow and arrow, a large number of pink arrows shot towards the Jack pirates. Pat ta 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 ta. Each of the ferocious pirates had red hearts popping out of their eyes. Then it was completely frozen on the beach. Amazon Lily's female warrior then attacked with arrows that covered Haki, and the petrified portrait immediately exploded on the beach. 0. A hole, please be careful. The Empress Devil Fruit ability is very tricky. Jack instantly yelled furiously. Holding two sickle-shaped weapons, he smashed Hancock down. Perfume femur. With Hancock's kick, one of Jack's weapons turned to stone and shattered. A hole. Who do you think I am? Kids, I will trap the Empress, and you can quickly get rid of the others. You can still use the missing arms and legs, but you must be alive. Jack threw away a weapon and attacked Hancock again. Ouch! Brother Jack! I won't let you down. The two parties fought together again. And right now, a stream of scarlet passed through the crowd like a ribbon. When Khalifa's figures gathered together, the members of the mammoth on the path had white hair, old and withered, and they made countless snapping sounds of fractures when they moved. Who? No. Who are you, old man? I'm a rattlesnake. Brother Flathead, don't you recognize me? No, I moved too much and broke my bone. Hancock looked at Khalifa in shock. That strange vampire form. It seems to be the demon fruit power of the phantom beast species. Are there any masters on New Zai's island? And the people who saw Khalifa take action were all Jack's men. Hancock muttered subconsciously, is she here to help us? At the moment, Hancock didn't care. Use the devil fruit ability again and shoot pink arrows at Jack again. Slave arrow. Jack jumped to dodge the attack. At this moment, he was so angry that he immediately gave up attacking Hancock. Instead, he wanted to go to the mysterious scarlet figure to settle the score, but suddenly found that his feet were already covered with sand, and they were tightly wound. Entangled. In the distance, a girl with blue hair reminded, be honest. Otherwise you will die in 5.5. Jack was instantly furious, what the hell is this? Immediately activate the fruit's ability and transform into a mammoth with thick scalp and flesh. Jack is a member of the Murloc race of Madara fish with saddle stones. He is born with infinite strength. He is also a person with abilities in the form of an ancient species and mammoth after eating the elephant fruit. His strength and defense must reach the top of the sea, and cannot be stopped by some natural elements. With a little effort, Jack immediately broke free from the entanglement of the sand. Roar! The huge mammoth has fierce eyes and shakes its trunk angrily. Brutal attack towards Vivi's location. The sand crumbled beneath his elephant hooves. Also at this time, Xia Ya held two dolls in each hand and walked out from the depths of the trees behind Vivi with Carina, Nami, and others. I'm disturbing my child while he's sleeping, why don't you buy it? Saw a figure suddenly appear. Jack was stunned for a moment and was shocked, why is it you, Xia Ya? Hwa la la la. Under the brakes of Jack's mammoth form, a large pile of sand gathered under his hooves and piled up into a small mountain. Chapter 96. Seeing the sudden appearance of a line of people, Jack's mammoth form braked to a stop like a bulldozer. A huge pile of sand formed directly in front of him. Xia Ya and others walked out from further away one by one. It's actually you, Xia. Seeing that face, Jack's eyes widened and he sweated on his forehead, with a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that he would meet the most dangerous person in the sea here. In the past 2 years, Xia Ya's whereabouts have been almost hidden. Everyone is speculating on the reason for Xia Ya's disappearance, which has caused widespread discussion in the sea. In the waters of New World, the discussion about Xia Ya even exceeds that of 4 emperors. Almost all pirates are looking forward to Xia Ya coming out again. At the same time, they are also waiting for the news of Xia Ya's death to come out. After all, this melon is so big that there are legends of Xia Ya everywhere in the sea. The legend of the Xia Ya pirates also circulates within Beast's pirates. Jack watched as all members of the Xia Ya pirates arrived. Even though he is a drought under the four emperors Kaido, he feels great pressure at this time. Jack has a domineering and ruthless personality and does not accept negotiations. He will use force to solve everything that can be solved by force. He is decisive and brave, has a bad temper, and is very reckless. If it was just Xia Ya, he thought he could have a chance to meet her. But now all members of the Xia pirates are here? Jack is isolated and helpless, even though he is a very durable ancient species in the form of a mammoth. He is not absolutely confident that he can escape unscathed. The Rider Pirates, the Rider King Xia Ya, the bounty is 3.6 billion Baileys. With one more big event, the bounty can truly rival 4 emperors. Flaming Lady 09 Carina, bounty 1.36 billion Baileys. Nami, the electric shock user, has a bounty of 1.32 billion Belly. Nico Robin, the son of the devil, won the reward of 771,000. Perona, Princess Mononoke, bounty of 130 million Baileys. The luxurious bounty of these 5 people alone is enough to make them a team of the Emperor and Vice-Emperor of the Sea. And there are others who have not been rewarded. The arrogant Jack the Drow was not as arrogant as before when he saw the lineup of Xia Ya pirates. But the shock lasted only a minute. In the original book, in order to rescue Doflamingo, Jack will not hesitate to launch an attack even if he faces the Fujitora carrying the Marine Admiral. The results of the former Marshal's Marine fleet will not hesitate. Jack raised a hand to signal his pirates to stop, stared at Xia Ya and said, "Hey, hey, I am Drought, one of the 3 disasters under Kaido of the Beasts, Jack, the captain of the Mammoth, we Beasts Pirates and your excellency if there is no conflict, don't stop us from doing our work as Beasts Pirates. I'm determined to eat the Empress. Even Jesus can't keep her. I said so." Arrogant. Infinitely arrogant. Kaido, the boss of the Beasts Pirates, is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. He is a man known as the strongest creature. In the New World, Kaido's title is similar to that of Whitebeard Newgate, the strongest man in the world, which is also owned by the Beasts Pirates. The thing that pirates are most proud of. In the New World, the title of Sishin is the weakest deterrent. Hearing this, Hancock prepared to attack again. She was also a powerful person and was not afraid of fighting Jack. The only thing she cared about was that she was afraid of losing Amazon Lily's troops. But after sailing for so long, this was the first time she encountered Jack. Such a arrogant pirate! Everyone fight! Hancock ordered. Immediately, the female combatants from Amazon Lily took up their bows and shot arrows, aiming at Jack and others. "Are you teaching us how to do things?" Carina pointed to the piles of dirt on the sand. "This is my most cherished beach, and it has been destroyed like this. You want to do something on my land, have you asked me?" If it were 2 years ago, Carina might have some concerns when she heard the title of 4 emperors, but the team at Xia Ya on Nook's Island in the past 2 years has not been idle. During Xia Ya, she also obtained several top-notch buffs, including a golden whip for a golden experience, and even small props to improve other abilities. Each mount wore a tail that improved their physical fitness, and they also carried out targeted training. The pirate group has formed a layout in which each one performs his own duties, and his strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Every woman in Xia Ya is no longer a vase. I want to ask you first before I start? Are you kidding me? Ha 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 ha. Do you know who is the boss in New World? Hearing this, Jack immediately laughed. Hey, hey. Don't be so self-righteous. Although your team's bounty is very high, it's just because you killed the celestial dragons. Don't be so naive as to think that you can compete with the 4 emperors team. Let's sit on equal footing and fight head-on. Laozi is the right-hand man of the strongest creature. At this time, Khalifa didn't waste any time. She spread her blood wings and pulled out the black sword knight that was longer than her height. Base. As the black sword knight was unsheathed, the blade made a roaring sound. One slash knocked down a group of pirates, and blood stained the beach red. Khalifa held the black knife. In fact, she had never thought about it. After several developments by Xia Ya, her swordsmanship talent, which had nothing to do with her, was actually developed, and she was still very talented. Great swordsman. A path she never imagined. Relying on the increase in physical strength brought about by the vampire form of the phantom beast, Khalifa is now the #1 swordsman in the entire team, except for Xia Ya. Tashiji was still a little dull, and was still chasing after Khalifa. So, Xia Ya put the black knife knight with Khalifa, just use it when necessary, and just let her do whatever she wants. The pirates on the surrounding mammoth ship were trembling a little at this moment. They didn't know Khalifa, but the black sword yet in the hands of Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, was known to every 10 high-level pirates. How could it be, Boss Jack? This woman seems to be a person with Zoan's ability, even a phantom beast species, and the black sword in her hand was once Hawkeye's sword, as described in the news. It's true, Xia Ya really took away the title of the world's greatest swordsman from Hawkeye. Even the strongest person in the world has been given away. How terrifying is his strength? How about, Brother Jack? Let's retreat first after suffering some losses today. When the pirates under Jack saw Khalifa's vampire form, their legs couldn't stop trembling. Jack was completely angry when he saw Khalifa taking action and his timid brother. If he turned around and left today, how could Jack survive in this sea? Although Jack believes that he is no match for Xia Ya, he is also a person with good temper. With his mammoth form of fish human race and Zoan ancient species, even when facing Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Marine Admiral, Jack can still confidence is gone. What's more, behind him stands Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. Now being provoked by 2 women, Jack immediately expressed that he couldn't bear it. Idiot, do it for me, I don't mind embarrassing the governor. Who do you think I am? Get over here. Following Jack's command, the pirates regained their usual animalistic nature and started charging with weapons in hand. But the beach at this time was completely soft and collapsed. Sink a bunch of pirates into the ground and bury them alive. Vivi holds the yellow sand in one hand and flows in her hands. Sunflower in the desert city. The beach is also sand, don't underestimate me. And Nami's arms flashed with thunder, activating the ability of Thunder Fruit to condense a thunder gun in his hands. At a desperate speed, it shot out towards Jack. Jack activated his strongest force defense, but the thunder spear still passed through his body. For a moment, Jack's whole body went into brief paralysis and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, with the blessing of the ancient mammoth form, this injury was not considered. Event. Logia, with this little ability, it's nothing more than that. At this time, Jack was extremely confident in his ultimate defense after their first encounter. But the next second, a lightning strike fell from the sky and bombarded the deck of the mammoth. All of a sudden, the wooden planks exploded while hiding from the billowing tail flames. This is about to break the skin, Jack said fiercely. However, without giving him a chance to speak, a figure with blood wings flashed past, and a huge black knife drew several purple-red crescents in the mid-air. Snap! 2 huge tusks, 4 to 5 meters long, were divided into several sections and smashed heavily on the sand. And there was a hideous wound on Jack's chest at this moment. Jack usually takes great care of his ivory and often needs to polish it. He would even spend a lot of money to ask a woman from Wano-kuni Warren Street to polish it carefully with 2 chopsticks. But at this moment, the 2 pulpy ivory was cut off by Khalifa with a knife. Jack was immediately furious. Veins popped up on his forehead, his eyes were bloodshot, and his metal jaw kept shaking. A hole! Do you know what you did? At this moment, the huge figure of Ounce appeared behind Jack at some point. With a big hand, the 8-meter-tall Jack was held in the hands of the devil Ounce like a toy. As soon as he exerted force, Jack's eyes suddenly turned white, and 590 a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Then blazing flames burst out from Ounc's hands, and lightning snakes flashed and danced wildly. A smell of paste emerged from the palm of my hand. Ah 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 ah! Jack's screams resounded throughout the sky above Nuxus Island and lasted for a long time. Slowly the energy disappeared from Jack's eyes. His facial expression gradually relaxed. TT. Jack is a fishman. What he fears most is fire, and he is also afraid of thunder and lightning. No fish can bear to be grilled or electrocuted. Even if he is an ancient demon with fruit power, he will lose his advantage in the face of attribute restraint. Moreover, in the past 2 years, Xia Ya collected a lot of attribute little suns on the heads of many mounts, and her strength increased by leaps and bounds. In a fierce collision with Nami, she extracted the ability of Logia Thunder Fruit. Now, he has become his original area of strength. Dealing with an overconfident Jack the Drow is a piece of cake. Died. The black-haired Empress Hancock covered her red lips with her jade hands and widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Jack, one of Kaido's 3 disasters. That's all. He died in front of her so easily. Yes. Although he was beaten, Jack's death was too simple. It was so simple that Hancock couldn't believe it. The previous attack had not caused significant damage to Jack, but in the end, he was just grasped by the giant demon and completely lost his ability to resist. Is that really the crown prince of Kaido of the beasts? At this time, the surviving Jack brothers all screamed in surprise. What is the strength of Boss Jack? They know best that the ancient mammoth form, which is said to have invincible defense power, has the ability to hide. Brother Jack was actually crushed to death? He is from the fish-human race and an ancient species. It's so scary. Is this the Xia Ya pirates that hasn't appeared in 2 years? These guys really couldn't believe their eyes. Horrible. On the mammoth, Jack is the one they need to look up to. The result is now. Died easily. Hancock ordered to Amazon Lily's female warrior, kill all these miscellaneous fish without sparing anyone. Chapter 97. New World, Wano Kuni, Ghost Island. What? Jack is dead. In the dark environment of the cave, a man with a huge horn on his head was holding a wine gourd and pouring wine into his mouth. At the same time, tears like waterfalls were flowing from the corners of his eyes. Huge. A grunt came out of his mouth. This man is one of the New World 4 emperors, the man known as the strongest creature, Kaido of the beasts. Beside, a man wearing a mask with flames coming from the back of his neck was holding the saber at his waist tightly. Calamity Jin murmured, "Rich Calamity, he dead? How is that possible?" Balquin on the side was also stunned. A subordinate knelt on the ground and reported tremblingly, "Mr. Governor, the brothers at the front sent the last video information before they died. It was Xia Ya's group who killed Brother Jack. All the brothers on the mammoth were killed. Xia Ya killed. Mammoth, the whole army was wiped out." Suddenly, the violent surge of Conqueror's laser shot up like a ghost island. A huge cyan dragon was coiled in a small space, crying bitterly, with fire coming out of its eyes. Old elephant. Alas! Old elephant. Ah! Jack is the most important confidant of 4 emperors Kaido, Admiral. Because wherever it steps, it dries up and rots like a drought demon appearing, eventually destroying it, hence the nickname Drought. At the beginning, Jack was willing to destroy a country in order to help Kaido find Reizo, and even helped Kaido find the historical text of Wano Kuni. It can be said that Jack has strong strength and penultimate military exploits, and is one of the most important generals in Kaido's rule in Wano Kuni. Jack's infinitely arrogant and fearless character is also deeply loved and trusted by Kaido. But now, news actually came that Jack was killed. Although his life and death as a pirate had long been left to the sea, Kaido was extremely angry when he heard this news. The giant green dragon roared from its mouth, and the powerful pressure filled the entire cave space. At this moment, Kaido's front paws were already rising with flame clouds, which was a precursor to flying. Tell me. Where did Jack die? The subordinates were sweating profusely, and they were lying dead and injured. Your Majesty the Governor, the brother who gave us the information died before he could even say anything. Ah! Jack! Black thunder flashed again in the sky above the ghost island. Check, use all available means to find out the true location. As Kaido finished speaking, Quinn took out the phone and started operating it immediately. Beast's Pirates not only has a large group, but also has many partners and subordinates, such as one of the Dark Underground Emperors, Doflamingo of 7 Warlords of the Sea. The 4 Emperors want to investigate the location of a pirate. Information is not difficult. Under Kaido's orders, the huge beast intelligence machine is in operation. Meanwhile, Marineford Park Office. An officer was reporting anxiously, Marshal Sengoku, news just came from the Wano Kuni intelligence team. Kaido of the Beasts was furious, and the entire Onigashima was flashing with black thunder. The reason was that Jack the Drow, one of his 3 fierce generals, was killed by the sea. The thief Xia Ya has been killed, and now Kaido is searching for the whereabouts of Xia Ya all over the world. What? Okay. That's great. God help me. Hearing this, Sengoku immediately stood up excitedly, beaming with joy. I didn't expect that Xia Ya disappeared for so long and just appeared to give me such a big surprise. Pirates are good at dog-eating dog. Not only that, we have to add fuel to the fire. Sengoku hated this man Xia Ya. He had long hoped that Xia Ya would enter the New World and then have a conflict with the 4 emperors. It would be best if she could die in the New World. But now, Xia Ya has actually provoked the world's strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts. For Naval Headquarters this is great news. Sengoku said in a hurried tone, research immediately. Then spread the news through the news. I want everyone in the world to know that Xia Ya killed Kaido's right-hand man, and Kaido lost face. It is absolutely intolerable to deal with it peacefully. Besides, Sengoku paused for a moment, and his tone was serious again. If our intelligence finds out about Xia Ya, we can use some means to pass Xia Ya's location information to Kaido's ears. We want to be the mastermind behind the scenes and facilitate the 2 pirate groups. The rush. After giving the order, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Because of Xia Ya's turmoil in the Grand Line, the naval headquarters suffered a huge blow, and the internal structure has undergone tremendous changes. The original Marine Admiral Akainu was eventually removed from his post by the 5 elders of Marijois and became a Marine Vice Admiral. The half of Marineford that was destroyed by Xia Ya has been rebuilt, and the world recruitment has been carried out for 2 years, and many outstanding talents have been recruited. 2 of them have the strength of Marine Admiral. It's time to find an opportunity to set up a big net against Xia Ya and earn back the face Marine lost. And now the conflict between Kaido and Xia Ya is irreconcilable. It's the best time. Nuxus Island. After Xia Ya explained that she was harmless to Hancock, the real women quickly became involved with the Amazon Lily women. Friends come with good wine, enemies come with shotguns. Since there is no dispute between the 2 parties, there is nothing to be separated from each other. After all, Xia Ya and others have been on New Zai's Island for almost 2 years, and they have not seen any outsiders during this period. Now they see the female warriors of the Daughter Kingdom, and their races are somewhat different, so they are very curious about this country that only has women. Some situations. And Perona's cooking skills have always been better on Xia Ya. But no matter how good the chef is, people will be tired of the food they make after 1 or 2 years. The important thing is that my person is Hancock, the literary emperor of Amazon Lily. The royal chef she brings with her. And women who master life skills. They all serve the emperor properly and are naturally the best in the entire Amazon kingdom. Present. Under the astonished eyes of everyone in the Amazon Lily, Xia Ya summoned a lot of fresh ingredients, drinks, and wine from the Six Paths golden coffin, and took out mountains of fresh supplies, which shocked the women from the Amazon. Naturally, these ingredients are all handled by Amazon Lily's chefs. Xia Ya is going to have a small banquet as the last meal before leaving Nuxus Island. And across from the dining table, the green-haired middle sister, Sander Sonia, was spitting out pink snakes. When she saw Xia Ya conjuring so many supplies out of thin air, she was immediately dumbfounded. Sister. The brown red-haired third sister, Boya Marigold, also had the same expression. Xia Ya, does he have the space-based devil fruit ability? If we Amazon Lily also had such an ability, wouldn't it? Wouldn't Amazon Lily bring prosperity to the country? Hancock looked at the widened eyes of the two sisters and naturally understood what they meant immediately. In fact, this time Hancock was trying to bring back supplies from the Grand Line to the blocked country of Amazon Lily. However, the cabin of the perfume serpent was only so big, and the space was always limited. Even if it was fully loaded every time, it would take several months to go back. It's also used up. Then I have to go to sea repeatedly and buy goods again and again. And now, the Xia Ya in front of me seems to have the space system devil fruit ability. Is his space capacity unlimited? 2. Can you please ask Xia Ya for help? I need to load up the supplies and go back. It is very likely that Amazon Lily will no longer need to take risks and come to New World to buy exchange materials in the next few years. Meeting Jack the Drow this time was an accident. Next time, I don't know if I will meet the Four Emperors group. As the Empress of a country, Hancock did not want to make fun of her own people's lives. Only, Hancock still doesn't know Xia Ya's purpose. There is no doubt that Xia Ya is definitely the stronger party. Since he proposed to hold a banquet, Hancock did not dare to disobey and ruin this good intention. It is worth saying that, although Hancock is a person with sweet fruit ability, he is indeed very narcissistic. But it also depends on the environment you are in and the identity of the person you are facing. If you look narcissistic in front of everyone, I'm afraid only a true psycho can do that. In Empress Hancock's view, although this man behaves harmlessly, he must be very vigilant when facing people on the sea, especially pirates. Fortunately, except for him, the captain of the Xia Ya pirates, the rest of the women, gave Hancock some familiarity from his hometown. So, at least the current communication between the two forces is not bad. Hancock looked at Xia Ya, and at the same time Xia Ya looked at Hancock. Their eyes intertwined at this second. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but something will happen if you look. Hancock suddenly felt that his heart had stopped beating for several beats. A trace of rosy appeared on her delicate cheeks, and through her thin and delicate skin, a hint of pink appeared. The teeth unconsciously left a bite mark on the wrinkle-free lips. The sudden situation caused her to flick her hair and immediately turned her head away. What is going on? Did the action of flipping my hair just now seem a little offensive to Xia Ya? Would it give him a bad impression? Although Xia Ya's killing of the celestial dragons of the Griswold family doubled Hancock's goodwill, this goodwill was limited to a feeling of gratitude and appreciation, with no special emotions. But at this moment, there seemed to be a slight change. Of course, Xia Ya's purpose of keeping Hancock, Wang Dihao, is also very simple. He had previously obtained the succubus physique because of the big baby Xia Yu, which was specially used to attract high-quality mounts. The succubus physique also has its own evaluation of the word high quality. Anyway, it is the best quality and perfect in the sea. That group of people. So, after the arrival of Hancock, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, Xia Ya will naturally not miss such a good test opportunity. So a sumptuous banquet was arranged decisively. Dong dong da day. The female warriors of Amazon Lily beat the snakeskin drums and sang the songs of the Daughter Kingdom. The kingdom's chefs showed off their exquisite cooking skills, and soon a rich special food was served to the table. Sure enough, Perona's eyes widened when she saw all kinds of dishes. Oh, onions can actually do this. Are there eggs in this cream? It tastes so silky. I really want to learn how to make chicken wings this way. Soon, a chef wearing a chef's hat came over. Hello, I am the food writer of Amazon Lily. Let's start with the technical summary. First, you don't need to add salt to marinated chicken wings, just a little light soy sauce is enough, otherwise the taste will easily become bitter. In the atmosphere of joy, evening has come. Hancock had a little loss of appetite. She just thought that these dishes were cooked by the chef she brought. She usually ate too much, so she didn't take it seriously until the sun dropped below the sea level and a bonfire was lit in the camp. Firm. Hancock tried to ask, Xia Ya, is your spatial ability unlimited? Chapter 98. Attention, everyone, Chapter 94. Chapter 94 was blocked because it was too exciting. 2 content was created and 2 buffs were given. The contract Hina also gave a Flying Thunder God buff. If you missed it, you can click back to take a look. The information inside is still very important. Space? You mean this? Xia Ya opened his palm, and a small golden coffin slowly rose from his palm. The lid of the coffin opened a little, and a pure gold fruit plate appeared in his hand, with a fresh red apple placed inside. Seeing Xia Ya's wonderful magic-like operation, Amazon Lily's female warriors gathered around with expressions of amazement. What an amazing ability! Xia Ya ignored everyone's exclamations and explained, how big did you think it was just now? I think it is probably about the volume of 10 giant ships of the 100-meter level. 10 100-meter class giant ships. This small golden coffin has such a large internal space. Hancock immediately looked at Xia Ya in shock. This sight made her heart beat faster again. But with Amazon Lily's future at heart, her mind quickly cleared up and her heart was calculating rapidly. In fact, every time Hancock goes to sea, he will prepare 3 times the value of the cargo of the perfume serpent in order to exchange or purchase some expensive supplies that may appear. Even if the goods sold by their Amazon Lily are included, she can bring back 4 times the cargo of the perfume serpent. But now, Xia Ya actually said that his spatial ability can have the capacity of 10 100-meter giant ships. The perfume serpent is only 60 meters long. Even though the difference in hull values is less than twice, the seriousness is several times. I have to admit that Hancock is even more envious of this ability. Seeing Hancock 913's expression, Xia Ya knew that the other party wanted something from her. After all, the banquet had been held for several hours. Through the conversation, the reason why the 9 Snakes pirates appeared on Nook's island was also clear. It was the Empress who set sail to bring back goods to Amazon Lily. Xia Ya smiled and said, I have 4 spaces like this. After all, 6 paths has a golden coffin. Ryoma and Ounce used 2, and Xia Ya had 4 left. Certainly. Strictly speaking, even though Kid's golden coffin contains Ounce, there's still plenty of room for other things. What? 4 huge spaces. Listening to Xia Ya's explanation again, Hancock and a group of Amazon Lily female warriors were completely numb. However, Xia Ya continued, moreover, time does not flow inside the golden coffin space, so the red apple you see was actually purchased in Alabasta 2 years ago. I went to the desert at that time. I took a trip to Daxia and brought back some special skills. As she spoke, Xia Ya conjured up several more weird-looking fruits. You can tell at a glance that it comes from a desert area. Hiss. Hancock and others took a deep breath again. So, Xia Ya killed Crocodile in Alabasta and defeated Marine Admiral Aokiji. The news shocked the entire sea. So this fruit was purchased at that time? It's actually fresh, translucent, and exudes a fruity aroma. He actually said he was going on a trip. This man is truly amazing. Aged, food items generally have a shelf life, and sailing requires a lot of time on the road. Faced with many high-quality products, the 9 Snakes pirates did not choose to purchase them. But if Amazon Lily has Xia Ya's ability, it will really be a blessing for the country. Hancock suddenly felt. The goods brought back to Amazon Lily this time will cause a sensation. Immediately, Hancock said to Xia Ya, "Our kingdom is in the calm belt, restricted by climate and transportation, and domestic production capacity is limited. Therefore, I would like to ask you to help us bring back goods to Amazon Lily. You won't reject me, right?" Facing Xia Ya, Hyaga, and Hancock, who was proud and arrogant, had a questioning tone. Seeing Hancock's pitiful look, Xia Ya was also helpless. The calm belt is a natural barrier and a natural blockage. As a result, Amazon Lily has few opportunities to communicate with other countries. Because there is no trade flow, even the Empress Hancock has to go to sea in person to exchange necessary supplies for the people. Now that the Empress asked, Xia Ya couldn't refuse. After all, his succubus physique has fluctuated. Hancock proved to be a quality and clean mount. Xia Ya naturally wants to get it. He immediately said, "Of course I will not refuse you." "Really?" Hancock was immediately pleasantly surprised, looking like a little woman who was satisfied. "But I have a condition." 14. Hancock, my time is precious, and I have a lot of things to do recently, and you should know that my maid in heaven can fly and is 10 times faster than a sailboat, so, if you want I will help you bring back the goods to Amazon Lily, just follow my schedule. Xia Ya continued, "So you might as well get on my ship during this period. There are plenty of rooms on Maid in Heaven, just choose one and bring a few chefs and maids with you to protect your life." The meaning of Xia Ya is very simple. Let Hancock go to the Golden City with him, and buy all the supplies she needs on the way. When Xia Ya's trip is over, she will go to Amazon Lily City Perfume Tour Snake Lu and let Boy Amanda directly. Sonia and others can just drive back and wait. Talt asterisk. BX number. We are getting closer to the fall of Hancock. However, Xia Ya's decision to return to the first half of Grand Line in the past 6 months was also because he had seen Straw Hat Luffy's bounty order. In other words, according to the progress of the plot line, Summit War is very likely to happen this year. Maybe in a few months. For a big event like the Summit War, Xia Ya must be involved. After all, that guy Sengoku raised his bounty to the level of 4 emperors. It was obvious at first glance that he had bad intentions, and it was time to show up in front of Marine. At the same time, Xia Ya also heard that Aokiji had recovered and continued to work as a Marine Admiral. However, because of too many scars on his face, he always wore a black mask to show others, while Akainu was demoted to Marine Vice Admiral and had a backward status. A lot. If the Summit War starts as scheduled, a person with Akainu's personality would probably risk his life just to ascend to the position of Marine Admiral again. Therefore, this war must be quite exciting. At the same time, waiting for the death of Whitebeard Newgate, the strongest man in the world, Xia Ya's 6 Paths Golden Coffin, Vice Admiral, has a powerful dead creature mount. Taking a trip back to Hancock for the first half of the Grand Line is also a good choice. Number. Amazon Lily is also suitable for Xia Ya to settle down her 2 daughters. At least until Shishibukai is abolished, the Amazon Lily Kingdom will be safer than Kokonishi Village and Sky Island. Ideal. It depends on whether Hancock is willing to cooperate. Sonia was careful about Hancock's safety. After all, Xia Ya was a powerful man. If she wanted to hurt Hancock, it would be easy. She immediately said, "Sister. I think. It goes without saying. I will go with Xia Ya. You and Boya Marigold will drive the Perfume Serpent back to Amazon Lily tomorrow and just wait for my news." Hancock made a final decision. Xia Ya praised, "Yes, you are very courageous. You are worthy of being a woman with conqueror's haki." Hancock blushed immediately after receiving Xia Ya's compliment. So, the pleasant itinerary was decided. Everyone would stay at Nook's Island for one night. Tomorrow, the perfume serpent would load the cargo and gold and silver Bailey to the Made in Paradise. Hancock will go on a journey with Xia Ya and then return to Amazon Lily. Night falls. The bright moon hangs high. The banquet is over. The air is clean. Under the moonlit sky, the perfume snake was in chaos. Dozens of figures paced the deck with mixed emotions. Footsteps, worries. Anxiety filled the entire Kuja pirates. At this moment, the female warriors of Amazon Lily were so anxious that they almost cried. Because someone on the ship is seriously ill. And people who are sick. But the empress they admire the most. Xia Ya. Yay. Xia Ya. In the empress's room, Hancock was struggling to repeat his whisper. The ship's doctor just touched Hancock's forehead, and immediately retracted his hand as if he had touched a red-hot iron pot. Ho ho! So hot, so hot! The ship's doctor blew on his red-hot palms and reported in a panic, "It's not good. Our empress has fallen ill." She kept shouting Xia Ya's name in her sleep. This symptom is very similar to the most terrifying terminal disease in our Amazon Lily legend, lovesickness. Boya Sandersonia and Boya Marigold stood there with their mouths wide open. Two snakes erupted from the mouth instantly and turned into the shape of waves. The most terrifying terminal disease. Lovesickness. Chapter 99. Hurry up and call Granny New via video call, the crew member reminded. Granny New, whose original name was Gloriosa, was the former emperor of the Amazon Lily. In order to bring prosperity to the country, she chose to go to sea when she was young, joined the Rocks pirate, and successfully brought back Haki's cultivation method. At the same time, Granny New is also a severely lovesick patient from previous generations. As a case of successful recovery, the ship's doctor saw that the Empress Hancock seemed to be lovesick, and immediately asked Granny New for advice. After all, the person who fell ill now was the backbone of the entire country. If Hancock collapsed completely, Amazon Lily might no longer exist. It is a very serious matter for the entire country. Blue blue blue. With a burst of rapid phone ringtones, the video was officially connected. A short and fat old woman holding a dark blue cane appeared in the screen. She said sleepily, "Is it so fast this time? You have already collected the supplies? It's the middle of the night." Although this old woman was often bullied by Hancock, she was also in front of the people. After all, Hancock needs to maintain his arrogant and narcissistic character so that the nation can adore him. Behind the scenes, the three sisters were actually very kind to Granny New. Boya Sandersonia said anxiously, "Granny New, my sister seems to be lovesick." After all, Granny New was an elderly woman. She was woken up by a phone bug in the middle of the night. She didn't adjust her thinking. She subconsciously said lazily, "Oh, it turns out that Hancock is lovesick. Just find that male doctor and give him an injection. I thought you had opened up a new route and found new products. Wait, what?" Suddenly, Granny New started to sweat on her forehead and was shocked. "What did you say? Lovesick? Injection? What injection? Do we need to set sail immediately and go to a nearby island to find a male doctor for an injection?" Boya Sandersonia asked anxiously. Granny New's words immediately spread, "Let me see Hancock first." Under the adjusted lens of Boya Marigold, the curled-up Hancock was trembling, and even her arms had small pink bumps. Granny New was immediately frightened when she saw it. Because Hancock's condition is more serious than before, and in order to completely cure her lovesickness, this proud Amazon Empress often did something humble and licking a dog to a man. She is the most proud Empress of Amazon Lily. In fact, I feel ashamed to say it. Granny New has only had that injection in her life. As a result, the symptoms of lovesickness were completely cured. Amazon Lily's method of curing lovesickness has been verified, and Granny New won the kingdom's Nobel Prize in medicine for this. although the disease is cured. But Granny Nu was seriously hurt mentally. Obviously you can get a lot of injections, but the other party is unwilling because of their so-called ideals. Scumbag! How can anyone only take one injection? Are the 7 legends all lies? From now on, Amazon Lily is a country that is even more repellent to the arrival of men. But there is something to say. Granny Nu thinks. The injection tastes so good. Granny Nu immediately said angrily, "Where are you? Tell me, is there a man on board the perfume serpent?" Boya Sander Sonia replied, "We are currently replenishing fresh water on New Zai's island. It is deserted, but during the day, 600 or 700 men did emerge on the island." Boya Sander Sonia wasn't done yet. Granny Nu broke down completely, 600 to 700 men. Hancock spent so much. And then Boya Sander Sonia continued, "However, those 600 to 700 men are dead." What? Not a single man left. Granny Nu's eyes widened, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. If Hancock fell in love with one or a few of the 600 or 700 men, and got sick because of them, there might be a chance to be saved. But the problems are all gone now. How to deal with this lovesickness? Sander Sonia coughed lightly. There is also Xia Ya. He is still on New Xia Island and has made an appointment. He is going on a journey with his sister, so we have to return to Amazon Lily in advance. 0 asterisk. That's him. Tell me about Xia Ya. How old is she? Single? What is her status? After all, Granny Nu was old and no longer cared about things on the sea. She devoted all her energy to assisting Hancock in becoming empress and stabilizing the rule of the daughter country. It was normal that she had not heard the news about Xia Ya that shocked the sea. Boya Sander Sonia, around 17 years old. Granny Nu, it's so small. Hancock is an old cow who wants to eat tender grass. Boya Sander Sonia, I should have 8 wives now. Granny Nu, more powerful than Wei Zio Bao. Is he a medical fairy? 0. Boya Sander Onia, the bounty is 3.6 billion. Probably the existence of the 4 emperors. After hearing the information from Xia Ya, Grandma Nu was completely numb. A 17-year-old with 8 wives and a bounty of 3.6 billion on his head was infinitely close to the existence of the New World 4 emperors. When did a chosen son appear in the sea? Hancock's vision is really good. Regardless of Xia Ya's age, charm, or strength, for a woman, it would be extremely difficult to conquer her. Anyway, Granny Nu thought that it was very likely that the other party would not even look at Hancock. From Grandma Nu's point of view, her charm when she was young was worthy of the name of a pirate empress, and she was just one sweet fruit away from Hancock. But the result was that she had been licked for half her life, given an injection once, and ended up hastily, regretting it for the rest of her life. And now, Hancock is facing the road of licking the dog. It seems a bit far. There seems to be no end in sight. No way. Xia Ya's conditions are really excellent. Granny Nu immediately calmed down and gave a treatment plan. Ahem, cough, so, that Xia Ya and Hancock are still friends, and they actually met to travel together, so it's easy to save Hancock. Ahem, you send Xia Ya to Hancock's room, and then give the 2 of them some time alone. The rest depends on how Hancock licks each one. Chapter 100. Made in Heaven, the whole ship stopped from rocking to a halt. Master Xia Ya, help me. Please, Master Xia Ya, go to the perfume snake cruise. Following a rush of sound, Xia Ya came out of the room and was confused when she saw someone from Amazon. At this moment, Boya Sander Sonia, who was taking the lead, was about to kneel down. After her explanation, Xia Ya finally understood what happened. It turned out that after he and Hancock made the itinerary plan, Hancock locked himself in the room when he returned to the perfume serpent. However, a few hours later, the royal chef brought the Empress's sleep soup and found that Hancock fell ill with a fever all over his body. After diagnosis, it was determined that Hancock suffered from lovesickness unique to the daughter country. At this moment, it's so serious that I'm about to die. Is it really that serious? The succubus physique is too powerful. It can actually torture a high-quality mount to death. No way. Xia Ya is also a kind person at heart. One of her dreams before time travel was to become a doctor and save lives. For the sake of Hancock's safety, he could only follow Boya Sandersonia and others to the perfume snake to see the situation. During the process, Sandersonia said, "Xia Ya, please save my sister," Granny Nu said. "She needs you, a male doctor, to give her an injection, but what kind of injection?" Granny Nu did not say. "Injection? Doctor." Xia Ya could only say with twitching brows, "It's better to go and check the situation first." Hancock. Hearing Xia Ya's voice, Hancock's whole body trembled. He immediately sat up as if the medicine had cured his illness, grabbed a soft sheet, and draped it in front of him. She had no idea what was happening. What's going on? Why did Xia 837 Ya appear in his room? Not to mention men, even Amazon Lily's maid can only enter this room with permission. Based on Granny Nu's experience in treating lovesickness, Sandersonia and others also created a separate treatment environment for Hancock and Xia Ya. At the moment, there were only the Empress and Xia Ya in the room. The ambiguous lights flickered warmly, and the room was filled with fragrance. The aroma enters the body along the nasal cavity, and Xia Ya feels that the whole brain is refreshed. It is worthy of being the Empress's exclusive room, decorated with both luxury and taste in mind. Hancock thought that Xia Ya had broken in without permission. This man was too arrogant. What did he think of the Empress's private land, and he came here whenever he wanted? He immediately became a little annoyed. "Why are you here? Throw it away." "Xia Ya." Click. "Xia Ya, are you okay? You only went in for 3 minutes, the treatment was so fast. You are truly a miracle doctor." Boya Sandersonia and others thought that Xia Ya had done the treatment, with surprise on their faces, and Snake Zinza vomited in excitement. Xia Ya shook her head, "No, I was kicked out by Hancock without doing anything." As soon as the door closed, Hancock immediately made an "ah" sound. Boya Sandersonia and others thought something had happened, and immediately pushed the door open, only to find that Hancock fell ill. It's like lying alone and curled up in the snow. And when Xia Ya was pulled into the room, Hancock regained the majesty of the Empress, immediately frowned and said angrily, "What's going on with you? Why did you bring a man to my room? Get out! Don't come in again! Otherwise..." Click. Ah. Click. Og. After repeated extreme pulling, Sandersonia pulled Hancock and explained patiently and seriously, "Sister, you are sick. Only Master Xia Ya can cure your illness, your lovesickness. You should know, right? It's already midnight, and Master Xia Ya is here just to treat you." Lovesickness? Hancock was a little confused when he heard this. The Amazon Lily Empress of the previous generation also suffered from this kind of lovesickness, but Hancock never took it seriously. She knew that lovesickness is a very serious terminal illness in the daughter country, and there is almost no cure. She never thought that one day she would be infected. "Am I going to die?" Boya Sandersonia immediately explained, "We have just experimented. As long as Mr. Xia Ya leaves you 10 meters away, you will fall ill instantly. As Granny Nu said, if you want to completely cure the root cause of lovesickness, you can only ask Xia Ya. Master Ya has given you an injection." After several more tests, Hancock was convinced that he was sick. "Hancock, I want to be alone." "Sandersonia, sister, Sir Xia Ya must stay in your room." "Hancock, then just 2 people be quiet." The air became quiet again. This time Hancock understood the cause and effect and was no longer so irritable and arrogant. Instead, he looked at Xia Ya under the warm candle light. It didn't matter. Something happened immediately. Under the light, the outline of Xia Ya's face seemed to be illuminated with a layer of gripping mystery. This face seems to have been dreamed about countless times. Now that Xia Ya is in front of her, Hancock must consider whether this will be her only chance in this life. In a short period of time, Hancock was immediately fascinated. Hancock seemed to have spent a century in reincarnation. She was completely numb. Is this the lovesickness only for empresses? If not treated by this man, will it really never be cured? Oops. Looking at the confused Hancock, Xia Ya looked helpless. Although the 8 beauties in my family have already been taken care of. But Xia Ya also wants to have a warm and comfortable sleep. Why are you sitting here doing this? Like a fool. Xia Ya immediately wanted to leave. Hancock. Hancock? Hancock? There were chaotic echoes in Hancock's mind, and he immediately hummed, "What did you just say? Get married." Xia Ya, I just called you Hancock. Hancock, you did say marriage. Xia Ya, oh my god, this disease is so scary. Hancock, you want the injection tonight? New World, Kingdom of Curacao. 8 Golden Balls Commercial Street. The Kingdom of Curacao is located at the intersection of major ocean routes. Because of the proper management of the kingdom, it has become the place with the strongest commercial atmosphere in the nearby waters and the best harbor for money consumption. Food Bank Weapon Product. The 8 Golden Ball Commercial Street has everything you need. Xia Ya and his party have been shopping here for half a month, mainly the Amazon Lily warriors brought by Hancock. They spend money every day to buy various goods for the citizens of the Amazon Kingdom. Certainly. Amazon Lily is a very united small country, and the money to purchase supplies comes from the work of every citizen. Soon, the 400 million belly prepared by Hancock and others were consumed. But Amazon Lily people seem to be unsatisfied because there are many things that they have not yet purchased. But it can only be given up for the sake of money. The maid on one side reported, "Your Majesty, the goods brought out from the kingdom have been exchanged, and the 400 million belly brought out have been spent, so, we have nothing left to buy." Hancock nodded, feeling a little regretful. After all, with Xia Ya's space this time, any amount of cargo can be accommodated. What's embarrassing is that Amazon Lily doesn't have that much liquidity. All I can say is, go back to the kingdom and let everyone work hard, and try to buy all the things you didn't buy next time. Yes. Your Majesty the Empress, the girls responded. Carina hugged Xia Yu and showed a sly smile, that requires so much trouble. Xia Yu, he has a lot of money. He robbed the Rosewald family's heavenly gold in the capital of 7 waters. There are a total of 100 baileys. We can't spend them all, our baileys can't be spent at all. Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but cover his mouth. 10 billion baileys. More than the entire Amazon Lily. That night, Hancock strongly asked Xia Ya to give her an injection. However, after Xia Ya explained the true meaning of the injection, Hancock was completely confused and instantly frightened. Now she only dares to stay 10 meters away from Xia Ya. First, this is a relatively safe distance. The second is to control yourself from being lovesick again. But Hancock already felt something was wrong in his heart. She seemed to be unable to live without this man. Carina smiled and said, "Xia Ya is very generous. If you don't buy this time, you won't have such a good opportunity in the future. Why don't you borrow some money from Xia Ya? It's not difficult to borrow 1 billion or 2 billion. Come back, you Amazon Lily, it'll be better as time goes by." Carina and others on Nuxus Island also saw the fighting power of the Amazon Lily female warriors, and Xia Ya also intended to include the daughter country in her territory. Looking at Hancock's reserved and coquettish look, Dr. Lena already knew Hancock fell sooner or later. Then, Carina contributed another routine for Hancock to get in on his own. But soon, At Xia Ya's signal, Nami, the finance minister, immediately took 2 billion belly and distributed it to the person in charge of Amazon's procurement. Take it and buy it with confidence, just ask your empress to do it in person. Hancock lowered his head, his heart trembled, and fell into despair again. Is the meat repayable? In the next few days, everyone spent their time buying, and buying. However, shopping is just for the sake of freshness. After all, spending too much money is just that. Carina and others have actually stopped touching money a long time ago. They have no interest in money, because everyone is happiest when they are with Xia Ya. Now there is no need for materials, and they don't need to worry about Xia Ya. Why should they worry about money? Xia Ya smiled and said, wait for 2 more days and we can come to Golden City, the largest entertainment city in the world. Carina looked confused. What is the purpose of going to the Golden City this time? Is there an ownerless devil fruit up there? Yes, he is not completely right. Xia Ya shook her head and explained patiently, it is a Paramecia devil fruit that has been eaten. This time, what I am looking for is the ability user. The lucky person who ate the Paramecia lucky fruit. Lucky man. The girls were confused. Soon, a panel flashed before my eyes. Xia Ya. Devil fruit, Paramecia Riding Fruit. Physical skills, A+, personal form, S+, mounted form. Swordsmanship, S, SS. Physique, A+, S+. Observation Haki A+, S+. Armament Haki SSS. Conqueror's Haki S, SS. Temporary buff, cheat, 9001 times remaining. Ride contract permanent buff, Carina 10 times. Frame, Nami 10 times luck, Nakajao 10 times understanding, Perona 10 times education, Vivi stretchable love, Robin sunshine collector, Khalifa +1. Xia Yu succubus physique, Xia Shui taking objects from the bag, Tashiji invulnerable to the golden gun, Hina flying thunder god. Special ability, 6 paths golden coffin. Special mounts, Majin ounce, Shimatsuki Ryoma. Wealth, fixed assets of 150 billion baileys and usable assets of 8.2 billion baileys. Seeing that his panel has changed drastically, Xia Ya is very satisfied. Many of his attribute bars, with the blessing of riding status, are already at the lowest Marine Admiral level, and some. He has become the strongest in this world. Especially Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. It is already the top of this sea. The reason why Xia Ya wants to go to the Golden City of Gulan Tizero is precisely because she has 10 times the luck given by Nami. If Bakala, the lucky person who ate the lucky fruit, comes to her. If you build your own team, increase your own luck, and then multiply it by 10 times, your luck will probably be very scary. An unexpected super surprise might happen then. Immediately, Xia Ya and others continued to stay in the kingdom of Curacao, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Golden City Gulan Tizero. New World, this sea area is very vast. There are countless islands with unique characteristics, and there are also countless countries with powerful armed forces. Many of them are ruled by big pirates in 5.5. For example, Wangguo, which consists of 34 unique islands, is ruled by Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. The ruler behind the closed-door Wano Kuni is none other than Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. And Dressrosa ruled by Doflamingo from the 7 warlords of the sea. In addition to these traditional island countries, there are also many superpower countries with unique characteristics. One of them is the dark underground world and the world's largest entertainment city. The Golden City Gulan Tetsalo, built by its leader, Gilder Tetsalo. Gulan Tizero is a mobile entertainment city pulled by a giant sea turtle. It is about the same size as an island. It not only has the largest city on it, but also belongs to a small money kingdom. This moving golden city also needs to be replenished on the route from time to time because of the scarcity of land and limited production materials. And once, Gulan Tizaro's replenishment location. It is the kingdom of Curacao. Gulam Tizalo. It is a holy place in the hearts of countless gamblers and a holy place for countless wealthy people to relax and unwind. Even the celestial dragons, the world's nobles, love spending money here in Gulan Tetsalo. It is said that Tetsalo, the leader of the Golden City, controls 20% of the world's profits. And the Golden Emperor Gilder Tizaro takes both black and white, and uses the power of money to freely control the celestial dragons, and can even mobilize the power of Marie Joyce, so that he can travel freely along the entire route. Unimpeded access. There is no doubt that it is very appropriate that the Golden Emperor Gilder Tizaro is called the eighth one with greater privileges and Shishibukai. This day, Xia Ya and others finally saw a shining golden city appearing on the sea. It is the Golden City Gulan Tizaro. Chapter 101. Wow 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 wow, gold glitter. Perona's eyes shone, and her round eyes shone. Wow, what a big island ship. I thought Thriller Bark was big enough, but I didn't expect it couldn't be compared to Golden City. This is the largest entertainment city in the world. The owner of this city is the richest man in the world. The man who is said to own 20% of the entire world, the Golden Emperor Tetsalo. Robin nodded and popularized. Nami tilted her face in shock. It's so luxurious, the whole city is made of gold. The Golden City as far as the eye can see. Even a wealthy team like Xia Ya has unexpected shocks. In this regard, Xia Ya could only smile. Tizalo is a user with the ability of Paramecia Golden Gold Fruit. He can control gold and create temporary gold to the point where it can be fake and real. These golden buildings in front of you are actually filled with gold inside. It is built of ordinary masonry, and this gold is more of a visual decoration. Hearing this, Carina couldn't help rolling her eyes. It turns out it's all just appearances. You can't say that, Tetsalo is still very rich. Unconsciously. On the deck of Made in Heaven, Hancock was 10 meters away from Xia Ya, and now it is 3 meters away. Standing behind, his face was hot. This man knows so much. Soon, the entrance to the giant ship in the Golden City opened. Along with Made in Heaven, there were several unknown merchant ships. In the blink of an eye, they entered the navigation waterway inside the Golden City. Paradise Manufacturing followed and entered the waterway, but when the ship sailed halfway through the waterway, the dark tunnel suddenly became bright, and there was only a golden glow in front of people. Even the water of the river seemed to be flowing with gold. Soon, there was golden powder slowly falling down from the top of the tunnel. This illusion makes people feel that the air is filled with gold. Xia Ya smiled and moved her fingers, and used thunder fruit to fill the air with a large number of electrons. Thunder people can resmelt the form of gold through electrons, and the air is filled with extremely fine gold powder. Metallurgy is almost effortless. Any strength. Through daily collisions on the night of 09, Xia Ya has obtained the ability of thunder fruit from Nami. He also became a thunder fruit user with no side effects. Of course, Xia Ya also laid down the coordinates of Flying Thunder God on Nami. At the same time, Xia Ya also knows that this kind of fine gold powder is one of the methods of Jinjin Taijuoluo. As long as others inhale the gold powder, they will become the target of the manipulation of the Jinjin fruit ability person and become a little golden man, which can be regarded as a self-made person. External control skills. However, this is of little use to experts. There are always ways to force the gold powder out of the body. Certainly. At this time, there was a gold bead the size of a sesame in Xia Ya's palm. Don't look at the gold powder covering everything like goose feathers and heavy snow. The luxurious visual effects are full, but the cost is only 1 or 2 grams of gold. Even in the Golden City, these golds will be recycled by Tetsalo, and they are truly face-saving goods. As for thunder fruit, it can be said that it is the first nemesis of Jinjin fruit. This time Xia Ya did not encounter any accidents. Made in Heaven quickly docked at the port in the Golden City. When Xia Ya stepped onto the golden floor of the golden city, an invisible electric wave swept through the golden city. After finding the figure she wanted, a smile finally appeared on her lips. I found it, but just wait here. Not long after, a beautiful woman with an explosive figure, wearing a black gift, and long red hair came out. This person was one of Tetsalo's confidants, the lucky person who ate the Paramecia lucky fruit, Baccarat. Baccarat twisted her slender waist, got off a golden tortoise car, and walked over with a smile. Welcome to Gulan Tetsalo, Mr. Xia Ya, Miss Carina, Miss Nami. Do you need Baccarat to serve you? Golden City is also one of the underground worlds, and it is also the most legal underground society in the world. Its leader, Tizero, was once a slave of the celestial dragons. He escaped from the slave liberation incident in the Holy Land Marijois, and then Tizero robbed the non-auction item Paramecia golden fruit that Doflamingo used to attract guests. After years of lurking, Tetsora built the Gran Tesoro. After the Dongquixote family reacted, Tetsalo was already the golden emperor of a giant. Then, Doflamingo generously abandoned his hatred and became business partners with Tetsalo. What Tizero believes in is to use money to dominate everything. In order to get more money, even if the opponent is the celestial dragons who have branded the hoof of the sky dragon on Tizero, he can endure it for the time being. Tetsalo has always believed. Wait for your Bailey to rise to 30%, 50%, 80% of the world. That's when he truly rules the world and takes revenge on the celestial dragons. So at present, he will not refuse any profitable business. This time, because Jack the Drow was killed by Xia Ya, 4 Emperors Kaido was furious. Doflamingo received news from Kaido, asking Doflamingo to inquire about the whereabouts of Xia Ya. Naturally, this news also the news reached business partner Tetsalo. And at this time, with the arrival of Xia Ya, Tetsalo was immediately excited and had already laid out a large net in order to keep Xia Ya here and wait for Doflamingo and even 4 Emperors Kaido to arrive in person. The first step is to send his most elite civilian carat to take action. It looks like the effect is really good. In the surveillance room screen on the top floor of the Golden City Hotel, Tetsalo saw Xia Ya constantly looking at Baccarat. In his opinion, Xia Ya's pirate group was all women except the captain, so the beauty trap was the best strategy. He instantly felt that he was very wise. And Xia Ya's huge gold coffin, which is rumored to be 70 meters high, is also very coveted by Tetsalo. With the ability to control gold through his golden fruit, Tetsalo has already taken Xia Ya's huge fortune as his own. The first step seems to have been successful. I'm going to win again this time. Tizero fiddled with a string of golden beads in his hand. The golden beads quickly changed shape under the power of the golden fruit. But the next second, in the picture, Tetsalo watched helplessly as Xia Ya climbed onto Baccarat's smooth back. What the hell? Tetsalo was furious. What are you doing? Let's ride it. Xia Ya pinched Baccarat's ears and said directly, you are the lucky person who ate the lucky fruit, right? So, let's test our luck today. I am the rider who ate the riding fruit, then please be my mount today. Saying that, Xia Ya grabbed the big red wave on Bacala's end. Baccarat never expected that Xia Ya would be so unreasonable. They had just met and she hadn't even finished introducing herself yet she was ridiculed by him. You rascal, this is the Golden Street, the surrounding area is full of customers who come here to spend money. Can you pay attention to the impact? Baccarat gritted his teeth. Experience it carefully, don't you feel uncomfortable? Xia Ya is a rider. When she comes to the sea area of the New World, her first goal is to find a mount and get a permanent buff. However, Xia Ya has already obtained the succubus physique and allowed Hancock to successfully take the bait. Although, Hancock is not currently being ridden. But Xia Ya had been severely affected by the succubus physique. What Xia Ya wanted was to test the limits of the succubus physique. So when dealing with Hancock, he did not choose to use force, but waited for the prey to take the bait. For Xia Ya, Hancock is a milder testing method. But now Baccarat belongs to another violent testing method. Only by trying both methods of testing can Xia Ya find the best way to use the succubus physique. Xia Ya turned to look at Hancock. When their eyes met, Hancock immediately turned his face away, showing obvious jealousy. Damn it! It was obviously the concubine who came first. If it was the women before Xia Ya, he would have ridden them, because they were originally Xia Ya's female companions, but now, Xia Ya actually rode on a woman he had just met. Could it be that? Is it because I am not charming enough? He actually rode a woman he just met, why can't he ride me? Hancock suffered from severe self-doubt. The little fists were so tight that my heart was throbbing. No way! I have to take the initiative. At the same time, Xia Ya's words also reached Baccarat's ears, making her blush and her heart beat faster. What are you talking about? How could anyone like this shameful way of riding? However, Baccarat suddenly felt something was wrong, and murmured in her heart, it seems that there is no discomfort when being ridden. If you cannot care about other people's opinions, it seems to really feel good. But can you not do this? Baccarat originally wanted to use the power of the lucky fruit to absorb Xia Ya's luck. But not only was she unable to resist Xia Ya at this moment. I even want to give my share of luck to Xia Ya. Have I gone crazy? Why do you think so? Baccarat felt hot all over and doubted herself. Xia Ya tugged on Baccarat's red wavy hair, and Baccarat took a step forward, and immediately her legs became weak. Mr. Xia Ya, you don't need to do it in broad daylight. Ride me, can we change places, there are so many people here. Even my boss Tizero is watching with a surveillance phone bug. He is a user with the Golden Fruit ability, and the entire Golden City is his home court. If you continue to act unreasonably, you may be in danger. Also, I feel so ashamed now. What? I actually revealed the boss's information. Baccarat couldn't help but cover her mouth. Xia Ya smiled, oh? He's just a golden emperor, I don't take him seriously. Baccarat immediately blurted out anxiously, not only that, 4 emperors Kaido and his partner, Doflamingo of 7 warlords of the sea, are also looking for you all over the world, just because you killed Jack the Drow. The information on your location has been passed on, I came here with the mission of holding you back. How could, I said it unconsciously again. Baccarat was completely confused. She was usually very strict, but now she was like a sieve leaking air. He even revealed his mission to drag down Xia Ya. This is a taboo, and you might be killed by Xia Ya because of it. 4 emperors Kaido. Xia Ya can understand it if she thinks about it. He killed Jack, and it's normal for Kaido to be interested in him. But, so what? Xia Ya originally planned to ride Baccarat and leave without wasting time in the Golden City. But now, since Tetzalo actually passed information to Kaido, it would be rude not to let him lose his skin. You are also on a mission, but I forgive you. While I'm waiting for Kaido, let's go to the casino to kill some time. 867 I heard that this is the largest entertainment city in the world, and you are a good gambler. I hope to ride in. I saw your wonderful performance in you. I pay and you contribute, let's work together and win-win. I believe we will be lucky enough to win the entire Golden City. Baccarat was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know what Xia Ya was going to do. He clearly told him that he was in trouble like 4 emperors Kaido, so why didn't he escape and even try to win the whole Golden City? Shall I bet? I am a lucky person, do I still need to gamble? This luck has bankrupted many money-grubbing pirates over the years. Objectively speaking, the success of Tetzalo's Golden City is at least partially due to Baccarat's lucky fruit. Baccarat, who had been ridden for a long time, received a strong influence from the succubus's physique and subconsciously said, then let me try? If it goes well, maybe it can really be done. I should. I think it will satisfy Master Xia Ya. But if I win, you will reward me. Xia Ya finally understood. The true hunter always appears as the prey. This sentence is wrong. A true hunter should be generous enough to mount his own prey. He has a succubus physique. Anything you do to a good mount will be forgiven. Thinking of this, Xia Ya pinched Bakura's ears hard. Ah! It's so comfortable. Please whip me as much as you want. Xia Ya nodded with satisfaction and immediately became interested in Tetsalo's treasure. In the surveillance screen, Tetsalo stared at Xia Ya's figure walking towards the casino hall step by step. Since the Golden City is covered by Marie Joys, there are also many celestial dragons in the city who are on vacation for a long time. The big pirate will be wise enough not to confront Marie Joys head-on, but the little pirate will not at all dare to provoke, so Tetsalo didn't arrange any strong subordinates. Now he obviously didn't expect that Xia Ya would be in his territory and directly ride on his confidant Bakula. What's going on with Bakula? Isn't she a lucky fruit user? Why not take away Xia Ya's luck? Take away his luck, and he may drown in the Golden River in the next second. On the top floor of the most important building in the Golden City, in the golden and gorgeous living room, Tetsalo sat on the red sofa, stroking his fingers. I originally planned to wait for Doflamingo and only when Kaido of the Beasts arrived did we come face to face with this dangerous man. I didn't expect, he actually took the initiative to provoke. So, he is looking for trouble this time. Are you trying to blackmail me, or are you doing it for my treasure? Forget it. Let's go to the entertainment city to see what's going on. Tetsalo stood up, straightened his handsome suit, and walked towards the elevator surrounded by gold. Chapter 102. In the splendid gambling hall, Xia Ya kept walking on baccarat. Passing through uninhibited and indulgent pirates, rich men in suits and ties, and graceful ladies. Finally, Xia Ya came to a curved golden table and sat down. The beautiful dealer on the side frowned. Because, what was riding under Xia Ya was her direct leader Baccarat, and looking at Baccarat's expression, she didn't mean to be offended at all, and her face was even a little rosy, as if she was enjoying it. Hey, what kind of posture is this? Shouldn't Baccarat pay attention to the impact? Still, is this a task assigned by Boss Tetsalo? However, what all the people inside the Golden City didn't know was that Baccarat, who was being ridden at this time, no longer cared about other people's eyes, and even had a trace of pride in his eyes. Yes. Baccarat felt very honored to be ridden by Xia Ya. If you are not being ridden by Xia Ya at this moment, Baccarat even felt that her temperament would lose a lot. Immediately, Bakula put her hand on Xia Ya's arm as if possessed. A magical thing like airflow passed into Xia Ya's arm. Xia Ya felt a burst of warmth, and immediately looked down and found Baccarat looking up at her with a rosy face. $38. Maybe this is the legendary luck? In fact, Baccarat's lucky fruit ability is very heaven-defying, but its own strength is not very strong. For Baccarat, who is still a vase, Xia Ya has a succubus physique bonus, which makes it more attractive to higher quality mounts. As long as riding on it, Baccarat will be completely unable to extricate itself. Unconsciously, she had put herself in Xia Ya's shoes. Isn't it just about winning the Golden City? There is nothing that the Son of Destiny cannot do. Hey, hey! You kid is riding so high, do you want to peek at Lao Zi's cards? Wait! Can you be more professional? Across the gaming table, a man in formal attire with a cigar in his mouth looked at Xia Ya with a dissatisfied look on his face. First of all, this rich man is a businessman and does not care about things on the sea, so he does not know Xia Ya. Secondly, this is the Golden City. The gambling table has its own rules, and the one that pays attention to is Bailey. No matter what your status is, you must understand the rules, otherwise you will lose your status. Even if 4 Emperors Kaido comes, he must abide by the rules and pay money if he loses. There are cards and chips on the table. The croupier said clearly and professionally, new guest, there are 3 dice in total on the dice table at this time, with 6 sides. According to the points, 1 to 10 is small and 11 to 18 is big. If you guess correctly, you will pay 2 for 1. If there are 3 the same number of points is a leopard, 1 pays 18, you can place your bet. When players enter the gambling hall, they will exchange cash and transfer for corresponding chips, and when they leave, they will exchange the chips for Bailey. Xia Ya muttered, what should I choose? Just find something difficult and try your luck. Nowadays, Baccarat is so cooperative in sharing his luck with Xia Ya. In addition, he has a 10 times luck buff. Xia Ya himself doesn't know how much luck he has, so he should try his luck first. Immediately, Xia Ya put 10 red chips into the leopard's option. 100 million belly. Bet on the leopard. Seeing Xia Ya throwing out 10 big red chips, each worth 10 million Baileys, and choosing the leopard with an almost zero chance, all the gamblers at the table were instantly stunned. No, brother. You are not alive anymore? Is this a death stream? It's okay for you to bet on a beautiful woman. You opened it so loudly on the first hand. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brain? Crazy, crazy. The man holding the cigar was completely confused and asked in surprise. Xia Ya didn't mind and smiled slightly, try your luck. The surrounding gamblers were all happy. Ha 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 ha. Boy, you are brave, I just like you who pay tuition. Because the settlement is based on the chips on the table, if the bet on the card is too huge, the winner will not only get the corresponding odds, but also the dealer's dividends. Xia Ya's bet of 100 million Baileys at once will definitely be greater than all other bets on the card table. In this way, the extra bet is aimed at the banker. If it is a leopard, the banker will lose money, and at the same time, it is equivalent to give benefits to other gamblers at the same table. Originally I wanted to bet a little for pleasure, but now that this guy has opened a new river, Lao Zi should also follow suit. 10 million Baileys, bet big. 5 million Baileys, bet on me. 3 million Baileys, son of God. In the blink of an eye, because of Xia Ya's behavior of relaxing benefits, other players bet wildly, and their chips were all over the table in one go. Stacked, although the total value is not as high as Xia Ya's 100 million belly, it is quite close. What's even more terrifying is that Xia Ya is the only one betting on the leopard, and the odds are 18 times. If he really wins, in the blink of an eye 100 million Baileys becomes 18 Baileys. Faced with this astronomical figure, the surrounding gamblers and even the dealer lady who dealt the cards showed no emotion at all. Because it's impossible to win the bet. Wow! Buy the deal and get ready for the opening. After saying that, the croupier stretched out her jade hand and immediately untied the dice cup. All the gamblers immediately looked up. I saw 3 white heads lying quietly on the black plate, and the color points were exactly the same. 666. Leopard. The croupier frowned in shock and reported the result. At this moment, the surrounding gamblers were all dizzy and looked at the dice on the plate with disbelief, confirming over and over again whether their dealer lady had reported an error or whether they had read it wrong. But the facts are right in front of us. I actually guessed it right. What kind of bullshit luck is this? Is this guy riding on Lady Luck's neck? Leopard. Some gamblers have been poisoning themselves in the Golden City for several months without seeing a single leopard. But at this moment, when Xia Ya from the opposite side came, she chose to bet and won. 100 million Baileys turns into 1.8 billion Baileys in an instant. Is this the god of gamblers? The dealer lady also wiped her sweat, thinking that the identity of the adult in front of her must be extraordinary. Even the boss Tetsalo had to cooperate with him to please him. However, the one who rolled the dice was clearly her, so she was sure that he had not cheated. The dealer lady could only say according to the rules of the game, "Congratulations, sir, I will ask someone to bring you 1.8 billion belly chips." However, at this moment, a man with grey-green hair slicked back, wearing a pink suit, and a gold necklace, gold earrings and gold rings appeared next to the gambling table. Moreover, his face seemed to be angry. Tetzalo. Boss. Tetzalo must have seen the game where Xia Ya won the leopard bet. At the same time, he also believed that Baccarat was responsible. He never thought that Baccarat would betray him just after being ridden. Daxia Unicom's outsiders are here to make a difference. This guy is worthy of being a pirate with a head of 3.6 billion. Although he got it by making trouble for Tianlongra, his strength should not be underestimated. But this is the city of gold, the home ground of Tezo. No matter who comes, it can't change the fact that there is gold everywhere here. And gold is Tetzalo's greatest weapon. Boy, let's talk in the private room. Tetzalo stopped the dealer from sending someone to get the chips and took the matter on himself, as if to say, if you don't go into the private room to talk, Xia Ya can't get this chip worth 1.8 billion Baileys. Of course Xia Ya would not refuse. In a more splendid hall, Tetzalo stood in the middle of the venue. Boy, tell me your purpose. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, you should carefully consider the consequences you will face. As a result of, Xia Ya was not affected by Tetzalo's warning at all. You revealed my location to Kaido. Think about the consequences for yourself. Veins appeared on Tetzalo's forehead. He pinched the gold ring on his hand and said with an angry smile, you really betrayed me. Baccarat. Facing the threat, Baccarat was a little scared at the moment. After all, strictly speaking, she did betray Tetzalo's interests unintentionally, but she was being ridden by Xia Ya and his promise didn't need to be spoken. Baccarat was mine from the moment she was mounted, so why betray her? Xia Ya chuckled, tell me, what price do you want to pay to settle this matter? My patience is limited. If I can't get a satisfactory answer, I can only handle it according to my way of doing things. What do you mean? Are you provoking me? This is the city of gold. Tetzalo's face turned cold. In the Golden City, even the celestial dragons have to respect themselves quite a bit. Although this is in exchange for benefits, Tezzaro has indeed enjoyed emperor-like treatment since he was a slave. No one can disobey him in the Golden City filled with gold. Even if someone from Marie Joyce comes, he must be given the honor of being the Golden Emperor. And at this moment, the Xia Ya in front of me actually said that she had to pay the price herself? What a joke! Tetzora immediately laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. This is the Golden City, my kingdom. Even if the high-ranking officials of Marie Joyce come, they must bow to me, not to mention you, a pirate with no roots in the New World. Can you scare me? Hey! That guy Kaido is coming. Xia Ya jumped off Baccarat, her body flashing with thunder. It seems you haven't set your position yet. Chapter 103 Golden City, Wedding Park. Several women wearing white wedding dresses, their heads covered, hugging teddy bears, their faces unclear, stood shivering among the flowers. In the rest of the place, stood a group of celestial dragons wearing glass covers, facing the woman under the white hood looked at her openly. Where's Tetzalo? Let me ask you, where is that guy Tetzalo? Today is the day for the 3 concubines of La Gisana. Why didn't you see that guy from Tetzalo? He should come over and perform the Midas touch. At the wedding scene, Chiao Rajashung clenched his fists and roared angrily at his subordinates on the side. The subordinate was sweating on his forehead. Lord Rajashung, I have informed Tetzalo before, but Tetzalo said he would come later. Come later? Go and urge me now. Yes. Lord Raj Sage. Because Tetzalo wanted to use the power of money to control the celestial dragons, the Golden City became one of the resorts for the celestial dragons. At the same time, Tetzalo also arranged many suites in the Golden Hotel for the celestial dragons, with permanent use rights. This results in many celestial dragons spending some time here every year. Celestial dragons are a strange species. They collect slaves anytime and anywhere. While they treat slaves as lowly playthings, they also take slaves as concubines, use them and then kick them away. Such things abound. Yes. If you take advantage of it, you will be kicked out. As for why we need to hold a wedding, it may also have something to do with the brain circuitry of celestial dragons. A place like Golden City. Weddings between celestial dragons and slaves are experienced several times a month. In order to please the celestial dragons, Tetsalo built a wedding park specifically for the use of the celestial dragons in the Golden City, where every inch of land is precious. My 81st wonderful wife. Get on your knees. Xiao Rajashung directly pulled a woman wearing a wedding dress to his side, and then pressed hard. The woman in the wedding dress immediately knelt down, and then Rajashung stepped on the woman's head and began to tie her shoelaces. Come. Inside the Golden Entertainment City. Celestial Dragon's subordinate 933 violently pushed away the blocking guards and came directly to the space between Xia Ya and Tetsalo. The man in his 40s said with an angry look on his face, "Your Excellency Tetsalo, today is the wedding of Jolie Rajashung. What do you mean by staying here? Hurry up and perform." Tetsalo's face was already displeased. "I have my own matters to deal with. Tell Lejisheng that I don't have time to go there." This subordinate was even more angry. "I don't care about other families, but that is Xiao Rajashung. He is your biggest customer in Golden City. If you don't go there now, Rajsheng's anger will not be your little gold. The Emperor of the Empire can handle it. Go away. I don't want to say it a second time. In the Golden City, Tezalo is the only emperor. If he is in a good mood, he may go over to help the celestial dragons, and by the way, he can invest in any project to earn some money, or get some other benefits, but he really doesn't have that today. Effort. I heard the conversation between the two people on the other side. I really unknowingly got into another celestial dragon's nest. There's actually a wedding going on." Thinking of the species celestial dragons, Xia Ya felt sick, and she was already thinking that when she came back, she should give Marie Joyce a big gift, and this wedding was just right. Tianlong's subordinates frowned and wanted to get angry, but then he noticed that there was another group of people in this golden space. "It's you, Xia Ya." After seeing Xia Ya's face clearly, this subordinate was completely confused. And in this subordinate's confused moment, the head was already flying with scarlet spray. "What are you doing?" "Those are the subordinates of celestial dragons." Seeing Xia Ya's decisive move, Tetsalo frowned. Although he also hated the celestial dragons in his heart, it was the time when his business was improving. This was more or less an opportunity obtained by bribing the celestial dragons. Naturally, Tezalo would not express his hatred for the celestial dragons, let alone provoke the world's nobles. But Xia Ya killed people directly in front of her. The news report is absolutely correct. Xia Ya is a lawless person. Tetsalo slapped the golden ground suddenly. Golden bomb! The golden ground suddenly jumped up, like golden water splashes, surging crazily towards Xia Ya's location. "I am a man called the Golden Emperor by the Sea. I am a golden man who ate the Paramecia golden fruit. The gold I buried is everywhere here. It may be in your lungs and blood. Everything is random. It makes me call, and no one here can defeat me. Why bother?" Xia Ya complained. The moment the golden bombs came over, Xia Ya had already put her arm gently on Robin's shoulder, and the next second, an arm suddenly appeared on Tetsalo's chest and covered armament Haki, strangling him tightly. Tetsalo's neck. Ha! Tezaro was shocked. He knew that this was the flower fruit of Robin, the son of the devil, but he didn't know Xia Ya's intention. He immediately used his golden ability to create a golden armor for himself to defend himself. "It's useless." But the next second, 80 million volts of thunder was released from Tezalo's arm. Zi la la la. The thunder roared crazily, and the golden and forest white colors echoed throughout the space. Tetsalo was completely entangled by the thunder, with black smoke constantly coming out of his body and gold liquid dripping from his body. Immediately fell to the ground with white eyes. Thunder fruit is the nemesis of gold, Tetsalo, your golden fruit is a side effect in front of me, so there is no need to struggle. 100 million volts. The Golden Emperor was completely incapacitated by the explosive lightning strike. At this time, the palm holding his neck was still releasing thunder, and under Xia Ya's complete control, it was regarded as a riding state. This is a one-time violent driving. After Xia Ya got Robin, she already had the flower ability to grow arms within her perception. Naturally, she could also control the mount remotely without having to ride it in person. The scene changes to a wedding park. A hole. Why hasn't that guy from Tezero come yet? This is a blasphemy against the celestial dragons. Who does he think he is? He's just a dog who made a little money. He deserves more rewards before he loses me. I broke a few of his bones. Jolie Raj Saint said angrily. Coming. Coming. Tetsalo is already here. A subordinate reported. Jolie Lajisheng was immediately pleasantly surprised and immediately turned around to look. Finally we are here, Tetsalo. Ajeb, at this moment. Tetsalo had two arms hanging around his neck, his pink suit had burn marks everywhere, and he was walking towards him with black eyes. Jolie Lajisheng angrily yelled, a hole. Today is my wedding. Tetsalo, you dress like this, how can you show us the Midas touch? It's too disgraceful to me. Ah. Yes. It's so offensive. Today is the wedding of Saint Raj. You are indeed too rude, Tetsalo. You guys were never like this before. What's going on? Go back and change your clothes quickly. You will make the wedding park dirty by dressing up now. Some celestial dragons were also chirping in requests. Tetsalo seemed not to have heard anything, and came directly in front of Jolie Raj's hung. Then, Tetsalo stretched out his hand and pinched Jolie Raj's hung, twisted hard, and with a click, his neck was completely broken. The next second, golden fluid continued to vomit out of Rajshang's mouth. Nasal cavity. Brothers. L. The golden fluid suddenly turned into spikes, and suddenly pierced out of Joeli Rajshang's flesh. The blood rushed wildly. The originally good celestial dragons instantly turned into a lifeless golden hedgehog, and his whole body was completely exhausted. There is no complete place. What? What the hell are you doing? Tetsalo, are you crazy? We wanted to see the Midas turn into gold, but we didn't ask you to turn Jolie Raj Saint into gold. BD Tetsalo, do you want to rebel? The celestial dragons were all angry. At this moment, Tetsalo is controlled by Xia Ya. Furthermore, Tetsalo knew exactly how many celestial dragons there were in the Golden City, where they lived, and where they usually were. What Tezero has to do is kill all the celestial dragons. Golden Splash. Tetsalo, with dark eyes, raised an arm and pointed his finger at the sky. The entire Golden City began to operate. In an instant, the gold powder was like water spray, sprayed to an altitude of more than 10,000 meters through the devices in the city, and then fell down. Everyone in the entire Golden City began to inhale the gold powder into their bodies. Good job. Reward. Tetsalo, you are really good at 10 hands. It turns out it's a surprise. I also want gold splashes for my wedding. No, no, no. I want to find a slave to marry now. Because Tetsalo's back was facing the celestial dragons, and the figure of Jolie Raj Saint was mostly blocked by Tetsalo's huge body, which was even decorated with gold, so naturally he didn't know that there was already a celestial dragons. Died at Tetsalo's hands. However, the celestial dragons who were pleasantly surprised never expected that their bodies had already started to change. At the wedding park scene, golden Madara dots began to appear on the surface of the celestial dragons and their subordinates one by one. The golden Madara blocks became larger and larger, and then, this group turned into small golden figures of different shapes. Tetsalo didn't let that stop him. Under his control, these golden sculptures suddenly twisted. Some heads turned 360 degrees, some waists were twisted into twists, some legs were bent to cover the forehead, and some turned into a golden ball. Wow! At this time, Tetsalo's arms suddenly disappeared, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his dark eye sockets. In an instant. On the gambling table, in the garden, in the suite. The screams of the celestial dragons echoed through every corner of the Golden City. At this moment, Tetsalo was completely confused. Finally know what happened. Panic completely covered his face. Just in case, Tetsalo will arrange gold foil covered delicacies and gold foil embellished wine for the celestial dragons to eat. At the same time, the air will be filled with microscopic gold powder, and he will even prepare a drink for everyone to suck the gold powder. Golden water splash, in order to store a little gold in each celestial dragon's body, and control them when they encounter trouble. Just now, I was completely controlled by Xia Ya, and she used the most violent method to mobilize the gold in every celestial dragon's body. The result is that they become twisted sculptures. And the ability of Sujin fruit is lifted. The celestial dragons will freeze in a distorted state, and the golden sculptures will die the moment they wake up. All celestial dragons on the island, killed in 1 second. Tetsalo stood in the wedding park blankly with fear in his eyes. What was originally a wedding turned into a funeral. At this moment, the wedding park is full of twisted corpses of celestial dragons. In a scene surrounded by flowers. There were just 3 slave brides in white wedding dresses holding a few smiling teddy bears. They all collapsed on the spot. Si Ying 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 Ying. Chapter 103.5 Golden City, Wedding Park. Several women wearing white wedding dresses, with their heads covered and holding teddy bears, whose faces could not be seen, stood trembling among the flowers. In the rest of the place, there stood a group of celestial dragons wearing glass covers on their heads, staring at the women under the white hoods. Where is Tizero? I ask you, where is that guy Tizero? Today is the day of the 3 concubines of Rajazena, why don't we see that guy Tizero? He should come here in person to perform the magic of turning stone into gold. At the wedding scene, Jolly Rajazena clenched his fists tightly and roared angrily at his subordinates on the side. The subordinate's forehead was sweating. Lord Rajai, I have notified Tizero before, but Tizero said he would come later. Come later? Go and urge him now. Yes. Lord Rajai. Because Tizero wants to use the power of money to control celestial dragons, Golden City has become one of the resorts for celestial dragons. At the same time, Tizero also arranged many suites in the Golden Hotel for celestial dragons, and they have permanent use rights. This has led to many celestial dragons staying here for a period of time every year. And celestial dragons are a strange species. They collect slaves anytime and anywhere. They treat slaves as cheap toys, and also take slaves as concubines. They use them and kick them out after they are useless. Such things are everywhere. It is obvious that they will be kicked out if they are used. As for why they hold a wedding, it may also be related to the brain circuit of celestial dragons. A place like Golden City. Celestial weddings between dragons and slaves happen several times a month. In order to please celestial dragons, Tizero built a wedding park for celestial dragons in the Golden City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. My 81st good wife. Kneel down. Jolly Rajai Shang directly pulled a woman in a wedding dress to his side, and then pressed hard, and the woman knelt down immediately, and then Rajai Shang stepped on the woman's head and began to tie her shoelaces. In the Golden Entertainment City, celestial dragons' subordinates violently pushed away the guards who blocked them and came directly to the space between Xia Ya and Tizero. The man in his 40s said angrily, Sir Tizero, today is Jolly Rajai Sheng's wedding, what do you mean by staying here? Go and perform quickly. Tizero's face was already unhappy, I have my own things to deal with, tell Rajai Sheng that I don't have time to go over there. The subordinate became even more angry, I don't care about other families, but that's Zhou Eli Lajisheng. He is your biggest customer in Golden City. If you don't go there now, Lajisheng's anger is not something you, the emperor of a small golden empire, can handle. Get lost. I don't want to say it a second time. In Golden City, Tizero is the only emperor. If he is in a good mood, he may go to help celestial dragons and ask for all the project investments to make some money, or other benefits, but today he really doesn't have the time. Hearing the conversation between the two, Xia Ya on the other side laughed. I really got into another celestial dragon's nest without knowing it. They are still holding a wedding. When Xia Ya thought of the species of celestial dragons, she felt sick and was already thinking that she should give Marie Joyce a big gift when she came back. This wedding is just right. Tianlong's subordinate frowned and wanted to get angry, but he just noticed that there was another group of people in this golden space. It's you, Xia. Xia Ya. After seeing Xia Ya's face clearly, the subordinate was completely stunned. And at the moment when the subordinate was stunned, the head had already flown up with scarlet. What are you doing? That's a subordinate of celestial dragons. Seeing Xia Ya's decisive move, Tizero's brows twitched. Although he hated celestial dragons in his heart, his business was picking up at the moment, and this was more or less an opportunity obtained by bribing celestial dragons. Tizalo naturally would not show his hatred for celestial dragons, and would not take action to provoke the world nobles. But Xia Ya killed him right in front of him. The news report was right. Xia Ya was a lawless person. Tizalo slapped the golden ground fiercely. Golden bomb! The golden ground suddenly jumped up, like a golden splash, surging wildly towards Xia Ya's position. I am the man called the Golden Emperor by the Sea, who ate Paramecia Golden Man of the Golden Gold Fruit. Here is the gold I buried everywhere, maybe in your lungs and blood, everything is at my disposal, no one here can defeat me. Why? Xia Ya complained. At the moment when the golden bomb came over, Xia Ya had already gently placed her arm on Robin's shoulder, and then the next second, an arm covered with armament haki suddenly appeared on Tizero's chest, tightly pinching Tizero's neck. Tizero was shocked. He knew that this was the flower fruit of Robin, the son of the devil, but he didn't know Xia Ya's intention. He immediately used the golden gold ability to create a golden armor for himself for defense, useless. But the next second, 80 million volts of thunder was released from the arm that pinched Tizero. Zilla la la! The thunder roared wildly, and the whole space was golden and forest white. Tizero was completely entangled by thunder, with black smoke and yellow liquid dripping from his body. He immediately knelt down with his eyes rolled up. Thunder fruit is the nemesis of gold, Tizero, your gold fruit is a side effect in front of me, don't struggle anymore. 100 million volts. The Golden Emperor completely lost his ability to move under the bursting thunder, and the palm that was pinching his neck was still releasing thunder, and under Xia Ya's complete control, it was already regarded as a riding state. This is a one-time violent driving. After Xia Ya had Robin, she already had the flowery ability to grow arms in her perception, and naturally she could also remotely control the mount without having to ride it herself. The scene changed to the wedding park. A hole. Why hasn't Tizero come yet? This is a blasphemy to celestial dragons. Who does he think he is? He's just a dog who made a little money. I gave him a few more bones before. Jolie Rajashung said angrily. Here he comes. Here he comes. Tizero is here. A subordinate reported. Jolie Rajashung was surprised and turned his head immediately. He's finally here, Tizero. Sidg. At this moment, Tizero had two arms hanging around his neck, and his pink suit was covered with burn marks. He was walking towards him with black eyes. Jolie Rajashung angrily shouted, a hole. Today is my wedding. Tizero, you are dressed like this. How can you perform the Midas touch for us? It's really embarrassing for me. Yes. It's too offensive. Today is Raji Sheng's wedding, you are really too rude, Tizero. You weren't like this before. What's wrong? Go back and change your clothes. You will dirty the wedding park with your current outfit. Some celestial dragons were also making demands. And Tizero seemed not to hear it, and came directly in front of Jolie Raji Sheng. Then, Tizero stretched out his hand to pinch Jolie Raji Sheng, twisted it hard, and snapped, his neck was completely broken. The next second, Raji Sheng kept vomiting golden fluid from his mouth. Brothers. 7. The golden fluid suddenly turned into spikes, stabbing out of Jolie Raji Sheng's flesh, blood gushed out wildly, and the celestial dragons, which was originally fine, instantly turned into a lifeless golden hedgehog, with no intact place on its body. What? What on earth are you doing? Tizero, are you crazy? We want to see the Midas touch, but we didn't ask you to turn Jolie Raja's hung into gold. BD Tizero, do you want to rebel? The celestial dragons were all angry. At this moment, Tizero was controlled by Xia Ya. And how many celestial dragons there are in the Golden City, where they live, and where they usually go, Tizero knows it all. What Tizero has to do is to kill all celestial dragons. Golden splash! Tizero's eyes were dark, he raised one arm and pointed his finger at the sky. The entire Golden City began to operate. In an instant, the gold powder was sprayed like water through the equipment in the city to an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, and then it fell down in turn, and everyone in the entire Golden City began to inhale the gold powder into their bodies. Good job! As a reward. Tizero, you are really good at this trick. So it's a surprise. I also want gold water splashes for my wedding. No, no, no. I want to find a slave to marry now. Because Tizero had his back to the celestial dragons, Jolie Lajisheng's figure was also blocked by Tizero's huge body for a large part, and there were even gold decorations. Naturally, he didn't know that a celestial dragon had actually died in Tizero's hands. However, the celestial dragons who were surprised never expected that their bodies had begun to change. At the wedding park, celestial dragons and their subordinates began to have golden Madara spots on their bodies, and the golden Madara blocks became larger and larger, and then this group of people turned into small golden men of different shapes. Tizero did not stop because of this. Under his control, these golden sculptures suddenly twisted, some heads turned 360 degrees, some waists were twisted into a knot, some legs were bent over their foreheads, and some turned into a golden ball. Hwalala dash dash. At this time, Tizero's arms suddenly disappeared, an array of light suddenly appeared in his dark eye sockets. On the gambling table, in the garden, in the suite. The screams of celestial dragons resounded in every corner of the Golden City. At this moment, Tizero was completely confused. Finally knew what happened. Fear completely covered his face. To be on the safe side, Tizero will arrange food covered with gold foil and fine wine dotted with gold foil for celestial dragons to eat. At the same time, the air will be filled with undetectable gold powder. He even prepared golden water splashes for everyone to absorb the gold powder, in order to store a little gold in each celestial dragon's body and control them when they encounter troubles. I didn't expect it. Just now, I was completely controlled by Xia Ya, and used the most violent method to mobilize the gold in each celestial dragon's body. The result is that they become twisted sculptures. And as the power of the gold fruit is released, the celestial dragons will be frozen in a twisted state, and the golden sculptures will die the moment they wake up. All the celestial dragons on the island were killed within a second. Tizero stood blankly in the wedding park with panic in his eyes. The original wedding turned into a funeral. At this moment, the wedding park was full of twisted corpses of celestial dragons. In the scene surrounded by flowers, There were only 3 slave brides in white wedding dresses holding a few smiling teddy bears. They all collapsed on the spot. Oh Kong 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 Gosk, oh. Chapter 104. What's going on? All celestial dragons are twisted into golden twists and died. In the format buildings in the Golden City, people ran out and shouted in fear as if they had experienced an earthquake. Because just a moment ago, the entire Golden City was filled with layers of gold powder, and when the gold powder dispersed, all celestial dragons in the casino, the racecourse, the entertainment center, and the hotel collectively turned into golden sculptures, and then twisted into golden twists. When the golden sculptures were freed from the twist state and restored to human form, all celestial dragons were in a twisted state and collectively exploded and died. That was the world's noble celestial dragon people. They were the most untouchable existence in the Golden City. All gamblers and tourists, even in front of the Golden Emperor Teazero, were at least customers and were to be warmly welcomed, while the other group of celestial dragons were beyond privilege and could not be provoked. 1. All celestial dragons died suddenly. It seems that it was done by the Golden Emperor. Because the golden twist is the ability of Teazero's golden fruit. How could it be? The Golden City is in chaos. This place has become a place of trouble, we have to escape quickly. Leave the Golden City. However, at the moment when everyone ran to the street with a nervous look on their faces, everyone's eyes went black and were covered by a huge shadow. They couldn't help but look up and stare at the humanoid creature in front of them, falling at this moment at a high speed. Swoosh! Boom! A large human-shaped pit was left on the square of the Golden City. Smoke and dust filled the air, and it shook violently. Something fell from the sky. I just saw it looked like a person. The earth was shaking, and everyone around ran to watch. There was a pirate who had been defeated 7 times, and fell into the hands of marine or enemy ships 18 times. He survived until today as a criminal who had been tortured time and time again. Just now, he jumped from a height of 10,000 meters and committed suicide. He had been arrested 18 times for fighting marine and 4 emperors alone, and was sentenced to death 40 times. Sometimes the chains broke during hanging, sometimes the guillotine broke, and the spear broke during piercing. No one could kill him. Not even himself. Boom! In the pit of the Golden City Square, a giant hand extended from the pit and slammed heavily on the ground. Then, a man with 2 huge horns and lush hair on his head, holding his head with one hand, climbed out from the bottom of the pit. This person is the pirate who is called the strongest creature by the sea, land, and air or by the biological clock. Kaido of the Beasts. Damn, my head hurts so much, I can't die. I'm alive again, where is that BD? Jack that BD, since he didn't die, I'll take revenge for that BD by the way. Xia Ya. Get out of here, Lao Zi. Kaido's voice resounded throughout the gold. At this moment, all kinds of people in the square were completely scared. Looking at the huge creature in front of them, many people were scared out of their wits and spitting white foam crazily. This is 4 Emperors Kaido. Why does the strongest creature in the world appear here? Xia Ya. On the other side, the Golden Emperor Teazero was in a state of disarray at the moment. He was unable to think about the movements of Kaido coming from the surroundings. He had known that Kaido would come in person, and he also knew that he was coming to seek revenge on Yuanye. But, he really couldn't be happy. Because Teazelo killed dozens of celestial dragons in front of all the customers in the Golden City. This time, the news will inevitably be passed to Marie Joyce, which means that the Golden City created by Teazelo will soon become the enemy of Marie Joyce and be wanted by the whole world. At the same time, Teazelo's businesses related to celestial dragons will also enter the liquidation stage, and the accumulated wealth will also be shattered and vanished. It's over. It's completely over. Teazelo was lost, but he also wondered if there was still a ray of hope for the Golden City. After all, he was a man with a great business sense, and he quickly thought of a way to save his own industry. Now, maybe there is only one way. That is to join the hostile forces of Marie Joyce, and it is still the top force that Marie Joyce is afraid of. And in front of us, there are two choices. 4 Emperors Kaido vs 5 Emperors Xia Ya. On the other hand, because the resistance of various metals is different, like thunder fruit, it has good liquidity in gold, so under the amplification of electrons, Xia Ya and others quickly distinguished where is ordinary metal and where there is real gold. At the same time, the thunder fruit's ability users can penetrate gold and move inside it. In a secret room, Nami pursed her lips and complained about the pile of gold and barley in front of her. Not as much as I imagined. Legend has it that the Golden Emperor owns 20% of the barley in this world? But the value of this treasure is only about 80 billion at most. Is this really the wealth of the world's richest man? It's not as much as I imagined. After counting, Ziwime gave an estimate directly. Please give me flowers. In fact, the fixed assets of the Xia Ya pirates far exceed 100 billion baileys, so when Nami saw that Tesoro's assets were only about 80 billion and he was said to be the richest man in the world, she immediately felt disappointed. Xia Ya didn't think much and took all the treasures away. The largest vampire in the world is Marie Joyce. The heavenly gold we robbed before is worth 10 billion baileys, and this is only a few of the 170 member countries. You can imagine how much money Marie Joyce has just in terms of heavenly gold. Golden Emperor Tesoro is only worth 80 billion baileys, I can understand that. Xia Ya is a time traveler after all. As a modern person, he knows that the real rich are always under the water. The so-called richest man is just a typical example. The wealth of the real rich is simply not clear. Assets. Although Tesoro controls many industries and owns the world's largest entertainment city, compared to the behemoth Marie Joyce, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. 20% Bailey's wealth is even more impossible. After all, whether it is strength or power, Tesoro can't be compared with the 4 emperors group at all. Even the Dongquixote family of Shishibukai is much stronger than him. Such a person is just being Marie Joyce used him as a tool to collect wealth. When one day the Golden Emperor was no longer needed as a tool, he would be taken away by Marie Joyce. Forget it, someone is calling you outside. It's so noisy. I can even hear it in the secret room. Nami reminded. Xia Ya nodded and said, it's probably 4 Emperors Kaido who is here. Let's go out and meet him. Kaido? The strongest creature. Nami was a little surprised when she heard that it was 4 emperors who came. Xia Ya smiled and said, you will know why Kaido is called the strongest creature later. After 2 years of lurking, Xia Ya's strength has long surpassed Marine Admiral. In addition, she has many trump cards composed of devil fruits, and powerful special mounts such as Ounce and Longma. Even when facing Kaido, who is known as the king of singles, Xia Ya is not at all weak. Since Kaido came to find her, she will meet him for a while. Maybe she can be more peaceful after this time. Besides, the time has come, Xia Ya now has to focus on the summit war. After Whitebeard dies, he will be the mount of the strongest man in the world, Newgate. Since Kaido is here, it can be regarded as a preview of the summit war. E.B. Xia Ya has many new abilities that have not been tested. At this moment, a flash of light appeared. Xia Ya and Nami disappeared in the empty secret room for a long time. Chapter 105. Wu lo lo lo. Xia Ya, you don't dare to show up. What a disappointment! The huge Kaido, carrying a mace, climbed out of the pit completely and stood on the square of the Golden City. He swept everything in front of him, but after not seeing Xia Ya, he showed disdain on the corner of his mouth. It had been 3 minutes since he shouted for Xia Ya to get out. For a master like Xia Ya, it would only take a few seconds to show up. In the end, Kaido was obviously disappointed when he didn't see anyone. At this time, there were shocked people all around. They stared at the man in front of them, who was so strong that he was explosive and had a huge horn on his head. What a terrifying aura! Is this the pressure of the New World 4 Emperors? Kaido is too powerful. This is simply the body of an invincible beast. Golden City has a fixed route in the New World, and most of the pirates who spend money on entertainment on it are knowledgeable. They know better than anyone else how terrifying the world's strongest creature Kaido is, and even say that he is the world's top 303 in single combat. And the legend that Kaido was captured many times has long spread throughout the sea, and the sea defaults to that. Kaido is just looking for death, and he is not really defeated and captured, but is playing the capture as a game. Tr. The strongest creature on land, sea, and air, although the tumor came down? The result is: don't say that anyone can kill Kaido, even hurting him can't be done. Hiss! This man is so terrifying. The people in the square took a breath of cold air, their eyes full of fear. But look at this situation. Kaido seems to be looking for the super rookie Xia Ya who has disappeared for 2 years. Kaido is actually looking for Xia Ya. Is that super rookie Xia Ya also in the Golden City? No way. How come I don't know about such a big thing? Xia Ya is definitely there. I saw him half an hour ago. That guy did board the Golden City and won 1.8 billion Baileys in just one game in the Entertainment City. Then he was arranged to stay in a special private room by the Golden Emperor. Hiss! Not only that, 2 months ago, Jack the Drow under 4 Emperors Kaido was killed by Xia Ya. Kaido is here this time to ask Jack the Drow for an explanation. There will be a shocking battle here. As expected of the 5th Sea Emperor in the first half of the Grand Line, he made such a big fuss after his comeback. He is actually going to face 4 Emperors Kaido head-on. How terrible! Death silence permeated the square. Thinking that a big battle was about to happen here, all the pirates were tongue-tied and speechless. At this time, the Golden Emperor Tesoro appeared at the edge of the square in a mess. No way, why is the Golden Emperor like this? Black smoke is coming out of his whole body, and his suit has changed from pink to black and purple, and it is tattered. Did Xia Ya take care of him? Hiss! What happened in such a short time? The celestial dragons have been eliminated by the Golden Emperor, and now 4 Emperors Kaido is here. Something big is going to happen. If it were in the past, if someone in the Golden City commented on him like this, Tesoro would definitely show his tyrannical side, but at this moment he had no intention of paying attention to these people, and his eyes were fixed on Kaido. In fact, Xia Ya controlled Tesoro to kill all the celestial dragons, and also destroyed Tesoro's psychological defense. At this time, Tesoro was completely thinking about how to protect himself. And the moment he saw Kaido, he seemed to understand. Only by surrendering the Golden City to the 4 Emperors Kaido can there be a glimmer of hope. Hurry up and take revenge. Suddenly, Kaido lightly kicked his feet, and a wave of air immediately emerged above the ground. The human form immediately transformed into a blue dragon form. Kaido is a Zoan fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form ability user, with the ability to control wind, fire, and thunder attributes. At the same time, the phantom beast has a super strong physique, combined with the physique of Kaido's ghost clan, making his body infinitely close to invulnerable to swords and guns, and his defense ability is off the charts. Even if Kaido jumps from a height of 10,000 meters to commit suicide, he can be safe and sound even without using any defensive means. At most, it will only be a headache for a while. Boom! At this time, a giant dragon slithered up, and soon it grabbed the auspicious cloud and hovered above the Golden City. The huge body that was several hundred meters long was covered with scales with flowing green light, and the 4 limbs were wrapped with flame clouds, and there were fluctuations in the air. The momentum completely crushed the ground. Shenlong, dragon. This is the oppressive power of the world's strongest creature. The rumors are true, Kaido is the immortal fantasy beast Azure Dragon. No wonder he was captured by Marine so many times and was not executed, it's just that Marine couldn't do it. It's so scary, I can even hear the dragon's deep breathing. The giant dragon Kaido blocked out the sun and observed everything on the ground from the sky. Kaido rubbed his sharp teeth and made a loud noise from his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Xia Ya, get out, there is no point in hiding. Day. However, with the sound of footsteps, Xia Ya led a group of people out of the casino building. He held the strongest black knife in his hand. It's so noisy, Kaido. Above the sky, Kaido's eyes condensed and saw Xia Ya standing in the square with a calm face, and his pupils shrank quickly. This guy's momentum. Very strong. With just one glance, Kaido could feel Xia Ya's extraordinariness. In his opinion, Xia Ya and Kojiki Oden have completely different personalities. Oden is like a simple-minded fool with strong limbs, while Xia Ya has strong strength, but is gloomy and a little scary. There is no doubt that Kaido thinks Xia Ya is even harder to mess with. However, this emotion only occupied Kaido's heart for a second. 0136120285 Philo 224180010. Immediately, Kaido regained the mentality of the strongest creature. Xia Ya, I have been waiting for a man like you, but Jack died in your hands, I will ask you for an explanation. Wu lo lo lo. Why didn't you even give Jack a chance to live? I'm very sad. Laozi is really sad, lo 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 lo. Kaido, who turned into a giant dragon, seemed to think of something sad, and suddenly burst into tears and snot, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. The sky was a little gloomy. Countless raindrops fell from the sky. Those who opened their mouths and looked up at the giant dragon man had their mouths filled with snot and tears. You're crying before we even beat Kaido? That's too. Shut up. That's just Kaido's personality. Maybe the strongest creature is very sensitive. I think Kaido is even more terrifying when he cries. So scary, said the people around him. Suddenly, Kaido's eyes condensed, and he turned into a master of expression management. Tears and snot were instantly evaporated by the flames. Interesting. Get ready to repay my debt to the beasts with your life. Gurgle. An orange light suddenly emerged from the dragon's mouth. Xia Ya on the ground immediately wrapped Black Blade Knight with a high-level armament haki, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Hot breath. Xia Ya's eyes condensed, and he turned into thunder to split the hot breath. He turned around and came to the huge figure of Kaido in the sky. He slashed towards the dragon's belly. A black flash passed by, and a huge gap appeared on the dragon's body, deep enough to see the bone. Scarlet blood rushed out like a heavy rain, and Kaido's eyes rolled back at this time. The dragon's middle was like a spray of blood. Countless thunders wrapped around the dragon's body, and the airflow was swirling in a large area. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of wounds broke open on the dragon's body. Kaido's huge figure fell to the ground, and the buildings in the Golden City flew away like a tidal wave. The next second, Kaido rolled around like a loach in a hot pot. The golden ground was covered with traces of blood everywhere. Kaido screamed wildly. Pain. It hurts so much. The piercing pain filled his body, and Kaido swore that he had never felt such pain before. Even Kojiki Oden's Daowen Ten punch many years ago did not cause Kaido such serious injuries. At this moment, Kaido's pain seemed to penetrate deep into his bones, so that he could only thrash on the ground. AAA. The pirates watching on the ground also screamed. The hot blood spilled, soaking many people into scarlet drowned rats. Countless hot blood bubbles appeared on their skin, as if they were stuck by hot magma. Ah! Kaido was actually chopped, such a hideous huge wound, such a terrible amount of bleeding. It's so hot. So hot. Like magma. The strongest creature fell. The strongest dragon was slashed. Chapter 106. When Golden Emperor Tizero saw Kaido being killed, he immediately went into a state of confusion. He originally planned to use the Golden City as capital to join Kaido's Beasts Pirates after Kaido defeated Xia Ya. After all, any force on the sea needs money to maintain, and the Golden City happens to be the gold-eating beast on the sea. In this way, it can be exchanged for the protection of the four emperors, and there is no need to worry about Marie Joya's pursuit. It seems that the plan has changed. Huff, hi, hi. Kaido turned back into human form, kneeling on the ground and panting loudly. Several hideous wounds appeared on his body, and there was a huge green scale cut in half on the ground nearby, which was very seriously injured. But for the strongest creature, this blow was not enough to lose mobility. And at this moment, Kaido had to admit that Xia Ya's attack power was the most terrifying in the world. He had never seen a man with such a terrifying slash. In fact, after getting the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, Kaido can be called the strongest creature in the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible. Therefore, Kaido has been challenging his own limits for so many years. He has fought with Whitebeard Newgate and red-haired Shanks, and he usually went alone. The result was naturally a group beating, but Kaido never minded and is still alive and well. But at this moment, if Kaido doesn't take it seriously, he seems to be able to touch the breath of death. Ding dang! Dragging Beijazai, Kaido stood up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Xia Ya who fell to the ground. 28v. Kaido looked at the figure holding the black knife, and subconsciously clenched the mace in his hand. Even the four emperors Kaido, who was always arrogant and conceited, gritted his teeth at this time and looked at the calm figure with a serious look. That's great. You are much stronger than that guy Odin, but I am no longer the person I used to be. The fifth emperor in the first half of the Grand Line. Even if I go to New World, I will admit it after this battle. But if armament haki is only at the top, it is just barely up to the standard. Kaido angrily swung the Beijazai in his hand and shouted, "Put away the kid and play with me. Interesting little devil." A surging wave of air suddenly appeared and rushed in all directions. And the human form Kaido changed again. He became a monster in the form of a human beast with fangs, a human body, dragon claws, dragon scales, and a dragon tail. As his posture changed, his human hand form and body size exploded again. A sense of oppression came. Boom! Some of the pirates who were still standing had foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Horror! This is the true power of four emperors. Even though he was stabbed by a knife and his entire abdomen was penetrated, he is still four emperors Kaido. He is the strongest creature in the world and the strongest super existence in single combat. The pirate who collapsed on the ground shouted loudly. Not only that, the real horror is that top-level mythical beast species. Even facing such a huge wound, the blood stopped flowing at this moment, and the wound seems to have healed. The endurance, defense, and recovery of the mythical beast species are the most invincible. No one can crush the mythical beast species in a battle. On the other side, Xia Ya was a little more satisfied with the effect of his slash just now. In 2 years, his strength has been improved to a terrifying level. Now he encounters Kaido, a creature that can resist beating. Naturally, he has to test it more. As expected of the strongest creature, Kaido, you are really strong. While speaking, Xia Ya raised the black knife in his hand, but it's not enough. Hearing Xia Ya's words, everyone around was stunned. Although Xia Ya didn't say it explicitly, just looking at Xia Ya's expression, there was no ripple in her eyes, so others naturally thought that Xia Ya was serious. Everyone knew what Xia Ya meant. Although Kaido was strong, it seemed not enough. Especially Kaido, he looked at Xia Ya with interest, and raised his mouth. Not enough? Young and reckless kid, what are you talking about? You are too self-righteous. Let's live in the new world first. Just as Kaido finished speaking, the black knife in Xia Ya's hand was entangled with Conqueror's haki. Black thunder flashed wildly. The surrounding buildings seemed to be robbed by a thunderstorm, and they exploded and collapsed one after another. Damn it, this is no joke. Kaido's expression immediately became serious, because he could see that Xia Ya had already mastered the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Entanglement. For people at Kaido's level, Conqueror's Entanglement is almost a necessary skill, but now Xia Ya is only 17 years old, and she has already used it so well, which is rare in the world. Conqueror's Entanglement. Even myself back then. I had been in Rock's Pirate for many years, and I only realized it after watching countless battles. And now, Xia Ya actually used it easily. Swish! There was no sign, and no extra words were said. Xia Ya's figure instantly shot out towards Kaido. Then, Hideo Ye had already arrived in front of Kaido, and Conqueror's was entangled and poured down. Who uses a big move right after arriving? I haven't even started warming up yet. Kaido immediately held Beijazai tightly, and the dragon tail in the form of a human beast slapped the ground crazily, and the ground immediately shattered. With this huge force, Kaido's figure went straight up. Thunder 8 trigrams. With a deafening sound, the thunder rolled towards the 8 trigrams. A terrifying huge force collided between Hideo Ye and Beijazai, and the overwhelming momentum was like a gust of wind, instantly evaporating the center area of the two people. Boom! The terrifying air wave visible to the naked eye exploded, and the entire island ship of the Golden City was shaking at this moment. The huge waves in the surrounding sea area spread outward in circles. Before the collision was over, Xia Ya's figure flashed again, and a new slash, wrapped in a more powerful Conqueror's Haki, attacked Kaido again. But just when the surrounding pirates had not reacted, Kaido's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, Kaido's position had been exchanged with Xia Ya. He came to the sky and raised his hands, spinning the mace in the sky, like a helicopter in the form of a human beast, and black thunder also fell from the sky and wrapped around the mace. Falling third world inducing Naraku. Boom! Kaido's proud move. It was completely blocked by Xia Ya. The black knife in his hand completely resisted the Beijazai that Kaido smashed down with both hands. Great! I finally know the root cause of your troubles with Zhao Marine. Just like the invincible me. Kaido looked at Xia Ya and sighed, with a serious look and a hint of interest. Xia Ya stared at Kaido, don't compare them. The two fought again. The people of Golden City had already walked out of the broken building. Everyone looked at the two figures in amazement. It must be said that the size difference was too big, and the impact was even stronger. Are you kidding? That Xia Ya can really resist Kaido of the beasts. That is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Monster! Monster! Sure enough, no one who can make a name for himself on the sea is easy to mess with. Is this guy using the battle with Kaido to endorse his title of the 5th Emperor? But it feels like, except that the movement is a bit loud, there is nothing special. Xia Ya's figure was not shaken away or anything. Stupid! It was the island ship of Golden City that buffered all this. Look at the sky. After hearing these 957 words, everyone looked up involuntarily. At this moment, the black clouds in the sky roared and surged wildly to both sides. In an instant, the entire sky was split in half and completely separated. At the same time, in the middle of Xia Ya's female companion, Bakura was completely stunned. Although she was violently driven by Xia Ya, the matter had been done anyway. She was already Xia Ya's person, but she had never seen Xia Ya's true strength. At this moment, seeing Xia Ya and Kaido face to face, she covered her mouth in astonishment. But among these women, the most surprised one was Hancock, who had never thought about it. Xia Ya's Conqueror's Haki actually reached this level. Instantly, on Hancock's hand, small pink blisters began to appear on the skin. Sweat continued to flow down from a large area of her smooth forehead. In her beautiful eyes, Countless red hearts were spinning. In the blink of an eye, Hancock wailed in pain and fell down. Amazon Lily's assistant, who followed along, quickly supported Hancock, then suppressed her inner tension, kept flipping through a small notebook, and kept muttering. "Oh no, the Queen must be in love with her." According to Granny New's description, the symptoms of this disease. The Queen. She is seriously ill. She needs an injection immediately. However, Xia Ya and Kaido are still fighting. Amazon Lily's Queen's assistant was like an ant on a hot pot. After Hancock received initial treatment, he was under strong surveillance for fear of a sudden attack. The assistant never thought that Xia Ya's conqueror's haki could actually shock the Queen Hancock to the point of being seriously ill. "Let's end the battle quickly. The Queen is really a pill." Chapter 107. Boom! Kaido's Beijazai directly collided with Xia Ya's Haidai. A roar was heard. The strong aura of the two people exploded instantly. A huge hemispherical pit immediately appeared on the island ship of the Golden City. Xia Ya has the current status of the fifth emperor. It is definitely not a coincidence, he really has the strength of the four shores. The strongest creature can't do anything to him. The people around him fled with their heads in their arms, and the gambler pirates with more strength took up their defenses, watching the terrifying aura sweeping over, and everyone's face was written with astonishment. Because they all knew that four emperors Kaido was a killing god in the New World, and his reputation was accumulated bit by bit for more than 10 years, and his strength was even more needless to say. Even without Marie Joya's order, Marine didn't dare to target the four emperors' pirate group. They knew the power of that stick very well. Especially the azure dragon form of the mythical beast species, Duo's huge body had already explained everything. It was just a back-and-forth fight with Xia Ya. The cloak behind Kaido rustled, and the blood vessels under the green scales bulged. He clenched the Beijazai in his hand again, and the endless conquerors wrapped around the iron rod, making a crackling sound. However, just when Kaido was about to attack again, an Amazon Lily woman came to Xia Ya. "Lord Xia Ya, you can't continue fighting. The Queen is really dying after being affected by your haki 10 times. Xia Ya." The maid pointed at Hancock and said with a distressed face, "The Queen is covered with pink blisters all over her body. Mother-in-law Nu said that this is a sign of lovesickness. She must be treated with injections immediately. We can't wait any longer. Please give the Queen an injection, Lord Xia Ya." Xia Ya was also convinced. People from Amazon Lily don't know what injections mean at all. They often talk about it. Sometimes people even come to ask Xia Ya to take action to make Hancock recover soon. Xia Ya glanced at the fallen Hancock. He really looked like he was about to die. If Hancock really died, she would lose a high-quality mount. Although Xia Ya planned to slowly let Hancock fall, looking at the current situation, Hancock could not extricate himself and was even in danger of death. So, it's better to end the battle quickly and find a quiet place to get rid of Hancock's odor. Drink! With a loud shout, Xia Ya made a seal with one hand, and Ounce's huge body appeared. Then, Xia Ya hooked her index finger and used the Flying Thunder God buff mark to teleport to Khalifa in the distance. She hooked her index finger again, and the two of them appeared above Ounce's head in a flash. At this time, facing the huge body of Ounce, Kaido, who was originally a small giant, felt that he was too small, but the fighting spirit in Xia Ya's eyes made Kaido clearly feel that the next attack would be full of strength. At this moment, Kaido used the phantom beast form and turned into a blue dragon again, hovering in the sky. "You totally underestimated me. Xia Ya kid. You're using your ability now." Boom! The dragon circled upwards, swallowing a lot of air. Kaido's throat swelled up, and then he opened his huge mouth, and several wind blades were shot out by him, like the slash of a sickle weasel, rushing straight towards Xia Ya. However, Xia Ya had already obtained Nami's thunder fruit through the flying stick, and even if he didn't ride Nami now, he could still use the thunder element. Facing another natural element, it was not difficult to fight against it. Immediately, Ounce's body was cut into several pieces by the bad wind, and lightning gushed out of the cuts on his limbs. The next second, the huge body had appeared thousands of meters high in the sky. At this time, Xia Ya, who had the love skill of flexible expansion and contraction, merged with the surrounding Calipha's vampire form. Ounce's eyes also changed from gold to scarlet. The darkness created by vampires was wrapped around his body, scarlet ribbons were wrapped around his arms, and sharp purple-black nails extended from his fingers. What the hell is this thing? Seeing Ounce like this, Kaido thought he saw an unfamiliar mythical beast. In an instant, flames gushed out of the dragon's body. Fire Dragon Torch. Things touched by the flames will melt instantly. In an instant, Kaido was like a huge flaming ribbon, dancing wildly in the sky, and Ounce's huge figure flashed thunder and scarlet, collided several times, and rushed violently in all directions. What happened? Everyone looked up at the battle. Looking at the two huge figures in the air, the heat coming from the sky was enough to melt people's eyeballs. Too strong. What level of power is this? It can actually be on par with the perfect dragon Kaido, and this is just a new star pirate who has not shown up many times. Compared with the old sea oil stick like Four Emperors Kaido, it is really just like a tender sprout. Run! Everyone, run! Golden City is not a place for us to stay, the fire in the sky is coming down. A pirate nearby shouted in horror, and some green plants around him had been roasted yellow. The gold powder on the wall has melted, revealing the appearance of grey and white stones. Chizuru was also shocked. If the previous brief fight with Xia Ya was completely attribute restraint, then the fight between Xia Ya and Kaido now has no restraint at all. Kaido, who has the mythical beast species and blue dragon form, not only has a strong physique, but also controls and is immune to various natural elements. Moreover, according to the current fighting method, the two relied on their domineering power. 0136120228 Fila 22418028. Who is stronger and who is weaker will be known after the fight. Chizuru knew that the Golden City was about to face huge changes, and everything depended on the winner of this battle. However, in shock, as the owner of the Golden City, Chizuru also noticed that the city could not last too long, and immediately used the power of the gold fruit to repair the main buildings. Hey! Where is my gold? Chizuru was completely confused. He used the gold fruit to communicate with the gold in the secret room, but found that all the gold was gone. What the hell? Where is my gold? Chizuru was about to collapse. At this time, a dwarf emerged from the black hole on the ground. He was one of Chizuru's confidants, the Paramecia piercing fruit user. Nakata said, the gold in the boss's secret room was taken away by Xia Ya and the orange-haired Nami. What? Chizuru was completely stunned. Not to mention that the secret room had multiple protection measures, the most important key was made of gold, and the Golden Emperor had long remembered its appearance. In other words, the only way to get the key was to be made by Chizuru, and no one else could take it. Nakata said. That man is a body of lightning, he can melt into any metal, pass through the wall, easily enter the secret room, and take everything away. Chizuru was completely numb. At this time, the sound of collision came again in the sky, and this time it has changed from elemental collision to collision between haki, and the sky has been covered by black thunder for a long time like a spider web. On the other side, the people of Amazon Lily are almost going crazy. Because at this moment, the pink bubbles on Hancock's skin actually broke away from the surface of the body, like small soap bubbles, floating into the sky, which is a sign of the loss of fragrance and jade. Xia Ya, hurry up. The queen can't stand it anymore, her whole body is bubbling. The air is filled with milk fragrance. In the sky, Ounce's huge fist blasted out. Kaido had no time to dodge, and was hit hard. However, with his strong defense, Kaido quickly came to his senses. But he was thrown out again the next second. Xia Ya originally wanted to use the vampire claws to pierce Kaido's dragon scales and absorb his blood vitality, but found that the dragon scales of the giant dragon were like steel armor, with amazing defense. Continue to confront. No rest. Ta. Boom. The shocking momentum appeared again. At this moment, Ounce clasped his hands together, and black lightning burst out between his huge fists. The next moment, Ounce's figure turned into the form of Thor and flashed to the top of the giant dragon Kaido. Smashed down with both fists at the dragon head. At this moment, countless popular fire rains fell from the sky, some buildings in the Golden City were burning, flowers and plants were baptized by high temperature, withered instantly, and the city became more yellow. Too strong. These two people are too strong. The aftermath alone can destroy a city. Everyone was in shock. Tezuro's face was completely black. He really regretted passing the news of Xia Ya to Kaido, which led to the destruction of the Golden City. Now all the money was Xia Ya was taken away, and there was no money left for reconstruction. This meant that Tezuro had been a white hits worker for all these years. Tezuro was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Just when Tezuro wanted to roar loudly at the sky, a huge dragon shadow fell from the sky and directly smashed the ground of the Golden City into a huge hole. Chapter 108. Gulala. Ace, my good son, you said that Kaido, that stinky brat, actually lost. The moonlight shone on the sea, and the lights in the cabin of the Moby DK flickered. Whitebeard Newgate, who was on an 4-drip, was drinking heavily, and seemed to be in a good mood. Gulala. Ace on the side was telling him about the recent events on the sea. Pineapple-headed Marco crossed his hands, raised his head and said with a worried look, Dad, you have exceeded the limit today. You can't drink any more. Gulala, lousy, drink another sip. Edward Newgate smiled. Kaido has never been a trouble-free person. I am very happy to hear the news of his defeat, my dear son. Wouldn't it be better if I could get 10 more bottles of potion in 10 sessions, shh? Ace explained, Dad, to be precise, Kaido was knocked to the bottom of the sea by Xia Ya's punch, and the battle ended with Xia Ya's decisive departure. Objectively speaking, Kaido fell into the inferior position in the fight. It was not a complete defeat. The Golden City incident happened in New World, and it is not far from the territory of Whitebeard pirates, so the news was naturally received by Whitebeard pirates the fastest. In this incident, not only were all the celestial dragons on the island killed, but the world's largest entertainment city, Golden City, was destroyed, the Golden Emperor Tezuro disappeared, and the strongest creature Kaido was blasted into the seabed after fighting with Xia Ya. Even if these pieces of news were taken out separately, they could shock New World. Locks. Everything was caused by Xia Ya's comeback. During the conversation between the three, the other Whitebeard pirates' cotters opened their eyes wide. They looked at the scene in front of them and were speechless with surprise. In New World, the people of Whitebeard pirates knew very well how tough Kaido was, and even the strongest creature in the world was blasted into the seabed by a punch. Who would believe it if they told others? Whitebeard still had a hearty smile. I have always hated Kaido. He did a good job. I am really looking forward to seeing Xia Ya. Ya kid. At this moment, a cotter pushed open the door anxiously, shouting in astonishment, Dad! Thatch! Thatch is dead. It was Teach that BD who did it. He stole the devil fruit that Thatch found. What? How is it possible? Did Teach really kill his companions and snatch the devil fruit? Impossible. Teach. The people who were still shocked that Xia Ya shot down Kaido were all stunned and couldn't believe it at this moment. Everyone, including Whitebeard, rushed to ship number 4. There is no doubt. Marshal D. Teach killed Thatch and stole the Logia dark fruit, which was a taboo on the Whitebeard pirates' ship. This incident will definitely become the fuse of some major events in a series. Ace, teach that BD. I will make him pay for Thatch's life. New world, calm belt, the moonlight sprinkled on the sea like a mirror. A boat pulled by a flying bird sails in the sky. The lights inside the cabin are bright, the typewriters are emitting black smoke like crazy, and the sound of the den mushy is ringing like crazy. The busy reporters and editors can't care about anything else, and only focus on the press releases and typewriters on the table. Another big news. Xia Ya is really my god of wealth. He just came back and brought such great news, 87 celestial dragons, 235 Marie Joya's subordinates, all turned into twisted bugs in the Golden City, the Golden Emperor. Xia Ya controlled the Golden Emperor Tizero to do it. The president of the news agency Morgans is also one of the kings of the underground world. When Tizero just started his business, he spent a lot of money to let Morgans help him promote. Even now, there are reporters from the news agency stationed in the Golden City. And as Tizero killed the celestial dragons, Morgans witnessed the rise and fall of the Golden City with his own eyes. Kaido was actually knocked to the bottom of the sea. Hiss! With such a powerful, fruit ability in the Qinglong form, Kaido is so embarrassing. Xia Ya finally started to make a big move. Breaking news. This time the news is really breaking news. Morgans continued to order his subordinates excitedly, everyone stay up all night, remember to report on the front page that Golden City is destroyed, celestial dragons encounter the greatest natural enemy in history, Xia Ya re-enters the public eye, the old four emperors, the world's strongest creatures, Kaido of the beasts, were knocked to the bottom of the sea by the new 5 emperors. That's a lot of dead celestial dragons, and the location is still in Golden City. This news will definitely sell like crazy. Print more, I will personally review all newspapers, print more like crazy. Print more 24 hours a day. Yes. President. Looking at the smoking typewriter, Morgans was so happy that he almost took off his hat. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku sat in his office chair with a frown. Opposite him, standing were Borsellino, Aokiji, Akainu, Garp, Guri. Although Akainu was demoted to Marine Vice Admiral, with his powerful strength, Sengoku naturally attaches great importance to him, still regards Akainu as a core figure, and will also participate in the decision-making of Naval Headquarters. Sengoku's little finger kept tapping the table, Kaido actually lost. Crane grabbed a piece of intelligence and explained, Xia Ya is indeed powerful and has many means. It is normal for Kaido to suffer a little loss when he is not familiar with his abilities, but it can only be said that the fighting time is not enough, and it cannot be considered a defeat. Kaido's character is very clear to everyone in Naval Headquarters. This guy is a brainless, reckless man. What he likes to do most is to die. It is understandable that he was attacked by surprise. Sengoku thought that he would use the power of the 4 emperors to crush Xia Ya. As a result, Kaido, that stupid guy, actually went to Xia Ya alone and lost face in vain. There is no doubt that Sengoku is going to have a headache again. Especially since there are more than 80 celestial dragons dead in the Golden City. Sengoku is worried, what should I do to completely eliminate Xia Ya? There is no chance to kill with one strike. Akainu lit a cigar with lava and took a deep puff at the window corridor. The sea breeze was a little cold. His eyes revealed a sharp look, looking at the dark sea in the distance. At this time, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. When everyone in the world was about to start a day's work. The world economic news was delivered to the hands of buyers all over the world through the newsbird. Then, the world was shocked again as it should be. The newspaper described it like this, 0136120028 Falcon 224180420. According to the information collected by the reporter at the scene of the Golden City, Xia Ya went to the Golden City to rob the treasure of the Golden Emperor Tizero, and used Tizero to kill more than 80 celestial dragons, and then met the world's strongest creature Kaido, who came for revenge. The young 5th emperor fought with the strongest creature with his powerful strength, and at the same time punched the strongest creature into the seabed with one punch. The entire Golden City was destroyed, and the Golden Emperor's industry was destroyed. Xia Ya has gotten rid of the title of the strongest newcomer and officially ascended the throne as the 5th Sea Emperor of New World. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Morgans, that BD, is rubbing salt into our Marie Joy wounds again. Topman Voculi Saint was holding today's newspaper in his hand. His face was full of anger. Because in the photos attached to the newspaper, there was a photo of celestial dragons Jolie Rajai Saint holding a wedding, but the wedding turned into a funeral, and Rajai Saint became a golden hedgehog. The rest of the celestial dragons were twisted into human meat twists. It can be said that the death of celestial dragons was extremely ugly. In addition, the destruction of the Golden City also means that Marie Joyce will no longer receive a large amount of black gold from Tizero, the so-called world's richest man, and Marie Joyce will lose a source of money again. BD Xia Ya. How come every time he appears, there will be celestial dragons dying with him? Is he fighting with us, Marie Joyce? Such people should be completely eliminated, said Azambaran V. Nasa Show. Call Sengoku and ask him to come to Marie Joyce. Azambaran V. Nasa Show said angrily, we must come up with a plan to completely wipe out Xia Ya. We should take the initiative. The first half of the Grand Line, high in the sky over a sea area. Made in heaven. Xia Ya stretched and pulled out a vanilla lollipop from her mouth. Hancock pursed his lips. The beautiful eyes glowed pink. The lovesickness was completely cured. There was no other way. In the Golden City, Kaido was too tough to kill in a short time. So Xia Ya didn't continue to chase Kaido after punching him to the bottom of the sea. Anyway, the purpose of going to the Golden City had been achieved. Besides, the situation was really urgent at that time. Hancock would die if he didn't get treatment. Now, Hancock is fine. At this time, Bakura came over in pajamas and reminded, Natsuna has prepared breakfast. You can all get up. The sun has risen above the sea level. Bakura looked at the pile of people lying in all directions and had a headache. There were too many. It was too messy. It was too crazy. As she said that, Bakura used the power of the lucky fruit to absorb some of the small luck from Carina, Nami and others. In this way, as a lucky person, she could ensure the increase of her luck ability, and at the same time, she could also ensure that they would not be visited by bad luck and accidentally fall to death. After doing all this, Bakura passed the luck to Xia Ya. After the blessing of 10 times the luck, Xia Ya's pirate group started a beautiful and lucky day. During breakfast, Nami said, we have come to the first half of the Grand Line. After another day of sailing, we can enter the calm belt and arrive at Amazon Lily. Xia Ya, have you really decided? Xia Ya nodded. Hancock, you won't refuse, right? Of course I won't refuse any of your requests. Very good, you can rest assured to send Xia Yu and Xia Shui to Amazon Lily. Wow wow wow! Hearing that they were going to be sent to the Amazon Kingdom, the two little girls were very excited. There was no way. Perona's cooking skills were limited. The children were tired of eating cakes. After eating the food of Amazon Royal Chef Wang Gang, the two foodies happily decided to live in Amazon for a while. In this way, Xia Ya can also plan the next big event. The reason why Xia Ya gave these two names. It was mainly because it was raining when she met Carina, and it was snowing lightly on the day she met Nami. At this time, an Amazon Lily lookout came to report, Lord Xia Ya, Lady Empress, ladies, a pirate ship appeared on the sea below our ship. Judging from the pirate logo, it should be the pirate group of the Supernova Glutton Jewelry Bonnie. Xia Ya laughed immediately when she heard it, I am so lucky today. I actually met little Bonnie. This little guy is the ability user of the Paramecia Riding Fruit, and can change the age of the target person at will. On Xia Ya's ship, there is already a vampire fruit that can adjust the age, but the ability of vampires to adjust the age is still full of uncertainty, and can only promote the aging of people. In other words, vampires can only increase the target's age by sucking blood. But the ability of the Paramecia Riding Fruit is different. Not only can it increase age, but it can also reduce age. Like Robin, Hancock, Hina. Xia Ya hasn't seen them more pink yet. If there is a person with the ability Jewelry Bonnie on the ship, it seems to be much more convenient to do things. Go down and take a look. Chapter 109. A young woman with long straight pink hair, wearing denim shorts, a white short-sleeved shirt, and brown boots. She sat on the dining table and stuffed herself with food. This person is the superstar pirate with a bounty of 140 million Baileys, Jewelry Bonnie, known as the Big Eater. The crew continued to deliver food and said, "Boss, boss, we have repaired the ship in Water City. Where are we going for the next 10 stops? I don't think it's necessary to go directly to Sabayati Archipelago. It's not peaceful there now." Bonnie continued to stuff food into her mouth regardless. In addition to being a big eater, her ability of the Paramecia Riding Fruit is often turned on, and the loss is a bit too much, so she must replenish energy frantically. In fact, few people know that although Bonnie is now the captain of a pirate group, and it only took 1 year to kill from South Blue to Grand Line, and even approached the end of Sabayati Archipelago. But she is just a 10-year-old girl. It's all because Bonnie is the ability of the Riding Fruit. In order to recruit some obedient crew members, she often keeps herself in her 23-year-old appearance, and her personality is also very unfriendly. There is no way, you have to be a fierce god to have followers. Naturally. Except for the 2 crew members brought from the kingdom of Salbi, the others are temporary workers, who are just pulled in to make up the numbers. Is Sabayati Archipelago not peaceful? Bonnie puffed up her round face. Since Xia Ya humiliated Akainu and Kizaru in the Sabayati Islands last time, and also wiped out 3 marine branches, since then, Sabayati Archipelago has been in civil strife, and there are often lawless people making trouble. Marine has not recovered yet. Bonnie continued to eat. She certainly knew the dangers of the Sabayati Archipelago, and she was also very afraid of the marines and celestial dragons there. But she still said firmly, "Let's go to Sabayati Archipelago." This time, many pirates with bounties over 100 million appeared on the Grand Line. Counting the places they passed through last time, they also gathered in Sabayati Archipelago at this time. Of course I have to go. Assholes. If you don't want to, get off the ship now. The crew members were confused. Ah. Boss Bonnie, there is an endless sea in front of us, how can we get off the ship? In fact, Bonnie not only has to go to Sabayati Archipelago, but also has to quickly coat the pirate ship in Sabayati Archipelago, and then go to Punk Hazard in New World. She knows that adoptive father Bartholomew Big Bear is undergoing cruel transformation by Vegapunk. Proof. Looking for Bartholomew Big Bear is also the reason why she chose to go to sea when she was 9 years old and very weak. Later, Dad is gone. At this time, with a burst of lightning flashing in the cabin, a figure gathered. Ah! Xia Ya! Why are you here? Seeing Xia Ya's sudden arrival, the crew of the Bonnie pirates all widened their eyes and were scared out of their wits. You know, what Xia Ya did in the New World Golden City has spread throughout the Grand Line, almost to the point where everyone knows it, and the danger of this man is close to the 4 Emperors team. When they saw Xia Ya's figure gathered, everyone was stunned in place. Faced with such a powerful man, they didn't even have the thought of running away. However, beyond Xia Ya's expectation, Bonnie actually threw away the food directly, his body became smaller and smaller, and then he rushed towards Xia Ya from the dining table frantically, and suddenly, tears flowed out. Wow 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 wow! I finally see you, idol. After all, she is only 10 years old, Bonnie really wants to cry. And the reason for her crying is also very simple. Xia Ya is a super pirate, and now he is with 4 emperors or equals to her. If she has any bad intentions in the face of such a big man, it basically means failure. It is better to pretend to be pitiful and make Xia Ya unable to start, and then find out what he is going to do. Moreover, Bonnie has heard about Xia Ya's killing of celestial dragons and Marie Joy's. Subconsciously, she has already regarded Xia Ya as her own person and belongs to the side of justice. If a strong man like Xia Ya can help her, wouldn't it be taking off on the spot? In the end, Bonnie is still the same as a child's playhouse. She has a lot of cleverness, but she is not that mature. The willfulness of children is perfectly demonstrated in the plot of Egghead Island. After all, the power of the Paramecia fruit is so deceptive that most of the crew members of Bonnie's pirate group don't know that Bonnie is actually just a child. Basically, no pirate will surrender to such a captain. Moreover, now Xia Ya has the physique of a succubus, and her attraction to high-quality mounts is invincible. Although the requirements of each mount are different, they will also encounter the attraction of the physique of a succubus. Unconsciously, Bonnie really admires Xia Ya in his heart. After all, the man in front of him can not only openly oppose Marie Joyce, but even directly kill celestial dragons. Bonnie hates the celestial dragons group, but he is more timid and afraid. Celestial dragons almost destroyed everything Bonnie has. Bonnie hugged Xia Ya's thighs and tightened, "Idol. I finally see you. This acting is really bad." Xia Ya watched Bonnie getting smaller and smaller, and turned into a little girl, hanging on her waist like a pendant, with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. There was no way, Xia Ya didn't want to waste time on this boat. So he directly invited, "Bonnie, come on my ship, I need your ability." In Xia Ya's team, the mounts are of different ages. In order to have a good night's sleep and enjoy the ultimate, they still need Bonnie's Sui fruit ability, and Bonnie's background seems to be related to Vegapunk. And Xia Ya's subsequent plans also need the artificial blue dragon devil fruit on Punk Hazard Island, and even ancient weapons Pluton, which may use Vegapunk's knowledge and advanced technology. FFLX. Bonnie is also an insurance for Xia Ya's subsequent contact with Vegapunk. DA. Invite me on board? You come to me to invite me on board. 013612028224180580. Are you kidding me, Idol? Bonnie looked confused and wanted to let go of Xia Ya immediately. She was of course unwilling to get on Xia Ya's ship. After all, going out to sea as a pirate, Bonnie only had one wish, which was to find her big bear father as soon as possible, and then travel to Sky Island and the Fishmen Island together. Xia Ya no longer cared about the other crew members, and carried little Bonnie. A pair of blood-colored wings grew behind her, and she flew towards the sky. B6. Idol. Don't do this. Idol. Bonnie watched herself drifting away from the sea surface little by little, and her pirate ship was sinking lower and lower, and she was completely confused. Xia Ya patted her on the back, "Idol, you also picked it." On the deck Made in Heaven, little Bonnie was being collectively reviewed by Carina and others. Being stared at by so many women at once, Bonnie was also scared. Moreover, what kind of people were on this ship? They were all big pirates. Even the pirate queen Hancock of the 7 warlords of the sea was there. Bonnie had no idea what Xia Ya was going to do by capturing her. This kid is the captain of the Bonnie pirates. Just a kid. Can such a kid manage a pirate group? Are all pirate groups so weak now? The Amazon Lily female warrior took out a wanted poster and compared it. "Hey, it's really the supernova Bonnie, but the age is wrong. The metal ring at the corner of the eye is right, the hair color is right, and the temperament seems to be the same." 0. Xia Ya explained, Bonnie is the ability user of the Paramecia Sui fruit. She is 10 years old, but she usually uses the ability of the Sui fruit to adjust her age. Khalifa's vampire ability is very numb, and Bonnie's joining is just right. Is that so? Sui fruit, a great ability. Carina rubbed her hands and came to Bonnie, with a happy face. Ah! Little sister, change your auntie, auntie will be 26 years old. Bonnie was confused and unwilling. No, you are only 17 or 18 years old. Auntie, do you want to look in the mirror and recognize yourself? You are all so weird. But auntie already has a daughter. Facing Carina, Bonnie was completely confused. Bonnie was also confused about Xia Ya's clear information about her, but when she thought about her only purpose of going to sea, not some sailing hegemony, she was immediately a little unhappy. Hey, idol, I didn't say I wanted to join you. You can't treat your fans like this. Xia Ya picked up Bonnie again and threw her to Khalifa, wipe off the low-quality lipstick on her mouth, and find her a set of clothes to change. It's really true, she is obviously a child who has to pretend to be an adult, and her clothes and dressing are all children's tastes. And, Bonnie, welcome to the ship of dreams, where all your wishes can be realized. After that, Xia Ya said to Nami go to Amazon Lily. There are still 3 people on Xia Ya's ship who have not signed the riding contract. Bakura, Hancock, and Bonnie who just got on board. Before, I was busy curing Hancock's lovesickness, so I didn't mention this matter. I have to say that Bakura's lucky fruit is still very effective. Bonnie was successfully captured on board and will be trained well later. EXT. According to the current progress, Bonnie is about to arrive at Sabayati Archipelago, which means that Kid, Luo, APU, and even Luffy, these supernovas will soon gather in Sabayati Archipelago. In other words, the Summit War is really not far away. Chapter 110. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Sengoku called all the core executives of Marine back early in the morning. On the conference table, a video Den Mushi projected an image. In the picture, Ace was beaten half to death, his hands were handcuffed. Blackbeard Teach was stepping on Ace's head and laughing arrogantly. Hey, 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 Captain Ace, don't die. Lao Zi's success still needs your head to pave the way. After Blackbeard stepped on Ace, he said to the phone, Marshal Sengoku, Lao Zi is the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard Teach, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Porgas D. Ace, and can provide you with marine at any time. Make a condition. How about it? This is in exchange for Lao Zi's life. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard stared at the camera with a wild smile. Porgas D. Ace? Captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing what Blackbeard said, Sengoku, Tsuru, Jun, Aokiji and others were all heartbroken. All turned to look at Sengoku and Garp. Before this, Sengoku invited Ace to the 7 warlords of the sea, but Marine was slapped in the face and was severely rejected by Ace, and then Sengoku was so angry that he sent people to chase him, but he ended up chasing him to the New World. Ace eventually became the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3. Today, Ace is quite famous in the New World. It can be said that he is the most important person in the Whitebeard Pirates, except for Captain Whitebeard Newgate and Vice Emperor Marco, and he is also the representative of the rise of new forces. You know, the Whitebeard Pirates are the most powerful force on the sea today, the most powerful 4 emperors team, and Whitebeard himself is the world's strongest man that all pirates are afraid of. Being able to become the second captain in the Whitebeard Pirates is enough to show Ace's achievements. And what's even more exaggerated is, Ace not only had a dispute with Sengoku, who represented Marine. He is even the adopted grandson of Marine hero Garp. This point, Garp personally admitted it at that meeting. Now Ace has been caught and will be dealt with by Marine. Everyone is concerned about Garp's condition. Garp was naturally furious. His beloved grandson was beaten into a pig-like appearance, and even had his head broken and bleeding by being stepped on. He was also used as a bargaining chip to trade with Marine. The Marine hero was very angry, and his fists were clenched purple. UBD, do you know what you are doing? Blackbeard completely ignored Garp. Sengoku, make a condition. Laozi's time is limited. Sengoku reminded, Garp, pay attention to the impact. The day your grandson decided to become a pirate, the ending was already determined. I gave him the opportunity to join Shishibukai, but he was useless and actually joined the Whitebeard pirates. He must accept the judgment of justice. BD. Garp gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Sengoku actually had a headache. If Ace joined Shishibukai, there wouldn't be so many troubles. What's more, he is really Garp's grandson. Ace is now the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and is an enemy that can definitely threaten Marine. Since he was sent here, Sengoku, as the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, has no reason to refuse. Sending him to Impel Down only requires a visa application. Tell me your conditions, Blackbeard. Sengoku stared at the Den Mushi. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard opened his mouth and opened his hands. I want 1 billion Baileys and the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. I believe you won't refuse. Ahole, who do you think you are? Ace's bounty is only 550 million Baileys, and you actually asked for 1 billion Baileys? It's really a lion's mouth, Blackbeard. Sengoku saw the video call screen and his brain was analyzing it quickly. He knew the information about Marshal D. Teach. Although he joined the Whitebeard Pirates very early, he had not made a name for himself for many years. He was invisible in the pirate group and even a coward without a bounty. And there were several pirates standing behind Blackbeard. Maybe it was Teach who hired someone to defeat Ace. In other words, in Sengoku's opinion, whether Blackbeard had the strength to become a Shishibukai was unknown. And the 1 billion Baileys proposed by Blackbeard, which was far more than the value of Ace's head, was outrageous enough. Want to become the 7 Warlords of the Sea appointed by Marie Joyce? What a dream! Blackbeard didn't mind, and continued to laugh, ha 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 ha, Marshal Sengoku is so impatient? Old man, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Bashaga's D. Ace is not a man with a simple identity. He is the blood of Roger, the Pirate King, after the Bartella Island incident. Laozi gives you an hour to think about it. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard, Teach and Ace have been brothers for several years, and they can get some information from their daily conversations. Unexpectedly, after killing Thatch, Ace would come to the door. Blackbeard immediately maximized Ace's identity. What? As Blackbeard hung up the phone, the conference room was completely shaken. The blood of Roger, the Pirate King? The Bartella Island incident? Garp's adopted grandson. All eyes in the conference room were fixed on Garp, all looked unbelievable. Because the people present were all the core executives of Marine, such as Akainu, Crane, Aokiji, and Kizaru. What major actions have Marine taken over the years? They actually know it very well. And the action of clearing the bloodline of the Pirate King on Bartirilla Island is still vivid in their minds. At that time, Naval Headquarters received reports from people that the Pirate King Roger was seen on Bartirilla Island in South Blue, and the way Roger smiled at that time did not look like a vicious pirate, but like a father who had just had a child. Although it was just a sentence of information, there was no substantial evidence. But after Sengoku fed the news back to Marie Joyce, he was immediately asked to investigate at all costs. The result was really shocking. Naval Headquarters conducted the most detailed investigation of Bartirilla Island and all nearby islands, and indeed obtained information that Roger had stayed on the island for a period of time, and even someone saw Roger with a woman. 013612028224190120. Because of the lack of information about the woman, Marine could only investigate babies born within 10 months after Roger was imprisoned, as well as pregnant women. After seeing the huge number, based on the principle of killing 1,000 by mistake and not letting one go, all pregnant women who met the conditions on Bartirilla Island were force-fed. Therefore, there were many cases of double deaths. 10. The killing of all fetuses was the conclusion, ending this eradication plan. Originally, this matter had been forgotten by Sengoku and others. After all, because of the clearing plan given by Marie Joyce, Marine did target ordinary civilians in the Bardirilla Island incident, leaving many ordinary families in pieces. This kind of thing that violated justice was actually shameful for everyone. Hearing the news of the Pirate King's posthumous child on Bardirilla Island again, even Sengoku, who gave the order, seemed very shocked. Garb. Sengoku's tone became cold. I remember that you took the opportunity of vacation to go to Bardirilla Island in South Blue. I said it was unusual. You are from East Blue. Why go to South Blue? No one present is a fool. Combined with what Garp said before, Ace is his friend's child. And Garp did go to Bardirilla Island at that time. I guessed the connection immediately. Of course. Garp went to Bardirilla Island after the incident, and at that time, he was not suspected. But now Blackbeard mentioned it, although I don't know why. All pregnant women before and after 10 months were investigated, and Marine would even detain pregnant women and feed them medicine personally, and no child was saved until that time. As for why there was a fish that slipped through the net, it is no longer important. Garp's suspicion was established. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The best way is of course to continue communicating with Blackbeard, asking for more information about Ace, or even arresting Ace for personal interrogation, and the truth will always come to light. Garp saw that things had developed to this point, and the truth could no longer be covered up. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is Roger's entrustment. I didn't intend to do this, but when I went there after the incident, I found that Roger's flesh and blood were still alive. Poor Gasti Rouge is such a great mother. She can keep her child alive in her womb for 20 months. Maybe this is God's will." Garp said bluntly. Faced with Roger's request, Garp did have some entanglements. He did not participate in this matter in the early stage, but he always felt uneasy in his heart. Thinking that the Bardirilla Island incident had passed for so long, perhaps it was because he wanted to make amends and give himself peace of mind. Garp went there. Ler. I really found a miracle. Damn Garp. That's Roger's evil bloodline. The current pirate era was started by that man who committed a lifetime of sin. Without Roger, when would our Marine be so passive? Sengoku shouted at Garp, "You really deserve to die." Garp is a Marine Vice Admiral, a Marine hero. It can be said that the early Marine career was to chase Roger, the enemy. In the end, he actually became an accomplice who adopted the enemy's bloodline. He even put him in his hometown of East Blue to grow up, and intended to train Ace to become the core of the Marine. What is this? It's ridiculous. Tsuru and Kizaru were both confused, and they didn't know that Garp could actually do something to disobey military orders. Akainu's face was serious and his fists were clenched. Sengoku no longer gave Garp a chance to explain. "Tsuru, keep an eye on Garp, don't let him do anything stupid again. And this is not a bad thing, maybe we can use Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to force Whitebeard out of his lair. Now our Marine has lost a lot of prestige because of Xia Ya, the BD, maybe we can get it back from the Whitebeard Pirates. You go out first. I will take full charge of this matter. Don't tell anyone about what happened in the conference room." After sending Garp and others away, Sengoku frowned and remained silent for a few minutes. Then he picked up the Den Mushi and called Blackbeard. Xia Ya's appearance has repeatedly made naval headquarters and even Marie Joy suffer, seriously affecting Marie Joy's dignity. If we can use Ace, the blood of the Pirate King, to do something, we can even take this opportunity to strike down the Whitebeard Pirates. Marine's prestige will be re-established in the hearts of people around the world. Chapter 111. Red Line, Marie Joy's, the House of Power. The 5 elders finally got good news from Sengoku after waiting for so long. The blood of Pirate King Roger in the world has been sent to impel down. At this moment, in the House of Power, 5 old men were standing or sitting. Jagaluja Satan sat on the sofa, smoothed his beard, and smiled. Because of the incident in the Golden City, he was troubled again. At this moment, Jagaluja Satan finally smiled, a title of 7 warlords of the sea, in exchange for the blood of Pirate King Roger, this deal is really worth it. Izambaran Vinasujiro wiped the sword in his hand, and the blade reflected his fierce eyes. This was omitted from the Bartrila Island cleanup incident. It was originally caused by Sengoku's negligence. But it's just right to execute the Pirate King's bloodline now. Shepherd Ten Pit Saint stood straight behind the sofa. Indeed, if Roger's bloodline had been killed back then, there might not be the shock today. I didn't expect. Roger's bloodline has been raised by Whitebeard. Whitebeard, this BD, has never made us worry since the last era. Topman Voculi Saint crossed his hands, placed them on his chin, and stared at the front. Let's decide on this. We will organize an execution at 28 Marine Ford, just like the execution at Logue Town. We want to let the world know that if you become a pirate and go against Marie Joyce, you will only end up dead. Marcus Maz Saint nodded, I agree to do this. The location will be Marine Ford. When the news is released, it will definitely shock the world. I'll see if Whitebeard can bear it. A pirate is so stupid as to adopt a son on the sea. What a joke. The reason why Ace was executed at Marine Ford was because Roger opened the Great Pirate Era. The world became more chaotic, and places like Logue Town were no longer safe. Only Marine Ford, which is known as a copper wall and iron wall, is the best place for execution. And this time, Marie Joyce also decided to use live broadcast to spread the news of strangling the bloodline of the Pirate King. Marcus Maz Saint said, let Sengoku make a foolproof plan. Shishibukai must also be present. But Boa Hancock actually appeared in the Golden City with Xia Ya. This is standing on the opposite side of Marie Joyce. Jagalusha Satan reminded, send 50 warships directly to the Com Belt to completely wipe out the Amazon Lily from the world. Do you want to start Buster Call? Now we are preparing for Marie Joyce to execute the bloodline of the Pirate King. Will sending troops to the Amazon Lily delay the progress here? No. It is very necessary to let other Shishibukai know the consequences of disobeying Marie Joyce. Okay. At the same time, an island in New World. Lucci wandered here with Keiku, Bluno, and others. And in front of them, the equally destitute Golden Emperor Tai George. The two groups of people who were defeated by Xia Ya met at this moment. Lucci was originally a member of Marie Joyce, and he knew some people who had cooperated with Marie Joyce very well, and even had direct contact with them. Hey, Tizalo! You are too stupid. You actually want to go against Xia Ya. Isn't this courting death? Keiku while sighing, I never thought, the world's richest man would become so miserable. Tizalo was no longer as arrogant as before, but after learning about the experience of Lucci and others, he immediately laughed and retorted, aren't you the same? You are all criminals wanted by Marie Joyce, and you are not much better. Think of a way. Hiding here and there is no way out. In the Golden City, Kaido of the Beasts was punched through the hull by Xia Ya, and fell directly into the sea. The Golden City buildings were completely damaged and soon sank to the bottom of the sea. Tizalo had originally thought of joining the Beasts pirates, but with the disappearance of Kaido, that was also ruined. He could only hide here and there in the New World. And now, he actually met Lucci and others, the former CP9 agent. Tizalo is a businessman. Although he makes money from pirates in the Golden City, he actually looks down on the pirate group in terms of status. But now he has no choice. He has offended Marie Joyce and is no longer qualified to have a legal status. In the past, he could become a wealthy businessman, make a lot of money, bribe celestial dragons, and exchange for a noble status. But now he is wanted by Marie Joyce. Pirates became the only way out for Tizaro. Tizalo looked at Lucci and the others and said, Hey, Lucci, you are very capable. You can go with me to Wano Kuni to join the Beast's pirates. After the failure of the Marie Joy's mission, Foz F became one of Kaido's 6 flying companions. This may be our way out. Lucci shook his head and denied, you and I know very well that Kaido is definitely not dead, but he and Xia Ya have already formed a hatred. In the future, there will always be a winner between the two of them. If we join one of them now, we will definitely be in the center of the storm. Xia Ya is very dangerous. Either get close or stay away. The only ones who will get hurt in the middle will be us. Tizalo took a low-quality cigarette handed by Lucci and took a long puff, then go find the big news Morgans. Why do you say you are stupid? Lucci added, don't you think that Xia Ya is another Marie Joyce? What? Tizalo was confused. Lucci explained. Princess Vivi of Alabasta, the Empress of the 7 Warlords of the Sea Hancock, these two people are backed by a powerful country, and they are both in Xia Ya's team. According to what Xia Ya has done over the years, she has not taken Marie Joy seriously at all, and he has just gotten rid of his rookie status. If I have to bet between Kaido and Xia Ya, I will only choose Xia Ya. Even if we don't join Xia Ya's pirate group, we can still play a role under his power. Lucci seems to have made a decision. He is a spy and is very capable, while the Golden Emperor Tesoro on the opposite side has a talent for business. Now both of them are being hunted by Marie Joyce, and they can only join a corresponding force of Marie Joyce. Lucci thinks that Xia Ya's team is the only way out. That guy doesn't accept men at all. After saying this, Tesoro nodded in understanding, let's wait a little longer. Doflamingo gave a message today that Marine will have a big move in the near future, we can wait and see. Calm Belt, Amazon Lily. The island is inhabited by a fighting nation called the 9 Snakes, which is composed entirely of women. The residents here all have a colorful snake wrapped around their bodies, which has the ability to transform into weapons at will. 467 at this moment, in the palace. I want to stir-fry vermicelli. Thank you. Bonnie showed her strength as a big eater and has been eating without a plate. However, Xia Ya is also happy to see that Bo has a good appetite. After all, Xia Ya is surrounded by women with penultimate figures at this moment, which is an emperor's enjoyment. They are all in their 20s, and all of this is brought by Bonnie's sui fruit ability. Hancock blushed and held a wanted order, my bounty has changed. Hancock was offered a bounty of 80 million Baileys when she first went to sea, which made Grand Line see her strength, and also welcomed the recruitment of 7 warlords of the sea, but after being recruited, the bounty has never changed. With this action in the Golden City, Hancock's bounty change means that she has become Marie Joy's bounty target again. It also means that she has been removed from the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Xia Ya nodded, do you care about the title of 7 warlords of the sea? I don't. I chose to join Shishibukai instead of refusing because I was afraid that Amazon Lily would be affected. Now I don't care. Hancock said firmly with a red face. That's good. During this period, you can use the intelligence network to collect more information on the sea. Okay. Shuki is an intelligence expert. She is also the former queen of Amazon Lily. The intelligence network established by Shuki is also controlled by the current Queen Hancock. Because the summit war is not far away, Xia Ya wants to observe the trend in advance. After speaking, Xia Ya stood up, Bonnie, Hancock, Bakura, we should conclude a riding contract. Chapter 112. On the cliff of a high mountain, the bedroom of the Amazon Lily Queen. Through the riding contract signed by Crane Bakura, Hancock, and Bonnie, Xia Ya obtained 3 permanent buffs at once. Bakura and Hancock had been taken down by Xia Ya a long time ago, and they had a relationship of mutual exchange. The two also asked Xia Ya afterwards. They had been curious about the riding contract for a long time, so they naturally signed the contract easily and happily. As for Bonnie, Xia Ya used some tricks. With the foresight of a time traveler, he could easily find Bonnie's weakness. In the process of returning to Amazon Lily, he used the succubus physique and a few casual words to coax the child into the trap. Is it over? Idle, it's too much. Bonnie pouted and was a little collapsed. She grew up in an environment that was destined to hate being enslaved, but considering that the other side was Xia Ya, she did not refuse when signing the riding ceremony. Idle? You didn't say there would be such a condition. Xia Ya flicked Bonnie's forehead. Don't worry, you won't regret it. I don't want to explain too much, and I look at the main buff I just got. Buff name, +1. Buff usage time limit, permanent. Source, Baker's Reigns. Ability, the number of mounts you can ride at the same time +1, the current number is only 3, and the type of mount is not limited. Simultaneous riding +1, it's actually repeated. I got a +1 buff from Khalifa before. Although it's repeated, it really improves the ability to ride, and the more important thing is that it's not limited to the type of mount, which is very good. Wait until the Summit War starts, and then harvest Whitebeard as a mount, cooperate with Longma and Ounce, and I will be invincible with a shock punch, and I will kill randomly. Peak Whitebeard Newgate. It's really exciting. Xia Ya smiled knowingly when she saw this buff. Keep reading. Buff name, Reversal Ritual. Buff usage time limit, permanent. Source, Hancock's Reigns. Ability, even if there is only one hair left on the mount in the real world, you can use the reversal spell to revive it completely. You can also use the reversal spell to adjust the mount's body state, organs, and skin to the state you want. Seeing the reversal spell buff, Xia Ya felt relieved. Before, he was always worried that if he didn't have his own mount, the mounts would encounter accidents. Although now that each mount has improved its strength, he is no longer worried. But with the refresh of this permanent buff, it also means that he will completely stop worrying about the life and death of the mount. Anyway, as long as the mount leaves a hair, even if it encounters a crushing injury, the mount can still be perfectly resurrected in Xia Ya's hands. And Xia Ya also uses the Six Paths Golden Coffin, a spatial ability, so as long as the hair of the mounts is stored in it, there will never be any accidents under double insurance. With Xia Ya's strength, the chance of the mount being hurt is very small. But at least it is much safer. Especially now that Summit the War is coming, and every member, no matter how strong or weak, can participate. Originally, Xia Ya planned to bring only a few powerful mounts to play, but now, Hina and Tashiji can personally ask Sengoku for an explanation. With the reversal technique, they can play freely. At the same time, this reversal technique buff also has an ability, which is to adjust the physical condition of the mount to the best, in other words, it can remove the mark on Hancock's back. The scar left by Bonnie's jade scale can also be perfectly repaired. The reversal technique is equivalent to reversing time and space, and it is the strongest healing ability for mounts. Very powerful. Buff name, Temporary Buff Controller. Buff usage time limit, permanent. Source, Bonnie's Reigns ability. The rider fruit will give the rider detailed tips of the buff every time the temporary buff is refreshed. The rider can choose to keep the buff and control the opening time of the temporary buff alone. Controlling the activation time of the buff is like depositing money in a bank and then withdrawing it at any time. So that's it. Xia Ya looked at the buff information and understood it. In the past, when Xia Ya obtained a temporary buff, her buff would enter a countdown from the beginning of the refresh, and it would be invalid after expiration. This process could not be controlled manually, but now the activation time can be controlled by herself. Strictly speaking, this is to store the buff and then use it at the appropriate time. Although it seems that the change is not big, some powerful temporary buffs can be used as trump cards. For example, if you have a powerful temporary buff like the Six Paths Golem, but there is no ability user in front of you, wouldn't it be useless to activate the buff? After having a buff controller, these are no longer a problem. During the time when the buffs were collected, Xia Ya cut a strand of hair from each mount and stored it in the space, and then removed the hoof mark of the sky dragon on the backs of the 3 Hancock sisters. Hancock itself is Xia Ya's exclusive mount, so it is naturally included in the ranks of the reversal ritual healing. As for her 2 younger sisters, since they are not considered high-quality mounts, Xia Ya symbolically violently drives them and temporarily requisitions them, and easily removes the marks on them. Stt. Xia Ya and the girls are on vacation in Amazon Lily, quietly waiting for the arrival of Summit War. Marineford, in the conference room. Today's meeting scene can be described as a dragon and a tiger. Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Momuzagi, Shitan, volcano burning. All the marine executives are on high alert. After all, the execution of the blood of the Pirate King is related to the honor of the entire naval headquarters. It is a super event second only to the execution of Logue Town that year. Especially after the face of Marine was damaged by Xia Ya, it is very important to broadcast the execution live to the world and achieve perfect results. 0136120285 Philo 2241903990. This time, Marine must ensure that there is no mistake. For Akainu, it is even more important. Today, he has been demoted to Marine Vice Admiral, but with his strong combat power, Sengoku will still put him on the front line, and it is this decision that gives Akainu the opportunity to regain control of Marine. As long as the Whitebeard pirates dare to come to rescue Ace, it will be Akainu's chance to show off. He can take back everything he lost through a battle. Tell the world who is the real savior of naval headquarters. Marshal Sengoku sat on the first seat at the deepest part, holding his head up to preside over the meeting. Dozens of legendary officers gathered together. It was a magnificent scene in Marineford. If the deserter King Kobe came here, he would be trembling with fear. Momuzagi-jun held a call record printout and reported, Marshal Sengoku, Gecko Moria, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Bear, Blackbeard each of the 7 warlords of the sea have been notified, and they will definitely participate in the execution ceremony of the Pirate King's bloodline. Just waiting for us to give a time. With the strong rise of Xia Ya, the pattern of the sea has long changed. Sir Crocodile was cut in half by Xia Ya, Pirate Queen Hancock was ridden by Xia Ya, and Sea Knight Jinbei refused to participate in the execution of the Pirate King's bloodline and was imprisoned in Impel Down. The 7 warlords of the sea that the naval headquarters can mobilize actually only have 4 left. Sengoku slammed the table hard, the Pirate Queen Hancock. That narcissistic and stupid woman, she doesn't even want the title of 7 warlords of the sea, and Xia Ya rides on her. It's simply a shame for Shishibukai. Sengoku gets angry when he thinks of Hancock. But he can't get angry at this time. In fact, before this time, the 5 people from Marie Joyce had asked Sengoku to launch a buster call against Amazon Lily. But Sengoku persuaded him to postpone it. After successfully executing Ace, he will launch a buster call against Amazon Lily, killing 1 Shishibukai to remind the other Shishibukai, and now Marineford is preparing for war, so how can he have time to launch a buster call in the doldrums? And according to the intelligence, Xia Ya has even stopped in Amazon Lily, so Sengoku dare not take action against the Kingdom of Women at this juncture, otherwise Xia Ya will be attracted to Marineford, and Marine will have to face a powerful opponent again. The only enemy in front of us is the Whitebeard pirates. The strongest pirate group in the world led by Whitebeard Newgate, who has the power to destroy the world. Akainu held a cigar in his mouth and said with a grim face, after executing that BD Ace, I will personally eliminate the Amazon Lily from the world. In his opinion, the Shishibukai system is a big failure of Marie Joyce. What the hell did they recruit? Crocodile violated the Shishibukai regulations and tried to steal the country. Hancock turned to the enemy and was captured by Xia Ya, and the fishman Jinbei even directly disobeyed the transfer order. No matter how you look at it, these people don't take the naval headquarters seriously. And Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo is also a difficult master to serve, and he is also the blood of the celestial dragons Dongquixote family. Even if they have no relationship with the celestial dragons family, the marine executives still have to respect Doflamingo. After all, he was once a celestial dragon. Such a group of people can feel the failure of the Shishibukai system. And if they can achieve success in this, good, Battle of Marineford, and then bring dozens of troops to shoot Amazon Lily, Akainu will hold power again. He will completely change the ecology of naval headquarters. Kizaru took a sip of tea and immediately said to Sengoku, "The Science Corps has created a pacifist. I believe this time, all pirates will not be able to return. The destructive power of the pacifist is 100 times greater. Just set the time and wait for the Whitebeard pirates to come." Tsuru was holding a mobilization report on the side and analyzed, "Well, now all our military forces are being deployed. The next Marineford will be enough to deal with any war. Just wait for the date of Ace's execution to be determined." Garp closed his eyes and clenched his fists. His head was about to explode. This group of people were discussing the execution of his grandson. The anger in his heart almost made Garp explode. Sengoku squinted his eyes. Now the strategic defense facilities of Marineford have been built, and the troops will gather in Marineford in 1 or 2 days. There is even the pacifist, a new killer weapon developed by the Science Corps. This kind of military force immediately made Sengoku feel stable. "Okay, now we can announce to the world the execution date of the Pirate King's sinful bloodline. Public execution. Contact the news media and pass on this message." At this time, a young officer wearing a marine hat rushed in and reported breathlessly, "Marshal Sengoku, something bad has happened. There was a jailbreak in Impel Down." "What?" Chapter 113. What? Impel Down has a large-scale prison break, and there is already civil unrest. As the officer came to report nervously, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly condensed. The air was extremely cold. The date of Ace's execution was to be announced, but this happened. Sengoku immediately slammed the table and stood up, shouting with a serious look, "What is going on? Did the Whitebeard pirates invade? Impossible. We have people monitoring the movements of the Whitebeard pirates, it shouldn't be that fast. Sengoku's plan is this. When announcing the execution date, immediately escort Ace to the prison of the naval headquarters, and then observe the movements of the Whitebeard pirates. If Whitebeard makes any move, then wait for their arrival to annihilate them together. If the Whitebeard pirates do not make any move, then laugh at them and then execute Ace live. As a result, Ace is still in Impel Down. Did someone want to jailbreak first? If the Whitebeard pirates kidnap Ace in Impel Down, wouldn't Marine be so embarrassed? Moreover, once the Whitebeard pirates break into Impel Down, who knows what these evil pirates will do? There are serious criminals in there. If they are all released at once, the consequences will be disastrous." The officer who came to report was stunned and said immediately, "That's not the case, Marshal Sengoku. According to the intelligence, it was not the Whitebeard pirates who did it, but the B-77 of the Supernova 1000 who just entered Impel Down." The officer carefully looked at the report, and then told the intelligence word by word. According to the intelligence from Impel Down, the leaders of this Impel Down jailbreak were the supernovas captured in Sabayati Archipelago. In fact, 1 day has passed since the Sabayati Archipelago incident. And this time, because the reputation of naval headquarters was seriously damaged by Xia Ya, the gathering of supernovas became the best punching bag for naval headquarters. XXX. Akainu, Kizaru, and came out. Give the Grand Line supernovas a little shock from the highest combat power of naval headquarters. Facing the 3 marine admirals, this group of supernovas was basically caught. The officer looked at the intelligence and continued to report, "At present, the mastermind of this Impel Down riot and jailbreak is the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates, the Clown Buggy, the Kid Pirates, and the supernovas such as App. And the criminals imprisoned in Impel Down have also joined forces with them. This group of thieves is inciting a riot in the prison, intending to escape from prison. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku and others had a headache. The Impel Down jailbreak incident happened only once in history, and that time the legendary pirate Golden Lion cut off his legs and then used the ability of Paramecia Riding Fruit to successfully escape from prison. Looking at the whole world, only Golden Lion Shiki escaped from Impel Down. And now at this critical juncture, Impel Down is in chaos. What's going on? Pirates are not of the same mind. How could they unite to escape together? There must be some chaos. Sengoku didn't have time to think so much, and immediately turned around and ordered, "Kizaru, you go to Impel Down first, stop those pirates, and kill them all when necessary, and don't let any of them escape. Akainu, Aokiji. You all have to rush to Impel Down and bring Ace out successfully. This person must not have any accidents, and those pirates must not be allowed to do whatever they want." Garp listened to the side with a frown, and was very nervous. He kept muttering in his heart, "Luffy. How did that kid get to Impel Down?" Since the last time Garp admitted that Ace was his adopted grandson, Sengoku no longer regarded Garp as the core figure of this execution, and even many decisions were deliberately avoiding Garp. Naturally, he didn't know a lot of information. Of course, he had never heard of it. Luffy has been captured and sent to the advancement. Garp's eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't help but feel happy. If his good grandson Luffy can really rescue Ace, he, as a grandfather, doesn't have to worry so much. Afterwards, he will go to talk to the two brothers in person, maybe he can make him turn over a new leaf and get back on the right track. Sito. Garp's surprise didn't last for a few seconds. At this time, Kizaru was ready to leave. At this time, Akainu suddenly said coldly, "Wait. Before this, I have called Impel Down Warden Magellan to transfer Ace out. He is now on the way to Marineford and is expected to arrive." What? Akainu's words surprised everyone. No one expected Akainu to skip Marshal Sengoku to do this. And it seems that he successfully prevented this crisis. TJ. Isn't Akainu committing a crime of rebellion by establishing the anti-Southern order? There is no way. Successfully getting Marine to execute Ace, the bloodline of the Pirate King, may be Akainu's last chance in his life. The reason why he dared to do this was because he personally went to the Holy Land Marijois, gambled on Marine's career, and strongly suggested it to the five elders. FFFLX. Even if he made the decision without Sengoku. Even if Marshal Sengoku had an opinion, sift. The five elders would help Akainu. Akainu had long felt that Garp, the old guy, was once a hero of Marine, but from the moment he refused to be promoted to Marine Admiral, he refused to perform his duties and became a drag on the naval headquarters. In this regard, Akainu had a grudge against Garp's son, Dragon, in his early years, and he always remembered this father and son. And the relationship between Garp and Ace made Akainu confirm his suspicion. Although this news was suppressed by Sengoku at the naval headquarters and was not allowed to reveal a word to others. But Akainu had a mouth on his head, and he seized this opportunity keenly. After Ace was sent to Impel Down, he decisively boarded the Red Line to inform the five elders. So, Akainu returned to the position of Marine Admiral. Even in the future, he will be promoted to Marine Marshal. There is a backing. Great guarantee. The rest, just perform well at the Marineford execution ground. Sengoku frowned and looked at Akainu, and thought of many things at once. But at this moment, even facing Akainu's overstepping of authority, Sengoku also completely forbeared. Sengoku, who has been in a high position for a long time, plans to add another merit to himself before retirement, and then retire with honor, leaving a glorious mark in the history of Marine. There is no doubt that the execution of the son of the Pirate King is the best opportunity. Sengoku immediately praised with a fake smile, "Well done, Akainu. This is what I have always taught you, to do things cleanly and neatly, facing a bloodline like Ace who has committed a crime. This is what you should do. Are you sure? Has Ace arrived at Marineford? Akainu picked up a den mushi and confirmed the location of the ship escorting Ace again, and said in a low voice, "It will arrive at Marineford soon." Seeing that things had come to this point, Sengoku immediately gave an order. "Very good. All departments, please pay attention. Now announce to the news media that Marineford will execute the blood of One Piece Roger, Porgas Ace, at 3 p.m. today. The live broadcast footage from all over the world must be transmitted in place. The army will immediately enter the combat zone and stand by. Those who missed it should speed up." "Yes." At Sengoku's command, Marineford, the world's largest violent organization, started to operate frantically, and the backbones of many departments left the conference room to operate. And those who stayed at the scene were still waiting for another order from Sengoku. Now that there is unrest in Impel Down, it is also a troublesome thing for naval headquarters, indicating that its reputation will be damaged again. But this riot also affected Sengoku's layout. Now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Only by spreading the news that Ace will be executed quickly today can Marine's dereliction of duty in Impel Down be covered up. Sengoku, who has been in the officialdom for a long time, knows that only another explosive news can cover up a huge official mistake, divert the spearhead, and influence the direction of the fishing reel. "Kizaru, there are still a few hours left. You can go to support Impel Down, but no matter what the result is, you must return to Marineford before 3 o'clock. The rest of the people don't have to go. I believe Magellan will handle this matter. In addition, you inform Magellan that he can attack the pirates who escaped from prison without restraint. The only way for the pirates to die in Impel Down is to the best destination for their sins in their 10 lives. Finally, if necessary, Rain Shiryu can also be released in advance to guard Impel Down." Sengoku thought. Since Ace has been sent to Marineford, the rest are not so important. Clean and neat suppression is the top priority. I will notify Magellan. Kizaru immediately took out a den mushi and accepted the order with a serious expression. "I'll go there and be back soon." This time, sending this batch of supernovas into Impel Down also had his share of credit. If this group of supernovas causes trouble, they will be investigated by the organization again. Kizaru, who wants to stay out of it, is also in a difficult situation. Chapter 114. Whitebeard. "Everything is ready, don't let me down." Sengoku returned to the office with a smile on his face. Bang! At this time, Garp pushed open the door, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Is this necessary? Sengoku, you actually hid so much from me." In Garp's opinion, Marine is trying to squeeze every drop of Ace's value out of it. "Garp, this is not an ordinary execution. This is an important decision to restore the reputation of naval headquarters. Yes, I publicized it to the outside world. Ace is only the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. The fact that Ace is the bloodline of the Pirate King will not be announced until the moment before Ace's execution, just to make the pirates stop completely." Sengoku sat on the chair with a serious face. "If you hide it, you have been hiding it from me for 20 years. In the entire naval headquarters, he, Sengoku, is the one who can see the situation most clearly. As long as the goal can be achieved, the prestige of naval headquarters will reach an unprecedented peak, and he can even make a great effort before his retirement to establish the most penultimate merit. Sengoku believes that nothing is more important than leaving a good reputation after retirement. And Ace is just an evil pirate. He is full of sins. Marine squeezes the value of pirates, there is no problem at all. The fact is, all Marine generals step on the lives of pirates to get to the top." Sengoku sneered and reminded seriously, "Garp, don't forget that this matter is the product of your indulgence. The cause of this incident is you, Garp. If this matter does not have a result, your reputation will be completely ruined. If it weren't for the relationship of decades of comrades, Sengoku would never cover up the fact that Garp adopted the blood of the Pirate King. If it weren't for the deliberate suppression of this news, Garp's reputation in naval headquarters might have been ruined. Of course I know. BD, I never care. Garp said. Sengoku suppressed his anger. I remind you not to mess around. Got it. Garp left a word angrily and disappeared at the door of the office. At the same time, at the port of Marineford, the officer in charge of escorting Ace has already sent him there. The escorting officer whipped Ace with a whip, and his skin was torn apart immediately. Ahole, hurry up, what's wrong, are you scared? Is this the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? You don't even have the courage to walk into Marineford? You're such a coward. Hurry up. After saying that, the officer kicked the Whitebeard Pirates logo on Ace's back, leaving a dirty footprint. By the way, he also carried Ace forward a few steps. Under Sengoku's order, the war machine of Marineford was running wildly. Many marine officers and soldiers had gathered in the square. When they saw Ace being escorted over, they all discussed with attention. That man is Porghast Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Is this kid really the fuse that will ignite the war? The Whitebeard Pirates have been hiding in the New World for many years. Seeing that they haven't caused any major trouble, I guess the Whitebeard Pirates dare not come here. Marineford is the one who is causing trouble. We just watch the show. Soon, Ace was pressed into the building of Marineford, making the final preparations before the execution. And a group of marine elites looked at the towering execution platform, and then looked at the com-sea. I don't know if it's an illusion. Many people felt that there was a monster under the sea, rushing towards Marineford at a high speed. They all took a breath. Hiss, tense moment, it looks like we are about to enter the countdown. At the same time, Sabayati Archipelago. 3 large screens stood on the amusement park square, surrounded by many residents who stopped and waited. Many of them were confused, thinking that the amusement park had new projects to promote. Hey, what's the matter with this huge screen? Why haven't I seen it a few days ago? It's strange, there are marine soldiers stationed next to it. What happened? Haven't you heard the news just delivered? Porghast Ace, the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, was Marine arrested him and will execute him at Marineford at 3 p.m. today, and Marine decided to broadcast the execution live. Porghast Ace? Captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard. Great. Whitebeard is a demon that would make children cry when they hear his name. Naval Headquarters wants to execute the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, which will just kill the Whitebeard Pirates' spirit. I support Naval Headquarters' approach. Just wait and watch here. Marine is probably debugging the live broadcast equipment. At the same time, there are also reporters and photographers from all over the world here, all waiting for the 10th-hand news from Marineford. There is no way, as reporters they should have gone to Marineford in person. But at this moment, the naval headquarters is heavily guarded, and not even a mosquito can get in. Even reporters can get first-hand news through the live broadcast of Sabayati Archipelago, and then pass it on to the world. Then, the picture on the big screen began to flicker. Soon, the live broadcast of Marineford came. At this moment, countless reporters, photographers, ordinary people, and pirates all unconsciously rushed to the screen frantically, and suddenly surrounded the square. Hiss! It turned out to be this kind of deployment, hundreds of thousands of people, this scale is like dealing with a war. Stop arguing and look carefully, the person to be executed is Porghast Ace, the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, and a super rookie with a good reputation in the New World. It can be said that he is the future of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is estimated that Whitebeard will lead the pirates to come and cause trouble. Whitebeard, how is it possible? This scale of troops is really spectacular. Camera zoom in. When will Ace, the evil pirate, be escorted to the execution platform. Please give me flowers 0. For a moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire Sabayati archipelago. In the square, in the tavern, and in front of the small screen in the mall, many residents and shoppers stopped to discuss this matter. At this time, the screen flashed again. It has become the scenery inside the Marineford building. In the narrow and dim corridor, Ace, who was covered in wounds, was escorted to the execution platform by 2 executioners. In the square below, hundreds of thousands of Marines were watching. Suddenly, the cheers of landslides and tsunamis resounded over Marineford. All the Marine elites looked solemnly at the execution platform and the 3 empty seats belonging to the 3 Marine admirals. Look, the strongest force of the naval headquarters, the Marine Admiral is coming. Suddenly, someone shouted from below. Countless eyes immediately gathered on the aisle. A minute later, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji were seen sitting in the Admiral's seat respectively. Akainu looked serious, sitting in the middle golden chair, looking forward and said, "Kizaru, what's going on in Impel Down?" Kizaru looked at the sky in the distance under his brown sunglasses. "I feel bad. Not only did the supernovas escape, but several serious criminals also escaped with them, Red Earl Redfield. Devil's Air Bullet. World Destroyer Burndy Wald. The sea is destined to enter chaos, it's difficult to deal with." In fact, before Kizaru arrived at Impel Down, he heard the report from Magellan that Shiryu of the Rain had completely betrayed Marine and fueled the chaos in Impel Down. Magellan was alone and could not stop the pirates from escaping even with the blessing of the poison fruit. It was a fact that the criminals escaped from Impel Down, and even a legendary pirate was involved. Sengoku did not want any accident to happen to Admiral Kizaru when executing the bloodline of Pirate King Roger, so Kizaru was called back early. After all, those legendary pirates gathered together, and it was not something that a Marine Admiral could deal with. Hearing this, Akainu's facial muscles twitched. "Damn! These pirates deserve to die." Aokiji said nothing on the side. Since being severely humiliated by Xia Ya, Aokiji became taciturn and rarely expressed his opinions as if he was in deep self-doubt. Far below, the Marines raised their heads, and the envy in their eyes was about to overflow. "Is this the Marine Admiral? This is the first time I have seen it. What a pressure!" These elite Marines were drawn from all over the world, and it was the first time they saw the famous Marine Admiral. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed Marine soldier looked into the depths of the harbor and said, "Shishibukai are here too? The world calls them the naval headquarters, the 4 emperors, another great power in the world. 7 warlords of the sea. Wait, those are the 7 warlords of the sea, right? No way, how come there are only 5 Shishibukai left?" Chapter 115. Looking at the 3 lonely Shishibukai, the Marine soldiers frowned at the same time. There was no way, Sir Crocodile had been killed by Xia Ya a long time ago, and Sea Knight Jinbei refused to come to Marineford because of his relationship with Ace. It was said that he had been sent to Impel Down, and Hancock was ridden by Xia Ya and openly stopped working with naval headquarters. The last Big Bear was undergoing transformation and had not arrived in time. So the Shishibukai team was left with only Gecko Moria, Hawkeye My Hawk, and Doflamingo. Originally, there were 7 Shishibukai, but now only these 3 came to Marineford. Gecko Moria grinned and laughed shrilly, "He he he. It's really a mess. There are only 3 of us left in the Shishibukai. What a pity, I didn't expect Hancock to get on Xia Ya's ship." "Also?" Doflamingo asked. Moria had nothing to hide. After all, the fact that he was defeated by Xia Ya was not a secret to some people. Of course, Marine Admiral and Hawkeye were defeated by Xia Ya. Moria had nothing to be ashamed of. He continued to laugh, "I have a subordinate who was also robbed by Xia Ya before the Alabasta incident." Hawkeye My Hawk narrowed his eyes like an eagle and stared at the front. "Speaking of robbing, Black Blade Knight was also robbed by Xia Ya. I wonder if Xia Ya will come here this time. I really want to see what strength he has now. Hearing Xia Ya's name, Doflamingo couldn't help but shrink his neck. Bad memories filled his brain. In fact, Doflamingo and Xia Ya had never met, but Mingo participated in the last Golden City incident. At that time, even 4 Emperors Kaido was beaten up by Xia Ya. There were 2 actual victims standing next to him. Doflamingo didn't want to interrupt, for fear of touching bad luck. He didn't take Moria seriously, but he took Hawkeye seriously. Puff! While the 3 were talking, a bear paw-like pit appeared in front of them. A huge man appeared on the square holding a Bible. The man who came here was the meatball man who ate the Paramecia meatball fruit, Bartholomew Big Bear. Doflamingo's eyebrows twitched. He knew a little inside information about Bear's experience. This guy actually signed an agreement with the Marine Science Corps and voluntarily transformed into a humanoid weapon. When the complete transformation is completed, he may no longer have the consciousness of being a human. Immediately, Doflamingo greeted instead of asking, "Hey, bandit." Bear twisted his neck, ignored Doflamingo's greeting, and just muttered, "If you travel, where do you want to go?" After saying this, Doflamingo had a bottom line in his heart. This guy Bear may only have a little consciousness left. The last transformation should not be completed. After all, the summit war was too urgent this time, and Doflamingo came early because he liked to join in the fun. Otherwise, he might be late. At the same time, Sabayati Archipelago. Looking at the 3 lonely Shishibukai in Marineford, the reporters frantically passed information to Den Den Mushi. Marine Admiral arrived. Shishibukai 4 have arrived. Umiya is ready. By the way, does anyone know what the information is like in New World? What is certain is that the Whitebeard pirate's lair is empty. It seems that the legendary world's strongest man has also invested a lot of money. All the reporters were anxiously recording, filming, constantly taking notes and sharing information. They were all looking forward to the war officially starting. And the intelligence showed that the Whitebeard pirate's lair was empty, which also meant that Whitebeard's territory was now in a weak state. The accumulation of so many years is likely to become someone else's wedding dress. After all, the territory on the sea is a chess piece in the hands of the strong, and it is normal to have gains and losses. If such a situation occurs, there are only 2 possible situations. The first one is that the Whitebeard pirates are seriously injured in Marineford, and the territory is swallowed up by pirates. From then on, the Whitebeard pirates will never recover and will be completely kicked out of the 4 Emperors level. The second scenario is that Whitebeard can rescue Ace without paying much of a price, and then return to New World with his subordinates as a king, thus setting off the war in New World. The reporters naturally hope that the second scenario will happen. This means that their news will continue to set off the whole world. Countless Baileys followed. Oh no, I just got the news that 4 Emperors Kaido and the pirate group arrived at Whitebeard's territory, intending to take over the territory conquered by Whitebeard, but another 4 Emperors. Red-haired Shanks came out in time to stop him. Shanks. This FG red-haired Shanks is really damned. The best plot is gone. Hiss. I hate red-haired Shanks the most. He is simply a troublemaker in New World. In Marineford, where the world's attention is focused, Sengoku is ready. He came to the square with Garp, and Sengoku said seriously, "It's time, Garp, I will tell you everything. You must remember the responsibilities behind this military uniform. You have worn it for decades. Don't you still don't understand it now?" "Humph, I don't need you to remind me." Garp felt mixed emotions, clenched his fists tightly, and stopped standing with Sengoku, but came to the square below. The cloak of justice behind him is the heaviest burden for Garp now. If he had done things quietly before, it would have been fine, but now it is not possible. Naval Headquarters has pushed Ace to the stage, and as a member of the Marine, I as a grandfather, can only handle this situation impartially. Soon, on the execution platform, Sengoku walked to the front of the platform. He stood straight not far from Ace, and then a den mushi appeared in his hand. This is a loudspeaker that broadcasts live images to the entire Marineford Square and the world. Seeing Sengoku has come to the stage, more than 100,000 marine soldiers below couldn't help but breathe slowly, and they all looked up to watch. It turned out to be Marshal Sengoku came in person. No, why did Marshal Sengoku stand next to Porghast Ace? Although Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, his status does not require Marshal Marine to come in person to make the announcement. Yes, after executing a pirate, I think a Marine Vice Admiral is enough. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates may invade, and Marshal Sengoku will probably go to the battlefield in person. Only in this way can we enhance the momentum of our Marines. I can understand it. At this time, Sengoku grabbed the den mushi and put it in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "There is one thing I want to tell everyone present, and everyone who is not present to watch the live broadcast, about the man Porghast Ace, 0136120228 Falu224200200. About the great significance of this man's death here today." Sengoku's deep and deep voice, through the loudspeaker of the den mushi, was transmitted to every corner of Marineford. Great significance? What great significance can the death of a pirate have? He is not a man like the Pirate King. Hearing this, the soldiers present looked up and kept guessing in their hearts. But they could not guess any clues. The reporters and the public who were watching the live broadcast were also aroused by Marshal Sengoku's words. After executing Whitebeard, a captain, Marine has new plans? Sengoku, dressed in a clean white suit, came to Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform with a dirty face. He stood straight and let the live broadcast den mushi give a panoramic view, then held the den mushi in one hand and spoke. "Porghast Ace, tell me your father's name." Ace, who had originally lowered his head and closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at Sengoku. Then he continued to close his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "My father is Whitebeard." "No." Sengoku directly denied. Ace closed his eyes and loudly refuted, "There is nothing wrong, only Whitebeard, no one else." "Your father is..." Sengoku continued to speak word by word. Garp lowered his head on the execution platform and his cheeks were sweating. He could never have imagined that Roger died on the execution platform, and his biological son, his only bloodline, was about to follow in his footsteps. This damn fate! Do Roger and his son have a grudge against the execution platform? When Sengoku's words came out, all the marine elites were solemn, waiting for the final answer. "Your father is Pirate King, Gorodo Roger." When the voice fell, Marineford Square was collectively silent, and everyone fell into the garden. It turned out that Ace and the others didn't care who it was. But Pirate King Roger is indeed the most thorough name in this sea. It's so well known that no one knows it. Especially for Marine, this is a nightmare-like existence. If Roger hadn't opened the Great Pirate Era, the new era of Marine wouldn't be so tiring, and the sea wouldn't be completely out of control. In the final analysis, it was the appearance of Roger, a man, who reduced the job of Marine as a civil servant to a public institution. Asterisk. On the Sabayati archipelago, countless people opened their mouths in shock. "Nonsense, no, no, my father can only be Whitebeard." Ace gritted his teeth and immediately denied it. He originally despised Roger, his biological father. It was precisely because Roger only sewed and did nothing that Ace himself and his mother were not protected. There is no doubt. In Ace's view, Rouge's death was directly related to Roger. And Roger has never been a man in Ace's heart. Sengoku continued to hold the den mushi in one hand. He ignored Ace's rebuttal. Sengoku continued, "Many years ago, we searched for news about Roger's bloodline on the sea, but your mother still escaped. All because Roger, the evil man, had already made arrangements. He used despicable means to make your mother pregnant for a full 20 months, avoiding the Marine's inspection, and gave birth to 2.0, the most sinful bloodline in the world. Yes, that sinful bloodline is you. Porgas de Ace. Your mother is Porgas de Rouge. Your father is the Pirate King, Roger Gord. As Sengoku confirmed again, his words were like a bomb, exploding in the crowd. The soldiers who were originally stunned, all widened their eyes at this moment. Pirate King. Ace is Roger's bloodline. That sinful bloodline is still continuing. What kind of devil can raise such a bloodline? I remember that Roger died that year, and the Roger Pirates also disbanded early. The East Blue Pirates that became famous at Sea Ace, what kind of demon raised him? You are shielding the demon. Is the demon's adoptive father in East Blue? We must find out. Roger's ghost. The demon's bloodline could have been cut off long ago, but it still exists today. Damn it! Kill him. Execute Ace immediately. Kill this evil demon's son. At Marineford Square, all the Marine soldiers were in an uproar, their faces full of indignation. In a short time, the ground was wet and flooded with saliva. And Garp, standing on the execution platform, lowered his head and closed his eyes tightly. The soldiers' words were like slaps in the face, slapping Garp's face with anger. Chapter 116. Sabayati Archipelago, the square was crowded with people, and soap bubbles were flying all over the sky. Then, the whole place was in uproar. The voices of people's surprise were like thunder, and the enthusiasm was no less than that of the scene in Marineford. Porgas de Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, is actually the son of the Pirate King Gold Roger. Aren't Roger and Whitebeard enemies? Why did Whitebeard raise a son for Roger? It must be fake. How could such a thing as raising an enemy's son happen to a pirate sheep body? The reporters smacked their lips and kept swallowing their saliva. Their minds were in chaos for a while. They made a living by selling news. As for the historical anecdotes of the sea, what romantic figures there were on the sea, what feuds these people had, and what stories they had, the reporters actually knew them all by heart. There is no doubt that, in the world's cognition, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates have always been rivals. Even Whitebeard's achievements did not reach the level of Pirate King, all because of Roger's suppression. And Roger's last name is different from his son Ace's last name, and Ace's last name even contains D, which is very rare in the entire ocean. For a time, the reporters were all in a state of confusion, and they all suspected that Sengoku's release was false news. Half of what Sengoku said on the execution platform was made up by himself. After all, first, Sengoku had to consider the relationship with his old comrade Garp. He had to hide the news that Garp adopted Ace, so he put all the blame for Ace's birth and all the sins on Roger and Rouge, without mentioning that the marine hero Garp was actually involved. Secondly, because the title of Pirate King is the most shocking title in the ocean, and the letter D is a bit sensitive to Marie Joyce, so Roger's last name in Marine's mouth is never Gold, but is called the translated name Golder or Golder to confuse people. In essence, Sengoku's declaration before Ace's execution is half true and half false. Still alive. The bloodline of Pirate King Roger. Since Marshal Sengoku has announced it in front of the whole world, this is a live broadcast to the world. There is no doubt that Marine has proof to prove that the news is true. This is reliable news, the world is going to shake. Naval Headquarters is proud of itself. Being able to end Roger's bloodline at Marineford will surely be praised on the ocean. Reporters picked up their pens and wrote it down in notebooks. Some even moved it directly to the table and typed it frantically with typewriters. The bloodline of the Pirate King is still continuing, but it is about to be executed. While the reporters were busy The people in the surrounding Sabayati archipelago were also in shock, and the voices of discussion were definitely loud. It's so scary, what happened to this world? The bloodline of Roger the BD is still in this world. It's really the most evil bloodline in the world. Ace, this devil, can get into the Whitebeard pirates, and become the adopted son of Whitebeard, the devil, and become the captain of the squad. This kind of person is really the devil chosen by the sea. Fortunately, Marine caught this devil. Execute him quickly. Marine, please execute Ace quickly. The women at the scene quickly covered their children's eyes, fearing that the children would be poisoned by the devil if they looked at Ace on the execution platform. They were terrified and kept praying with their eyes closed. Different from the thoughts of ordinary people, some celestial dragons were sitting in a temporary pavilion, having their shoes licked by slaves, stepping on their heads, eating ice cream, and making their own comments. Sengoku, this old guy, is really ignorant. Son of the Pirate King, such a perfect slave is being executed, it's a waste of talent. Hey, should we call Sengoku and ask him to find a slave to die instead of Ace, and then we use the money to buy Ace, the best slave? If he rides on the streets of Marie Joyce, wouldn't he be the most handsome guy? I want it so much. At the same time, Marineford execution platform. Ace knelt on the ground, lowered his head with a hideous look on his face, and clenched his teeth tightly. 13,889. How did Marine know what happened before and after I was born? In fact, Marine is the world's largest violent organization. It would be too superficial to simply use force to summarize it. Their intelligence department is also systematic. All matters on the sea are kept in the naval headquarters or between branches. It is not too easy to find out the truth of a certain incident through a clue. So, after Sengoku was reminded by Blackbeard, Marine went to Batalila Island again and questioned all those who had experienced the incident that year. The news that Rouge gave birth to a child after Marine left basically coincided with the time when Garp landed on Batalila Island, which basically restored the truth of the incident. Sengoku continued to incite the emotions of the people. It's a pity that the old guy Whitebeard almost succeeded. Ace, Whitebeard kept you on the ship in order to train you to be the next Pirate King. Your name will end here. Ace angrily retorted, you are talking nonsense, it's impossible. I joined the pirate group to make my father the Pirate King. Sengoku, the old fox, immediately said with a fake smile, your plan was broken in front of me, Vice Admiral. Ace was angry. He wanted to challenge the strongest man in the world, but he failed to succeed through many sneak attacks, so he was infected by Whitebeard's spirit. He was willing to become the son of that man. How could it be a calculation? At that time, he also revealed his identity to Whitebeard, but the other party didn't care that he was Roger's bloodline. All members of the Whitebeard pirate group are family members gathered on the sea. Dad's heroism disdains to do such a thing. Sengoku is insulting. Sengoku continued to write the story, and disdainfully passed on the truth of the matter to the whole world. At the beginning, Naval Headquarters invited you to Shishibukai, just to make you a turtle in a jar. Of course, the purpose was to send you to the execution platform, and make you the second person to be executed after Roger, but you refused by mistake. Then, you joined the Whitebeard pirates and were protected by the old guy Whitebeard. In the past few years, if it weren't for Whitebeard's protection, you would have become a ghost on the execution platform. It was obviously during this period of time that Blackbeard's size made Sengoku figure out the truth of the incident. As a result, it came to the mouth of the old fox Sengoku. All this became the layout of naval headquarters. Sengoku immediately smiled and said loudly, if you ignore evil blood like this, the sea will never be at peace, and now is the time to end the evil. Today, you will be executed here, which has profound significance for the entire sea. Even if there is a war with the Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters, will not hesitate. Sengoku's voice is low and loud, and every word is convincing. Instantly, the emotions of the soldiers in Marineford Square were ignited. Execute this evil blood for justice. Long live justice! Whitebeard pirates come! We Marine are not afraid of you at all. At this moment, Marineford Square was completely detonated, and the Marine soldiers were full of ambition. They raised their weapons and cheered loudly. The scene was quickly transmitted to the world. The people in World 000 cheered for this moment, and Marine's prestige in their hearts reached its peak. They didn't expect. Marine actually did so many things behind the scenes for world peace. Marshal Sengoku had started planning to capture Ace, the evil bloodline, a few years ago, and even used the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea as bait. It makes sense. Everything makes sense. At the same time, in the waters near Marineford, thousands of meters above the sky, an electronic signal came from the Sabayati archipelago and was projected onto the screen. Sengoku's face was seen by Xia Ya and others. Carina said in amazement, Sengoku is really good at stirring up the soldiers' emotions. Marine is in high spirits now. If the Whitebeard pirates arrive, they will probably be in big trouble. In fact, the pirates are fighting on their own, while the Marines are cooperating with each other in training. I predict that the Whitebeard pirates will lose. Hina nodded, and said a little bit of slapping, Sengoku is a hypocritical man known for his wisdom. As long as he is given a little information, he can make up a story. Nami rubbed her fingers. She didn't need to look at the screen to know everything that happened in Marineford through the telepathic waves. But no movement of the Whitebeard pirates was detected in the nearby waters. Khalifa nodded and said, I also used ultrasound to detect the surrounding waters. Logically, Ace should be executed, but no pirates were seen gathering nearby. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates were delayed by something? But I guess Sengoku will postpone the execution. After all, looking at the attitude of the naval headquarters, they said they were executing Ace, but in fact they were targeting the entire Whitebeard pirates team. Listening to the discussion of the girls, Xia Ya nodded and smiled, don't worry. The Whitebeard pirates have actually arrived. What? The strongest man in the world has arrived. Chapter 117. Made in Heaven, on the deck. Hearing the strongest man Whitebeard appear, the girls were very curious and stared at the screen where the signal was transmitted. They also wanted to know what was happening in Marineford at the moment. Hina was muttering to herself, I really hope that old guy Sengoku gets beaten up. It was obvious that Hina was still upset about being kicked out of naval headquarters. If Sengoku could make a fool of himself, she would be very happy to see it. Carina held a cocktail, raised her index finger, turned her head and asked, Xia Ya, when are we going to join in? Carina was the first person to travel with Xia Ya, and naturally understood Xia Ya the best. This guy was a model of not getting up early without profit. Since he chose to come to the war scene, he naturally had a clear purpose. At the same time, Made in Heaven was arranged early in the sky far away from Marineford. It also means that Xia Ya did not want to intervene in the battlefield too early at this time. Xia Ya explained, don't worry, let the bullets of Marine and Whitebeard pirates fly for a while, adding insult to injury will make people more desperate. Since Sengoku likes to go against us, let him feel what pain is this time. Summit War, Xia Ya has been looking forward to it for a long time. The first goal is to get Newgate's body. He has no interest in saving Ace and getting help from Whitebeard pirates. If he intervenes too early, it will be a sharing of the firepower from Marine. If Whitebeard doesn't die, he will come in vain. Of course, he can do it himself. But the ready-made ones are always the most fragrant. And at this moment, the alarm in Marineford Harbor suddenly sounded. Damn, dirty, dirty! Accompanied by a piercing scream. Huge bubbles suddenly appeared on the sea surface in the harbor, and the entire sea surface was boiling like boiling water. Then, pirate ships flying pirate flags floated to the surface. As the coating broke, the warships of the Whitebeard pirates were completely revealed. The Whitebeard pirates have 43 New World-affiliated pirate groups under their control. It can be said that the scale is quite large, and it can even be said that it is the largest group of pirates at present. Most of the affiliated pirate groups came this time. Suddenly, the sea surface became lively, filling the harbor of Marineford. 1 minute passed. A mighty fleet appeared in the harbor of Marineford. The pirate flag was raised with the wind. At this moment, the marine soldiers who were still immersed in Sengoku's encouragement felt a great pressure coming. They never expected. Under the originally calm sea surface, there would be a surge of wind and clouds. The pirates actually landed on Marineford while still advancing on the seabed. Right in front of us. Boom boom boom. One pirate ship after another was still floating up, until a huge whale-headed pirate ship surfaced, and the pirate group's forces were fully revealed. The last one to surface was the Whitebeard pirates' main battleship, the Bioker. Da-da-da-da. At this moment, there was only the sound of wind in Marineford, and the marine soldiers could even hear crisp footsteps. */. It was the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Captain of the 1st Division Phoenix Marco, Captain of the 3rd Division Diamond George, Captain of the 5th Division Flower Sword Vista. These are all pirates who have been famous in the New World for a long time. They are so powerful that even the Marine Admiral has to pay attention to them. Their appearance put a lot of pressure on the marine soldiers. In addition to these notorious captains, there is also an old man with a huge naginata and a crescent-shaped beard that reaches 666 centimeters, who is walking up the steps to the bow of the whale-shaped ship. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The world's strongest man recognized by the whole world. The white cloak flutters in the wind, and Whitebeard looks at the execution platform in the distance with a big grin. Gu la la la. Sengoku, my beloved son is okay. Sengoku and Whitebeard are both old rivals. With Whitebeard ascending to the throne of 4 emperors in New World and Sengoku successfully promoted to the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, the two rarely show up on the sea. The two have not seen each other for at least 20 years. But all kinds of hatred in the past can always remain in their hearts. Sengoku frowned and stared at the figure in the distance, Whitebeard. I didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would appear in this way and enter the harbor of Marineford at the beginning. There is no doubt that the Whitebeard pirates had the upper hand at the beginning of the war and successfully invaded the hinterland of Marineford. It can be said that some of the preparations of the naval headquarters were resolved by the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, the countless marines in Marineford all widened their eyes and looked at the tall man. 4 Emperors Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, with a bounty of 5.046 billion Baileys. The strongest partner of the former maritime overlord Rox, who once led a powerful man of the legendary era with the pirate King Roger, the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, the oldest 4 Emperors team, and this king-like man actually appeared in Marineford, the steel fortress of Marine. Facing, it was the hundreds of thousands of naval headquarters elites. Seeing the living legend, all the marine soldiers were shocked. It's still that unpredictable man. Under the execution platform, Garp stared at the front with a stern face. $87. Sure enough, he is still the fearless existence. He actually chose this way to appear. And stood at the forefront of all the Whitebeard pirates. Asterisk. There is a huge difference with the marine side. Whitebeard is facing the marine elites close to the harbor, and the strongest combat power of the marine is still in front of the execution platform, which belongs to the back of the battlefield. This caused many marine soldiers in the front to be frightened and couldn't help but take a few steps back. At the same time, the picture was transmitted to all parts of the world. Sabayati Archipelago, reporters saw Whitebeard coming to Marineford and immediately became excited. Hiss! So scary, Whitebeard really appeared. As expected of the strongest man in the world, his spirit is so strong that he actually dared to enter Marine's lair. Even through the screen, I can feel the pressure of that man. How many souls have been killed with the naginata in his hand? Not only that. Behind Whitebeard, those squad leaders also brought along. This time, a huge war is really going to happen. There are also tens of thousands of people. So scary, is the war really going to happen? Seeing Whitebeard's appearance means that there will definitely be big news that will shock the world, and the news will be thrown into the sea in an endless stream. The reporters are naturally happy to see this situation. In their hearts, they hope that Marineford will be turned upside down at this moment. In contrast to the reporters' excitement, the people of Sabayati Island are. These people don't have much military power, and they don't make money from news information. They care more about their own safety. Although the Whitebeard pirate's lair is in the New World, they have already arrived at the front half of the Grand Line. That is to say, if there is any accident in the naval headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates may really cause a big fuss in the front half of the Grand Line. At that time, will not these people be affected? How terrible! This is the four emperors of the New World, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate, the legendary man. Bringing so many vicious pirates here, naval headquarters is in trouble. Look! Whitebeard is going to take action. The residents of Sabayati Archipelago stared at the screen with their mouths wide open and forgot to close them. At this time, Whitebeard stood on the bow of the whale ship, and Kusugawa cut into the wooden board. Then, Whitebeard's huge body slightly bent over, and his two huge fists were tightly clenched by him, crossed in front of his chest. The power of his arms burst out, and the blood vessels under the skin were clearly visible. Whitebeard waved his arms and smashed into the space beside him. Zilla la la! Two balls of milky white light entangled in Whitebeard's fists, and when he swung his fists, the space beside him was like two pieces of broken pieces, constantly breaking in all directions, and the space actually split at this moment. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration in the entire space, and everyone could feel their muscles trembling. What's going on? Is this the ability that claims to destroy the world? The terrifying fist that shatters the atmosphere? The sea is screaming. That man ate, Zhangyo's, Paramecia shock fruit. Legend has it. As long as Whitebeard smiles, he is a super monster that can cause a huge tsunami. Wait. It's over. It's over. After Whitebeard swung his fists and shattered the atmosphere, except for the roar of the atmosphere like broken glass, it seemed that there was no actual damage. And Whitebeard's actions scared the Marines collectively. But fortunately, nothing happened. Originally, these people thought Whitebeard was about to use his ultimate move at the beginning. It only made the air vibrate, nothing else happened. And the general of a higher rank immediately reminded, "Don't let your guard down, the man in front of you is the strongest man in the world, he truly has the power to destroy the world. Be on guard, be ready to attack at any time. Prepare artillery and ammunition." Donkey. Not only Whitebeard himself, but also the captains around him, are all terrifyingly high bounties. Any one of them can take away the names of a large number of Marine soldiers. The Marine vice-admirals with rich combat experience are all on full alert, ready to attack at any time. The palms holding the weapons couldn't help sweating wildly. What on earth is Whitebeard going to do? Chapter 118. Seeing Whitebeard leading tens of thousands of brothers from New World. Ace was extremely excited, and at the same time, his heart was immediately filled with a sense of powerlessness. He shouted hoarsely, "It's all because I didn't listen to everyone's advice and ran away. Dad, you should give up on me. There are more than 100,000 Marines under the execution platform. It is too dangerous for the Whitebeard pirates to rush over. Even if Whitebeard is strong, it will definitely cost a lot to venture into such a dangerous place. Moreover, Whitebeard is old and usually has an 4 drip." Facing Whitebeard and the members of the Whitebeard group who love him so much, Ace is moved and worried at the same time. He is just one of Whitebeard's tens of thousands of sons. Is it really worth it for everyone to save him? Moreover, Whitebeard has brought all the people from the group here, so what about the territory of New World? It is very likely that after this incident, the Whitebeard pirates will not even have a foothold in New World. That's the New World. The most dangerous place in the world. Ace knew how serious his mistake was, and he had long been prepared to be abandoned and face death. But he didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would actually come. Ace was naturally moved to death. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby DK, staring at the small figure on the execution platform, and said in a deep voice, "My dear son." "Son," the 51st son nodded to let you go, ah. Whitebeard took the responsibility on himself in one sentence. Before Ace left the Whitebeard group to go to the first half of the Grand Line, Whitebeard said that Blackbeard Teach's rebellion was due to his father's poor parenting, and the fault was all on Whitebeard himself. At that time, Whitebeard's words made Ace feel sad. The other 14 captains behind Whitebeard also shouted loudly, "Ace, if Teach hurts his companions, he will be hunted down by the Whitebeard pirates. You just took action on our behalf. We will not give up on you. We will never let go of anyone who hurts you. Wait for me, we will save you immediately." Ace gritted his teeth tightly. Thinking of that night, Whitebeard generously stretched out a big hand to him, "Be my son." Why? Why did he ignore his father's words before and make such a mistake, putting the entire pirate group in crisis? Ace regretted it so much now that he wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide, so that the Whitebeard pirates would retreat immediately. And just as everyone was talking, suddenly, the entire marine fort began to shake. The next second, the sea water on both sides of Marine Ford, Chalk, surged wildly, and the sea level was cut into several pieces. Layers of waves overlapped, reaching hundreds of meters high. Oh no, a tsunami is coming. It's the power of Whitebeard shock fruit. The legend is true, the strongest man in the world can create a huge tsunami. That guy, he actually started it a long time ago. The marine soldiers in Marineford Square were all shocked. Only a few people knew that Whitebeard had already sent shock waves to the seabed in the distance, and then cracked the seabed to make the sea water surge, and the layers of energy were slowly superimposed. In an instant, the sea surface of Marineford was divided into several pieces by the shock force. Finally, a huge tsunami was formed. The whole space seemed to be distorted at this moment. Gulala! Feel the anger! Marine! The marine soldiers stood on the ground and looked up at the tsunami, their eyes wide open and their mouths open. The sky began to darken and shrouded everyone's eyes. At this time, Aokiji, who was originally sitting on the admiral chair, suddenly disappeared. His figure jumped dozens of meters and hovered in the air. Then two ice pillars extended hundreds of meters from his hands and directly pierced into the tsunamis on both sides. Ice Age --. Sengoku smiled when he saw this scene. Sengoku is Whitebeard's old rival after all, and knows Whitebeard's moves very well. And Aokiji's frozen fruit is the nemesis of all sea water. Sengoku, the old fox, had expected this, so he set the execution place of Ace in Marineford, which made Whitebeard's fighting power infinitely weakened. At BH at 2, plus. Old guy, die here today. The sea can't stand people like you anymore. As Kingza made a decisive move, the freezing spread to the entire sea surface in the blink of an eye, and the tsunami instantly turned into two huge icebergs. At the same time, Kizaru turned into a flash of golden light. Also standing in the sky. He pinched his orchid fingers with both hands, and the gold shone on his fingertips, and instantly the whole person turned into a ball of shining golden light. Yashakani no Megatama. This is Naval Headquarters, where I work, don't be so arrogant. Whitebeard. As Kizaru moved his mind, countless golden light particles shot towards Whitebeard on the Moby DK. And just as the golden light approached Whitebeard, a creature with blue flames all over its body flew to Whitebeard and absorbed all the explosive light particles. Then, a pair of hands turned into blue flame wings and instantly appeared on Kizaru's side. This person was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, who had eaten the Zoan bird fruit mythical beast phoenix form. At this moment, the human-shaped Marco kicked Kizaru. Kizaru immediately turned into a golden light and embedded into the wall behind. The wall was immediately blown apart by the golden light. And the next second, a golden light gathered on the square of Marineford. The Whitebeard pirates are so scary. It seems that they will not let us take that man's head easily. What does he want to do? The battle here has not ended yet. Diamond Jaws has already carried a huge ice block as big as a mountain. He leaned back and threw the ice block towards the square of Marineford. Come on! Jaws roared, come and block it if you dare. Facing the ice block as big as a mountain, Akainu smiled, if we all attack, who will protect this place? His fists immediately burst into hot lava. Great eruption! The huge lava fist shattered the ice block. Then Akainu's fists kept waving, so fast that only the afterimage could be seen, and the lava rushed into the sky. Meteor volcano! Several lava fists were launched into the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. The black clouds were emitting black smoke. The next second, the lava fist fell like a burning meteorite. Whitebeard stood on the bow, and Haki Kusugamikari stabbed the incoming meteor volcano. How dare you set fire so arrogantly? After saying that, Whitebeard turned his head and exhaled, and the volcanic lava stuck on the tip of the knife was blown out, and a black round volcanic stone was exposed. Whitebeard sneered disdainfully, go light the candles on the birthday cake, Lava Kid. In Akainu's view, Whitebeard. Ace. No, to be precise, the entire Whitebeard pirates are the ladder for his promotion. With such a good opportunity, he must take down the head of the entire Whitebeard pirates. This war is broadcast live in front of people all over the world. Whoever can take down Whitebeard's head will be the biggest beneficiary. The position of Marine Marshal belongs to him. Akainu grinned, don't you like a luxurious funeral? Whitebeard. Chapter 119. At this moment, the captain and officers of the Whitebeard pirates were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. They never expected that the tsunami created by Whitebeard's father shock fruit was intercepted by Marine Admiral Aokiji. It caused almost no damage to the naval headquarters. At the same time, the meteor volcano released by Akainu caused great damage to the Whitebeard pirates. As dozens of magma fists fell, their pirate ships were all ignited by the meteor volcano. The bow, mast, sail, deck were all smashed by the blazing magma and boulders. The pirate ship was in the wind and waves. In addition to the wooden structure, it was also painted with a layer of waterproof oil, which was very easy to catch fire. With the landing of the meteor volcano, the pirate ships were all in trouble. Soon, many ships were riddled with holes, smoke, and a pungent smell of burning. The pirates on the ship were furious. Damn Marine, these are our Whitebeard pirates water fighters. Ah! Damn Marine Admiral Akainu, he dared to destroy our pirate ship. BD. We are being targeted by Marine. Many pirates shook their unconscious companions and cursed with gritted teeth. All the ships in the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford were damaged to a considerable extent. This level of damage means that there is basically no way to return. It is a huge economic loss. Especially the Moby DK, which is the flagship warship of the Whitebeard pirates. The stern was also burned at this moment. There is no doubt. This is the Marine Admiral using the powerful Logia Devil Fruit. He slapped all the members of the Whitebeard pirates in the face. The angry pirates jumped off the ship and came to the ice. He raised his weapons and charged towards the execution platform. Along the way, the blood of Marine and the pirates was constantly surging. On the other side, as a Shishibukai, Hawkeye my Hawk accepted the task of stopping Whitebeard, and he also joined the battle at this moment. Hawkeye held an unknown knife in his hand and sent a green slash to Whitebeard, which quickly cut through the thick ice and shot towards the position where Whitebeard was. The sharp sword whistle resounded throughout the Marineford square. How much does the man in front of me know about me? If you can't even defeat Whitebeard, how can you take back Black Blade Knight with your own hands? Having lost Black Blade Knight, Hawkeye my hawk has always remembered it. That man. How terrifying will Xia Ya be? If you can't even pass Whitebeard, then the chance of taking back Black Blade Knight will be very slim. He also wants to take the opportunity to face the world's strongest man to try out his progress in the past 2 years. Doflamingo stood aside and grinned, I really didn't expect you to choose to attack. However, soon. Hawkeye's slash was blocked by Diamond Jaws. Jaws used the same method Hawkeye used to deal with Xia Ya's slash last time, and directly poured the slash into the sky through clever force. Boom! The clouds in the sky were blown away by the air wave. At this time, Marine also took action. The cannons on the high wall were ignited at the same time. Sparks sprayed out of the barrel. Countless shells were fired at the Whitebeard pirates. Facing the incoming shells, Whitebeard knocked the shells down with one punch. The shells exploded next to him and had no effect on him. Phoenix Marco, Diamond George, Flower Sword Vista Demon Little Ounce. All took action to defend against the incoming shells. Bear Paw Attack. Line. Shadow Horn Gun. I want that corpse. He. Shishabukai's 3 sets of combos directly crippled the charging Little Ounce. Ace knelt on the execution platform, and when he saw Little Ounce about to climb up, he collapsed and shouted, Ounce! Ace, I will save you! Little Ounce said with difficulty, his face covered in blood. On the other side. You've exposed your flaws. Whitebeard. A giant with a big axe chopped at Whitebeard, but was shattered by Whitebeard's shock punch. With a roar, Whitebeard's face was ferocious, and he pressed the giant vice admiral's head and shook it left and right. Instantly shattered the giant's head. Then, Whitebeard said, it's actually meters away. 0136120228 Philo 2242210150. At this time, a black shadow flashed in the sky, and everyone looked up at the sudden accident. In their pupils, they all saw a warship inexplicably appearing above Marineford. Then, hundreds of prisoners wearing black and white striped prison uniforms fell from the sky. Among them, there were Luffy, the SE King, Jinbei, Luo, Buggy. All landed in the square of Marineford at this moment. These people originally gathered in Sabayati Archipelago, but they didn't expect that the naval headquarters would send out 3 headquarters admirals, and they were all sent to Impel Down. Fortunately, everyone cooperated and escaped collectively. It is worth mentioning that Impel Down, Nice Lobby, and Marineford were originally the 3 points where 3 ocean currents converged, so they could only sail according to a fixed route, and naturally came to the next stop of Impel Down, Marineford. Please give me flowers. Those guys. Sengoku raised his head and couldn't help but frowning, but after seeing the people clearly, Sengoku was not so nervous. Those legendary people who escaped were no longer among these petty thieves. Otherwise, Marineford's war really didn't know how to proceed. At this moment, the war footage was broadcast to Sabayati Archipelago. Tens of thousands of people were dumbfounded when they saw the chaotic battlefield footage. Is this the war between the 4 emperors' pirates and naval headquarters? It's too scary. Whitebeard is really as rumored. That guy can really create landslides and tsunamis. If it weren't for the Marine Admiral's actions, Marineford would probably have been destroyed. Sure enough. The 3 admirals of naval headquarters are the most trustworthy. Marine and the Whitebeard pirates brought the destructive scene to the real world in just a short battle. All the viewers were shocked and speechless. Is this really a disaster that humans can create? They are all monsters. Wait, why are there so many criminals in the sky? Looking at the prisoner uniforms, they are from Impel Down. No, they are the supernovas who made trouble in Sabayati archipelago before. Weren't these people sent to Impel Down by Marine Admiral? Did they escape from prison? The battle is too chaotic. I saw the straw hat boy named Luffy, and the scary Captain Kid. Text. In the sky, in addition to a warship falling down, there is also a luxurious ship. It's him. 2 years ago, that ship appeared in Sabayati archipelago, and the owner of that luxurious ship is the 5th emperor of the first half of the Grand Line. Xia Ya, that devil is here. The broadcasting cameras were all aimed at the sky. In addition to the criminals and supernovas who broke in, escaped from prison, there was also a large ship floating in the sky. And that ship? It was Xia Ya's heavenly manufacture. At this moment, Xia Ya was sitting on the statue on the bow of the heavenly manufacture. He didn't want to get involved at this time. B. After Carina released the meteor volcano, it polluted the air in the sky. Coincidentally, heavenly manufacture was just downwind, so in order to breathe fresh air, Xia Ya rode heavenly manufacture directly across Marine Ford, and was also ready to add a fireman to the war. Chapter 120. Xia Ya's ship. Sengoku looked up, frowned, and clenched his fists. He obviously didn't go to Amazon Lily to cause trouble for Xia Ya. This guy is here again. Akainu also looked up, but a sense of unease rose in his heart. He knew that Xia Ya definitely didn't come here for sightseeing. Facing Xia Ya, Akainu was not sure of defeating him. Therefore, he had to quickly eliminate several captains of the Whitebeard pirates before Xia Ya made a move, and even take the head of the world's strongest man, so that he could gather the power of the Marines to target Xia Ya. The worst-case scenario is that Xia Ya and Whitebeard join forces. Akainu would never allow this to happen. Suddenly, Akainu's actions against the Whitebeard pirates became more fierce. What are you all standing there for? Don't be afraid of wasting bullets, pirates, open fire. Attack, all forces attack. Quick victory, take down Whitebeard. On the other side, Hawkeye, who originally wanted to attack Whitebeard, suddenly put away his knife and stared at the man in the sky. Finally saw him. I'm looking forward to your performance here. If I wasn't unsure, Hawkeye really wanted to pick up the knife and fight Xia Ya. To the left of Hawkeye, Doflamingo, who was wearing a flamingo coat, shrank his neck. It's really chaotic, this war may affect the direction of the world. I didn't expect that one after another big figures who can influence the war would arrive. What is the purpose of that guy? Perona. Moria's forehead was sweating, and he saw the figure floating in the sky. At the same time, Moria became more worried. After all, the zombies of Ounce and Shimatsuki Ryoma that he collected were all taken away by Xia Ya, and this time, Moria also wanted to use Summit War to recycle some powerful corpses, but with the appearance of Xia Ya, Moria's face was like a purple eggplant. The same thing happened to Shishabukai's bear. The little bit of consciousness left allowed him to recognize the pink-haired figure. Bonnie is laughing. On the field. Many Marines also noticed this scene. Gurgle. Xia Ya, the latest ultimate pirate. Don't panic, we have 3 admirals to help us this time. Marshal Sengoku is here, and the Marine hero Garp is also here. Yes, this is a legendary man who is several generations stronger. It's just the Whitebeard pirates. Even if the Xia Ya pirates want to cause trouble, we don't have to be afraid. Justice is always on the side of our Marines. In the square, a figure shuttled around as flexibly as a monkey. Luffy used his rubber ability to grab a pirate's shoulder and ejected him. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy, slow down, wait for me. Jinbei followed behind. Ace is also my friend. Whitebeard's eyes also noticed the heavenly manufacturing in the sky, and his face was solemn. Xia He had read the news about Ya hammering Kaido into the seabed in the Golden City. And Whitebeard knew Kaido's strength very well. The title of the strongest creature was very suitable for Kaido. He was undoubtedly the most powerful fighter on the sea. Even now, he could not defeat Kaido in a protracted battle. What is he doing here? Marco turned into a human form and landed beside Whitebeard. Dad, do you want me to fly up and take a look, or even, pull Xia Ya to our camp? Xia Ya and Marine are not on good terms, and it is very likely that they are targeting Marine. No need. Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world and has his own self-esteem. Since the entire Whitebeard pirates have been brought here, if you still need help from others. Whitebeard thinks that he can't save his face. And ever since Blackbeard Teach killed his companions and gave Ace to Marine in exchange for resources, Whitebeard has no interest in the new kid on the sea, for fear of being backstabbed again. At the same time, Xia Ya's strength is much stronger than several important sons in the pirate group. If the pirate group and Xia Ya have an intersection, after his death, I am afraid that the entire pirate group will disintegrate due to the infiltration of external forces. Whitebeard thinks that he will not live for many years. Naturally, he does not want to see any changes in the pirate group. It is best to maintain the status quo. Our goal is always to rescue Ace, so there is no need to make trouble. Marco nodded. Got it, Dad. On Sabayati Island, an old man with silver hair holding a silver wine jug sat far away from the big screen. Here we go again. Xia Ya won't miss this scene. Roger, maybe you didn't expect this to happen today. I don't know when Shanks will arrive. As the first member invited to board by Roger, as well as Roger's deputy and Roger's life and death brother, Rayleigh was also shocked when he heard that Ace was Roger's son. After Roger was executed, Rayleigh, Shanks and others also searched for the child, but they had no clue. Unexpectedly, when they found out, he had already been imprisoned by Marine. Rayleigh is an old man after all, and Shanks called him and said that he would go to Marine Ford. Shanks is no weaker than Roger back then, and the members of the pirate group he led are also top-notch players. Rayleigh is very relieved that Shanks will go to Marineford and save Ace by the way. However, after seeing Xia Ya appear in 2.9, Rayleigh felt that there would be changes. The situation is getting more and more complicated. Forget it, that kind of scene is not something an old guy like me can participate in. At the bow of the heavenly manufacture, Bonnie burst into tears as she looked at the round figure below. Xia Ya naturally would not stop Bonnie. Letting her meet the big bear was originally Xia Ya's promise to Bonnie. At the same time, Xia Ya had the permanent buff of the reversal technique. Bonnie would not encounter any danger, and her life was completely guaranteed. In addition, Xia Ya could use Robin's ability at any time to ride on Bonnie instantly, making it absolutely safe. The next second, Xia Ya threw Bonnie off the heavenly manufacture. Chapter 121. Idol. Bonnie's eyes were filled with tears, and her limbs were shaking wildly. She was dropped from 1,000 meters high by Xia Ya. Look, what's in the sky? No, why is someone falling? Everyone saw someone falling from the sky, and it seemed to be a girl. They immediately ran towards the landing point. Akainu adjusted his marine hat, looked up with a serious look, and saw hundreds of arms growing behind Bonnie, forming a pair of wings, and landing in the direction of Shishibukai Big Bear. Bonnie. How did she appear here? She went to find Big Bear. Akainu Vice Admiral, do you want to intercept this person? A Marine Vice Admiral shouted. Akainu thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, no need. Now concentrate your forces to attack Whitebeard with all your strength. We must take down Whitebeard's head as quickly as possible before we can get away to fight. No need to chase, kill the Whitebeard pirates with all your strength, don't let any of them go. Although Akainu didn't know what Xia Ya's purpose was, he didn't speak out to stop her. In the final analysis, he was a coward at this moment. He decided to prioritize killing Whitebeard. If he divided his forces to stop Bonnie, Xia Ya might be dragged into the battlefield. By then, there wouldn't be enough forces to suppress the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku had the same idea as Akainu. Attack, don't be distracted by trivial matters, attack with all your strength. But the next moment, Sengoku flashed to Akainu's side and whispered in his ear. Akainu, Whitebeard himself is a top-notch warrior, and ordinary people can't get close to him at all. Moreover, there are so many masters protecting him, it is difficult to take down his head. Find an opportunity to turn him against us. Whitebeard Pirates Great Whirlpool Spider Squad. That's right, that guy over there. Following Sengoku's gaze, Akainu saw Squad's broadsword swinging. Every time he slashed, several pirates were thrown to the ground. Blood dyed the square of Marineford red. The air was filled with a fishy smell. Before the Summit War, Sengoku investigated the entire Whitebeard pirates in order to deal with this long-planned retirement war. In fact, the Whitebeard pirates were built on the concept of family, the largest shelter in the entire New World. When the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad was young, the entire pirate group was destroyed by the Pirate King Roger, and then he was adopted by Whitebeard. It can be said that Squad's greatest resentment in his life is that Roger has died a long time ago, and there is no way to take revenge. The Great Whirlpool Spider Squad naturally hates Roger. When after Sengoku learned this, he immediately found the contradiction. As long as it is infinitely magnified, it can be used. Therefore, Sengoku has long regarded the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad as a backup plan. As Whitebeard's old rival, Sengoku knows the strength of this man very well. If he wants to confront Whitebeard head-on, I am afraid that no one in the world can do it, and the only one who can get close to Whitebeard is the Japanese version of the Most Beloved Sons. 1527. The Great Whirlpool Spider Squad is the best choice. You must know that the Whitebeard pirates are now saving Ace, and Ace, as Roger's blood, will make the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad have some grudges, but staying in the Whitebeard team will dilute it. If guided, psychologically hinting that Whitebeard has selfish motives, telling the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad that Whitebeard is willing to exchange the entire group for Ace's life. It is very likely that Whitebeard's reputation will be ruined in Squad, and even make him do extreme behavior. As long as this extreme behavior is done, no matter how effective it is, it will cause a gap between the members of the Whitebeard pirates. So, Marine takes advantage of the chaos to gain an advantage, and even the chance of taking Whitebeard's head will increase. Seeing that the battlefield is already very tense, Sengoku thinks it's time to start this rebellion plan. He immediately asked Akainu to go to the giant spider squad. After explaining to Akainu, Akainu immediately nodded with a grim smile, I know, today will be the end of Whitebeard. In the sky, blue flames are flying all over the sky, and a figure is flapping its blue flame wings. This kind of flame is low temperature and will only appear when injured. When the flame disappears, it means rebirth from the ashes. In a short time, Phoenix Marco took several shells. Marine Admiral Aokiji also attacked him at the same time, but the phoenix form quickly made him reborn. There is no trace of scars on the surface of his body. Marco's recovery ability is not infinite, and he still suffered different degrees of damage. It's just that this kind of damage is not superficial. Marine, is this all you can do? You are outnumbered, right? Marco immediately turned into a giant blue bird and joined the battlefield again. Bang 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 bang! Countless black shells fell like a meteor shower. Flower Sword Vista split several shells with two swords. Then he shouted to cheer for the members, Go! We must teach the pirates a lesson. You dare to attack our Whitebeard pirates, you must bear our anger. Let them see how powerful we are. Boom! Flower Sword Vista turned into a sword dance and returned dozens of shells to Marine. Countless pirates shouted and shouted, with great momentum. All the pirates jumped off the ship with weapons in hand and rushed towards Marine. Whitebeard saw his sons were so ambitious and immediately swung his fists to shatter the icebergs on both sides of Marineford, clattering. However, the next second, a long knife pierced through his chest. "Dad! Squard, what are you doing?" The people in Whitebeard's pirate group were shocked and looked sideways to worry about Whitebeard's condition. In just a moment of distraction, many pirates were killed by Marine. "What a stupid son!" Whitebeard stretched out a big hand and grabbed Squard, who could only close his eyes and wait for death, but was squatted down and hugged by Whitebeard. Chapter 122. Marine is really patient. High in the sky, on the deck of Heaven's Manufacture, Xia Ya watched Bonnie successfully reach Big Bear. At the same time, Marine did not send anyone to target him in the sky, and he felt bored immediately. Marine does not lack some long-range attack skills. Even Sengoku can cause some trouble to his Heaven's Manufacture as long as he lets Kizaru shoot a laser. JAA. Marine did nothing. Just let Heaven's Manufacture float above Marineford. It can be said that Marine is quite cowardly. However, seeing Whitebeard being stabbed by the filial son, the progress of death accelerated again. Xia Ya also became more expectant. He came to Summit War to summon Whitebeard in his prime. The first thing to do, is to let Whitebeard die. Since Marine dare not do anything to himself, he will naturally not take the initiative to help Whitebeard and delay Whitebeard's death. Carina came to sit next to Xia Ya. Before the Summit War, several Marine warships approached from a distance, but when they saw our docked Paradise Manufacturing, they ran away in shame. Unexpectedly, now even if we parked Paradise Manufacturing over Marineford, Marine still dared not take any action. Xia Ya smiled and rubbed Carina's long hair. Hancock's bounty increased, and he has been regarded as an enemy by Marine. He went to Amazon Lily to gather intelligence and wanted to take action against the Kingdom of Daughters. But Sengoku, the old fox, knows the disadvantages of multi-line operations, so he dare not take action now. Then when will we take action? Wait a little longer, just watch the show. As a fan of the original novel, Xia Ya knows Marine's behavior very well. 2 years after the Summit War, Marie Joyce abolished the system of 7 warlords of the sea, and those Shishibukai were deprived of their titles overnight, and at the same time faced attacks from Marine warships. It is typical that they will be eliminated after being used. FFFLX. When Hancock was re-rewarded, Xia Ya guessed that Marine was going to take action against Amazon Lily. Title. Because the Summit War was approaching, the old man Sengoku did not want to cause trouble, so he focused on the Whitebeard pirates, which brought a brief peace to Amazon Lily. And if Marine won the Summit War? Or if the Summit War was ineffective? Marine would kill a chicken to scare the monkeys in order to maintain his face. Xia Ya came here not only to make the peak Whitebeard his corpse mount. It was also to warn Marine and make Marine afraid of him forever. At the same time, Akainu, Aokiji, Sengoku. Xia Ya did not intend to let them go. These 3 were the executioners of the O'Hara incident. In order to take good care of Robin, Xia Ya had to eliminate them. Moreover, Marine had been looking for trouble with him, so he might as well take advantage of the Summit War to solve the problem. At this moment, Aokiji and Kizaru were attacking Marco, and Diamond Jaws was helping. Akainu took advantage of the fact that there was no one around Whitebeard. He went straight to Whitebeard, and immediately made the battlefield full of magma. This scene was recorded by Den Den Mushi and passed on to the whole world. In Sabayati Archipelago, countless civilians were shocked. Hey, what a terrible war, it's so intense. The 3 major naval headquarters actually attacked at the same time. The strongest man in the world is really terrible, he can still fight even after being stabbed through. I finally understand why those supernovas are so vulnerable. If we talk about the most powerful forces in the world, it has to be these monsters from the New World. The Whitebeard pirates have tens of thousands of people, and their fighting power is not worse than that of the naval headquarters. But Whitebeard has already lost. At the age of 70 or 80, they dared to break into the dragon's den and the tiger's lair. The Whitebeard pirates deserve it. I really hope Marine can control the new world. Countless people stared at the den mushy screen in shock. In order to remember this scene firmly in their hearts and make it a topic of conversation in the future. Although I didn't go to Marineford to witness such a magnificent war in person. But watching the live broadcast is also a personal experience. It's almost the same as being there. They are all witnessing history. At this time, the reporters were also staring at the surveillance screen, pressing the shutter button frantically. As long as the photos are taken, there will be countless explosive materials, and you can make a lot of money by writing them casually. Many residents of Sabayati archipelago have raised their fists and shouted frantically. Come on! Marine, annihilate the Whitebeard pirates! Don't just focus on the blood of the Pirate King on the execution platform, you must wipe out the entire Whitebeard pirates. No matter what the cost, you must wipe out the pirates completely. Marineford scene. Sengoku yelled at Kizaru. Kill one quickly. It's terrible. Kizaru twisted his mouth and said, Marshal, I'm really struggling, you can go and watch the video. Now Marine's face has been seriously damaged, and there is also pressure from Xia Ya in the sky. Even Kizaru, a habitual slacker, is working very hard at this moment. The ability of Shan sparkling fruit has been brought to ultimate on him. Although Kizaru's clothes are only slightly dirty, he is really trying to eliminate the pirates. Swish! Yo, Phoenix, you've revealed a flaw, good opportunity. Kizaru found an opportunity and immediately put handcuffs made of sea stone on Marco, and then fired several lasers at Marco, instantly piercing Marco's abdomen. And Aokiji also achieved new results. With a cold hug, he froze one of Diamond Jaw's arms. After all, the two were facing Marine, Zhao's, Admiral. The combat power is higher. Although Marine Admiral cannot crush the captains like Marco and Diamond Jaws instantly, as the battle progresses, Marine Admiral will slowly find the opponent's flaws and eventually break through the opponent's defense. There is no doubt. Aokiji and Kizaru hit the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, which immediately caused a sensation among the Marine soldiers. The momentum of the Marines soared. However, worse news came. In the battle against Whitebeard, Akainu, relying on the super burst of Logia lava fruit, punched through Whitebeard's chest with one punch, and instantly blasted a big black hole in the strong body. The flesh and blood of the wound on Whitebeard's chest were scorched by the magma at this moment. The whole abdomen seemed to be hanging with a waterfall of blood. At the same time, when attacking, Akainu was also attacked by Whitebeard's shock punch, and his face was full of paralyzing blood. Chapter 123. That guy Whitebeard finally lost to time. Sengoku stood straight, staring at the situation on the battlefield, with a smile on his lips. Now he is the Marine Marshal, he will not take action unless necessary. And there are so many talented people in the naval headquarters. If they don't let the young people shed their blood, do they want him, an old man, to take action? On the battlefield, Marine is in an advantageous position, and as a marshal, he has no reason to take action. If an old guy like me takes action, he will be hated by the young people in the headquarters. After the victory of this war, we have to reward people according to their merits. People like me who have reached the pinnacle of power cannot compete for credit, just watch from a distance. But in the next second, in front of Sengoku, Garp spit out a mouthful of blood and flew out. What? Garp! Sengoku's brows twitched, thinking that Xia Ya had suddenly attacked. Garp was Sengoku's comrade in arms for decades, and Sengoku knew his strength best. After seeing the people attacking Garp, Sengoku finally understood. A nimble monkey-like boy, with the help of the deputy commander of the Song army, who had eaten the scissors fruit and could see people with lightning, rushed directly towards the execution platform along the carpet-like stairs, and punched away the obstructing garp one by one in the process. Sengoku's brows twitched when he saw this. How could he not know? The Straw Hat Boy Luffy is Garp's grandson. And he is also Dragon's son. Sengoku suddenly had a headache. The monkey family never gave him peace of mind, the old Garp, the big dragon, the little Luffy. Each of these guys gave Marine a headache. Ignoring Garp, Sengoku's eyes swept across the battlefield again. Every battle figure flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Sengoku's mind was working rapidly. Now most of the Whitebeard pirates have entered the square of Marineford, and most of the pirate ships they took were burned by Akainu's popular volcano. Even if there are some that escaped, they can be easily frozen by Aokiji and bombed by Kizaru's laser. In other words, with the Whitebeard pirates landing on the land of Marineford, it means that these evil thieves have no way out. Their only way is to keep moving forward. Either defeat all Marines, or die here. And Sengoku dragged Ace to Marineford for execution in order to broadcast it live in front of the world and bring the image of naval headquarters to its peak. But Ace is not good enough for Sengoku, even if he has the identity of the son of Pirate King Roger. Killing Whitebeard, or even the entire Whitebeard pirates team, is the great achievement that Sengoku wants to show to the world. Any marine marshal who can wipe out a pirate group like Whitebeard deserves eternal praise. Now the war has reached this stage. For Sengoku, it has come to the end, and there is no need to drag it on. The value of Ace as bait has been exhausted. It is time to keep his head. Sengoku picked up the den mushi and put it to his mouth, and a deep and loud voice sounded. At this moment, he will completely put an end to Ace's name on the execution platform. Attention everyone! Execution! Officially begin! Buzz buzz buzz! Sengoku's voice was transmitted to the square through the speakers placed in various places in Marineford. At the same time, it was also transmitted to the ears of people all over the world by telephone signals. As soon as the voice fell, the Marines in Marineford Square were immediately excited. Because in the eyes of many people, as long as Ace was executed, the war would come to an end. What they didn't know was that after the execution of Ace, the war had just begun. Sengoku doesn't care about Ace's head. He wants the Whitebeard pirates to be wiped out. The Whitebeard pirates are staring at the kneeling man on the execution platform. At this time, Ace regretted it so much. If he hadn't been reckless, he wouldn't have created such a tragic environment for his father and the Whitebeard pirates. In the end, he had to go first. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Suddenly, Ace felt numb. And at this moment, a wave of Conqueror's haki swept over, Chig. The executioner who had raised his sword suddenly fainted on the execution platform. Sengoku quickly looked at the man who released Conquerors. It was Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Made in heaven. Carina looked at all this and said with interest, Conqueror's haki, it seems that there is an accident on the scene. No accident, anyway, Ace's death is coming soon. Xia Ya, who has seen Summit War, naturally knows what will happen next. A plot full of loopholes. Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and Sengoku is the Marine Marshal who has experienced the Great Era, and the master of Conqueror's haki. But such a person, the swordsman who arranged the execution of Ace, turned out to be a rookie that even Conquerors couldn't resist. What's more exaggerated is, Luffy's Conquerors has just awakened. They are almost powerless. But in this case, the swordsman on the execution platform was stunned. You can imagine how bad this configuration is. In theory, Marineford, which is full of talents, will not have this kind of situation. T/Z3. Xia Ya is no longer interested in watching it. He only wants to see the ending of Whitebeard's death. Is Ace saved? Looking at the flames that shot up into the sky, the Whitebeard pirates were all excited. They didn't expect that Ace was actually saved by his brother Luffy. At this time, Akainu didn't care about Ace's escape, because Aokiji was already trying to stop him, and Kunshin's first goal was to kill Whitebeard. Dark Hound. Dog bites Red Lotus. Akainu was like a mad dog at this moment, constantly releasing magma power to Whitebeard, and the air was full of a burnt smell. The elderly Whitebeard couldn't hold on any longer. He was already a sickly old man, with hidden injuries all over his body from years of fighting. He could only enjoy a moment of peace by hanging a bottle on weekdays. Now he came to Marineford tiredly, and he had never had a good rest. He was besieged by 3 admirals from the naval headquarters, and new diseases broke out. Whitebeard knelt on one knee, breathing heavily. Sweat covered his forehead. The hand holding Kusukame was shaking. But the good news is that Ace has been saved. Gulala, good job, Straw Hat Boy. It's just an accident today. Whitebeard knew his physical condition best, so he was ready to sacrifice himself and plan a retreat for his beloved sons. At this moment, Whitebeard stood up again, gathered strength in his fists, and launched a vibration punch with a bang. Zilla la la la. The harsh cracking sound seemed to tear the human body apart, and at this time, the ground of Marineford also bulged high, forming a huge bottomless gully, separating the main force of Marine and the main force of Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 124. On the other side, the escaped Ace and Luffy teamed up to show amazing destructive power. All the pirates along the way were beaten up by them. Broken fingers and debris were scattered all over the ground. Although Ace did not eat the devil fruit, he also mastered the power of using fire by chance through the adventure in the New World, which is a bit similar to Sanji's flame kick and Luffy's fire gun fist. Of course, he only used friction to make fire, or mobilized the fire elements that were already available around him. Now the Marineford battlefield is full of war, and the power of fire can naturally be used by Ace. At this time, Squard, who made a mistake before, drove the pirate ship and planned to die with Marine. There was no way, because he stabbed Whitebeard, which made the entire pirate group fall into such a passive situation. Squard drew out his long sword and gave orders. Little guys, charge! We have to kill all the Marines. Just leave your life here, kill them all. But at this time, Whitebeard suddenly appeared, and stopped the huge ship with one hand. His sons are still young and strong, and they have a wonderful sailing journey to go. Let the old man burn for his sons once. The last time. Then Whitebeard ordered everyone to retreat. In order to protect everyone. He will be here to cover everyone. Whitebeard's eyes flashed with tears, and his fist was raised above his head, and shock waves gathered on his huge fist. I am a remnant of the old era. In the new era, there is no ship that can carry me. The muscles on Whitebeard's arms bulged, and shock cracks tore open in the air, and the atmosphere was torn apart by the power of shock fruit again. Boom! This time, all the ice in Marineford harbor shattered, and the sea water surged up crazily, and the frozen ships of the Whitebeard pirates were also released at this moment and regained the ability to sail. Although the hull was damaged everywhere, most of the people in the Whitebeard pirates had died, and the remaining ships could only carry a few people. It was still possible to escape quickly. Let's go! Little ones! Whitebeard shouted. Dad! Although everyone was unwilling, under Whitebeard's order, everyone understood and chose to retreat. Suddenly, the pirates on Marineford Square rushed towards the pirate ship in the harbor. Let's go! Dad will cover us! We can't live up to Dad's sacrifice. In fact, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates knew that Whitebeard Newgate had been fighting for many years, and all functions of his body had entered the countdown. In the past few years, every day has been spent in health preservation. If it weren't for the medical care and the bottle to keep him alive, Whitebeard might have already died. In this summit war, Whitebeard was stabbed by a long knife, and a big hole was blasted in his chest by the bed dog. The scars on his body were so many that it was scary. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died. Facing the siege of 3 marine admirals, Whitebeard was even willing to use his injuries to protect his sons, the captains of his squads. It can be said that even if Whitebeard could successfully return to the New World, he would not live long. Therefore, the sons of the pirate group understood Whitebeard's intention. Only by surviving can they face Whitebeard, the old man. An ace used fire to create an isolated environment and slowly knelt down to Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at the figure, no need to say more. I'll ask you a question, Ace. Am I a competent father? Ace grabbed the ground with both hands, and blood came out of his fingertips. His tears were stained with the dust on the ground and became turbid. Of course. Ace said loudly. Whitebeard laughed, "Goo la la la. Let's go. My dear son." After that, all the pirates began to retreat to the rear. Ace Luffy Jinbei ran in the middle of the crowd. But at this moment, a red figure appeared beside the crowd, adjusted the marine hat and mocked, "Whitebeard is a loser of the last era. Compared with Roger, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. The era of Whitebeard is just a failed history." Hearing this, Ace immediately became angry, and flames burst out all over his body. Hey, 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 Ace, go. This is Dad's order. You can't go. That man is dangerous. Akainu is one of the strongest marines, and he can fight Whitebeard. The members of the Whitebeard pirates know how powerful he is. In order not to waste the time that Whitebeard's father has bought, some pirates have come to Ace and persuaded him not to act on impulse. No. Ace was so angry that he could not hear anything and yelled at Akainu, "This era is called Whitebeard." Boom. Fire gun fist. Dark Hound. Akainu smiled and used all his strength to attack Ace. When the fists collided, Akainu continued to taunt, "Whether it is Whitebeard or you who regard him as a father, you are all losers in the end. You only have a little fire power, not even 1/10 of the power of Logia Paramecia Fruit, and you want to show off in front of my lava fruit. Childish. Stupid. Ridiculous." Mana erupted on Akainu's arm, and the history of his whole body suddenly exploded. Ace was knocked away holding a burnt arm. There is no doubt that compared to the top marine admiral like Akainu, Ace is not worth mentioning. In order to return to the marine admiral, Akainu even has to look forward to Marine Marshal's future. The ruthlessness in his heart was completely released, and naturally he wanted to leave the heads of Whitebeard and Ace in Marine Ford. Ace was hot-tempered and simple-minded. This just happened to be what Akainu wanted. At this time, after knocking down Ace, Akainu turned into magma and flew after Luffy on the side. If Akainu didn't consider any consequences, who would he want to kill the most on this battlefield? There is no doubt. Garp, who was still under the execution platform, was the first one. Yes, Akainu was most worried about Garp. It was because Garp adopted the blood of the Pirate King that these things happened. As for Garp, who didn't realize his mistakes in the conference room, Akainu had long been fed up with him. If Garp hadn't had a very high prestige in naval headquarters, Akainu would have wanted to drag Garp to the execution platform and execute him. Max. That is, Garp also has a biological son, Monkey D. Dragon, who was once a marine, but later became Marine's biggest enemy, the Rebel Dragon. Akainu also had a feud with Dragon in his early years. At this moment in Marine Ford, Akainu learned that Luffy was Dragon's son. So, the second person Akainu wanted to kill was Luffy. Yes. For Akainu, killing Luffy was even more important than Ace. Akainu didn't know if he had a conflict with the monkey family, but he hated their actions to the extreme. The third one was naturally Ace. But now Ace had been knocked down, taking advantage of this gap. Akainu's feet burst out with magma, and flew directly towards Luffy. And Luffy was too exhausted to revolving heaven. Boom! A magma fist gushed out from Akainu's arm. At this moment, blood-red beads jumped chaotically on the ground of Marineford. Ah! Chapter 125. On the battlefield of Marineford, the sun god Luffy was about to be destroyed by magma. But Ace stood in front of Luffy. He was punched through the chest by Akainu, and the red beads hanging on his neck burst, scattered on the ground, jumped a few times and then stopped moving. At this time, Ace's life card gradually burned out. At this moment, Akainu did not intend to stop. He wanted to kill everyone in front of him one by one. Ace was like a dead dog in front of him. But facing the blood of the Pirate King, Akainu had no reason to let him breathe again. The finishing blow was blasted again with the magma fist. It was Jinbei on the side who suddenly appeared and risked his life to block this move. The magma exploded at the scene like fireworks. The hot magma left Jinbei's palms with scorch marks. Ace was already powerless to perceive what was happening behind him. He leaned weakly on Luffy's shoulder. At this moment, countless past events rang in his mind, including Dodon who raised him and his dead brother Sabo. My birth was a mistake, and I have one biggest regret. The one thing I can't let go of the most is that I can't see the moment when you realize your dream. 18. I believe you can definitely achieve it. Because you are my brother. Swish. At this moment, the waves of Marineford were surging, and time seemed to stop. Luffy and Ace seemed to have returned to their childhood, remembering that on the grass by the sea in Windmill Village, the two made a vow to sail together and become the freest people on the sea. The reality is that the waves are no longer in Windmill Village. It's the waves of Marineford, which are very turbulent. I no longer have the strength to let everyone hear what I say. You must tell everyone what I say next. Ace spat out blood, and his eyes began to dim. A bloody smell permeated from Ace's back. Luffy opened his eyes and obviously couldn't bear such a result. XX. And Luffy. Thank you very much. After saying that, Ace closed his eyes forever. Luffy lost his fighting spirit and cried to the sky. Hiss. Ace's death made everyone around him stunned instantly. Especially the members of the Whitebeard pirates. They never thought that Ace, who they had come to save with all their lives, died at the moment when he had already escaped. This is equivalent to saying, the Whitebeard pirates came and did nothing. There is no doubt that even if the members of the Whitebeard pirates will live forever in the shadows and under the saliva of the people of the world, the world's largest pirate group can't even save a prisoner, and they are still in full force. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid the whole ocean will laugh at the Whitebeard pirates. Tot. It's okay that Ace was not rescued, after all, the dust has settled. What's more terrifying is, the light of the old man Whitebeard Newgate is about to go out. Ounce and others died early on the battlefield, and Ace, who they wanted to save, is now completely dead. At this moment, a sense of powerlessness swept over the entire fragmented Whitebeard pirates. They no longer understand the meaning of coming to Marineford to provoke Marine. Exit. There is no point at all. Because even if such a remnant returns to the New World, it will still face the cannibalization of other four Emperors' teams. It can be said that Whitebeard was on the verge of extinction the moment it lost its captain, Whitebeard's father. The glory is gone. On the other side, Marine's fighting spirit immediately exploded because Ace was executed. Ace is dead. Hurry up and kill all the pirates. Yes, yes, yes. No one can escape. Kill them, make the Whitebeard pirates completely disappear from this world, and let them atone for their sins in hell. Akainu Vice Admiral. No, 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 it's Akainu Admiral. Akainu Admiral is so awesome. Ah. Well done. Akainu. I already know that the most powerful among Marines is the real power. You are the Marine hero of this era. Great. Whitebeard is at the end of his rope, Ace has been killed by Akainu, and the remaining pirates are in disarray. Marine is going to win. Kill them all. In addition to the crazy discussions among the people, reporters are also filming and recording. The typewriters in their hands are already emitting billowing black smoke. Big news! Big news! Ace, the son of the Pirate King, was successfully executed by Marine. The bloodline of Sin is completely cut off in this era. Marine has won a great victory. The flash of the camera flashed wildly in the square, and the reporters were excited to convey the news of Marine Ford to the world as quickly as possible. Rayleigh stood in the crowd in the distance, his face a little ugly. Shanks, you are slow this time. Roger's son died. Rayleigh as an elder was still very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Marine Ford had another accident. On the battlefield, the grief-stricken and indignant Whitebeard broke through the encirclement of Marine. He appeared directly behind Akainu. With a thunderous punch, he smashed down heavily. In an instant, Akainu's whole body twisted wildly like a piece of gummy candy, and was embedded in the ground in an unrecognizable form. Stones exploded at this moment, and the whole Marine Ford was shaken by Whitebeard's anger. However, although Akainu felt that his head was a little exploded, with his strong defense and firm will to get rid of Whitebeard, he instinctively turned into magma and stood up, and used Dark Hound again on Whitebeard's chest, aggravating Whitebeard's injuries. Boom boom boom. Ace's death, 3.3 deeply hurt Whitebeard. He had given up all his defenses and wanted to pour out all his most powerful output. The next second, Whitebeard cracked the earth. The ravine was bottomless. He was at the other end of the ravine, fighting the imposing Marine alone. In an instant, dozens of Marine vice-admirals rushed to the desperate Whitebeard with swords and knives, breaking his defense. Marine soldiers a little further away also gathered their courage at this moment and fired bullets at Whitebeard's huge body. Righto! At this time, the smoke in one direction of Marine Ford Square completely dissipated, and a man in red clothes and acting rather wildly appeared on the ground with a group of subordinates. Judging from their attire, several of them were impelled down prisoners with black and white stripes. Thief, ha 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 ha! The man who came was the Blackbeard pirates, and the opposite of Blackbeard was the Whitebeard who was like a candle in the wind. Chapter 126. On the heavenly manufacturing, Carina was still trying to gather information from below. Whitebeard is almost unable to hold on, and a new group of people have joined. Judging from their attire, they should be prisoners from Impel Down. Faced with Carina's reminder, Xia Ya put down his wine glass and smiled. It doesn't matter, let them toss for a while. Tidit. Since he has come to summit war, Xia Ya must achieve his goal and obtain the special mount of the world's strongest man. And the Six Paths Golden Coffin has the function of repairing. No matter what kind of damage Whitebeard suffered during his lifetime, it can be instantly repaired in the Six Paths Golden Coffin, and it is still the peak strength of his lifetime. FFLY. The arrival of Blackbeard only speeds up the process of Xia Ya's harvest, and has no effect on the result. Since we have been waiting for so long, just give Marine a last chance to breathe and wait for the real strongest to appear. I am afraid it will shock the whole world. Teach. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and punched Akainu into the ground. Then, looking at Blackbeard Teach walking in the distance, Whitebeard's face was full of anger. Before that incident, Teach was also a filial son that Whitebeard had raised for decades. But he hurt his companions and captured Ace and sent him to Marine. Now, after Ace's death, Teach appeared again on the square of Marine Ford, and even wanted to face him. Even Whitebeard couldn't bear his emotions at this moment, and anger completely filled his heart. If it weren't for Teach, the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't be facing the situation today. Even one day, his own sons would give him a good funeral. But now, everything is ruined. Whitebeard raised one arm and showed his signature move. His huge wrist with blue veins bulging and trembling, immediately gathered a ball of light. A shockwave shot out towards Blackbeard Teach in front. Boom! The huge white ball of light, wrapped in the power of shock fruit, was like a rolling snowball, rolling bigger and bigger, sweeping over. The ground along the path of the light ball was cracked and exploded. The entire ground was overturned at this moment. The huge rocks were shattered and thrown away. The marine soldiers on it vomited blood and flew in all directions. AK. Looking at the powerful energy wave, Fan Oka warned. Haha, that man is Whitebeard, of course you have to be careful, no. As a crew member who boarded the Moby DK early on, and experienced the 3-day and 3-night battle between Roger and Whitebeard, Teach naturally knew how powerful Whitebeard was at his peak, and also knew the super destructive power behind the shock fruit. But at the same time, he also knew the weakness of Whitebeard's shock fruit. The destructive power is huge, but the speed is too slow. As long as you don't get close, it's actually very easy to dodge. So, Blackbeard dared to appear far away with a group of subordinates. The purpose is to give himself a margin of error. At the same time, observe whether Whitebeard is really at the end of his rope. 1889. Now is the best time. Dark A Cup Ointment Road. Teach jumped away immediately. After getting away from the shock wave this time, his palm turned into dark quicksand and slapped the ground. The dark tide surged wildly, sweeping in all directions, and the place where Whitebeard stood was also covered by darkness. In an instant, the entire ground was dark. If you step on the darkness, you can feel the ground sinking. At this moment, Blackbeard's power surged, and a black tornado attacked Whitebeard. Whitebeard immediately used Shockwave Fist to defend. But Blackbeard was not afraid of the Shockwave Fist at all, and immediately used Dark Water. Black Palm. Black Spiral. Covered on the white ball of shock fruit. The two devil fruit powers collided at this moment. Bet. The shock force was dissolved without a trace by the special ability of dark fruit. A with circumflex AAA. Dad. Look. Isn't this ability great? All given to Laozi by Thatch. After hearing what Teach said, Whitebeard became even more angry. Killing a companion for a fruit, this kind of villain should be completely eliminated. Maybe when the villain gains power, he will turn around and deal with his sons. Thief, ha ha ha. Don't be in a hurry, let the blood flow for a while. Dad. Teach took advantage of Whitebeard's surprise and hit Whitebeard's big chin with a dark punch, directly knocking Whitebeard's huge body back a few steps. Teach smiled grimly, Dad, don't you understand yet? What? My power. It's useless. You are so ugly when you are at the end of your rope, Dad. Blackbeard used dark water to consume the power of shock fruit on Whitebeard. At the same time, he opened his mouth and taunted, You are old. Dad. This time, Blackbeard came here to obtain the power of shock fruit. Having experienced the peak period of Whitebeard, he deeply knows the horror of shock fruit, and Teach feels from the bottom of his heart that he is not suitable to fight Whitebeard. But the difficulty is that Whitebeard is not dead yet. He can only solve it by hand. At the same time, Blackbeard was also planning, hoping to stand on the top of the world by stepping on Whitebeard's corpse. That's right. Although Whitebeard was a sick old man, and he was indeed at the end of his life, Whitebeard's head held the title of the strongest man in the world. If he could take Whitebeard's head, he would be the one who killed the strongest man in the world, and he would gain endless fame. As long as such a person gave an order, countless followers would follow him. Blackbeard realized this. At the moment of Whitebeard's death, he decisively chose to attack and led his team to kill Whitebeard to pick up this head. Thief, ha ha ha. Faced with Teach's ridicule, Whitebeard did not stop attacking and continued to attack with shock punches. However, just as Kanjayun was cutting down 777, Whitebeard decisively turned the big knife in his hand and chopped Teach 10 times. Sizzle. Blood gushed out crazily. A deep wound appeared on Teach's body that could be seen to the bone. The next moment, before Teach could even scream in pain, Whitebeard's big foot had already stepped on Blackbeard's palm, and the other side was controlled by Kurogiri. Then, Whitebeard's big hand grabbed Teach's neck. Boom boom boom. Endless shock force exploded on Teach's head. Dust and smoke floated 100 meters into the sky. After kicking Teach away, Whitebeard's skin turned red and emitted terrible steam. The huge body, like a demon, walked towards Teach step by step. And, Whitebeard, with his blood burning wildly, raised his fist again. The pressure came, and Teach couldn't move. You monster! You're going to die, can't you die quietly? I'm your dear son. Don't do this! In a panic, Teach picked up the musket and shot at Whitebeard. And Whitebeard also reached his limit. The attack stopped at this moment. Kill him, all of you! Instantly, the members of the Blackbeard pirates rushed towards the immobile Whitebeard, using all their methods. The cruel scene completely broke out. The attack did not stop until the Blackbeard pirates used all their methods. The gun smoke lasted for 3 minutes before it completely dissipated. Chapter 127. I heard you're going to die, Roger. Yeah, there's not much time left. Do you want me to tell you how to get to Raftel, Whitebeard? Even if I know, I won't go because I'm not interested. Gilagiloi, do you know what the Marie Joyce guys call me recently? GOL Roger, my name is GOLD Roger, hahaha. Sometimes I do meet people with a D in their names. Gilagilu. I also have a person called Teach there. What does D mean? Do you want to know? Well, then I'll tell you, it was a long time ago. Whitebeard's cells have all been exhausted of their potential, and he is completely exhausted. Coupled with the Blackbeard pirate's full attack, his body has lost the ability to move. Only a trace of his mind is still hanging on, which reminds him of the scene of drinking with Roger under the sakura tree more than 20 years ago. And the inner part of his conversation with Roger during that meeting was the will of Raftel and D. Coincidentally, among Whitebeard's former sons, there was a Teach named with D, and later there was Ace. Therefore, Whitebeard also took special care of the two at the beginning, but Blackbeard Teach's character was more tolerant, and he was always reserved in his attitude towards people and things. Whitebeard gradually stopped thinking about D, and with the appearance of Ace, he changed his mind again. Therefore, Whitebeard focused on training Ace. But now Ace is dead, and Teach appears again as a hero. Take another look at Blackbeard Teach in front of him. Whitebeard stood on the edge of the cliff, disdainful emotions gushing out of his heart, and he said expressionlessly, "The man Roger is waiting for is at least not you, Teach." Blackbeard was still half paralyzed on the ground, looking at Whitebeard in shock. He had no idea that Whitebeard was going to blame him, and what else he wanted to say. After calming down, Blackbeard opened his hands and shouted, "Dad, say your last words and die quickly. Your time has passed, don't linger in this world anymore." Blackbeard was completely relieved when he saw that Whitebeard had lost his ability to move. Die quickly. Ended by Laozi himself. Whitebeard no longer looked at Teach, and said to himself, just like there are people who can inherit Roger's will, there will be people who will inherit Ace's will one day. Even if their blood is cut off, their flames will not be extinguished, just like this breeding has been continuously inherited from the distant past, and one day in the future, there will be people who can carry hundreds of years of history and challenge this world. You Marie Joys are afraid that one day there will be a huge battle that will involve the whole world. Although I have no interest, when that treasure is discovered by someone, the world will be overturned, and someone will find it. That day will eventually come, gurgle la la la. Whitebeard's eyes were fixed on Sengoku in the distance. It seemed that everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Because in a few seconds, the world would have nothing to do with him. And Sengoku's forehead was already sweating, and his expression was very ugly. What a Whitebeard! He is indeed a lifelong enemy. This man is about to die, and he wants to go crazy one last time? Don't delay my glorious retirement. This BD. Sengoku felt a bad feeling in his heart. However, the next second, it was just as Sengoku expected. Whitebeard held the naginata in one hand and took a deep breath of his last breath. His whole body began to tremble, and then Whitebeard shouted angrily towards the sky. One Piece, it is real. Whitebeard's last words resounded throughout the sky above Marineford. It kept echoing. The deep voice was like ripples, constantly rippling across the battlefield. Sengoku was sweating profusely, staring at the lost Whitebeard, and he felt a headache. Although Whitebeard was dead, Ace was also dead. The guaranteed victory of this battle of naval headquarters has been established. This is a great victory. It will be praised forever. However, as Whitebeard shouted, One Piece is real, it also means that the sea will be in chaos in the future. It undoubtedly boosted the pirates' arrogance, and on the contrary, this sentence also hit Marine. This point. Sengoku couldn't help but think of Roger's last words before his death. It made countless people run to the sea. And the effect of Whitebeard. It is even more impressive than Roger's last words. Because the times have changed, if Roger is a pioneer, then Whitebeard is a promoter, which makes One Piece more real. Sengoku painstakingly created a stage to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. The best performer is not Marine, but Whitebeard, the legendary pirate. You really deserve to die. Shut up forever. Whitebeard. Sengoku roared. Akainu crawled out of the ground with a dark face. When he heard Whitebeard say this, his face was also very ugly. He was severely injured by Whitebeard. If it weren't for his strong willpower and physique, Akainu wanted to lie in the hospital for a few months immediately. The conditions do not allow it. Akainu must take back everything that belongs to him on this battlefield. This guy, in such an occasion, said such a thing that goes against justice. Did the son of the dragon run away? Where to run? You have nowhere to escape. Blackbeard teach, you dare to release the criminals from the 6th floor of Impel Down, damn it. Akainu was angry with blood all over his face, and magma kept coming out of his arms. A burst of golden light gathered, and Kizaru's figure appeared on the ground of Marineford Square. He patted his clothes, and a faint voice came from his mouth, Ace is dead, Whitebeard is dead, it was originally a great victory, and now Blackbeard has appeared. Things are really troublesome. Aokiji wore a mask, and the frost retreated from his arms. He said in a deep voice, not only Blackbeard, Xia Ya's ship is also descending. Is that man finally going to expose Marineford's purpose? That guy is far more difficult than the Whitebeard pirates. We can't let it go. The surrounding Marines were stunned. Whitebeard's last words echoed in his ears. It's bad. Whitebeard actually said that kind of words. Wouldn't the sea be more chaotic and the pirates more rampant? Horror. The power of this sentence is hard for us seamen to bear. At the same time, Sengoku realized that something was wrong and decisively gave an order to his assistant, go, cut off the Den Mushi signal between Marineford and the world. Don't tell the world what happens next. For Sengoku, Marine's achievements have been established with the death of Ace and Whitebeard, and any accidents that occur later will damage Marine's reputation. After all, Marine also suffered a lot of casualties. If it is exposed, the victory will not be pure. In addition, Blackbeard and Xia Ya are present, and it is hard to say what accidents will happen later. In addition, Marine has never been kind. Everyone's merits are obtained by killing pirates, which means that what follows is a real massacre. None of the tens of thousands of people in the Whitebeard pirates can escape. This is the cruel picture that Sengoku does not want to convey to the world. Sengoku really needs Marineford to bleed into a river, no matter what the cost. And in this case, if the live broadcast is exposed, it will be a thankless task. Sengoku. Martial Sengoku, the live Den Mushi has been mastered by the pirates. It was the pirate named Buggy who stole the live Den Mushi. What? Sengoku looked around and shouted angrily, Buggy? Where is Buggy? At the same time, Sabayati Archipelago. As Whitebeard spoke his last words, the whole place immediately fell into chaos. The pirates lurking in the crowd were immediately encouraged and shouted wildly. The great secret treasure is real. Great! More than 20 years have passed since Roger said the existence of the great secret treasure. During this long period of time, countless people have rushed into the new world, but the location of the great secret treasure has not been found. But Whitebeard has now confirmed the news. New World is the big stage of the future. Well said, Whitebeard. Sengoku, that old man, was completely panicked. This shot was so wonderful, Sengoku, go to hell. But, is the strongest man in the world really dead? Everyone couldn't believe that the strongest man in the world actually died in battle. Rayleigh sat on a high platform in the distance, looking at the standing figure on the screen with moist eyes. Whitebeard, you also left people. The man who was once on par with the pirate group Roger on this sea. The people around were all shocked. They didn't expect that the people who were talking and laughing with them before were actually a group of pirates. And as Whitebeard's last words were spoken, all the pirates in Sabayati Island were exposed. The number was also quite terrifying. The people were almost surrounded by water. Is the war completely over? Whitebeard is dead, it must be over. Wait, those guys are taking action, what are they going to do? And at the moment when everyone in the world was worried, Blackbeard's men picked up a huge black cloth, jumped up collectively, and then covered Whitebeard's body. And Blackbeard also pulled up the corner of the black cloth. Blackbeard raised his arm, turned his head and looked at the Den Mushi who was taking pictures in the distance, and said arrogantly, "Thief, ha 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 ha. Next, it's the best show in the world. All this is brought by Lao Zi. Thief, ha 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 ha." However, just when Blackbeard was about to get into the black curtain and take away Whitebeard's shock power, the sudden chill instantly attacked Blackbeard's body, and the icy feeling made Blackbeard completely paralyzed. When Blackbeard's eyes gradually adapted to the dark environment, only then did he slowly see everything clearly. Blackbeard was completely confused. Chapter 128. In the distance, Marco and others gritted their teeth, stared at Blackbeard in the distance with hatred and wiped away tears. They hated their own incompetence at this moment. If they were stronger, they would not let their father Whitebeard be isolated and helpless. At this time, on the other side of the ravine, Whitebeard's body was still standing, but everyone knew that the strongest man in the world was dead, but everyone in the pirate group was powerless to take back Whitebeard's body. Even Whitebeard's body was covered with a layer of black curtain by Teach. I don't know what Teach is going to do in there. Is Teach humiliating Whitebeard's father? But there is no doubt that the feeling of powerlessness is like an endless black cloud hanging over the heads of all the Whitebeard pirates. Isis. What on earth is Teach going to do to my dad? Teach, that BD. I will kill him sooner or later. With the death of Captain Whitebeard, all the members of the pirate group lost their temper and no longer had the will to fight. Even when facing Teach, the enemy of the entire pirate group, they seemed so pale and powerless. They could only hug each other and cry wildly, pointing at the distance and cursing helplessly and furiously. On the other side, Marines such as Sengoku and Akainu were also surprised by Blackbeard's actions. The best show in the world? Blackbeard had previously offered to join the 7 warlords of the sea, but refused to accept the call of the naval headquarters at a critical moment. Unexpectedly, he went to impel down and released the criminals on the 6th floor. Even the deputy warden Shiryu was pulled into the team by Kurito. Formed the current Blackbeard pirates. Why did 240 of them come to Marineford? Is it just to pick up Whitebeard's head? What's the point of this false name? After all, anyone with a little bit of brains will know that Whitebeard died at the hands of the strongest fighter of naval headquarters. Sengoku and others were surprised. At this time, When Blackbeard entered the black curtain covering Whitebeard's body, a thunderclap sounded in Marineford Square. Then a figure gathered. The person who came was Xia Ya. Is this guy going to take action? Akainu and Aokiji Kizaru looked at each other. At the moment Xia Ya appeared, the high-level core of naval headquarters required more than just destroying the Whitebeard pirates. The three marine admirals also wanted to eliminate the threat of Xia Ya through the advantages of home court and joint strength. And now on the field, the only person that March Marine Admiral wanted to kill was Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Now, there is another Xia Ya. Xia Ya couldn't help but smile when she saw the three strongest marines. Today, he will settle with Akainu and others. Xia Ya is a man who holds grudges. Marine has been looking for trouble with him for years, so he will naturally find a chance to get back at the world. Sengoku, Akainu, and Aokiji are the executioners of O'Hara Buster Call. From Robin's perspective, Xia Ya will not let these people go. As for letting Aokiji go before, it was because Robin owed Aokiji a life. It was clear as early as when he was in Alabasta. Now, Aokiji's life depends entirely on Xia Ya's mood, whether to take it or not. At this moment, in the dark curtain covering Whitebeard's body, Teach grabbed Whitebeard's sturdy arm and was thinking about taking the ability of Paramecia Shock Fruit into his pocket, but when he looked up and saw Whitebeard's huge body, he also found that Whitebeard's eyes were filled with a hint of golden light, and he was looking down at himself. "Dad, why don't you just die cleanly? You're still so creepy even when you're dead. You're worthy of being you, Dad. Ha 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 ha. Your ability will be brought to great heights in Lao Zi's hands. Go with peace of mind. Don't die with regrets." Just as Teach was complaining, Whitebeard suddenly let out a deep laugh. Gulalalala. The sound exploded in Teach's head, instantly making his scalp numb and his hair stand on end. Impossible. "Old man, why aren't you dead yet?" However, the next second, a huge hand of the sun directly grabbed Key neck. Teach was lifted up in the dark. Gulalalala. At this moment, Whitebeard's deep laughter can cause vibrations in the surrounding area. Boom boom. Teach got on board early and had personally experienced Whitebeard's peak period in Newgate, so he knew that after the shock fruit awakened, any emotional fluctuations could cause earthquakes. At that time, Whitebeard was a peak monster whose laughter could cause earthquakes. The people in the Beard Pirates were restless. Blackbeard himself never needed to sleep, so Whitebeard's snoring accompanied him all year round. And now the momentum bursting out of Whitebeard. Teach clearly felt. It was back to the peak. Is this a last gasp? Zi. Whitebeard pinched Teach's palm, and suddenly a ball of white light emerged, illuminating the entire black curtain. At this time, Teach discovered that the half of Whitebeard's head that was blown off by Akainu had inexplicably recovered. The several large holes in his chest were filled with golden light, and all the scars on his body disappeared. The pair of golden pupils, like a devil from hell, were staring at him intently. Teach sighs. "Dad. Dad. I'm Teach. Have mercy. Stop. Do you want to strangle your son's neck?" Teach's neck was about to be broken by Whitebeard, and the shock wave had already come out from Whitebeard's palm, shaking every cell of Teach. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. The strong desire to survive made him immediately use the power of dark fruit. His hands covered the white ball, trying to defend against Whitebeard's attack. However, just as Key hands covered darkness, 4 arms grew out of his back at some point. Crack! Teach's arms were instantly broken by a violent force and fell down. ATT. It was not until this time that Li Qi realized that someone was causing trouble. "Dad, you are dead, right?" Whitebeard was indeed dead, and the reason he could move was because he was controlled by someone. The person who could do this? Only the 5th Emperor of Grand Line, Xia Ya. Paramecia, the user of the Devil Fruit. In fact, Teach also knew this famous figure on the sea, and he also knew the devil fruit that Xia Ya ate. He had memorized the devil fruit illustrations and knew it well. It was obviously necessary to ride on it to activate the ability. But the reality is that Xia Ya can replace the main body by letting the flower fruit grow hundreds of flowers on Whitebeard's body. When the Blackbeard pirates covered Whitebeard with a black cloth, Whitebeard had become Xia Ya's special mount. The damaged body was completely repaired with the heavenly path in the 6 paths golden coffin. In other words, Whitebeard is still a 72-year-old man except for his appearance. His physical functions have returned to their peak. FG. Teach's 2 arms were broken, and his neck was twisted and torn by the shock fruit launched by Whitebeard. He could no longer endure the double pain brought by the side effect of the dark fruit, and wailed miserably in the dark. 104. The members of the Blackbeard pirates tilted their heads and looked at the dark screen. There was a person struggling madly inside. Giza's Badges was immediately confused. How could it be? What's going on? Sniper Van Oka adjusted his glasses. It's the captain's voice, the captain. Why is he screaming? Poison Q said sickly, it's like he's suffering from heart-wrenching pain, the pain level is level 10. The captain won't encounter any accidents, right? Rain Shiryu held a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, put the thunderstorm into the scabbard, and stared at the front. Hey, you say. There won't be any accidents, right? Then this team will be disbanded. Devil Sheriff Lafayette's fingers twitched. It's so strange, isn't Whitebeard a dead man? Now we are surrounded on all sides, no one will go in to interfere with the captain's seizure of the shock fruit. Why is there trouble? San Juan Hungry Wolf was stunned. What a miserable voice. Just when everyone was confused, the whole black curtain burned up and turned into ashes and dissipated in the air, and then, Whitebeard took Kusuga Wakari and bathed in the flames that were more than 10 meters high. Blackbeard Teach, who was charred and lifeless, was also thrown out of the flames. Captain! Wait! Whitebeard! Flames? Why is that man still alive? There's a person standing on his shoulder. It's Xia Ya. At this moment, everyone in Marineford Square felt their breath stagnate. When the flames completely dissipated, Xia appeared in front of everyone with Whitebeard in his prime. Chapter 129. Looking at the intact Whitebeard, he stood on the battlefield again with the aura of the strongest man. Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru in the distance could not help sweating on their foreheads. Originally, Xia Ya's zombie mount had already troubled them, and they thought that only strange corpses like zombies could be ridden, but they never expected that Whitebeard was still fresh and had not undergone any transformation, but could actually be ridden by Xia Ya. This terrifying riding ability is simply incredible. Sengoku and others were immediately numb. It's troublesome, I didn't expect that Xia Ya came here for Whitebeard's corpse. On the execution platform, Garp had no time to mourn for Ace, and his emotions were completely occupied by Whitebeard in front of him. Because at this moment, Whitebeard's laughter could shake the entire Marineford Island. In other words, it was the peak state. Hey, Crane! Is this true? Whitebeard is really back to his peak. Crane naturally understood what Garp meant, staring at Xia Ya standing on Whitebeard's shoulder in front of him. I can only say that Xia Ya's riding ability is beyond our imagination. Not only can he ride any dead body, but he can also restore the dead's strength to the peak state. I'm afraid that what Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru faced was the peak dragon-slaying warrior, the peak of the country of Luck Ounce. It's really terrible. Impeccable. Crane's tone was firm, making Garp's face very ugly. After all, Garp was once a powerful existence on the sea. In his long marine career, he had fought with Roger at his peak many times, and Roger's evaluation of Whitebeard was equal to him. In comparison, even when he was at his peak, he couldn't take down such a strong man. And now as time goes by, everyone is old. Garp's fighting power is not as good as before, and he is no longer the marine hero. But in this situation, the peak Whitebeard appeared again. 1389. That guy, why is it like this? But thinking of this, Garp suddenly looked at Whitebeard, who was laughing, and asked, Tsuru, do you think Whitebeard is dead now? If. Enough. Garp. You must know that Whitebeard Newgate and Shimotsuki Ryoma, Demon Ounce, are all the same dead bodies. They are the walking dead in the real sense. Give up your unrealistic fantasy and face the reality. Marineford is very dangerous now, everyone must stand up and fight. Tsuru certainly knew what Garp meant, because at this moment Garp's eyes were looking at Luffy, who collapsed in the distance, and Ace, who was lying dead on the ground. Do you really think that you can be resurrected by being ridden by a rider? Besides, Naval Headquarters' current opponent is Xia Ya, a super enemy who is not afraid of marine. Tsuru looked up at the heaven manufacturing in the sky, and had already made up his mind about Captain Xia Ya. Even when the world's strongest man Whitebeard came to Marineford, he also took tens of thousands of people from the entire pirate group with him, which was enough to show that Whitebeard was under great pressure when facing naval headquarters. Moreover, after being rescued by Ace, Whitebeard even sacrificed himself to cover the rear, and immediately issued an order to retreat. But Xia Ya, he came to Marineford leisurely with a team of more than 10 people, and even his crew members showed up. At this moment, he is still in the process of birth. And Xia Ya appeared in front of Marine, riding the peak Whitebeard as a mount, intending to fight Marine. That momentum is much crazier than the Whitebeard pirates. Xia Ya is really the biggest enemy of naval headquarters. Facing the size of Crane, Garp's eyes became serious, and he also knew that he had some whimsical ideas just now. Crane, then fight. This is Marineford, not a place where pirates can be arrogant. After saying this, Garp looked at Ace's body again. Choose to return to Sengoku to face Xia Ya's attack. On the other side. Captain, both arms are broken. Fortunately, I can release the virus to force the bone. It hurts, please bear it. Directly opposite Whitebeard Newgate, Blackbeard Teach sat limply on the ground. Poison Q was setting his bones. At the same time, the ability of Dark Fruit was also helping Teach absorb the damage of the flames. Teach wanted to twist his neck, and immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. Aam. How could this happen? Am I making wedding clothes for others? Damn it! Teach never thought that Xia Ya would take Whitebeard as a mount before him, and Xia Ya seemed to know the weakness of his Dark Fruit ability, and decisively used the ability of Flower Fruit to break his 2 arms. What's more exaggerated is that even the peak Whitebeard was created by Xia Ya. Hey, Teach, we failed. I don't think this team needs to continue to exist. I think we should disband after the retreat. Yuji Shiryu said with a cigar in his mouth, a little disappointed. Now that shock fruit cannot be seized, your plan has failed. This trip to Marineford, whether it is Marine or us who appeared at the end, will become stepping stones for Xia Ya. What a short and boring trip. Teach endured the pain and looked at Yuji Shiryu. Naturally, he didn't want the team he had pulled together with great difficulty to disband. 013612028224230300. Teach said with pain, Hey, don't say that. Xia Ya intervened in advance and didn't get the shock fruit. This was an accident. There is never a lack of opportunities on the sea. We can go to Beehive Island to find Akoku, or even go to Wano Kuni to find Kaido. One day, I will find a more powerful devil fruit and configure the most powerful devil fruit for you. Oh! I swear on the dark fruit, this is all true. Xia Ya's appearance was just an accident. Poison Q pulled Blackbeard's arm sickly and said in a hoarse voice, Captain, you are a little sick. But with the dark fruit absorbing damage, I placed a repair virus in your body, and it can still be as good as before. And I have nowhere to go anyway, so I am willing to stay with Captain Blackbeard. As the first crew member to board the ship, Giza's Beijis naturally disdained the words of Rain Shiryu. He said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, hey, hey, this is completely an accident. If Xia Ya hadn't participated, we would have succeeded. We finally came here, we must get something anyway." Having said that, Beijis looked at the three marine admirals in the distance, and the Phoenix Marco in the distance. For these people with abilities, their devil fruit is not inferior to shock fruit at all. In other words, if there is another death, it can also be an opportunity for the Blackbeard pirates. Beijis, you are right. Summit war is our chance. Thief, ha 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 ha. Although Blackbeard was in pain all over, the fatal damage had been absorbed by the dark fruit. He immediately stood up tremblingly, and his momentum was not reduced at all, as if he didn't care about the previous damage at all. "Hey, Xia Ya, how about we cooperate? Look at my companions, each of them is a good hand at impel down the 6th floor prison." Blackbeard is a man of courage. Although he was abused by Xia Ya in the dark before, and even almost lost his life, he knows that if he doesn't hold back, he will not get any of the remaining benefits in Marine Ford. Now Marine is staring at him with a covetous eye, and hates him to the bone. It's no use trying to take shortcuts. But if he can reach an agreement with Xia Ya, maybe he can get one of the devil fruits, then it will become his capital for his rise. At least it won't be a wasted trip to Marine Ford. Xia Ya has always looked down on villains like Blackbeard, and he can get whatever he wants by himself, so there is no need for others to participate. Blackbeard doesn't even have the qualifications to participate, but Xia Ya wants to take his dark fruit. RTU. His current mission is to target Marine. Gulala. Under Xia Ya's control, Whitebeard tightly grasped the Naginata Kusuga Wakari in his hand and looked at Sengoku Yuanshi Ding Ai. Sengoku is the brain of the Marines who have caused trouble for him repeatedly. He is involved in all the decisions. Therefore, Xia Ya naturally cannot let him go. The world will continue to function without anyone. The death of Sengoku is not a big deal. Chapter 130. Whitebeard's eyes glowed with gold, holding Kusugawa Kaire in one hand. Xia Ya on his shoulder looked at Sengoku and said, "Sengoku, it's time to settle the score between us." As Whitebeard approached step by step, a strong sense of oppression came over him. Sengoku's brows twitched, and a drop of cold sweat fell. This was not because Sengoku was afraid of Whitebeard, but because Xia Ya directly named him. It also confirmed from the side that Xia Ya came to trouble Marine this time. He has always been the one who is not easy to mess with. Xia Ya smiled and calculated with interest, "Let me count, from Smoker in East Blue Log Town, to Aokiji in Alabasta, to Akainu and Kizaru in Sabayati Archipelago, you Marines have caused me a lot of trouble. In this case, I took the initiative to come here today. Don't run away with your tail between your legs. Sengoku. Also, I carry a phone with me. Everything that happened in Marine Ford will eventually be reported to the whole world. If you want to protect Marine's face, you should be careful with your words. Don't say the wrong thing, otherwise it will affect your image of justice in Marine." Hearing Xia Ya's hidden meaning, Sengoku gritted his teeth. And Xia Ya's words were very clear. This time he came here to completely discredit Marine. This guy wanted to make Marine completely lose face in front of everyone in the world. And according to Xia Ya's expression, it can be clearly felt that he is absolutely serious. A vengeful and reckless man like Xia Ya, Sengoku had to admit that this was the first time he had seen it in his life. 280 You know, this is Marine Ford. The most dangerous place in the world for pirates. Sengoku's justice cloak fluttered behind him, and he said in a deep voice, he. This is the naval headquarters, not a place where you pirates can run wild. We can kill Whitebeard once, and we can have a second time, but you, appearing here means death here. You can try. But... Xia Ya smiled, his eyes fixed on Aokiji, it seems that you have not grown up according to the justice I asked, Kyuzu. Kyuzan was confused. He originally thought that Xia Ya's words in Alabasta were just a mockery of him. It had been 2 years since the incident, and he should have forgotten it long ago. What was the point of bringing it up now? According to Xia Ya's understanding of justice growth. Although Aokiji had been confused and considered what Xia Ya meant by her words. But later he thought it was funny. As a Marine Admiral, when has your justice been decided by others? You can't completely deny yourself just because you failed once. Moreover, the current situation is very different from before. Now it is in the ironclad Marine Ford, a gathering place for Marine elites, not a place like Alabasta where he is isolated and helpless, so Aokiji's face immediately showed a trace of coldness. Xia Ya, my leg, is still aching. Take revenge. Xia Ya. Let's make a break today. Very good. Xia Ya clapped her hands. When O'Hara was studying history, Marie Joyce ordered him to use Buster Call to wipe out the entire island, but you left Robin alive. However, everything is clear in Alabasta. If you were like a turtle, I might let you go. Since you appear in front of me again, let's fight to the death. Today, I will kill you first. Kyuzan, the justice I want is very simple, that is, to make you run away for the rest of your life. And Sengoku, Akainu, you were also participants in the O'Hara Buster Call incident. The executioner's hands are stained with the blood of scholars. You should also be prepared to die. Sengoku, don't think about retiring gloriously, you are destined to be disgraced here today. And Akainu, don't think about becoming the Marine Marshal, I am here, you can't control it at all. From today on, the death of the 3 of you will enter the countdown. Xia Ya's words chilled the hearts of the Marines. Especially Sengoku. He has read from the lines that Xia Ya absolutely knows the truth. The terrible thing is, these truths cannot be exposed to the world. Otherwise, the justice that Marine insists on will be questioned by people all over the world. Akainu's arms were flowing with exploding magma, and he shouted at Xia Ya, who are you? Where do you think you are? You dare to confuse people in Marine Ford. You damn pirates should be completely eliminated from this world. Whitebeard is like this, and you are like this too. Kizaru's eyes burst into golden flashes, how terrible. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant pirate. What makes you have the illusion that you can speak so arrogantly in Marine Ford? Aokiji has put on ice gloves and is ready to fight Xia Ya to the death. However, Garp on the side clenched his fist, and black thunder gushed out from his fingers. He has already lost a grandson in the Summit War because of his position. Endless anger has nowhere to be released. Now Xia Ya's appearance makes Garp disgusted. Although he also thinks that Naval Headquarters, as a subsidiary of Marie Joyce, has many contradictions and unreasonableness, compared to pirates, Marine is at least doing righteous things, and pirates are hopeless. Immediately, Garp said angrily, "Little pirate, you are so rampant. This is the Marine Ford that I protect. You have provoked me here. I will kill you here even if I risk my life." Facing the arrogant Garp, Xia Ya was a little happy. "Garp, look at Akainu standing next to you. He killed your dear grandson with his own hands. The whole world has seen this fact." Akainu burned Ace's heart with one punch. "When you were entrusted by Roger in Impel Down, you raised his unborn son. As a result, you chose to turn a blind eye to the lives of so many pregnant women on Batarila Island. How dare you be a Marine hero? Help Roger to raise his son, and his son will be a pirate. Raise your grandson to be a pirate. Your grandson will be a pirate. Do you still have any shame? Garp. Your grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, is still dying. What? Aren't you going to save him? Aren't you afraid that your last grandson will die with Ace? If Akainu kills Luffy now, I might even praise him. Akainu, how about if you kill Luffy now, I can spare your life and not target you. Xia Ya looked at Akainu. Akainu glared back fiercely, obviously rejecting Xia Ya's proposal. Because he found out at this moment that the man in front of him was the biggest obstacle to the naval headquarters. Seeing Akainu's attitude, Xia Ya said boringly, "Garp, look at your colleagues around you, look at the Marines who admire you, and look at the place where you are standing now. You have the nerve to stand here. In my opinion, you are the most shameless person on the scene, Garp." After the words fell, tens of thousands of Marines around fell into silence. Only the Marine executives present knew that Garp adopted Roger's son, and the rest of the Marines were unaware of it. When they heard the news, all the Marines were stunned. Is Ace the adopted grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Or was he entrusted by Roger in Impel Down? The Marine hero is the adopted son of One Piece. What is going on? Thinking of Garp standing under the execution platform, he is the last line of defense to prevent Ace from being rescued, but the pirate monkey D. Luffy punched Garp. What is the concept? Now Luffy is just a small pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Even among the supernovas, he is not the one with the highest bounty. Many Marine elites at the scene don't know the existence of Luffy. Not to mention that compared with Marine Admiral, Marine Marshal, Marine Hero, Luffy is a small figure, even compared with several captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy is not good enough. And it is such a small existence like Luffy actually caused a big disturbance in Marineford, and even crossed the hurdle of Garp, and directly rescued Ace from the execution platform. Is this really true? As Xia Ya finished explaining the reason, the Marine soldiers at the scene fell into deep confusion. If what Xia Ya said was true, wouldn't it be a conspiracy between Marine and pirates? The Marine hero he admired was a traitor to Marine. Vice Admiral Garp, did you really adopt that BD Ace? The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, that kind of devil, really grew up under your care. What? There is such a thing, that kind of bloodline, every Marine has the obligation to eradicate it. The discussion of the surrounding Marines made Garp a little at a loss, he wished there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. He never thought Xia Ya actually knew about this matter. And he said it live in the world. A hole. That's not the case at all. Ace was dead, but he was still being cursed by Marine. Garp couldn't stand it and yelled, "Shut up, lousy! Ace is not in a hole. He is. He is." Garp couldn't say any more. "He is your dear grandson, Whitebeard, and Roger's dear son." Xia Ya laughed immediately and continued, "Look carefully, Marine is a group of lackeys with a righteous appearance. Over the years, Celestial Dragons has held a hunting meeting every 3 years. As long as it is not a member of Marie Joyce, you will close the island and provide the people on the island to Celestial Dragons to hunt. What a joke! The civilians you protect are just members of the member countries who have paid protection fees. Those countries that are struggling at the bottom and can't afford to pay the sky gold are all under the guardianship of you Marines, and are destroyed one after another by Celestial Dragons. Marine? You are just exercising verbal justice, but you are more cruel than pirates behind the scenes. While doing evil deeds that destroy a country, block the news so that the world will not know. All these evil deeds prove that you are just a bunch of hypocrites who claim to be righteous. Please. If you are being kept, don't talk about justice and independence. It's disgusting." Xia Ya's words made many Marines bow their heads. Many of them participated in the Celestial Dragons hunting competition. Of course, they were only responsible for surrounding the island with warships and not releasing the people inside. At the request of Celestial Dragons, these Marines responsible for guarding were not qualified to land on the island to see the actual situation. DJ. The hunting competition is held every 3 years. The cries of the prey on the island will last for a full half-month. Yes, on each island, the wailing and begging for mercy will last for half a month regardless of day and night. This made many Marines on the verge of collapse. They could only bury their heads in the sand like an ostrich and pretend not to see it, but anyone with a little thinking ability could guess what terrible things happened on the island. Shut up! Sengoku's eyebrows twisted into a knot, and immediately turned into a golden Buddha. And the surrounding Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru also responded, and immediately mobilized their devil fruit abilities to release their power together. If all these things were exposed, Marine's reputation would be completely drowned by people's saliva. Seeing that there was nothing to say, Xia Ya snapped his fingers. In an instant, a lightning bolt behind him gathered a graceful figure. It was the electric shock that made Nami, a ball of flames blazing. Carina, the flame princess, came here, and Khalifa also turned into a scarlet, standing behind Xia Ya, and at the same time, Hancock's figure also appeared on the square. However, this is not over yet. Hina, Tashiji, Robin, Vivi, Perona, Bakura, also appeared at the same time. At this moment, all members of Xia Ya's pirate group were present. At this moment, as Xia Ya whipped Whitebeard's skin turned red, and the golden light in his eyes shot out, from the cloud cut inserted into the ground, 10 fingers opened, and grabbed the air with force. Suddenly, the whole space twisted wildly. Marine, experience the ultimate power above the strongest. Chapter 131. Whitebeard grabbed with both hands, and the shock force was released immediately, and Marine Forge shook instantly. In an instant, the entire island was like a piece of wood, tilted at a 45-degree angle on the sea surface, and at the same time, the sea in front, behind, and on the left and right of Marine Ford was also divided into dozens of pieces, and the sea water presented a staggered picture like a square. The warships and pirate ships on the sea surface went up and down like a roller coaster, and were smashed to pieces. And everyone on the island of Marine Ford had their feet numb from the shock. This kind of shock is more than 10 times stronger than the shock force released by Whitebeard before. The Marine Ford fortress was cracked and collapsed. All Marine looked back and saw that the fortress called Marine Ford had several cracks at the same time and collapsed instantly. It has become a ruin. You know, Marine Ford is the name of an island, but it actually refers to the fortress built by Marine here. However, at this time, this military fortress, which is known as the most solid in the world, was broken into several pieces by Whitebeard controlled by Xia Ya, and the huge building like a skyscraper collapsed and became a ruin. Looking at his office being destroyed, Sengoku looked ferocious. Xia Ya is serious. Be careful, the tsunami is coming again, and it will be more terrifying this time. 28. It's really scary, the tsunami is coming again. But this time it's coming from all directions. Kizaru's eyes were more serious than ever before. He looked around and found that the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest of Marine Ford were all attacked by huge waves hundreds of meters high. Xia Ya is not Whitebeard. He doesn't need to consider the retreat route of the pirates, and he doesn't care who dies in Marine Ford. So, he doesn't need to leave a way out. At this time, Xia Ya's strength equals Xia Ya plus peak Ryoma plus peak Whitebeard. Even the peak Whitebeard is only the strength of one person, and the sum of Xia Ya and the other 3 people's experience. The released shock fruit power is far greater than that of Whitebeard at his peak. Aokiji, Sengoku shouted. In an instant, Aokiji understood what Sengoku meant, and immediately jumped behind Sengoku and other marines, using the power of frozen fruit. Ice Age. 4 ice pillars extended from Aokiji's palm, freezing the huge tsunami coming from all directions. When Aokiji landed, he was already sweating. This time, freezing the sea consumed too much of his physical strength, and he needed to take a breath. Fortunately, he was afraid of Xia Ya's strength. He hid behind Sengoku and others and used the Ice Age, otherwise he might be intercepted by Xia Ya. At this time, the sea within a radius of more than 10 kilometers of Marine Ford was frozen into ice, and 4 huge frozen waves surrounded the island of Marine Ford. Song has a 4-sided exit just above. Like a huge frozen cage. Hiss, Crack, crack. The cold air coming from all directions made the marine soldiers shiver with cold, and the upper and lower teeth made a collision sound. And the Whitebeard pirates who wanted to escape, Luffy who was rescued by Jinbei, and the Supernova who wanted to escape were sent back by the waves brought by the earthquake at this moment. Marineford fell on the square. Then he was frozen and restricted in his movements. It seemed that he could only escape from the ice hole in the sky. However, people soon discovered that even the ice was still moving forward. What's going on? Wasn't the tsunami frozen? How can it still move, just like a moving wall? Whitebeard's tsunami couldn't move after being frozen. At this time, Xia Ya appeared on the top of the ice. For a large-scale AoE skill like tsunami, frozen fruit can solve the crisis very well, but Xia Ya, as a rider, can also ride on the ice. The tsunami of the sea water will be frozen and dead, but the frozen tsunami is alive. What Xia Ya has to do now is to ride on 4 ice walls to submerge Marineford. Boom boom. Sengoku was confused as he watched the 4 ice walls being compressed. He turned to look at Kuzan. What's going on? The ice age you created was controlled by Xia Ya. Ice can also be ridden? What kind of devil is this guy? Do you have any way to wrestle with Xia Ya for control of the ice wall? No. Aokiji shook his head. As a frozen fruit user, he was even more confused. Because he couldn't control all the ice he created like a mount. After getting the answer, Sengoku's ability as the resourceful general was reflected. He quickly discovered the disadvantage of the ice wall, which was that it was relatively fragile, so he decisively ordered, Garp is responsible for the ice wall on the east side, Akainu is responsible for the west side, Kizaru is responsible for the south side, and I am responsible for the north side. Work together to destroy all the ice walls. Remember, only target the ice walls. If the ice layer is allowed to cover the entire Marineford, it will be completely too late. Garp and others also understood Sengoku's meaning, and used their strongest moves to destroy the ice wall. In an instant, Garp covered his arm with one hand and immediately jumped into the air. Black lightning flashed on his fist and he punched the huge ice layer moving towards him. Fist bone impact dash dash. Instantly, a semicircular light enveloped the ice wall. Although this semicircle only occupied 1/3 of the area. But the impact force was absolutely strong, blasting the ice layer into spider web-like cracks. Boom! The ice wall collapsed suddenly. But the marine soldiers on the edge of Marineford were crushed to death by huge ice blocks, screaming. Zap! You can't do this! If you don't completely smash the ice wall, every piece of falling ice will be like a small mountain and will kill people. Stop it! Ah! Watching their colleagues being buried, the marines collapsed. However, the terrifying thing did not continue. Kizaru turned into a golden flash and came to the sky. Then his figure appeared in golden double images. Suddenly, more than a dozen shining people appeared in the sky. They all looked like Kizaru. At this moment, Kizaru and his clones all used Yasakani no Megatama. Tens of thousands of golden light spots came out from Kizaru and shot onto the ice wall. When the light spots touched the ice surface, a huge laser explosion occurred immediately. Ice fragments fell again. The entire Marineford was shaken by the ice. Akainu stretched out his hands, his arms were so fast that they left after images, and fists made of magma erupted from his arms. Continuous great eruption. Boom boom boom. The magma fist exploded on the ice wall, making a sizzling sound of magma extinguishing, but it also successfully melted the ice wall in front of it. However, because the ice wall above was still in good shape, gravity directly pressed on the melted ice wall below, and it broke instantly. There was no way. Facing the falling ice, Akainu used his lava fist to smash the sky again. Under the scorching heat, the ice turned into raindrops and fell. Everyone was soaked. At this time, Marshal Sengoku took action, using the human fruit mythical beast Great Buddha form, and turned into the golden Buddha form, shock wave. His palm released several shock waves to bombard the ice wall, shattering it all. The bad news is that the marine soldiers suffered huge casualties due to the fall of these 4 ice walls. It is estimated that more than 10,000 people were affected. The results of the battle that stopped the work felt a pain in the flesh. And the good news is, the ice wall was shattered, and the sea below was also frozen, and there was no tsunami crisis for the time being. Xia Ya, you have destroyed Marine Ford, what are you going to do? Just when Sengoku was just taking a breath of relief, Whitebeard appeared behind him. Kusugawa Kiri was covered with a milky white shockwave, and he slashed at the golden Sengoku. Chapter 132. Ding! Whitebeard attacked with his Naginata, and Sengoku immediately transformed into a golden Buddha and struck out with his palm. The shock wave of the golden palm collided with Kusugawa Kiri, who was wrapped in the shock force. The surrounding air was immediately torn apart, and cracks appeared in the air. The air waves from the collision blew up the stones on the ground. At this moment, Whitebeard's eyes were shining with golden light, and he was extremely fierce. For a moment, Sengoku thought he saw the man from decades ago. The man who destroyed the world. Boom! The huge force came from top to bottom, and Sengoku couldn't resist it. He put his hands together to block Kusugawa Kiri. Under the huge force, his feet sank into the stones on the ground. He couldn't help but cough up blood. Sengoku's eyes were glaring, and he felt pain in his palms and soles. He felt that all the bones in his body had been broken. In fact, although Sengoku is old and not as strong as at his peak, his combat power has declined, but his combat experience is preserved. Therefore, he, who has fought with Whitebeard several times, can clearly judge that the power of Whitebeard's sword is far stronger than at his peak. It's all because of Xia Ya, such a terrible fruit ability. Sengoku glanced at Xia Ya and knew that it was the power of the rider fruit that was causing trouble. At this moment, Sengoku finally understood the ability of Xia's rider fruit by comparing the power of the peak Whitebeard himself. According to the previous information, Xia Ya can use the abilities of all mounts. Tiddick. Sengoku frowned, stared at Xia Ya fiercely and asked, "Your ability and strength are the sum of the mounts you ride?" Xia Ya on Whitebeard's shoulder sneered, "Yes, and no, experience it well." Suddenly, under Xia Ya's operation, the blade of Kusugawa Kiri suddenly released azure thunder. Thunder has the characteristic of piercing. In fact, lightning can easily pass through metal and air, and of course it can also pass through intangible energy such as shock waves, and at the same time, it can also pass through the human body. In an instant, the golden giant Buddha was struck by lightning. The arc jumped back and forth on the body of the golden Buddha, making the golden Buddha dim a little, and a few wisps of black smoke came out. For a moment, Sengoku felt that his body was out of control. He had to kneel on one knee to barely keep his balance. Boom! Sengoku's knee knelt on the ground and made a big hole. Ella! Sengoku looked at Whitebeard with horror, and Xia Ya standing on his left shoulder, and Ryoma standing on his right shoulder. Logically speaking, Xia Ya couldn't use electric shock to activate Nami's thunder fruit ability without riding Nami. Impossible! Am I wrong again? Is this guy Xia Ya able to use all the devil fruit abilities that have ridden people? Sweat was pouring down Sengoku's head, as if he had thought of something unbelievable. He realized that the situation was not good and shouted immediately. The powerful shock wave pushed Kusugamakiri's blade away with one palm. He dodged to the back, among the crowd of Akainu and others. Sengoku panted and explained to everyone seriously, "Xia Ya's ability is very complicated. I guess his strength is equal to the sum of the strength of the mount he rides, and the mount is at its peak strength. You see, Whitebeard has Shimatsuki Ryoma and Xia Ya on his shoulders. Xia Ya's riding state may be Xia Ya and peak Whitebeard and peak Ryoma's total strength." Sengoku's voice fell, Garp Akainu and others took a breath, And they are all top masters on the sea, and they can also see a clue through the battle with Sengoku just now. Now hearing what Sengoku said, it is natural to understand. Xia Ya has such ability, which also means that he defeated Marine Admiral 2 years ago. It turns out that he used the peak ability of the ancient top masters, plus his own use of Devil Fruit, to defeat Marine Admiral. So, the one who defeated Marine Admiral was Demon Ounce. Shimotsuki Ryoma. Sengoku looked serious and said again, it is also possible. Xia Ya can use the Devil Fruit ability to ride on people. He just released the Thunder Fruit, but he didn't ride on the electric shock user Nami, so, the current situation is very troublesome. We are facing a collection of many top masters and multiple super Devil Fruit abilities. This is the rider who disturbed the riding fruit. Damn it! Crane gritted his teeth. For hundreds of years, this Devil Fruit has experienced more than a dozen owners, but it is a useless riding ability. I can't believe that it has changed in Xia Ya's hands. It can be said that this fruit has reached the god level. This ability is beyond everyone's imagination. But it was developed by Xia Ya. Most of the people present are masters of Devil Fruit, and they are definitely among the top ones in the sea, just like Sengoku. He had eaten the Buddha form as early as his youth. Inu, Aokiji, Kizaru are all like this, that is to say, Devil Fruit has been developed by them for decades. But even in this situation, they can't understand why Xia Ya's Kikai Fruit has been developed to this extent. Not only can it make the dead masters return to the top, it can also gather the Devil Fruit used by the mount to the rider. It even reaches the point where the disciple is better than the master. Yes. As for the power of Thunder Fruit, Xia Ya's will be more powerful than Nami's. I've never heard of a Devil Fruit that covers so much. This is almost impossible. Akainu said seriously, at least I can't develop lava fruit to another level except for magma and some of the volcanic power. This is almost impossible. Indeed, Sengoku nodded and agreed with this point of view. It's just because the rider fruit is too comprehensive and changeable in their opinion. How can a Devil Fruit be like this? The strongest Paramecia demon story is at most related to a rule, and Xia Ya's Paramecia Rider Fruit is obviously beyond everyone's understanding. Let's go together. Otherwise, we can't take him down. His Devil Fruit can stand up, and he has many peak strong men, but our lineup is not weak either, we can take him down together. Sengoku gave an order. Several figures rushed towards Xia Ya.